Chapter 1. I have reborn from the war of the twin gods. Void. Boom. With the resplendent divine might descending alongside the divine dawn, silhouettes intertwined across the sky, carelessly casting forth waves of divine power. This place belonged to the absolute domain of the gods no mortal could approach. The brilliance of the sun, the malice of the Rakshasa, the vastness of the ocean, and the overwhelming murderous intent of the Asura. The clash of deities seemed to tilt the very fabric of the world, sending it into a tremor. Kill! The cries of slaughter reverberated from the ground, blood and ashes obscured by the brilliant glow of soul techniques. In the center of the plain stood a city exuding an aura of death-jowling pass, the most significant fortress breached by the Spirit Empire in its assault against the Heaven Do Empire. The war initiated by the Spirit Empire had reached a point where the roles of attacker and defender seemed to have completely reversed. All that awaited was the resolution of the divine battle in the sky, after which everything would be set in stone. Roar! A white tiger radiating an unparalleled ferocity leapt over the city walls, decimating the surrounding defenders. Its gaze swept across the area, and the mere pressure it exuded caused countless soul masters with weaker powers to quail in fear, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. The morale of the already battered troops had now been completely shattered. No one could contend against the legendary Shrek 7 from the Continental Academy. They had, within a mere few years, overturned the centuries-old legacy and foundation of the Spirit Hall with their talents and serendipity. One could not help but lament this world was truly absurd. Cough, cough. In a corner of the city wall, a pale youth clad in white bore a bitter and unwilling expression. Leaning feebly against the wall, he could vaguely see the rampaging white tiger and the relentless tide of divine power descending from the sky. In the palm of his right hand lay an injury that was not particularly exaggerated. Yet this wound, tainted by a trace of the green-scale Serpent King's venom, had transformed into a life-threatening affliction. Despite his pinnacle cultivation as a soul emperor, he could only endure for a day under such circumstances. Did fate bring me here merely to highlight the prowess of those guys? Had I known, I would have refrained from cultivating TSK. Upon introspection, he discovered that his internal organs were gradually decaying, eroded by the terrifying toxins until they resembled putrid flesh. Meng Ye forced a bitter smile. Unless aided by the gods, he was truly doomed. Recalling his arrival in this world, although he lacked a system, he still believed in his ability to succeed through effort and foresight. Reality, however, had proven him gravely mistaken to an absurd degree. He had treaded carefully at every step, meticulously planning, yet still failed to evade the mockery of fate. He sought stability, choosing to ally himself with the Shrek Academy, only to be rejected due to his lack of talent. Enrolling in an ordinary academy, he found he could not even secure a century-old first soul ring. Joining the Spirit Hall brought slight improvement, as he gained recognition through accumulation and hard work, yet he remained merely a backdrop for the three Golden Generation figures. His arduous journey had seen friends depart one by one, and his beloved ultimately vanished without a trace. And now, he too was on the brink of death. Very well, I shall consider this a dream. I just wonder if I can awaken from it. The sensations of weakness and despair led Meng Ye to close his eyes, no longer wishing to behold this world. Thump, thump. Yet, even as his will surrendered to fate, the instincts of his body compelled him to summon the soul power within. His heart beat twice, as if pitying the decaying corpse, and the stagnant soul power, under this newfound force, quietly broke through. However, it changed nothing. Even a soul sage could not withstand the green-scale Serpent King's venom, and Meng Ye did not open his eyes. No, he could no longer open his eyes. In that brief moment, as he completely relinquished his resistance, spots of toxin began to mar his skin, and his long hair gradually turned gray. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Soul Sage. The system activation is successful. Why does the illusion of dying manifest like this, truly? His parched lips moved slightly, but with the onset of the green-scale serpent's poison, his body had become akin to a desiccated corpse. He could hardly utter a complete syllable. Ultimately, however, he managed to emit 3 faint mutterings, the essence of which was akin to CNM. The protagonist perished. Detecting that the host's soul had not yet extinguished, the system would reconstruct the host's body. 2100. Reconstruction complete. Detecting an error in the timeline. Initiating timeline correction. Void. In the sky. It seemed as if the bellowing of some flamboyant and peculiar entity resonated, causing all things in the world to descend into stillness. Heaven, earth, ocean, space, and time. At that moment, the entire universe fell silent, save for a corpse enveloped by an invisible law, lingering upon the river of time. Subsequently, this corpse began to flow upstream against the current of time. Everything around began to reverse shattered earth, surging waves, and blinding divine light. All things commenced their reversal before this formidable power. No life could shake the force of time. Not even the gods. In the year 2637 of the Douluo calendar, on the eastern coast of the Heaven-Do Empire, within the territory of the Salakar Duchy. As a duchy with a high degree of autonomy and even independent laws, it nominally belonged to the Heaven-Do Empire, yet in reality, it could be considered nearly independent. Only the formality remained. Within the capital of Salakar stood a spirit hall, the official institution of the Soul Master Realm, with branches established in major cities. Depending on their level, these halls could also signify the prosperity of a city. Another emblem of this prosperity was the Great Soul Arena. Buzz. It awakened. My heavens! What kind of martial soul is this? Hey, young brother, wait. Don't leave. We haven't tested your soul power, yet the Spirit Hall needs someone like you. A small figure dashed out from the Spirit Hall, running towards the city gates without a backward glance. His mind was a whirlwind. He had only just begun to comprehend his current predicament. Yet Meng Ye did not wish to contemplate much more. He had returned. He had truly returned to this day. Ha 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 ha. Allowing the wild winds to billow his coarse garment, the rebellious light in his eyes reignited, brimming with boundless fighting spirit and hope. He had rediscovered his former self. Having shed the decaying shell, Meng Ye now felt an unprecedented sense of lightness and exhilaration. He ran freely across a meadow, unrestrained, basking in the sunlight and the gentle breeze, venting the frustrations and unwillingness that had long burdened him. Finally, he lay contentedly upon the grass, as a rabbit scurried by. Ah, what a relief! He bellowed, expelling the last vestiges of stale air from his lungs. Host, please remain calm. This system, while invincible, does not render you so, at least not yet. Invincible? Then do explain why you have only just appeared now. A youthful face bore an unexpected air of weariness and tranquility. He had lived 2 lifetimes. The first was plain and uneventful, dying without fanfare, nothing worth mentioning, a life of an ordinary person. The second was fortunate, though not tumultuous. He had discovered the meaning of life and sacrificed everything for Idioth, talent, even life itself. There were some regrets, yet they were not insurmountable. The system declined to answer this question. Clearly, the system was not omnipotent, and Meng Ye did not expect it to be truly all-knowing. He was already grateful for the chance to be reborn. At the very least, it was still not too late. Chapter 2. The system malfunctioned. Currently, some functions of the system have yet to be unlocked. Shaping the host's body and talents, along with resetting the timeline, requires significant energy and necessitates entering a dormant state. Speak plainly. Meng Ye lay upon the grass, reluctant to rise. The fatigue and suppression accumulated over time made him feel as if his heart had aged beyond 50, despite having only lived about 20 years across 2 lifetimes. The age of his psyche and soul had been influenced by that of his body. In simple terms, the condition of his previous body had likely exceeded 50 years. Even if he had not perished in the War of the Twin Gods, he would probably not have lived to 50. The system's assistance to the host was limited. The rest of the journey would depend on your own prowess. Best of luck. Meng Ye fell silent for a moment before finally asking, "You truly are a system. Are you not supposed to be all-powerful? Host, do you have any idea how much energy is required to reverse time and causality?" He shook his head in confusion. It should be quite a lot, right? If converted to energy, it would likely require an equivalent of 50 divine kings to be sacrificed or 10 creation gods to perish at the end of the void, to reverse the entirety of this world's time and causality by a mere second. So how long do you need to remain dormant? The system's response echoed in his mind 50 divine kings. Surely that must be a jest? Yet, considering the untouchable nature of time and causality, even imagining a fraction of its power was nearly impossible. He understood that the system was likely not joking. Based on the current world's time, approximately 63,890,000 years. Just tell me directly, what conditions must be met to reactivate you? Meng Ye rubbed his temples. 60 million years by then. Even if he became a god, he would not live to see that day. Though gods are said to be immortal, it is impossible for them to match the lifespan of the universe. Sacrifice requires the host to offer a high purity of energy to the system. As the system originates from a higher dimension, it necessitates contact with the essence of this world. The host need only sacrifice a singular being of primordial essence. For instance, what is a primordial being? Meng Ye was utterly perplexed. The divine king or the creator god would suffice. Now I understand. Yet, this revelation only deepens my headache. It would have been better left unsaid. Can an ordinary deity not suffice? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Meng Ye nearly choked on them. Even the most mundane deity is still a god. Although he's been reborn, the notion of slaying a god seems utterly fanciful. No, the system has already reshaped the host's body and talents, and it urges the host to strive for the sacrifice of a divine king. The system will not let the host down. The countdown to hibernation begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concludes, Meng Ye's gaze fixates upon the cloud-laden sky, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. It is only at this moment that he fully digests and organizes his current predicament. First and foremost, he is indeed reborn, and the system has manifested yet. It seems that little has fundamentally changed. In his previous life, had it not been for certain unfortunate events, he might have truly validated Yu Xiaojiang's renowned theory. There are no useless martial souls. With innate soul power at level 5 and having never entered Shrek Academy, he instead clawed his way up from the depths of the Spirit Hall, his cultivation even surpassing that of the Shrek 7. However, fate is capricious, and a sudden upheaval shattered his existence. Phew! A gentle breeze swept past, and the familiar figure in his mind seemed to gradually merge with the clouds above. After more than 10 minutes, Meng Ye rose and returned to Salical City, his head bowed in contemplation. He murmured to himself, "Dual martial souls indeed. My talent has improved significantly, and this martial soul is actually... I found it, right here." Before he could finish his thoughts, several figures clad in Spirit Hall uniforms approached briskly. Most appeared to be middle-aged, with the only elder, who looked rather seasoned, trailing behind. From the badge on his chest, it was clear that he was a Soul Emperor. According to the standards of the Spirit Hall, only a Soul Emperor is permitted to preside over the main hall. "Child, we have finally located you." Meng Ye recognized the elder, but at present, the elder likely did not recognize him. He gazed at the elder in confusion. The surrounding individuals, however, looked at him with eager anticipation, as if he were a rare treasure. They encircled him, fearful that he might escape. "Child, there is no need to fear. We are from the Spirit Hall. I wish to invite you to join us and cultivate you into a powerful soul master." The elder's demeanor was kind, though his hair was grizzled and his face lined with wrinkles. His eyes sparkled with vitality. "Very well, I shall join the Spirit Hall," Meng Ye replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. This elder had a significant relationship with him in his past life. No, perhaps he could be considered a guiding light. Without the system, Meng Ye realized that the online novels he once read were nothing more than scrap paper, unworthy even for the most mundane of uses. This led him to traverse many unnecessary paths in his previous life. It was this elder who illuminated his path, transforming him into a true theoretical master, rather than the fanciful theorist Yu Xiaojiang had been. Regrettably, he had yet to seize the opportunity to showcase his brilliance before war erupted, and everything came to an untimely end. "Excellent. I shall ensure you become the most exceptional soul master." The elder, though slightly puzzled, nodded in agreement. The others from the spirit hall were equally astonished, as Meng Ye's previous erratic behavior had startled them greatly. For a martial soul awakening to unleash such formidable soul power was truly unprecedented. Although his soul power had yet to be tested, it had already drawn the attention of the elder presiding over the main hall, who hurriedly pursued him. "I am called Lei Zhengyang, please follow me." True to his name, Lei Zhengyang is known for his upright character, earning him the nickname Old Monster Lei. He was often referred to by titles such as Hall Master or Senior in the Spirit Hall, yet he bore no resentment. While his exterior appeared shrouded in a robe, beneath it lay a figure of impressive musculature. Meng Ye was among the few privy to the fact that Lei Zhengyang was not merely a soul emperor, but a soul sage. The mobilization of so many individuals from the Spirit Hall naturally drew attention, though most merely came to observe the spectacle. Among the crowd, a fleeting figure cast a curious glance at Meng Ye, but quickly turned away, losing interest. Upon entering the Spirit Hall's main chamber, Meng Ye, guided by Lei Zhengyang, arrived at his new residence, a secluded courtyard. "That vacant room shall be yours." "Ah, I almost forgot to test your soul power. Although Sun Hao claimed your talent is remarkable, it is prudent to verify." As he spoke, Lei Zhengyang drew a blade from his waist, and a radiant light materialized, revealing a crystal ball for testing soul power. He extended it towards Meng Ye, saying, "Place your hand upon it. Rest assured, having brought you back, I shall honor my promise." Nodding, Meng Ye complied, placing his hand upon the crystal. He was acutely aware that the elder before him would never wish him harm. Moreover, his words were not mere platitudes, having articulated his intent. Even should Meng Ye possess only average talent, the elder would exert himself to nurture him. Buzz! A surge of vibrant soul power erupted, swiftly enveloping the surrounding space, its overwhelming force even altering Lei Zhengyang's expression. "Is this truly happening?" He was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless by a spectacle he had never encountered before. Yet, amidst his astonishment, there was a flicker of exhilaration, as if he were not entirely oblivious to the situation unfolding before him. Chapter 3, The First Spirit Ring, Thunder Beast. An exceptional martial soul, an unequivocally supreme martial soul. Lei Zhengyang affirmed Meng Ye's innate talent with unwavering conviction, his gaze imbued with fervor as he looked upon Meng Ye, who seemed to radiate brilliance. The embodiment of a martial soul, his very essence. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this as the most formidable of innate martial souls. Furthermore, perhaps due to the system's reconstruction of his corporeal form, the potential of this body was unlike that of an ordinary soul master. The innate soul power appeared to overflow. "Old Lei, what constitutes a supreme martial soul?" Meng Ye feigned ignorance, echoing a question he had posed during his initial meeting with Lei Zhengyang, when he had approached this world with a sense of disdain and arrogance. Though the inquiry was ostensibly earnest, it carried a hint of playful mockery. This time, however, though he was already aware of the answer, he approached it with a sincere eagerness to learn. "Let me elucidate on the concept of top-tier martial souls," the elder began. "In the realm of soul masters, martial souls are generally categorized into 3 tiers, further distinguished between weapon and beast martial souls. Weapon martial souls manifest in the form of objects, while beast martial souls embody the essence of creatures. Understanding this is sufficient for now." It was evident that Lei Zhengyang possessed profound insights into martial souls, with a unique perspective. In Meng Ye's estimation, while Lei Zhengyang might not be widely recognized, his comprehension of martial souls was, without exaggeration, several times superior to that of Yu Shaojiang. Observing Meng Ye attentively absorbing his words, Lei Zhengyang nodded subtly and continued. "The quality of martial souls varies. First, there are the waste martial souls, characterized by exceedingly low innate soul power, rendering it nearly impossible for their bearers to become soul masters. Next are the ordinary martial souls, which possess decent quality and can indeed become soul masters. Finally, there exist the top-tier martial souls, which include those with formidable innate soul power and robust attributes." "But what comes next?" Meng Ye inquired, his eyes still brimming with curiosity as he gazed at the elder. Lei Zhengyang, pleased, stroked his beard and replied, "I contend that martial souls should not be classified so simplistically. While there may not be millions, it is certain that tens of thousands have been discovered thus far, and it is inadequate to delineate them in such a narrow manner. Moreover, the distinction between weapon and beast martial souls is not comprehensive. There are numerous martial souls that do not fit neatly into these categories, such as yourself. Lei Jingyang cast a penetrating glance at Meng Ye. History has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself. Meng Ye mused inwardly. In his previous life, Meng Ye possessed a fundamental martial soul. Yet it was nowhere near as formidable as it is now. It could be said that Lei Jingyang laid the groundwork for him to pursue and even surpass the Shrek 7 monsters. Based on an innate soul power of merely level 5, this ordinary martial soul served as his foundation. Had it not been for the vexatious sea goddess legacy and some unforeseen occurrences, he would have had every chance of surpassing Tang San. At that time, Lei Jingyang had also discerned the essence of Meng Ye's martial soul at a glance and generously shared his research and insights. Despite the decades that separated them, they forged a bond of both mentorship and friendship. For an extended period, Lei Jingyang acted as Ming Ye's guiding light. Your martial soul is quite unique. It does not fall under the categories of tool or beast martial souls. I prefer to divide talent into two parts, Lei Jingyang remarked, stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with insight. Martial soul and soul master. The core of Lei Jingyang's lifelong research was encapsulated in this simple yet profound statement, conveyed to Ming Ye just as it had been before. Lei Jingyang was neither a powerful soul master nor a theoretical savant, at least not of the purely speculative kind. He dedicated his life to practically demonstrating his theories. The strength of a martial soul is merely one aspect. Far more crucial, in my view, is whether the soul master can harness the martial soul as power and whether the soul master possesses sufficient strength themselves. Perhaps I have spoken too much. One tends to ramble in old age. Noticing that Ming Ye remained silent, Lei Jingyang recognized that discussing so much with the child was futile. He then added, "Come with me. I shall help you familiarize yourself with your surroundings." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye, having merely obtained his first soul ring, saw no reason to make a grand effort and followed Lei Jingyang to this location. Hiss. Poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes were ubiquitous among the treetops. The air was thick with a faint, musty odor and a thin mist, which was not the refreshing vapor of dawn, but rather miasma. The forest was replete with various gases naturally fermenting, saturated with toxic substances, and swarming with countless mosquitoes lying in wait. "Xiaoyi, take this," Lei Jingyang said, handing a dagger to Ming Ye. Ming Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Both were wearing damp cloths over their faces to prevent inhaling excessive miasma that could lead to poisoning. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, Lei Jingyang had also brought detoxification pills, demonstrating thorough preparation. After several hours of trekking, Ming Ye and Lei Jingyang finally located their objective, the century-old soul beast. A black soul beast lay sleeping beneath a tree, its body adorned with faint blue stripes resembling flames, endowing it with an air of mystique. Its elongated ears twitched as it raised its head to survey its surroundings. After a moment of scrutiny, it lowered its head again, seemingly unaware of any anomalies. The Thunder Beast, a premier soul beast of a century. But it has existed for 800 years. "Xiaoyi, do you really feel confident?" Behind a nearby tree, two figures concealed themselves, their breaths barely audible. Lei Jingyang lowered his voice, almost constraining it to a whisper as he conveyed this to Ming Ye. Ming Ye responded in kind, nodding in agreement. Although Lei Jingyang was somewhat surprised that Ming Ye could also whisper so subtly, he decisively chose to act. The Thunder Beast's acute hearing would not tolerate any hesitation, as even a moment's delay could render their efforts futile. Buzz. A surging wave of soul power erupted. The display of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings underscoring the formidable prowess of a soul sage. Lei Jingyang's martial spirit was a resplendent golden tiger. Upon completing the manifestation, he transformed into a colossal figure, half man and half tiger, his robust form extending beyond 5 meters. Ordinary soul masters would likely require their martial spirits to take on their true forms or utilize large martial spirits akin to diamond mammoths to achieve such stature. Be cautious. Thud. As the warning echoed, the figure of Lei Jingyang, now fully manifested, became a terrifying blur, vanishing from sight. The violent wave of soul power radiated outward, akin to a shockwave that left one's mind reeling. Boom. Roar. Howl. The terrifying sound of collision was soon followed by a chilling scream. Ming Ye emerged from behind the tree, covering his ears. "Ah, have you witnessed my martial spirit?" Lei Jingyang exclaimed, restraining the massive creature, over 3 meters long. With a single hand, casting a curious glance at Ming Ye. His martial spirit's might was so overwhelming that even prepared soul masters could suffer injury due to the vast disparity in soul power levels. Ordinary tiger martial spirits and soul beast paled in comparison to his terrifying presence. No top-tier martial spirit could match it. Old Lei, your gaze betrays you. Meng Ye replied coolly, prompting a somewhat embarrassed cough from Lei Xingyang. He had intended this. Meng Ye had been tricked numerous times during their previous hunts together, and he had noted it down. In simpler terms, this was Lei Xingyang's way of acknowledging and nurturing him. As he would put it, the strength of a martial spirit is significant, but the fortitude of a soul master's will is even more crucial. This was a means to temper his resolve. In the past, Meng Ye had endured considerable hardships and had come perilously close to failure. Chapter 4. Astonishing Growth Rate. With a swift strike, Meng Ye dispatched the Thunder Beast before beginning to absorb his first soul ring. 800 years was already quite close to the threshold of 1,000 years, generally speaking. This was the level at which most soul masters would absorb their second soul ring. Lei Xingyang retracted his martial spirit, standing beside Ming Ye in a protective stance. His gaze frequently darting toward him, a sense of unease brewing within. Though they had not spent much time together, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. More importantly, Ming Ye seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him. For instance, he displayed no surprise at Lei Xingyang's martial spirit upon receiving insights into soul master lore. Meng Ye had surpassed mere comprehension, diving straight into practical application. Consider the soul ring before them. The act of forcibly absorbing a soul ring of a higher level could be accomplished by ordinary soul masters if a specific condition was met, the scatter soul secret technique. By dispersing a substantial portion of the soul power accompanying the soul ring, one could directly absorb it to gain corresponding enhancements in soul skills, albeit at a diminished increase in soul power. Furthermore, the backlash from the soul ring would be halved, significantly extending the time frame for a soul master to absorb the ring. Lei Xingyang was not recklessly urging Meng Ye to attempt this. His seventh soul ring was derived from an 80,000-year soul beast, reaching the standard of a typical soul master's eighth soul ring at the soul Douluo level. Could this lad be the illegitimate child of an old man? Lei Xingyang mused quietly. Old Lei, you're overthinking it. Meng Ye's voice interrupted suddenly, causing Lei Xingyang to nearly choke on his own saliva, coughing violently. His face flushed with surprise as he gazed at Meng Ye. Is this truly complete? His astonishment was warranted. Only a few minutes had passed, and no soul master could absorb a soul ring so swiftly, unless the soul ring was of exceedingly low age. The limits of the scatter soul technique could only yield a doubling effect, which should not be so alarming. Well, let us depart. It is time for dinner. Meng Ye turned around and confidently made his way beyond the twilight forest. It was peculiar, indeed. Lei Xingyang rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Yet he quickly followed suit, not bothering with Meng Ye's manner of address. In his view, it was inconsequential what Meng Ye was called, as long as he refrained from uttering insults. Upon exiting the forest, the setting sun cast its golden hue, accompanied by the evening glow, resembling flames that reached the heavens and ignited the forest behind them. The name Twilight Forest not only indicated the lurking dangers within, but was also influenced by this aspect. The miasma-laden woods appeared as if ablaze under the sunset. Sorry Keel City, Spirit Hall. Clang, clang, clang. Lei Xingyang squinted one eye, leaning back as he observed Meng Ye devouring his meal with fervor. Naturally, the Spirit Hall had living quarters, for it was an official institution for soul masters, and could not afford to be shabby. The fare was splendid. Roasted suckling pig, celestial cakes, steamed fish, steak, baked potatoes, fruit salad, and rich mushroom soup. Being a coastal principality, seafood was abundant, yet most of these ingredients were sourced from the Tiando Empire. Your spirit is no ordinary one. You can consume so much. However, this is beneficial, as it is the right time for you to nourish your growing body. Lei Xingyang concluded Meng Ye's substantial appetite was due to his spirit and the need for growth, deeming it a positive trait. Most soul masters were frail, and even those with beast spirits did not surpass ordinary humans when not utilizing their powers. Thus, having a hearty appetite was indeed an advantage, characterized by minimal expenditure and maximal gain. I'm full. I shall now practice. After finally satiating his hunger, Meng Ye commenced his cultivation. Having been reborn, he had already encountered many experiences, and one could say he had navigated through every possible error. While the path ahead might not be devoid of mistakes, the destination was assuredly correct. How strange. Lei Xingyang, still indulging in his meal, wore a puzzled expression. Having encountered numerous soul masters over his 70-plus years, Although he had lost the youthful vigor of his earlier days, his wealth of experience was considerable. Soul masters, after all, are human, regardless of their innate genius. The curiosity of youth is an inherent trait that cannot be suppressed. This insatiable quest for understanding stems from a lack of knowledge about the world. Very few newly awakened soul masters can restrain this nature, and those who do may develop character flaws, such as aloofness or reclusiveness. After meditating for a considerable time, Meng Ye opened his eyes, which sparked with a distinct electric glimmer. The Thunder Beast was a top-tier spirit beast, renowned for its formidable lightning attributes, ranking among the elite within its kind. Apart from its exceptional attributes, there were hardly any stronger spirit beasts or martial spirits. Standing on par with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, gazing at the toys laid out before him, Meng Ye blinked. The outside world had grown dark. Evidently, night had fallen, and he had been absorbed in meditation for quite some time. What are these? He pondered, scratching his head. Although Meng Ye is but a child, he exhibits little interest in toys. Indeed, one's physical age can significantly influence their psychological age. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, he has the ability to transcend such trivial instincts. The following day, Meng Ye cast aside the pile of toys into a corner, as Lei Xingyang escorted him to Ceracle Academy. From today onward, you shall commence your studies here. When you reach the age of 12, I shall send you to the Spirit City, Lei Xingyang remarked, patting Meng Ye gently on the back and guiding him to the entrance of the academy. As an institution established by a principality, it is merely a primary academy and cannot possibly be compared to the Royal Academy of Tiando. No, there exists no basis for comparison whatsoever. Meng Ye nodded slightly and stepped inside, harboring no expectations of receiving a graduation certificate from this place. In his past 2 lives, he had never taken his studies seriously. He had bypassed the Junior Soul Master Academy entirely, proceeding directly to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, which was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, where he had mostly idled away his time. Fortunately, this world did not demand extensive scholarly knowledge. Such pursuits were merely hobbies. What truly mattered was the cultivation of soul power. As long as one's soul power was sufficiently high, even a fool would command respect and be regarded as a formidable presence. Why is this child so quiet? Lei Xingyang mused, resting his chin on his hand. Watching Meng Ye's retreating figure while speaking to himself, I wonder if he liked the toys I gifted him. Suddenly, after covering several dozen meters, Meng Ye halted in his tracks. If you like them, please refrain from sending any more. His voice carried back to Lei Xingyang, deepening the latter's confusion. To him, no matter how mature one might appear, a child would always be a child, and it was unreasonable to expect them to transcend their inherent nature. Meng Ye found himself in a state of helplessness. Lei Xingyang, in his previous life, had treated him as if he were part of his own family. However, after his own misfortunes led him to imprisonment, he was left in the dark regarding the subsequent events. During the day, Meng Ye would make an appearance at the academy, taking the opportunity to playfully torment the younger students before sneaking away to seek a secluded spot for cultivation. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall at night, apart from dining, he devoted nearly all his time to rigorous training. Under this relentless regimen, time gradually slipped away. In the first year, Meng Ye successfully ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, yet he did not acquire a soul ring. The second year passed in a similar manner. It was not until the third year that, upon obtaining his second soul ring, he astonishingly reached the 28th level of soul power. His rate of growth was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving Lei Xingyang perplexed, and even causing him to lose a few strands of hair in his quest for understanding. Unlike ordinary soul masters who relied solely on cultivation to ascertain talent, he possessed his own insights. He even speculated that Meng Ye's situation might be a result of his potential being excessively stimulated, prompting him to procure numerous rare herbs and treasures to aid in his development. Meng Ye remained entirely indifferent, engrossed in his own cultivation, progressing at an impressive pace. Chapter 5. Academy Exchange. In the Principality of Ceracle, there lies a Junior Soul Master Academy. The institution boasts a commendable scale, primarily populated by the offspring of local nobility and families of soul masters. It enjoys a respectable reputation in the surrounding provinces. The dean has reached out to several neighboring academies for collaborative learning, primarily to foster connections among the higher echelons of the academy. Although the academy's background does not rival the grandeur of the Tiando Royal Academy, it nevertheless holds significant importance to the Duke. Meng Ye, have you heard? It seems that students from other academies will be visiting soon. In a classroom, Meng Ye seldom made an appearance, but on this occasion, he was approached by a portly boy. The other students either avoided him or gazed at him with admiration. Yes, I have heard. He nodded, acknowledging the boy before him, who was no ordinary individual. Named Wang Shuo, he bore a trace of royal blood, albeit from a collateral line, which rendered him somewhat overlooked. Nonetheless, within this academy, he wielded considerable influence, as long as his antics did not reach the ears of the Duke. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ming Ye narrowed one eye slightly, leaning back to scrutinize the chubby boy before him. How intriguing it was that he was already contemplating romance without having fully matured. One could only wonder what would become of him as he grew older. What are you up to? Ming Ye inquired. Should the lad harbor any ill intentions? He could always resort to the righteous might of his iron fist to set him straight. Aren't you the least bit curious? The boy was momentarily taken aback. Was it not natural for a young man to be curious about the opposite sex? Did the leader not? Shaking off his more than 100 pounds of excess weight, Wang Shuo continued, All right, I'll be honest. It seems there's an upcoming exchange competition. And you are the representative of our academy. We can't just ignore it, can we? I'm not interested. What significance do a bunch of children brawling hold? Meng Ye retorted. He was merely a step away from reaching the 30th level of soul power. The level of his peers was hardly impressive, and even the threshold of advanced soul master academies barely matched that. Moreover, their practical experience was not on the same plane, should he unleash his true potential. He could easily overpower any soul dignitary. Come on, Meng Ye. I'll offer you 100 gold soul coins. Just consider it a favor for me. Wang Shuo pleaded with a desperate expression. He understood that Ming Ye had substantial expenses, as he was even provided with a personal chef due to his dining habits. Were he to dine with others, they would scarcely have enough to eat. Wang Shuo often spent his own money to curry favor with him. Having reached this point in their conversation, Ming Ye could not simply dismiss the boy due to his youth. Very well, you need not provide the gold soul coins. But I will only intervene once. Great. Just point out which lovely lady catches your eye. And I shall do everything in my power to assist you in winning her heart. With that, he playfully punched the chubby boy. It seemed he could not evade this matter any longer. Clutching his head, the boy hurried off, likely to seek out his allies. In the academy, the environment mirrored that of a broader society. Particularly among those with connections, a network of relationships inherited from their forebears was already in place. Although Wang Shuo appeared comical, he likely shared a sense of solidarity with Meng Ye from the academy's perspective. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out. Thus, Meng Ye resolved to explore a different trajectory of fate. He was aware of another path in his life, alas. While the flapping of a butterfly's wings might indeed stir a tempest, such a tempest would scarcely register in the eyes of the divine. Now reborn, he yearned to see whether divergent choices would yield different outcomes. On the day of the exchange competition, within the arena of the academy, the venue had come to fruition as a result of the amalgamation of the junior and senior academies, boasting not only an arena for combat but also several simulated training facilities. What brings you here? Ming Ye approached the stands, eyeing the elderly man before him. I heard this academy is hosting an exchange competition. Aren't you participating as well? I'm here to take a look. What of it? Lei Xingyang, clad in coarse cloth and not donning the soul master robe of the spirit hall, had gone unrecognized. In the Duchy of Salik, he was regarded as one of the formidable forces, and with his status as the head of the spirit hall, even the Duke would not dare to underestimate him. It's merely an exchange competition, he remarked. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye was not genuinely shy. Rather, he felt a subtle tension in the air. It's fine. Just maintain your composure and don't make a scene, Lei Zhengong reassured, assuming Meng Ye was concerned about the potential repercussions for others. One should be mindful of their own capabilities. Such arrogance is unwarranted. A middle-aged man seated nearby suddenly interjected with a sneer. The two turned their attention towards him. But Ming Ye merely cast a glance and chose to disregard him. He was merely a soul king. Not wishing to engage further with Lei Xingyang, he turned to leave. The Fire Academy? It seems I must have a word with that fellow Huowuji. Lei Xingyang observed the stranger, seemingly recognizing his identity. The other party was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lei Xingyang knew their academy's director, and cautiously inquired, May I ask who you are? In the realm of soul masters, there exists an unspoken rule. One must never provoke a soul master of higher soul power. There are no explicit laws forbidding murder. The decision to engage in violence wholly rests upon the whims of the powerful and their tenuous moral compass. Lei Jingyang, void. A faint aura of soul power accompanied by an overwhelming mental pressure descended, instantly paralyzing the opponent in place, leaving them momentarily dazed. Lei Jingyang was a pure beast martial soul, a formidable assault-type soul sage, though his soul power had not yet reached its zenith. His strength was undeniably at the pinnacle of soul sage. Meng Ye turned his gaze towards the audience, realizing that aside from the dean, who possessed a soul power comparable to Lei Jingyang's, he was perhaps the only one to perceive the oppressive aura of soul power. Is it nearly complete? That secret technique. In this era, the means to develop spiritual strength remain undeveloped, rendering spiritual-type martial souls particularly troublesome, if not outright terrifying. A prime example is the remnant dream martial soul, which, despite being wielded by merely a soul saint, has a reputation that even titled Douluo would hesitate to provoke. This is primarily due to the fact that it preys upon those unfamiliar with spiritual power, exploiting their ignorance of spiritual attacks. However, Lei Jingyang is an exception. His spiritual strength is formidable. Meng Ye, big boss. You finally made it. I've been worried sick. In the waiting area, Wang Sha rushed over upon spotting Meng Ye. His excitement palpable. If you're anxious, just head out and take a right, Meng Ye retorted, pushing him aside and gesturing behind him. No, big boss. We've already lost 2 rounds. If we lose again, it will be utterly humiliating. Wang Sha clung to Meng Ye's arm, tugging him towards the arena. We can't afford to lose again. All our hopes rest on you, big boss. In the soul battle, there was no doubt that the opposing team had lost. Their ranks were predominantly comprised of soul masters, with only one great soul master, who had recently graduated from a junior soul master academy, slightly older than Meng Ye. The final match concluded effortlessly, and as Ming Ye contemplated that such trivial choices might not alter the grand scheme of things, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon exiting the academy after the exchange competition, Ming Ye and his companions were confronted. Is it you who bullies my junior brothers and sisters? A tall, red-haired girl blocked their path, causing those around to step aside. Her 2 soul rings indicated a soul power level exceeding 25. Ming Ye, with a mere glance, discerned her precise cultivation level at the 28th rank, her age approximately 14, and her martial soul was of the fire attribute. While ordinary soul masters would require repeated testing or even bone probing to ascertain such information, Meng Ye achieved this in mere seconds, without any external assistance. Chapter 6. The Confrontation Boss. She is from the Blaze Academy, reputed to be a prestigious institution. Just look at me. Wang Sha, recognizing the identity of his opponent, stepped forward while Meng Ye was lost in thought. With a pointed finger and a proud posture, he boldly declared, "It is indeed I, your boss, Meng Ye. What do you intend to do about it?" However, before he could finish his bravado, an iron grip seized the nape of his neck, and the searing heat along with the acrid scent of singed hair nearly caused Wang Sha to lose control. A vivid crimson flame flickered past him at an unimaginable speed, leaving him unable to discern its nature but fully aware of its perilousness. That scared me to death, Wang Sha gasped, clutching his chest and sweating profusely as he regarded the domineering young lady opposite him. He had merely attempted to provoke her casually, yet she retaliated with such aggression. It was excessively ruthless. Even when he bullied others, it was merely a display of strength. He dared not truly inflict harm. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Offending someone beyond his means could lead to dire consequences. His noble status meant little in the presence of a high-ranking soul master. Even emperors of the 2 great empires had to show respect to the title of Douluo. Ah, indeed formidable, the haughty girl pointed. And a deep crimson flame apparition materialized behind her, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. Looking at Ming Ye, she proclaimed, "If you can defeat me, we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, kneel and bow your head, and I shall spare you." Was this demand not rather excessive? Meng Ye sighed inwardly. The inexperienced dared to challenge the tiger. This was not merely a case of poor upbringing. It seemed she had never been properly guided. While confidence is commendable, such arrogance posed a significant threat. One may sail smoothly for a time, but should adversity arise, it could lead to ruin. This world is never short of talent. Yet it is the talent that holds a reverent fear of the world that is truly rare. Humph. Enough chatter. Unleash your martial soul. As the girl spoke, she had already waved her hand, activating her soul skill. A fiery red ring of flames expanded outward. Clearly, this was a control-type soul skill. A typical offensive soul skill would not disperse so widely and lack potency. Just as the flames were about to engulf them, Meng Ye pushed Wang Shuo aside and advanced instead of retreating. Clenching his fist slightly, an imperceptible stream of white energy gathered in his right hand, and he launched a punch toward the flaming ring. Boom! The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks as flames scattered in all directions. Yet the temperature of these flames was far beyond that of mere pyrotechnics. A sharp pain throbbed in Meng Ye's hand, causing him to furrow his brow. He seldom engaged in combat, not because he was incapable, but rather due to the lack of necessity. He did not require practical combat experience. Moreover, this body was still in a phase of rapid development, making it susceptible to injuries that could lead to bone dislocation and lingering harm. How could this be? The tall girl was taken aback. Her talent was indeed remarkable. Otherwise, she would not be so willful and unreasonable. Although this soul skill had a control effect, a single strike made it exceedingly difficult for soul masters of the same rank to approach her, let alone withstand a direct assault. Gritting her teeth, she glared fiercely at Ming Ye and demanded, "What is your soul power level?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, her expression becoming intensely focused, utterly devoid of distraction. At the very moment before the attack struck, she raised her hand and, with a mere flicker, captured the fiery light. With a soft hiss, her palm, insulated by a faint surge of soul power, extinguished the heat, and the beads of sweat instantaneously transformed into wisps of white smoke. In one fluid motion, she redirected the trajectory into a U shape, sending it hurtling back. Ah! The girl gasped, startled. She had never witnessed anyone neutralize her soul technique in such a manner. Be careful! A figure suddenly darted in front, intercepting the attack, though he was swiftly sent flying as a result. Although it was merely the first soul technique, assaults imbued with elemental attributes are typically not easily countered, particularly those of the explosive fire element. Boom! Flames erupted, and both defenders were knocked to the ground by the force of the explosion. Fortunately, the newcomer possessed enough strength to emerge unscathed. "Let us go?" Meng Ye called to Wang Shuo, preparing to depart. At this juncture, prolonging the conflict would yield nothing but unpleasantness, especially since no one had been harmed. "Stop right there." The one opposing the attack was a young man with short, fiery red hair, his physique remarkably robust for his age. Rising to his feet, he wiped the scratches from his face and exclaimed, "What kind of man bullies a woman? Ming Ye, which of your eyes perceives me as a man? Moreover, I did not strike first. Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Wang Shuo, with a shrewd glint in his eye, leaned closer to Ming Ye and whispered, "Boss, ignore him. He is also from the Ember Academy. My butler mentioned he is a soul master. Quite astute, I must say." Ming Ye cast a surprised glance at Wang Shuo. With such wit, as long as fortune does not turn against him, his life shall not be too dismal. In the realm of soul masters, the immutable law dictates that the strength of one's soul power fundamentally determines one's prowess. Without at least one soul ring, it is exceedingly difficult to contend in solitary combat. Meng Ye spread his hands, indicating that he possessed no martial soul, which was already a considerable concession. He did not expect the other party to reason with him, however. To his surprise, the individual appeared momentarily taken aback, then displayed a conflicted expression, scratching his head while glancing at the young girl. "Little sister, what do you think? Perhaps we should let this matter rest? This fellow seems to be from a junior academy." With a huff, the girl turned away, clearly unwilling to let the issue go. This left the red-haired man in a quandary, prompting him to turn back to Ming Ye and propose, "Brother, how about this? I 1T bully you. Let us fight without our martial souls. The outcome of this match will settle today's affair. What do you say? Go ahead." He was somewhat restrained, realizing that employing his martial soul might complicate matters. Ming Ye could only nod in agreement. He raised one hand, adopting a stance with his palm facing upward, while lowering his center of gravity. The red-haired man paused momentarily, his expression quickly turning serious. He discerned that Meng Ye's posture was not trivial. Though he could not pinpoint its nature, he simply felt an instinctive sense of being at a loss. One word to describe it would be indomitable. Indeed, Meng Ye's current state conveyed such an impression. Even without the use of a martial soul, he had reached the pinnacle of his condition. Unless faced with absolute force in a direct assault, there were no discernible flaws to exploit. "Be careful." The red-haired man charged forward, his physique now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary adult male. Having withstood that soul technique earlier without injury, it was evident that his strength was not to be underestimated. Now sensing the complexity of Meng Ye, he threw a punch, though devoid of a martial soul. His soul power radiated with searing heat. In Meng Ye's eyes, every movement of his opponent was reflected. Then, with a swift motion, he turned his palm and seized the opponent's fist. Bang! A surge of soul power erupted, radiating outward. Impressive, the red-haired man exclaimed, having retained some of his strength. However, his martial spirit was that of a fire dragon. Even a typical great soul master would struggle to withstand this punch. He was acutely aware that he was bullying someone, as Meng Ye appeared to be at least 5 or 6 years younger than him. Despite catching the attack, Meng Ye furrowed his brow, realizing he had suffered some disadvantage. His soul power and physique were inferior to his opponent's. His ability to defend was solely reliant on his combat strategy. "Come at me with another punch," he shouted. Bang! Bang! The red-haired man grew increasingly enthusiastic, while Meng Ye's techniques became increasingly inscrutable, each time neutralizing the attacks with minimal force. Chapter 7. The Banquet Boom. The intense explosion of soul power jolted the gates of Serical Academy, and a figure crashed violently against the wall, leaving a dent. Cough. Brother. The girl who instigated the conflict rushed forward, alarmed, to assess his injuries. By the end of this confrontation, it was unclear what the red-haired man's mindset was, as he could not restrain himself, even resorting to using his martial spirit. The furious flames and strength merged, forcing Meng Ye to retaliate with all his might. Though he lacked a soul ring, he unleashed a terrifying attack in an instant, obliterating all the flames and decisively defeating his opponent. Breathing heavily, he withdrew his martial spirit. Meng Ye had emerged victorious, but his expression was far from pleasant. His true strength had been revealed, which was troubling enough. But what pained him more was the discomfort in his right hand. At 8 years old, his bones had yet to fully develop. He had intended to navigate this developmental phase discreetly, avoiding conflict. "Wow, Meng Ye, boss. You're incredible. You're my idol." Wang Sha, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, rushed over to Meng Ye, his face alight with excitement. Pushing aside that chubby face, Meng Ye, noticing the growing crowd, wished to leave. "I'm heading back. Please grant me an extended leave." Boss, are you okay?" Wang Shuo finally realized, looking at Meng Ye with concern. The emotions of children are the purest, regardless of their nature. "I'm fine." Shaking his head, Meng Ye turned to depart. "Wait." The defeated red-haired man, having regained his composure with his sister's assistance, stood up, his gaze fervently fixed on Meng Ye. "I am Huo Wushuang. I have never tasted defeat among my peers. You are a formidable opponent. What is your name?" Meng Ye fell into a moment of silence, feeling a flicker of irritation towards the individual before him. He had already surmised the identity of this person, the siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang. Initially, he had thought Huo Wu merely possessed a touch of arrogance, believing there to be a limit to her unreasonable behavior. However, it now appeared that the logic of the Huo family was somewhat askew. Had their martial spirits been compromised? He turned, casting a cold, penetrating gaze at Huo Wushuang, and calmly stated, "Meng Ye, there shall be no next time." Under the weight of Meng Ye's stare, the Huo siblings found themselves momentarily breathless, their hearts skipping a beat as their minds fell into a daze. By the time they regained their composure, Meng Ye had already departed. Exchanging glances, Huo Wushuang offered a wry smile, saying, "Sister, it would be wise to avoid provoking this fellow in the future. He does not seem to jest." Huo Wushuang was not foolish. Rather, his temperament mirrored that of his martial spirit, the unicorn Tyrannosaurus. Yet, this inability to temper his nature posed a significant dilemma. I shall challenge him again, sooner or later." Upon hearing Huo Wu's declaration, Huo Wushuang's expression darkened further. His sister possessed every admirable quality, beauty, and grace that were unparalleled, but her prideful disposition was a flaw. The entire Crimson Fire Academy regarded her as a paragon, which was hardly surprising. Yet, Meng Ye's prowess was undeniable, and the age disparity was substantial. Particularly after that last glance, Huo Wushuang sensed that Meng Ye's strength likely extended beyond what had been revealed. "Sister, did you discern his soul skills?" Huo Wushuang, resigned, sought to gauge Meng Ye's capabilities, hoping to mediate. "Huh? Did you not see?" Huo Wu looked at Huo Wushuang in confusion. Huo Wushuang replied, "What use is this? After all that, we remain oblivious to his soul skills. He has laid bare all his cards." Upon returning to the martial spirit hall, Meng Ye felt the peculiar gazes of others upon him, yet he paid little mind, as most regarded him merely as Lei Xingyang's disciple. Upon reaching his quarters, he found Lei Xingyang engrossed in grinding something, with a small furnace simmering something within view. "I'm back," Meng Ye greeted, aware that Lei Xingyang regarded him as more than just a child. With a nod, acknowledging the greeting, Meng Ye proceeded to his room to rest. "First, come over and drink this medicine. It will aid your injuries," Lei Xingyang instructed, gesturing towards the steaming small furnace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye did not say much, directly pouring the medicine into a cup and drinking it down. A warm sensation surged through his entire body, quickly dispersing and melding into his being. Subsequently, Lei Xingyang meticulously examined Meng Ye's right hand. Soul masters, particularly those of advanced years, possess a certain understanding of pharmacology, as the inability to elevate their soul power often leads to the cultivation of alternative interests. He belonged to the category of those who transform their passions into their primary pursuits. "Well, it won't interfere with the formation of your bones. I've prepared a medicinal bath for you. After soaking, apply this ointment, and in a couple of days, you will be fully restored." He placed the ointment on the stone table beside them. This courtyard was solely occupied by the two of them. Though modest in size, it exuded a sense of security. Nodding slightly, Meng Ye pressed his lips together. It would be impossible to deny the feelings of gratitude he harbored. Lei Xingyang had always been present. Otherwise, the skirmish at the entrance of Salakar Academy would have undoubtedly attracted a multitude of onlookers. Not to mention, how could the high-ranking officials of Qihua Academy possibly stand idly by while their disciples were so severely beaten? This issue transcended mere injury. It was a matter of the Academy's prestige and reputation. However, those individuals, including the higher-ups of Salakar Academy, were likely detained by Lei Xingyang. "By the way, I have also prepared a celebratory feast for you. Remember to come out to eat after soaking for half an hour," Lei Xingyang indicated towards the outside. Meng Ye. The moment of emotion abruptly ceased, and it was no wonder that others regarded him with peculiar glances. Undoubtedly, the news of that dismal exchange competition had spread throughout the Cerical Spirit Hall. Lei Xingyang had always treated him well, albeit his kindness often veered in the wrong direction or was excessively exuberant. For instance, noticing Meng Ye's relentless training, he would bring back various toys. Observing his fervent obsession with the study of soul beasts, he even emptied half of the Cerical Duchy's library and requested a plethora of books from Spirit City. The most outrageous incident occurred a year prior when Lei Xingyang inquired whether he harbored any affection for the Princess of Cerical. These actions mirrored those from his previous life, the reasons for which were clear. Lei Xingyang had been close friends with the Duke of Cerical in their youth, even participating in the Soul Master competition together. Moreover, Ming Ye had exhibited remarkable talent at that time, prompting the Duke to suggest such a matter. Acknowledging this, Ming Ye entered his chamber to prepare a medicinal bath. Naturally, these items were procured at Lei Xingyang's own expense. Although, as the hall master, he was not financially constrained, many precious items were rare and hard to come by, likely acquired through the Duke. Half an hour later, as dusk settled, Meng Ye arrived at the banquet hall, which was quite expansive. "Cheers." The assembly raised their glasses in celebration. To Meng Ye's surprise, Wang Shuo had also arrived, accompanied by numerous nobles. "Boss, my father is here too. That gentleman over there is him." Wang Shuo, clad in sumptuous noble attire, appeared more like a nouveau riche due to his physique. Gesturing towards a portly man engaged in conversation with a group of soul masters. Despite his corpulence, he lacked a distinctly greasy demeanor, exhibiting a certain smoothness. And though possessing only the strength of a soul king, he navigated effortlessly among the nobles and soul masters. "What is going on?" Meng Ye inquired. "It's merely a trivial exchange competition. One might think it's a grand noble soiree," he replied. "Humph, boss, you may not realize it, but you've become quite the coveted figure. Everyone wishes to catch a whiff of your allure," Wang Shuo chuckled. A chill ran through Meng Ye's heart, prompting him to distance himself from the chubby boy. "Even my father urged me to associate with you more often, claiming that you would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future." "Well, I appreciate his sentiment." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye was partaking in a meal, his appetite directly proportional to his consumption of soul power, necessitating a substantial replenishment. As for the injuries on his hand, they were more akin to hidden wounds. and eating with one hand posed no hindrance. At this moment, numerous gazes were fixed upon him. However, having lived through 2 lifetimes, Meng Ye was no stranger to such attention and paid it no mind. Indeed, Lei Xingyang nodded. Beside him stood an elder clad in formal attire, exuding an air of scholarly refinement and aristocratic grace. Truly a prodigy, he remarked in admiration, before falling silent for a moment and inquiring, "Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding that matter? You have watched Linner grow up. Does her talent not merit his attention?" "Not at all." Lei Xingyang cast a glance at his old friend, devoid of any courtesy. "You." The middle-aged man nearly choked, his eyes blazing with indignation as he glared at Lei Xingyang. "I have saved you once. I have rescued you 9 times, and your wife once as well. Is there really no room for discussion? If that lad is uninterested, what can I do? Should I forcibly bind him to marry your daughter?" "That is not entirely out of the question," the middle-aged man mused, his expression contemplative, seemingly considering the feasibility of such a proposal. Meng Ye, who was in the midst of his meal, nearly choked. His heightened senses allowed him to detect information that would elude ordinary individuals with just a slight concentration, a gift attributed to his innate martial soul. Naturally, he overheard the conversation between Lei Xingyang and his companion. What was this? Was the illustrious princess of a nation truly worried about finding a suitor? Or was her appearance merely unappealing? Casting a glance at Wang Shuo beside him, it appeared that this fellow also possessed royal blood, suggesting that the princess might indeed be lacking in desirability. "Hey, what's the matter?" Wang Shuo inquired, clutching a roasted piglet, ready to indulge. Upon noticing Meng Ye's gaze, he halted his actions. "Nothing. Go ahead and eat," Meng Ye replied. After all, this was not a genuine noble banquet. Most soul masters, while not commoners, generally eschewed the formalities associated with aristocracy. It was simply a meal. Why engage in unnecessary rituals? Lei Xingyang shared this sentiment, and those present were mostly aware of his temperament, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere devoid of sycophants. As the meal progressed, Ming Ye felt satisfied but not overly full, planning to return to meditation, for his time was precious. More importantly, he sensed that he was nearing the threshold of level 30. And with just a couple of extended meditation sessions, he would be ready to request a long leave from the academy. "Lord Lei, I beg your pardon for the interruption. This is a small gift from the president." A familiar figure entered just as Meng Ye prepared to depart, drawing the attention of most in the room. "Boss, it's them." Wang Shuo leaned closer to Meng Ye. "I see," he replied, turning to regard the newcomers, a pair of siblings with fiery red hair, who also recognized him. Their gazes met, both parties harboring a mutual lack of friendliness, though devoid of outright hostility. Meng Ye's warning had evidently proven effective. Both individuals were proud and, given their martial souls, somewhat impulsive, a trait he could understand to a degree. However, his understanding had its limits. As long as they refrained from stirring trouble, all would be well. Otherwise, his patience would wear thin. "Hey, brother, we meet again," Huo Wushuang called out, approaching with an overly familiar demeanor. Meng Ye nodded slightly, his response nonchalant. He harbored no desire to engage with Huo Wushuang. The reason was simple. There was neither necessity nor justification. "I have matters to attend to, so I won't entertain you further," he stated, turning to leave. "Hey, don't be like that." Huo Wushuang stepped forward, reaching for Meng Ye's shoulder. He indeed had ulterior motives, wishing to ascertain Meng Ye's strength. In an instant, a wave of mental pressure unexpectedly crashed upon Huo Wushuang's mind, immobilizing him on the spot. It felt as though a tremendous weight had descended upon his shoulders, and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He refrained from further obstruction, realizing at that moment that Meng Ye's true prowess far exceeded his expectations. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Lei Xingyang observed Meng Ye's departure with curiosity. As the sole individual privy to Meng Ye's strength, he comprehended his desire for discretion. The higher one ascends in the realm of soul masters, the more they tend to regard others with disdain. Not all are innately arrogant. Rather, they possess a profound understanding of their surroundings. No matter how brilliant a genius might be, without sufficient backing, their growth and opportunities remain limited. The greater the talent, the more threatening they appear to other factions. If they cannot be utilized, they must be eradicated. The principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down is universally applicable. Thus, no high-ranking soul master genuinely respects or regards a genius with esteem. Appearances of friendliness can swiftly mask lethal intent. Lei Xingyang undoubtedly hoped for Ming Ye's successful development. Though his life may not have garnered world-renowned acclaim, it bore no regrets. Over the years, a deep bond had formed between the old and the young, despite the absence of blood ties. "Ah, Lord Lei, "This is our president's son. I apologize for the rudeness," the teacher from the Fire Academy stammered, having initially come to resolve misunderstandings. He had witnessed the earlier altercation and intended to intervene, only to be halted by Lei Xingyang, representing the Fire Academy. He was aware of the competitive dynamics among the elemental academies within the Douluo Empire: fire, thunder, water, wind, and elephant-armored academies, each vying for supremacy, yet maintaining a tacit understanding of their collective strength within the empire. While the Tiando Academy might occasionally overshadow them, it could not do so consistently. They accepted victories and defeats based on martial soul affinities, but losing to a local academy was entirely unacceptable, as it would severely tarnish their reputation and prestige. Although not a formal challenge or public duel, the prospect of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, key contenders for the next Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Losing to a younger boy was a matter of significant concern, particularly for the Fire Academy. However, with Lei Xingyang backing Meng Ye, the teacher understood that this individual stood on equal footing with their president and was not to be trifled with. They could only concede, striving to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. Within the martial soul hall, Wang Shuo hurriedly followed Meng Ye, nearly prompting him to dismiss him. "Boss, wait for me. Is there something else?" Meng Ye turned to glare at him. With innate soul power barely exceeding level 20 and a congenital soul power of level 7, Wang Shuo, if willing to exert effort, should have been capable of reaching at least level 15. Although Meng Ye is not inherently cold-hearted, he also does not possess a particularly outgoing disposition. In his previous life, he had few companions. Wang Shuo produced a bag and handed it to Meng Ye, grinning as he said, "Hee, boss, here is the 100 gold soul coins I promised you." Weighing it in his hands, Meng Ye looked at him and suddenly remarked, "You must have earned quite a bit, haven't you?" No, just a few hundred gold soul coins, all thanks to your fortune, hee. A few hundred gold soul coins is no trivial amount. A soul master typically receives only 100 gold soul coins per month from the Spirit Hall, and that dwindles by level 40. This sum could sustain an average family for several years, potentially even allowing for some extravagance. The soul fighting phenomenon is exceedingly common within the realm of soul masters, often accompanied by gambling activities. These events satisfy the audience's curiosity regarding battles between soul masters, providing them with a visual feast while allowing numerous speculators to profit. A prime example is the Grand Soul Arena, a colossal establishment found in nearly every major city, rivaling the Spirit Hall in scale, highlighting the immense profits involved. "All right, it's nothing. Just head back. Don't forget about my leave of absence." "Sure thing. Don't worry. Boss, I've taken care of everything." After dismissing Wang Shuo, Meng Ye wore a contemplative expression. To earn several hundred gold soul coins merely through an exchange competition at a junior academy is quite remarkable. Although most of the participants were young and from noble families, Wang Shuo's achievement is indeed commendable. At least on the surface, while he may lack cultivation talent and perseverance, he possesses a certain knack for amassing wealth, which is, in its own right, a form of talent. Chapter 9, The Troubles of Youth Wuhuan City, located in the southeastern part of the continent. Although the Spirit Hall is officially merely an institution for soul masters, the power represented by soul masters compelled the two great empires to acknowledge the vast territory of the Spirit Hall. Additionally, due to its institutional nature rather than being an empire, there are no kingdoms or provinces within its territory. The Spirit Hall wields absolute power and controls the military forces in these regions. "Here we are. Let me show you the way." Lei Xingyang, dressed in the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, walked ahead, with Meng Ye following closely. "I know the way," Meng Ye replied, slightly exasperated. "After all these years, do you still think of me as a child?" Despite being only 12, his sharp features exuded an air of intensity and brilliance, making it difficult to ascertain his age based solely on appearance. With glossy black hair, slanted, striking eyebrows, and slender, piercing black eyes, his well-defined profile and tall, lithe figure resembled a hawk soaring through the night, emanating an aura that deterred any would-be intruders. Of course, to others, unless they were particularly enamored with appearances, he would likely come off as someone not to be trifled with. His height had nearly matched Lei Xingyang's, standing just over 1.80 meters. He neither appeared lanky nor bloated, a benefit derived from the enhancements provided by his martial spirit, the theory Lei Xingyang had proposed. Separating soul masters from their martial spirits for individual classification resonated deeply with Meng Ye. Excluding the martial spirit, an ordinary person would not develop so rapidly, nor would their intellect mature at such an early age. Well, I'll leave you here, Lei Jingyang said. He retrieved a card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "This contains 10,000 gold soul coins. It should suffice for your needs. Should any issues arise, go directly to the academy as principal. That old man has a rapport with me. He will assist you." Perhaps the boy thinks I would feel embarrassed for sending him in, but he has grown. It is time for him to handle things on his own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Every time Ming Ye rebuffed advances based on his age. He mused that acquiescing would not merely amount to an early romance but would plunge him into a rather peculiar predicament. It wasn't that he was particularly eager for matchmaking. Rather, since his triumph over Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, his prodigious talent had spread like wildfire among the elemental academies. Given the inherent rivalry among these institutions, he could understand their reactions. However, the unfolding events took him by surprise. The other academies could not resist taunting Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang over their defeats. And the disgruntled Huo Wushuang, unable to contain his frustration, issued a series of challenges during inter-academy exchanges. Despite the formidable prowess of the Fire Dragon Martial Soul, the results were 2 victories and 2 defeats. The Qihua Academy held a subtle advantage over the Tianshui Academy in terms of attributes, particularly in one-on-one combat, where they managed to suppress the Shui Wei sisters. As for the Xiangjia Academy, despite Hu Yanli's robust defense and strength, he too succumbed to Huo Wushuang. The formidable Feng Xiaoyan from the Shinkong Academy and Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy, renowned for their exceptional abilities, triumphed over Huo Wushuang, albeit acknowledging his strength. Consequently, all 4 elemental academies became acquainted with Huo Wushuang, and indirectly, with Meng Ye. The Xiangjia and Tianshui academies, humiliated by Huo Wushuang's incessant mockery, sought to validate their own strength through Meng Ye, as they were unable to best Huo Wushuang. However, Meng Ye had been preoccupied and did not present himself, until eventually. He could no longer tolerate the incessant pestering and retaliated by breaking Hu Yanli's arm as a form of admonishment. The Tianshui Academy's advantage lay in their martial soul fusion techniques, which proved overwhelming in direct confrontations. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Shui Yuer, a fervent admirer of aesthetics, frequently sought Meng Ye under the pretense of sparring following her defeat. Ultimately, Meng Ye found himself with no choice but to have his associates block her entrance, even avoiding the academy altogether. Nevertheless, as fate would have it, Shui Wei managed to enlist the aid of the Tianshui Academy's dean, a formidable soul Douluo. Even Lei Jingyang found himself at a loss, compelled to drag Meng Ye out for a discussion with Shui Yuer. In summary, the outcome could be distilled into a singular phrase: we are incompatible. Though harsh, Meng Ye was genuinely disinclined to cultivate any inexplicable entanglements, opting for a swift resolution over prolonged discomfort. "Do not disturb my path," he resolutely declared, striding directly toward the gates of the spirit city. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to say, "Do not claim I am here." "Ah, the vigor of youth." Lei Jingyang sighed, shaking his head. He naturally wished for Ming Ye to encounter a woman with whom he could share genuine affection. Though perhaps premature, who among the young has not indulged in folly? In the realm of soul masters, aside from certain established families, even the rare appearance of a potent martial soul seldom leads to enduring legacies. The fundamental reason lies in the inherent paradox. To ascend to profound levels of mastery, a singular focus is paramount. Being unencumbered in youth ensures vigorous and rapid advancement in cultivation. However, as one's soul power increases, so too does their age, and one must question whether, upon reaching maturity, the passion to seek companionship remains. Even if one were to find a partner, myriad barriers, experience, age, status, and affiliations often stand in the way. To pursue someone outright? While not unheard of, it is a rare endeavor, save for those with peculiar inclinations who disregard reputation. In Lei Jingyang's estimation, given Ming Ye's extraordinary talent, even minor attachments would not be detrimental. He was destined to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo. Within the spirit city, Ming Ye remained oblivious to Lei Jingyang's contemplations as he made his way to the Spirit Hall Academy. As the sole academy of the Spirit Hall, it boasted unmatched scale and facilities, making it the pinnacle of excellence on the continent. Its students were equally exceptional, in stark contrast to the other 2 empires that, despite abundant resources, could only sift through the remnants of the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall selection system was not without flaws, it undeniably attracted a wealth of gifted disciples, as evidenced by the fact that over 60% of the continent's soul master resources were concentrated here. Knock, knock, Knock. Come in. Dino weighs. There is a student holding a recommendation letter from the main hall who wishes to present it to you. Oh. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye, perplexed by the situation, nonetheless possessed an extraordinary sensitivity that allowed him to casually glean fragments of information from the letter. The more prominent words conveyed a clear message. This young man is exceptionally gifted. Should any trouble arise, I shall expose your clandestine gambling activities. Meng Ye remarked. It is no surprise that it is you, old man. Lei Junyang's approach can be summarized in 2 words, ruggedness. Yet, he exhibits utmost care towards you. Although he does not express any concern verbally, he has done everything within his power for you. Haha, it seems that old Lei truly values you. However, his reluctance to disclose your talents poses a bit of a dilemma. He chuckled, stroking his beard. Always gazed at Ming Ye with profound significance. Possessing a remarkably high level of cultivation, akin to that of a soul Douluo, he could subtly discern aspects of Meng Ye's prowess. Yet, he could not perceive everything. Thus resorting to this method of probing. Soul Master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye was acutely aware of his implications. The Spirit Hall Academy represented the Spirit Hall itself. And any instance of someone sneaking in through the back door would be a cause for concern, even for the director when addressing the Pope's Hall. In a fleeting moment, the 3 soul rings shimmered, and the words of Ovis were stifled, a myriad of astonishment flickering across his face until he finally exhaled. Very well. I shall facilitate your admission. Shortly, someone will escort you to your dormitory. With a sense of accomplishment, Meng Ye had essentially achieved his goal of enrolling. And now his focus shifted to furthering his studies here, albeit there were still matters requiring his attention. Following a teacher to the dormitory and classroom, Meng Ye's gaze flitted around, as his memory remained vivid despite the passage of years, providing him with a sense of familiarity with the surroundings. Here we are. Please find any available seat, the instructor indicated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye entered the classroom. The architectural style of the Spirit Hall Academy was impressively simple yet exuded grandeur. Even a single classroom could effortlessly accommodate over 100 individuals. Upon his entry, he naturally attracted numerous glances. However, in a prestigious Soul Master Academy such as this, there was no customary procedure for self-introductions. As the name implies, an advanced Soul Master Academy is a place where individuals of considerable talent and bright prospects come to further their education. In stark contrast to the 2 great empires where over 90% of the students are mere dilettantes from noble families. Those who could attend this institution certainly possess some level of talent or a noteworthy background, making it easy to discern each other's identities, as relationships were often pre-established or approached with ulterior motives. Wow, he's really handsome. Yes, indeed. He fits my type perfectly. Meng Ye's exterior was nearly flawless. Yet her expression suggested she might not be particularly easy to approach. Her gaze lingered momentarily on a seemingly delicate young woman. An observation that would likely escape the notice of the average person, yet the latter quickly turned to meet her eyes. The girl shrank back slightly, akin to a frightened rabbit. With her shoulder-length hair and bangs partially veiling her forehead, it was difficult to discern her features, but her fair complexion was still visible. Without disturbing her, Meng Ye casually chose an empty seat. The curriculum at the Advanced Soul Master Academy was notably straightforward and brief, primarily consisting of common knowledge and guidelines, with the remainder of the time allocated for personal meditation. After all, for a soul master, cultivation was the very essence of existence. As mealtime approached, a surge of students akin to a horde of zombies was inevitable. This was not due to a scarcity of food, but rather a psychological sense of urgency stemming from the sheer number of attendees, creating a fear of missing out. On her way, Meng Ye glanced at the girl, who was greeting her friends before heading out of the academy. In truth, the so-called courses often amounted to little more than a roll call. Although seemingly simple, these sessions were crucial. Without such a competitive atmosphere, it would be challenging for soul masters, especially the younger ones, to maintain their dedication to cultivation. The relentless grind of a year, or even several, of arduous training was a feat that not only these academy students, but many high-ranking soul masters struggled to achieve. This, too, contributed to the difficulties faced in the realm of soul master cultivation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye's reaction, however, appeared to be utterly unaffected, even in such close proximity. This piqued her curiosity. Nar, what is the matter? Two young men emerged from the academy and greeted her. One had red hair and a robust physique, while the other exuded a certain aloofness, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, dispelling the intrusive stares aimed at them. Nothing, just encountered someone intriguing. What? A seemingly casual remark made the red-haired man furrow his brow instantly. Male or female? Male. The woman, who had just moments ago captivated everyone around her, now replied with a hint of indifference, her alluring aura receding. She relished the sensation of being admired, not seeking to be overly seductive. It was never her intention to deliberately project her charm onto anyone. Crack. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the red-haired man, with a fierce expression, inquired in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Yin, it would be prudent for you to concern yourself less with my affairs." The woman, somewhat irritated, coldly retorted before turning to leave. Yin stood there, seething with anger, while the nearby Xiaoyu glanced at him with a hint of exasperation before following his sister. As core disciples of the Spirit Hall, the three held a status distinct from ordinary students, though they still fell short of reaching the pinnacle of prestige. Yin's affection for Hu Laina was no secret, yet it was equally known that Hu Laina did not reciprocate his feelings. A woman's criteria for a partner typically demands that the other person possesses certain appealing qualities or simply excels in various aspects, be it appearance, talent, perseverance, or some admirable trait. Conversely, men often expect to be decidedly superior to their female counterparts, primarily in strength and capability, as only such prowess can ensure their protection. This is not merely a human inclination but rather a principle governing the evolution of all creatures, with few exceptions in uniquely adapted species. Yin was indeed formidable. Yet Hu Laina held greater esteem for Bai Bai Dong, whose superior talent rendered her uninterested in Yin. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Yin stormed out of the academy. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter in a tavern within Spirit City. Ming Ye sat alone at a table laden with dishes, indulging in a meal that seemed suitable for a company of 10. On the second floor, in a private room, the woman he had been observing was also present. "You, once again, troubling your mother," a perfectly proportioned, elegant woman remarked as she gently tapped the young girl's forehead. Her fair face radiated affection, and the girl merely shut her eyes, adopting a coy demeanor as she leaned closer to her mother, secretly peeking with one eye at the delectable food before her. Her mischievous and playful demeanor was charming, albeit still a touch fragile. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, rich aromas wafting through the air, colors that enticed the palate. But the academy is too crowded. I might feel frightened," she said timidly, casting a pitiful glance at her mother, resembling a little kitten. "Weren't you saying you had met a few good friends? Spend more time with them. It will help you adjust your temperament," her mother replied, affectionately patting her daughter's head, albeit with a hint of resignation. "Yet, I still fear those pale, delicate hands," the girl replied, her fingers nervously fidgeting, torn between her desires. "Well, eat quickly then. Don't let yourself go hungry," the mother sighed, ultimately conceding and beginning to serve her beloved daughter. Despite running a tavern in Spirit City, her daughter's behavior was becoming increasingly worrisome. It would not do for her to remain so reclusive. How would she ever find a husband if this continued? Lost in thought, her heart softened at the sight of her blissfully innocent daughter. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief pause, a figure entered, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor and poise. "My precious daughter, what troubles you? Are you finding it hard to adapt to the academy?" he observed his daughter, who was enjoying her meal, his face lighting up with paternal affection. "Enough. Your daughter is growing as timid as a quail, and you still indulge her," the mother retorted, rolling her eyes at her husband. Though she spoke thusly, both parents were unwaveringly attentive to their daughter, even going so far as to prepare meals themselves. Cough, cough. "I'll have a word with that boy Luo Chuan. He ought to assist his sister at the academy," the father said, clearing his throat awkwardly. When faced with a dilemma, punishing the son seemed the most fitting solution. The girl savored her meal blissfully, sheltered by the love of her devoted parents, barring unforeseen circumstances. She should be able to live a carefree life. After indulging in a lavish feast, Meng Ye stepped out of the tavern under the watchful gaze of a terrified attendant. Once outside, he strolled through the streets, a sense of relief evident in his eyes. Indeed, the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor had concealed their true prowess. My suspicions were not unfounded. In his previous life, his beloved was the young maiden, Luo Xian, an unforgettable figure who embodied happiness. Just as she had been enveloped in joy since childhood, she radiated happiness to those around her. During that period, Meng Ye was in a state of dormancy. Convinced that he must differ from everything surrounding him, dreaming of one day ascending to the pinnacle of this world to gaze down upon all living beings. Though his innate talent, circumstances, and fortuitous encounters constrained him, he never relinquished hope. Yet, enduring prolonged adversity inevitably led to feelings of fatigue and helplessness. It was the appearance of Luo Xian that enabled him to endure that period of despair, becoming an indispensable beacon in his life. However, she vanished without warning, causing his world to crumble, rendering titles such as Douluo and divine positions utterly inconsequential. He searched day and night, relentlessly seeking information at any cost. Akin to a solitary wolf racing through a stormy night, despite exhausting his last ounce of strength, he could not uncover that glimmer of dawn. Ultimately, he found himself fatigued and collapsed. Yet, he did not emerge empty-handed. Luo Xian's parents remained his sole lead. In his previous life, his talents paled in comparison to his current abilities, allowing him only a vague intuition of the couple's extraordinary nature. Yet, he remained ignorant of their true strength or background. Now he comprehended that one was a soul sage and the other a soul emperor, with one being of the food system, which surely meant they were not mere nobodies. Conservatively estimating their age to be under 40, they would be considered geniuses even within the martial soul city, a pair of enviable celestial beings among soul masters. How could they possibly lack a profound background? In his previous life, Ming Ye had not reached that echelon. Summarily, he was simply too weak. The yearning for power within him gradually ignited. He desired to uncover the truths of yesteryear, yet he harbored no wish to rekindle old ties. Over the years, he had come to understand that while emotions can evoke nostalgia, they also carry risks and responsibilities. Without sufficient strength, it is best to avoid such entanglements. Meng Ye possesses his own convictions and holds disdain for harming others to satisfy personal desires. Thus, he dedicates himself solely to cultivation. The reason for his presence here is merely to resolve the doubts that linger within his heart. Yin, who has offended you? After leaving the academy, Yin encountered several teammates, all of whom were distinguished representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy, carefully selected for their exceptional talents. Although they do not receive the same attention from the Pope's Hall as Yin and his companions, their innate abilities are nonetheless commendable, marking them as future pillars of the Spirit Hall. Notably, a young man named Suyu, who wields the Golden Scepter Spirit, has garnered the respect of Yin and his friends. Beyond his supportive capabilities, he possesses formidable healing powers, making him even more valuable to the proud Golden Generation than others. Humph. Yin cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, who unwittingly touched a nerve, prompting him to shrink back in understanding. Nevertheless, Yin continued, has any man appeared around Nar recently? Impossible. Boss, don't jest. Who doesn't he know that Miss Nar is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope? Who would dare? Suyu replied, beads of cold sweat forming as he laughed nervously. This remark was far from wise, should things go awry. All three of them might find themselves in a precarious position. Yet, he was left with no choice. Both Xiaoyu and Hulaina looked down upon him, while Yin merely regarded him as a tool. As a weaker support type, he certainly needed a battle spirit master as a safeguard. Not that he necessarily sought friendship or companionship, but at the very least, there must be some mutual benefit. For instance, at this very moment. Now, I want you to keep an eye on anyone suspicious around Nar and report back to me immediately if anything arises, Yin commanded coldly. Clearly displeased with Suyu's previous comment, his affections for Hulaina restrained him from adopting a more forceful stance, primarily due to her status as the Pope's disciple. Despite being a prodigy in the Pope's eyes, there exists a distinction. The Pope's disciple is groomed as an heir, while he is merely regarded as potential elder material. Who among the elders would dare covet the Pope's favor? Such an act would be tantamount to courting disaster. Suyu, warily glancing at Yin, yearned to please him but feared offending Hulaina, which would be counterproductive. Let them remain silent forever. Yin glared at Suyu, his countenance darkening. You cannot even handle this simple task, yet you expect my protection? I will do my best, Suyu stammered, feeling trapped yet compelled to comply. How he would execute this task remained uncertain and contingent upon circumstances. At that moment, Meng Ye approached them. Yin, initially agitated, felt an instinctive aversion to Meng Ye upon their first encounter, perhaps driven by jealousy. Despite his considerable height, Meng Ye lacked Yan's imposing physique and somewhat flamboyant appearance, exuding an air of solitary pride akin to that of an eagle. Who is this person? Can an ordinary student leave the academy at this hour? Yan inquired of Suyu, gesturing toward Meng Ye. It seems he is a new student from this year. Today, they are allowed to move freely, Suyu replied. Ordinarily, these disciples would be required to attend classes, though genuinely useful lessons are few and far between. After all, for spirit masters, cultivation is paramount. Meditation techniques have long been taught, while secret methods are reserved for core disciples or those with family legacies, leaving ordinary students with little chance of access. As members of the Spirit Hall representative team, they were exempt from such obligations, focusing solely on maintaining their cultivation levels. Chapter 12. The profoundly unfathomable strength. Meng Ye had never encountered Yin before, yet he could discern his cultivation level at a glance, thereby deducing his identity. A faint glimmer flickered in his eyes. Through the subtle emanation of soul power from the Soul Master, he could accurately gauge the approximate level of cultivation, with a margin of error no greater than a single soul ring. This was a skill imparted to him by Lei Jingyang. However, perceiving soul power through barriers and discerning cultivation levels beyond that was an entirely different arcane technique. Humph! You come here. Yin abruptly pointed towards Meng Ye, his demeanor haughty and domineering. As a core disciple, he possessed privileges that placed him above ordinary students. Yet, such privileges were largely honorary and devoid of genuine authority. His arrogance stemmed from the fundamental principle among soul masters: strength reigns supreme. Casting a cursory glance at Yin, Meng Ye remained unfazed, showing no inclination to halt or approach. The street was wide enough, and he had no intention of obstructing Yan's path. Even if he were to block it, it would ultimately be Yin who yielded, for he was merely a soul sect disciple. Stop! Yin, witnessing this indifference, felt a surge of anger erupt within him, his formidable soul power beginning to rise ominously. His cultivation level was at 48, complemented by a dual attribute fire and earth elemental martial spirit. Such prowess placed him at the pinnacle of his generation within advanced soul master academies. He hastened towards Meng Ye, his hand reaching out to grasp Meng Ye's shoulder. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon left Yin questioning his reality. Despite quickening his pace, he found himself perpetually half a step behind Meng Ye. As he extended his hand to seize him, he grasped nothing but air, only to see Meng Ye advance yet again. Yin, bewildered, persisted and reached out once more, only to grasp at nothing again. You dare toy with me? One misstep might be attributed to chance, but 2 consecutive failures could not be his doing. At least, he refused to accept such a notion. His pride as a genius forbade him from admitting to 2 successive blunders. Even if it were true, he would rather twist the narrative. In a fit of rage, his soul power surged dramatically, a visible aura of flames and earthy hues enveloping him, and it seemed as if his very form expanded, though his soul rings remained concealed. His fury was unmistakable, and he was far from retracting his attack, swinging a fist toward Meng Ye's back. If this blow were to land on an unsuspecting ordinary soul master, it would be enough to severely injure a soul sect disciple. Yin, see you, and the others exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning him of the grave consequences of engaging in combat within the Soul Master City. Not only core disciples, but even elders would have to weigh their actions carefully. In a sanctuary where most were soul masters, a lack of restraint could lead to chaos, posing a serious threat. At this moment, Meng Ye finally came to a halt, turning to cast a deep gaze at Yin. A roar erupted, reminiscent of some terrifying beast, reverberating like thunder within his mind. In an instant, the soul power emanating from Yin dissipated entirely, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move. His eyes appeared vacant, as if he had lost his soul, only regaining awareness moments later. This was a mental attack, although merely a rudimentary one. The disparity in spiritual strength, both in quantity and quality, was at least 2 tiers apart. For Yin to remain standing was a feat in itself. Next time, it would not be so easy. With a slight movement of his lips, Meng Ye's voice distinctly reached Yan's ears. He opted to exercise restraint, choosing not to humiliate Yin publicly. There was no need for such an affront upon their first encounter. Moreover, doing so would position him entirely against Yin, which contradicted Meng Ye's principle of leaving no living enemies. Either one should not become an enemy, or if they did, they must perish. Hence, he would refrain from striking too hard unless absolutely necessary, though should it come to that, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. Having completed his intentions, Meng Ye turned away to continue his path, for the cultivation of a soul master was not an endeavor achieved overnight. It required years of relentless effort. Su Yu and the others quickly approached, observing the recovering Yin. Boss, it's fortunate that you held back. Otherwise, things could have escalated dramatically. Yin cast a fierce glare at them, feeling both frustrated and furious, yet he could only nod in acknowledgement. He understood that Meng Ye had spared him some dignity. And more importantly, he recognized the terrifying strength of Ming Ye. Realizing this, and having preserved his face, Yin lost the desire to pursue further conflict. As if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the flames of his anger. Investigate his identity, he instructed, glancing in the direction Meng Ye had departed. All right, boss. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth, Siyu replied, almost thumping his chest in promise. This was a trivial matter, merely investigating a student's identity. Wait. Yin called out to stop him, continuing, do not provoke him, just obtain the information. Clearly, he understood the nature of Su Yu and his companions, who often bullied ordinary individuals or lower-grade disciples, which the academy typically overlooked unless it became excessive. The most crucial aspect of such matters was discerning who could be challenged and who could not. Understood. Siyu, though puzzled, refrained from further inquiry and hastened to resolve the matter, fearing Yin would create unnecessary complications for him. Yin stood there, his expression dark, perplexed. When had such a monster appeared in Soul Master City? A sense of crisis loomed over him. Although he harbored confidence, he was acutely aware that there was always someone stronger. The path of Soul Master cultivation was one where stagnation equated to regression. If one trained slowly, they could easily be surpassed and replaced. In the heart of Soul Master City, within the Pope's palace revered by all Soul Masters, the Archbishop Oways, also the principal of the Soul Master Academy, presented a letter of recommendation from the Lord of Thunder. Though he held the title of principal, he was simultaneously a cardinal within the Hall of Soul Masters. It was essential to report such matters as a formality, as each year brought forth numerous prodigies recommended from various branches of the Soul Hall, including several from the sanctuaries of the two great empires, effectively competing for talent. Unless their talent was truly exceptional, such recommendations seldom garnered significant attention, for Soul Master City was not lacking in prodigies, at least not of the ordinary kind. Recommendations from the head of the main hall were scarce, and more importantly, Lei Xingyang's status was particularly unique. The noble figure seated upon the grand throne perused the letter, swiftly finishing it. Soul Master? 12 years old, quite impressive, he remarked, nodding in approval. Bibi Dong would never disdain the influx of talent into the Hall of Soul Masters. In truth, while the hall was not short on talent, it was in dire need of top-tier prodigies. Merely having Hulaina and her companions was far from sufficient. Teacher. Hulaina entered the hall, greeting the principal with a bow. Nar has arrived, Bibi Dong said, allowing a rare smile to grace her features before adopting a serious demeanor. Why are you not focused on your training? Is there something you need? Despite being her most cherished disciple, Bibi Dong sought to prevent Hulaina from becoming complacent due to her accolades. I came to see you after finishing my training today, Hulaina replied, astutely choosing words that would please Bibi Dong. Due to certain circumstances, Bibi Dong had no family by her side, and her attention toward Hulaina was perhaps driven by a mix of admiration for her talent and a degree of personal desire. Bibi Dong gently shook her head, showing no signs of reproach. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave. The Academy has many matters to attend to, Away stated, recognizing that his presence was somewhat superfluous. Go. Bibi Dong waved him off, leaving only the master and disciple in the grand hall. She approached Hulaina, storing her staff within the soul guide, and affectionately ruffled Hulaina's hair. Chapter 13. Hulaina's tests speak. What is it? Bibi Dong said, her tone laced with fondness. She regarded this disciple as her own daughter, yet she hesitated to acknowledge her biological offspring for various reasons. Hulaina tilted her head back, a look of satisfaction gracing her enchanting visage. Teacher, my soul power has broken through another level. Oh? Bibi Dong's eyes brightened. Each breakthrough at this stage occurred significantly quicker than after the age of 20. This was often referred to as the golden age of soul masters. Yet each level remained critically important. The intervals between breakthroughs provided clear insight into one's talent. Whether they were accelerating, decelerating, or maintaining pace could serve as a direct measure of their potential and diligence. Well done. Do you desire any reward? Bibi Dong praised her. Hulaina merely wished to please her teacher, harboring no other desires. You little rascal, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand, smiling as she spoke. To someone of her caliber, the concept of genius held little significance. It was valued, yet far from irreplaceable. Take, for instance, the Golden Generation. They represented the visage of the Spirit Hall. thus holding a unique status. In Bibi Dong's eyes, if one were to assess talent alone, aside from Hu Laina, her disciple, the other two were not irreplaceable. There were countless geniuses in Spirit City, all vying for such positions. May I inquire who your disciple is? Hu Laina ultimately asked out of curiosity. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and replied, her name is Meng Ye. If you are interested, you might consider attempting to recruit her. With your abilities, it should pose no challenge. There are certain things I ought to pass on to you. Thank you, Master, Hu Laina responded gratefully. As the Pope, Bibi Dong wielded absolute authority over the papal hall, instilling considerable trepidation even in Xian Douluo. Although her strength was the foundation of it all, the art of managing and utilizing people was equally crucial. Otherwise, when Qian Xuanji perished, her power alone would not have sufficed to subdue the elders, nor would she have attained her current status. One reason Hu Laina was held in such high regard was her singular talent. The ability of charm was one of the most effective forms of mental manipulation, classified as a psychic attack, and during this era, there were yet no effective countermeasures against it. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall Academy, Ming Ye continued his training as usual. His penchant for silence, coupled with his striking appearance, earned him the moniker of the cold-faced god among some female students. In the prime of youth, brimming with vitality and exuberance, few could muster the patience to engage in the monotonous rigors of training. Meng Ye undoubtedly stands as an unconventional presence, drawing considerable attention, which has led many to regard him as a fervent practitioner of cultivation. I wish to invite you to dine with me. May I inquire if you are available? As he gazed at the bashful young lady before him, her delicate features captivating, Meng Ye's expression remained remarkably serene, even to the point of invoking a sense of unease. I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to. Within the span of a mere week, this was not the first instance. Occasionally, a letter or two would appear at his table. While popularity may be deemed a blessing, to him, it merely amounted to a waste of time. Watching Meng Ye depart, the young lady let out a weary sigh as she returned to the classroom. It seems futile. Indeed, the idol does not favor appearances alone. How delightful! A slightly plump girl exclaimed, cupping her cheeks in rapture. I suppose I'm just not pretty enough? What did you say? No, shall you? That is not what I meant. It infuriates me. I am so unwilling to accept this. It was my first confession. Speaking of beauty, several girls engaged in discussion turned their gazes toward the corner, where a certain individual was soundly asleep, perhaps too deeply to notice the stares directed her way. Occasionally, she would break into a blissful smile, eliciting suppressed laughter. Luo Xian must be the most beautiful girl in our class, though she remains rather enigmatic. I wonder if she has someone she fancies. Hey, do you think? The flames of gossip ignited, quickly escalating into an all-consuming blaze. Ming Ye initially intended to conduct himself with utmost discretion. However, his idiosyncratic demeanor inadvertently drew the attention of many. This circumstance led to the presence of certain individuals harboring hostility or ulterior motives, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless even upon recognition of their intentions. Such an atmosphere weighed heavily upon him, often disrupting his focus during meditation, ultimately compelling him to invest a considerable sum to access the Academy's elite simulation zone for his contemplative practices. This sanctuary resembled a miniature forest, its origins a mystery. Yet it was suffused with an abundance of elemental energy, profoundly beneficial for meditation. However, it was not open to the public, nor accessible to the vast majority of students. Meng Ye had to part with 1,000 soul coins merely to secure a month's rental. Within the elite simulation zone, Meng Ye sat cross-legged at the edge of a tranquil lake, vibrant points of light swirling around him. With a resonant hum, he projected his mental energy outward, assertively drawing the surrounding elemental forces into his being, subsequently transforming it into soul energy to expedite his cultivation. Typically, ordinary soul masters relied solely on hastening the flow of their soul energy, continuously refining it to absorb the elemental forces from the external environment. Meng Ye, however, employed a dual approach, utilizing his spiritual power to stir the primordial energy of the universe, compelling it to surge into his body. As a result, the efficiency of his meditation nearly doubled. Suddenly, a formidable beast imbued with a faint aura of thunder materialized behind Meng Ye without warning, letting out a low growl as it gazed towards the thicket ahead. Who? In the next moment, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and the terrifying beast radiating with thunderous energy vanished into thin air. Crack! Although the soul energy dissipated, the raging lightning serpent scattered in all directions, sending ripples across the surface of the lake. Can you truly perceive my presence? A mesmerizing woman emerged, her fragrance wafting gently through the air. Meng Ye felt that merely taking a breath caused the blood and energy within him to surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, as a being with a primordial martial soul, the energy within him was part of that soul, which he swiftly subdued. This was one of the reasons he remained unaffected by Hu Lai's martial soul. The primary factor was the disparity in their mental strength. Although his physical body had perished in his previous life, his soul had not. He retained a considerable portion of his mental power, firmly at the soul sage level. Moreover, he possessed secret techniques for mental cultivation and even methods of mental assault. Chapter 14. Testing the waters during the rental period of the advanced mimicry area. Could one enter at will? Though Ming Ye's expression was calm, the aura of his soul power was anything but tranquil, a stifling presence enveloping the surroundings. The interruption of his meditation was a grave misstep. Had he not been in a shallow state of meditation or at a crucial juncture in breaking through his soul power, this backlash would have been quite detrimental. The interruption of a Soul Master's training was a serious taboo. Furthermore, this was the Martial Soul Hall Academy, not a place like the two empires that fostered incompetence. The rules here should be far more stringent. Hu Laina had not anticipated Meng Ye's intense reaction. Rather, she did not expect to be discovered at all. Though she was a disciple of Bibi Dong, the sight of Meng Ye's expression instilled a sense of dread within her. She could only utter, "I apologize for the unintentional disturbance. My training area is nearby, and I seem to have taken a wrong turn." After observing for nearly a quarter of an hour, it appeared that her misstep was quite thorough. Meng Ye gave no indication of providing her an exit from this awkward situation. From the moment she stepped into this mimicry area, he had sensed her presence. Initially, he assumed she had simply lost her way, but he soon comprehended that it was anything but accidental. A sudden chill coursed through her as she gazed into Meng Ye's profound eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the vastness and mystery of the stars. Hu Laina was taken aback by how thoroughly her presence had been unveiled, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a deep look at Meng Ye, her pride forbade her from bowing her head, and she could only grit her teeth and say, "I will compensate you. But you must tell me how you discovered my presence." However, Meng Ye paid no heed to her offer of compensation. He merely cast her a lingering glance before striding towards the edge of the forest. "No need. You may have this place," he replied. His only desire was to find a tranquil spot for meditation, and he had no intention of wasting time entangled in her affairs, regardless of her motives. A change of scenery would suffice. If worst came to worst, he could simply request an extended leave back to the Serical Martial Soul Main Hall. As long as he did not leave the Martial Soul Hall, it would not pose a significant issue. "Stop right there." A sharp cry rang out, breaking the previous softness in Hu Laina's demeanor. Frowning, she declared, "I admit my earlier fault, but this matter will not be addressed by the Academy. Let me be direct. I wish to know your martial soul and cultivation level. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Hu Laina, with a fox spirit martial soul, is a level 48 control-type battle soul master. The self-detonation of soul power and martial soul serves as a customary greeting among soul masters, as well as a necessary procedure before a soul battle. After all, soul battles are not mere bloodbaths. The basic martial soul and cultivation levels must ensure that the disparity is not too vast. If it were not for a soul battle, it would still be a form of acknowledgement between the two parties. After all, no titled Douluo would voluntarily disclose their soul power and martial soul to an ordinary person. Turning to Hu Laina, Meng Ye calmly replied, "Meng Ye, primordial martial soul, Soul Zune." Soul Zune? Hu Laina's brows furrowed slightly, although she was reluctant to believe that a 12-year-old soul master could achieve such cultivation. She found it even harder to accept that a Soul Zune could emanate a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down her spine. At the moment that strange phenomenon manifested, she felt as if even her top-tier fox spirit martial soul trembled. Despite her soul power being a level higher, suppressing her would be no easy feat. There were few martial souls in existence that could entirely dominate her. What is a primordial martial soul? Was that the beast from earlier? Not quite. Farewell. Ming Ye responded succinctly before departing the forest. Continuing the conversation would not help to resolve their misunderstanding, as they were not yet familiar enough. The concept of a primordial martial soul in this era might be closer to an altered branch of beast martial souls rather than an independent classification. As for that phenomenon, it was a manifestation of a mental secret technique he practiced, visualization. By visualizing things he had encountered, he could materialize them in his mind, progressing from vague outlines to intricate details, capturing every nuance. Each step demanded an immense investment of mental effort and time, Yet the resulting enhancement was extraordinary. The most direct manifestation was that upon completing the final step, his mental power would ascend to a qualitative transformation, tangible yet intangible. Mental attacks could then be materialized and even projected outward. If the visualization involved something inherently aggressive, be it an object, a fierce beast, it could directly transform into a means of mental assault. In his previous life, Ming Ye had reached this stage before breaking through to Soul Sage, though it had come a touch too late. Nonetheless, it had granted him the capability to contend with ordinary Soul Sages. Of course, he could not achieve this now, as his cultivation limited the output of his mental power. Until Meng Ye departed, Hulaina did not attempt to obstruct him, as she had no justification to continue doing so. Primordial martial soul half an hour later, in the hall of the Pope, Hulaina, laden with curiosity, recounted everything to Bibi Dong. Primordial martial soul? Although Bibi Dong had never heard of such a thing, as one of the strongest beings of her time, she could surmise many implications. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, it should be a martial soul that utilizes one's own body. The current records regarding this in the martial soul hall originate from the master of the Serical main hall. It is not surprising that Meng Ye, having been recommended by him, is aware of primordial martial souls. I see. However, master, that Meng Ye's strength seems rather formidable. I fear I may not be his match. Hulaina admitted, her pride reluctant to concede, yet she did not conceal the truth as Bibi Dong's disciple. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow in surprise, quickly inquiring, Nar, are you saying his cultivation surpasses yours? Hulaina hesitated slightly but ultimately responded in a hushed tone, I am uncertain. But that presence is certainly beyond what a soul Zun can possess. Interesting. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a dark shadow materialized silently beside her, quickly solidifying into a tangible form, standing respectfully at her side. Bibi Dong instructed, Elder Gue, go investigate. Understood. The voice that emerged was hoarse and deep, and with it, the shadow dissipated at an astonishing speed. Gue Mei, the ghost Douluo. Title Douluo represents a qualitative transformation and is the final realm for soul masters, possessing absolute dominion over those who have yet to break through to this tier. Unless they could conceal their soul power or employ some secret technique, it would be impossible to evade detection. Moments later, the ghost Douluo reappeared before Bibi Dong, respectfully reporting he is indeed not an ordinary soul zone. He is suppressing his soul power. His age is not an issue, but the overflow of his soul power is severe, making it impossible to ascertain his cultivation level without acquiring a fourth soul ring. However, upon hearing the preceding words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with an intensified brilliance, indicating that Meng Ye's innate talent far exceeded everyone's expectations. Gue Douluo hesitated briefly before continuing, his tone imbued with uncertainty. It seems he has discovered his subordinates. Yet, this very uncertainty brought him immense shock. Who is he? A titled Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, with a cultivation level reaching an impressive 95. Not to mention, he possesses the ghostly martial spirit. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary soul master, even a soul Douluo, to detect his scrutiny. Fascinating, indeed intriguing. It appears that Lei Jingyang has concealed many things, warranting no disturbance to him. After issuing her instructions to Gue Douluo, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Hulaina and remarked, Nana, you have performed admirably. If possible, continue to probe his background, but do not overexert yourself. Understood, teacher. Hulaina replied. However, after giving her orders, Bibi Dong seemed to feel that sending Hulaina might be somewhat excessive, and thus addressed Gue Douluo again. Elder Gue, please find someone for me. Chapter 15. The visionary method reveals its might. Thunderbeast's lethal strike. As night enveloped the surroundings, Ming Ye was deep in meditation within his dormitory. The Spirit Hall Academy was not a prestigious institution. Even the trio of Xiaoyu held no significant privileges. The advanced mimicry training area was certainly off limits, and Hulaina's appearance had made Ming Ye somewhat vigilant, though he was not overly concerned. The Spirit Hall did not operate as a sect or family. There was no factional strife to undermine its own members. The only point of contention between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo was Qian Renshua, which did not involve others. The former aspired to unify the continent and achieve great ambitions, while Qian Douluo was solely focused on attaining divinity. Upon realizing his own futility, he placed his hopes on Qian Renshua and would naturally not permit Bibi Dong to harm her. Thus, he consented to her undertaking the treacherous scheme against the Heaven Do Empire, not so much to seize it without bloodshed, but rather as a means of safeguarding her. Suddenly, Meng Ye opened his eyes during his meditation, surveying his surroundings. In the darkness, an unmistakable fluctuation of soul power flickered in and out of visibility. It was subtle, yet undeniably present. Such a faint and dispersive manifestation of soul power would likely go unnoticed by ordinary individuals, yet he was intimately acquainted with it. This was indicative of an unrefined application of mental probing. It should be a soul technique. To wield pure mental energy effectively, one would need to attain at least level 70 and possess a profound understanding of the essence of mental power. Oh, remarkably, there was no trap set. It appeared indeed to be quite extraordinary. A shadowy figure, shrouded in a black cloak, gradually emerged from the corner, revealing its form. Ming Ye cast a glance at him, his eyes clear yet tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Without allowing the other party to speak again, Meng Ye calmly rose to his feet and addressed him. Soul Saint, with the residual dream martial spirit, is it you, Shernyan? The figure cloaked in black paused, looking up at Meng Ye in astonishment, seemingly surprised that the other knew his identity. However, this surprise was swiftly supplanted by greed and brutality. The inherent flaws of the residual dream martial spirit had distorted his personality, leaving little room for deep contemplation. I never expected you to recognize me. It seems I cannot let you leave today. Boy, when you arrive in hell, remember to mention my name to bypass the toll. With a hum, 7 soul rings emerged around him, undeniably emanating the aura of a soul saint, though regrettably, his soul power was weak and insubstantial compared to Ghost Douluo. He resembled more of a specter. Suddenly, a beast crackling with lightning materialized behind Meng Ye, its terrifying roar echoing like thunder, followed by a surge of lightning that hurtled directly towards Shernyan. Even though the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable at that moment, the lightning pierced through Shernyan's soul defense, landing squarely on him. Boom. Crash. Splatter. The thunderous sounds resonated, the first stemming from a clash of mental energies, while the second was the sound of the house being demolished. Shernyan was sent flying as if struck by lightning, landing with his face contorted in terror, his mind a blank slate. Never had anyone been able to unravel his mental attacks. Even titled Douluos would tread carefully around his bizarre abilities. Yet now, he felt as if he had endured a cataclysmic thunderstrike far more terrifying than that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, his martial spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. The residual dream was fraught with significant flaws, which also contributed to his personality defects. His method of cultivation involved torturing others to death to derive pleasure, a twisted means to compensate for his mental deficiencies, reminiscent of the malevolent martial spirits of later generations. Because of this, Shernyan had gained infamy within the Soul Master community. A low, guttural roar accompanied by the heavy rumble of thunder and footsteps approached. Meng Ye stepped through the breach, and under Shernyan's fearful gaze, the boy before him appeared as a harbinger of death. Apologies, but I shan't assist you in evading the toll. However, do not fret, for as Meng Ye approached Shernyan, a surge of intense, white lightning erupted from his eyes, accompanied by the manifestation of 3 soul rings. The beast behind him unleashed its full power, its blue lightning patterns transforming into a ghastly white. The aura of annihilation clung to his fragile mental strength, achieving a perfect harmony of ultimate rigidity and utmost softness. With a thunderous roar, the phantom of the lightning beast lunged directly at Shernyan. No, in his agonized screams, the destructive force of Ming Ye's mental energy gradually tore apart his sea of consciousness, followed by his martial soul and ultimately his very soul. You shall have no chance to descend into hell. Gazing indifferently at the charred remains before him, the expression of terror seemed forever frozen on Shernyan's face, destined to never fade. Observing this scene, a flicker of emotion passed through Meng Ye's eyes. In his previous life, he had encountered Shernyan, harboring significant animosity towards him. At that time, he had yet to mature, lacking any display of talent when he first crossed paths with Shernyan, although he had narrowly escaped with his life. The encounter left an indelible mark on him, contributing to the bottleneck in his cultivation, likely due to the lingering wounds inflicted by that experience. Regrettably, he had never been afforded the opportunity for vengeance thereafter. Now, confronted once more by his former adversary, the outcome was entirely inverted. Yet the essence of hatred requires no multitude of justifications. For this reason, he was willing to forcibly mobilize his still unstable mental energy to ensure Shernyan's demise. Despite both possessing mental strength at the Soul Sage level, Meng Ye's control and mastery far surpassed Shernyan's, making his annihilation a relatively effortless endeavor. It was the ordinary Soul Sages whom he might have truly struggled against, but Shernyan's martial soul bore inherent flaws, leading to deficiencies in his sea of consciousness. He excelled in mental assaults yet was also most vulnerable to them. Moreover, the secret technique Meng Ye employed had reached a level of mastery, rendering Shernyan's approach nothing short of a death wish. What transpired here? The instructors of the Spirit Hall Academy and the Spirit Hall steward responsible for security swiftly arrived at the scene. Such a terrifying commotion should never have erupted in this location. This was, after all, the foundation upon which the Spirit Hall would stand for decades to come. With protective forces accounted for separately, the faculty and the principal included no fewer than 10 soul sages, with over 5 soul Douluos among them. This clearly indicated the gravity of the situation. Should any mishap occur resulting in casualties among the students, they would undoubtedly be held accountable by the Hall of the Pope. Crack. Meng Ye nonchalantly extracted the head soul bone from Shernyan and stored it within his spatial soul guide, subsequently melding into the surrounding shadows. This was merely a rudimentary application of his mental prowess. Manifesting a thunder beast directly was a task far simpler. However, he was still detected. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, Ming Ye revealed himself, not by choice, but because he found someone waiting for him, draped in a black robe. Even his face seemed to be shrouded in an aura of darkness, reminiscent of a true specter. The formidable soul power he emanated was not a mere augmentation akin to Shernyan's sinister martial spirit, but rather a testament to his rigorous self-discipline and cultivation. It became evident that dark and necromantic martial spirits need not be inherently unstable or unfathomable. Substantial soul power could equally exude an overwhelming aura of dominance. Ah, quite impressive. Young man, to have dealt with Shernyan. It appears I have underestimated you, the figure remarked with a chuckle. Flattery is unwarranted. My victory was merely a result of the backlash from the Dream Eater martial spirit, Meng Ye thought, dismissing any notion of luck. The title Douluo before him, particularly one of the 9th rank, left no room for struggle, none whatsoever. Yet, he understood that the opponent would never resort to killing him. The ghost Douluo was not Shernyan, and his every action left a trace. Like the chrysanthemum Douluo, their mere presence signified Bibi Dong's intentions. The ghost Douluo furrowed his brow, initially contemplating whether he could seize an advantage, perhaps by acquiring that soul bone, although sent by Bibi Dong. Ming Ye's strength and composure rendered him uncertain, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. Follow me, he instructed, leading Ming Ye to the Hall of the Pope. In his previous life, Meng Ye had visited this place, though the experience had not been particularly pleasant. The adage that the world feeds on the ordinary rings true. Chapter 16. Meeting Bibi Dong. Salutations, Your Holiness. Meng Ye intoned upon encountering Bibi Dong, having adjusted his soul power and emotions to a state of equilibrium, ensuring he would not lose control from exerting his mental abilities. The ghost Douluo appeared silently beside Bibi Dong, whispering something inaudible even at a distance of less than 50 meters, the vast chasm of their cultivation levels rendering any soul skill or tactic inadequate to bridge the gap. Shernyan is dead? Bibi Dong inquired, casting a surprised glance at Meng Ye. Shernyan's Dream Eater martial spirit held a certain notoriety within the Soul Master community, albeit infamous. Notoriety is still a form of recognition, attesting to his undeniable strength. Particularly, his troublesome mental assaults had made him a formidable adversary. Surviving until now had not been an easy feat despite the disdain his methods garnered from the community. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye had already lived 2 lives. How could he possibly overlook such details? The timing of Ghost Douluo's appearance and the fact that someone like Shernyan could directly enter the Spirit Hall Academy were all too suspicious to be mere coincidences. It appears that I have underestimated you. You truly possess remarkable abilities. Ding. As Bibi Dong's voice fell, a terrifying and eerie light emanated from her eyes. The once noble and imposing Pope instantly transformed into a harbinger of hell. The oppressive, dark aura nearly compelled Meng Ye to instinctively unleash his martial soul. Buzz. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings encircled him. Although his soul power was still insufficient to counter Bibi Dong's pressure, he was not immediately overwhelmed. Crack. 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 Hiss. A white mist of vitality, akin to smoke signals, radiated from his body, barely allowing him to withstand the weight bearing down upon him. Twin martial souls. Ghost Douluo suddenly expressed uncertainty. Surpassing the optimal soul ring configuration, especially with consecutive soul rings, was an occurrence almost unheard of among ordinary soul masters. Twin martial souls offered the best explanation, although the rarity of such a phenomenon was well acknowledged in the soul master community. The act of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level was perilous. No one could guarantee 100% success every time. It seems that Lei Xingyang has taught you quite a bit. The brilliance in Bibidong's eyes dimmed, and her soul power gradually dissipated. With a look of appreciation, she regarded Meng Ye. She was well aware of many things, having been discovered and nurtured by the spirit hall since childhood. When it came to understanding martial souls, few on the continent could rival her. After all, in terms of both experience and cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, Your Holiness? Meng Ye also retracted his martial soul and vitality. He had just overexerted his mental energy, leaving him in a less than favorable state. Signs of turmoil were evident in his internal energy and soul power. Not servile, yet not arrogant, he remained composed. Excellent. With another word of commendation, Bibidong waved her hand, releasing a wave of soul power that melded into Meng Ye's body, helping to stabilize his chaotic soul energy. Just this skill alone, even if Bibidong lacked understanding of mental energy manipulation, her control was likely beyond that of an ordinary peak Douluo. I ask you, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. This was hardly a favorable matter. In this world, the significance of a master-disciple relationship transcends the mere act of seeking a mentor or finding a patron. It is a reciprocal bond, succinctly encapsulated in the adage, once a teacher, forever a father. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, at times, this relationship can prove to be even more pivotal than that of one's biological parents. It is a matter of perspective. To betray such a bond would not only be a disgrace, but could also condemn one to a lifetime of infamy. Lei Xingyang had never formally acknowledged Meng Ye as his disciple, nor had he ever broached the subject, yet he had dedicated himself to nurturing Meng Ye with utmost sincerity. Foolish boy, the Pope would not have taken you as a disciple unless he held you in high regard. Why the days? Gui Douluo urged, seemingly apprehensive about incurring Bibidong's ire. Even as an elder of the Spirit Hall and Bibidong's trusted confidant, he instinctively felt trepidation. The Death Spider Queen and the Soul-Devouring Spider Queen were both formidable martial spirits, possessing terrifying dark attributes. Regardless of Bibidong's outwardly perfect and noble demeanor, the mere presence of these two martial spirits was enough to instill fear. As far as I know, the Pope is said to have a disciple. Would it be somewhat untimely for me to pay my respects and take the Pope as my master? Meng Ye truly had no desire to become a disciple. He could easily use Lei Xingyang as an excuse. However, given Bai Dong's temperament, it was highly likely that Lei Xingyang would be implicated. Yet, he was acutely aware of the potential consequences of openly rejecting Bai Dong, which might not lead to immediate repercussions but would surely render his future quite unpleasant. He could only seek a pretext to divert the conversation. That girl, Nar, would not mind, yet your reasoning does possess merit, causing Bai Dong to hesitate momentarily. She had nurtured Hulaina as her successor, not solely due to her talent. Had talent been the only criterion, Hulaina would never have reached her current status. While she might be sufficient to manage the Elder Hall, it was imperative for Xiaoyu to rise and assist her in order to keep Yin in check. It was not feasible for her to solely suppress the Elder Hall by her own strength, compelling even the Worship Hall to regard her with caution. While Qian Dalu dared not confront her directly, by accepting Meng Ye as a disciple, she also intended for him to support Hulaina. However, if assessed solely on talent, Meng Ye would likely surpass the Golden Generation trio. This posed a significant dilemma. Her desire for Hulaina to inherit her position was largely driven by personal ambition. Very well, you shall temporarily be my registered disciple. Tomorrow, Elder Gui will take you to obtain your soul ring. Thank you, Master. Meng Ye is not inflexible. His willingness to adapt is commendable, especially given his current limited strength. As a named disciple, his relationship is merely nominal and lacks the intimacy of an officially accepted disciple. He is not required to visit Bai Dong frequently and can continue his tranquil cultivation undisturbed. Bai Dong, in turn, only needs to occasionally monitor his progress, with the authority to expel him from the sect at any moment. You may go, she gestured dismissively, indicating that Meng Ye could take his leave. Without even a symbolic status, Hulaina, on the other hand, navigates this space effortlessly, possessing an Elder-S token, which serves as a notable distinction. After Meng Ye departed, Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Your Holiness, why have you chosen to accept him as a named disciple? With his exceptional talent, would it not be more advantageous for him to inherit the papal throne? Humph. Bang. To his astonishment, the previously composed Bibidong's eyes suddenly gleamed with menace. her staff crashing down upon the ground as she cast a glance at the now silent ghost Douluo. Na's position is irreplaceable. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? Elder Ghost? Yes, I understand. He lowered his head in trepidation, unable to lift it even as a title Douluo. For the chilling pressure emanating from her was magnitude stronger than what she had directed at Ming Ye moments earlier. This was the true terrifying power of Bibidong, when incensed. Even a title Douluo would quail in fear. After a brief moment, Ghost Douluo emerged from the papal hall as if granted amnesty, only to encounter a slender figure clad in a long robe of white adorned with golden threads. Ah, little Meng Ye is still as careless as ever. Provoking the Holy Pope, the newcomer remarked, extending a delicate finger with an effeminate tone. The only other title Douluo capable of freely traversing the halls of the Spirit Hall in such a manner was the one who shared Ghost Douluo's reputation, Juju Douluo, Yueguan. Humph. Go to hell. Displeased, Ghost Douluo had no desire to engage with the flamboyant Yueguan and chose to depart immediately. The following day, he planned to accompany Meng Ye on a soul-hunting expedition, and there were matters concerning the Spirit Hall Academy that required his attention. Little Meng Ye truly displays an indifference towards others. Chapter 17, The Soul Hunt. The next day, as Ming Ye arrived at the entrance of the academy, he spotted the figure of Ghost Douluo. During the day, Ghost Douluo's all-black attire was quite conspicuous. Fortunately, not many recognized him. Only the occasional high-level soul master, sensing his terrifying aura, dared to keep their distance. Elder Ghost, Meng Ye clasped his hands respectfully, as it was customary for ordinary soul masters to kneel before him. There is no need for such formalities. I do not favor this pretense. Wait here. There are others who will be joining us. Ghost Douluo's voice seemed somewhat altered, carrying a hint of hoarseness. Meng Ye paused, pondering who else could be present. The three members of the Golden Generation should not have made any breakthroughs. In fact, at this stage, they are likely to be ensnared in a significant yet manageable bottleneck. Meng Ye had once contemplated the passage of time. Although the three individuals appeared to have reached level 48, it would take at least another year for them to transcend to level 50, or perhaps even longer. The cultivation pace of soul masters is never uniform, influenced by a myriad of factors: age, talent, fortuity, and even one's state of mind. The title Douluo serves as the most extreme example. Lacking the right opportunities and mental state, it is commonplace for one to remain stagnant at the same level for years, even decades. Conversely, when opportunities and mental clarity align, it is not unheard of for a soul saint to leap directly into the ranks of a title Douluo within a few short years. This is precisely why Meng Ye has consistently sought to minimize external influences. Possessing an obsession may not necessarily be detrimental and can sometimes serve as a source of strength. Yet the absence of such obsession is, at the very least, unlikely to lead to negative outcomes. Elder Ghost, I apologize for the wait. As Ming Ye turned his gaze, he noticed the elderly Oways approaching, accompanied by several teachers and disciples, making a total of over 10 individuals. Observing this scene, Meng Ye began to comprehend certain aspects. A collective soul-hunting endeavor would undoubtedly enhance safety, which is why many opt to hire soul masters for protection. The Soul Master Academy typically organizes group soul hunts, as does the Spirit Hall, both boasting a lavish array of high-ranking soul masters for safeguarding. Among them, there are 3 soul saints and 2 soul emperors. Additionally, the presence of the ghost Douluo is noteworthy, although it is unclear how his temperament allowed him to agree to join this venture. It seems this journey may extend for quite some time. The larger the group, the slower the pace. A reality that cannot be avoided unless all individuals possess considerable soul power. No matter, let us depart, the ghost Douluo succinctly stated before turning away. Oways issued a few directives, and several teachers promptly led their students to follow suit, with Ming Ye trailing behind. However, what piqued his interest most were the familiar figures within this soul-hunting party. While he was aware that it was likely a mere coincidence, the presence of Luo Xian still held his attention. Moreover, 3 disciples from a soul master family, Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Ming, were also present, totaling 5 individuals, 4 of whom he recognized. This coincidence left him somewhat astonished, as these were among the few he had known in his previous life. The 3 siblings hailed from the same family, sharing a light attribute martial soul, which could be considered a unified source of martial souls, complementing one another effectively. Similar to the Tianshui Academy, yet their martial soul compatibility was even higher, nearly rivaling the martial soul fusion techniques. In Meng Ye's eyes, if their soul power were to increase slightly, their combined strength could surpass even that of the Golden Generation trio. Of course, in solitary combat, Such an outcome would be implausible. Perhaps Liu might devise a strategy to contend with mental control, possibly matching Hulaina in a duel. As the group continued onward, they exited the spirit city, prompting the ghost Douluo to quicken his pace. Keep up, the teachers urged, unwilling to slacken, compelling the students to hasten their steps. Meng Ye was momentarily taken aback as a timid figure stealthily approached from behind him, resembling a cat in search of refuge. Upon noticing him, she hesitantly gazed into his eyes, frozen in place. After a brief pause, she continued to follow him, and though Ming Ye contemplated leaving her behind, he found it difficult to persuade his heart. Some memories cannot simply be erased by the will to forget. Ultimately, he quickened his pace, with the shadow behind him closely trailing. After an hour of walking, one of the support-type soul masters, aside from Luo Xian, was Lu Ming, with a sunflower martial spirit. Her abilities were commendable, yet somewhat frail. Teacher, Lu Yu, the eldest among the trio, donned the Martial Spirit Academy uniform, her tall figure strikingly noticeable, exuding an air of coldness that inspired an involuntary sense of trust. Lu teacher, you all may continue on. I will accompany these children and meet you at the next town, she stated. With a nod, the teacher in front resumed the journey, having barely traveled for an hour. It was indeed a test for support-type soul masters at the soul master rank, while the battle soul masters had only just begun. Lu Ji, please go ahead. I will stay here and let Ming rest, Liu instructed. All right, big sister, do take care. They exchanged farewells. Although the likelihood of danger was minimal on this route, caution was still warranted. Occasional frictions between the two great empires had led to minor wars in previous years, resulting in some locals resorting to banditry for survival. There were even some soul masters of mediocre talent or those with innate deficiencies who turned to thievery. Naturally, the Martial Spirit Hall did not keep records of these soul masters, as they too would ambush and rob fellow soul masters. Given that soul masters were generally wealthier than ordinary people, after 3 more hours of travel, one unfamiliar soul master among the group appeared somewhat pale. Aside from the support-type soul masters, the battle soul masters would inevitably feel fatigued after such a long journey. The seasoned teachers seemed unaffected, but the others, predominantly at the soul master rank, struggled to endure. Signs of exhaustion were evident among them, and Luo Xian, who had been trailing Meng Ye, was already drenched in sweat yet continued to persevere. She was the weakest in soul power and, being a support type, should have reached her limit first by all accounts. Just a little longer, we should reach the town in an hour. We aim to arrive at the Douluo forest within 3 days, remarked a soul sage teacher at the forefront. Understood. Meng Ye remained silent, his pace slowing slightly. The journey from Wuhuan City to the Douluo forest took 3 days, implying a relentless pace day and night. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the one leading the expedition was Ghost Douluo. The teachers were aware that they might be pushing the students beyond their limits, yet they had no choice but to proceed. Teacher, I need to rest for a moment. One student finally confessed, unable to endure any longer, leaning on his knees to pause. One of the teachers approached him directly from behind, grasping his arm to assist him in catching up. Just hold on a little longer, we are nearly there. It was not that these instructors treated students differently, but they were mindful that Lu Ming was a girl, and thus they were somewhat lenient. The student grimaced, casting a resentful glance at Luo Xian, who was trailing behind Ming Ye. How dare an auxiliary soul master bring me such embarrassment? How infuriating. He had assumed that Luo Xian would also take a break. And under such circumstances, it would have been acceptable for him to pause, allowing him to excuse his own rest. Being among a group of unfamiliar faces on this soul-hunting expedition left him feeling somewhat isolated. Luo Xian sensed this as well. Her already pale face grew even more wan from fatigue as she edged a bit closer to Ming Ye. At that moment, the student suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. He looked up to find Meng Ye calmly observing him. For reasons unknown, his heart fluttered unexpectedly, causing him to quickly lower his head, unable to meet Meng Ye's eyes. Chapter 18. The clever Lu Ming. The surrounding towns of Wuhuan City were now quite distant, over 100 miles away. After traveling for most of the day, the group was undeniably exhausted. Stopping to rest temporarily would also allow the others to acclimate, making the remainder of the journey much more manageable. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured out with the Academy for soul hunting. Inside the inn, Liu had brought Lu Ming along. What nonsense are you spouting? The teachers from the Academy will ensure our safety while we obtain soul rings. But the clan elders will assist us in acquiring soul rings as well, Lu Ming pouted, displeased by Lu Yu's remark. At that moment, she fetched a basin of cool water, submerging her fair, delicate legs to alleviate the soreness. That's because the elders spoil you. You can't remain sheltered in the clan forever. It's time you experience some hardship. Liu shook her head in exasperation. Her little sister was wonderful in many ways, but she had been indulged by the family, making her unable to endure hardship. As a soul master, even an auxiliary soul master, if one merely seeks to coast through life, their existence would essentially be over. In a typical family or among nobility, this might be acceptable as long as one does not provoke the wrong people, allowing for a stable life. However, their family did not permit such complacency. The spirit master world had been tumultuous in recent years. Come on, let us grab a bite. Among those who came out to hunt souls with us this time, there is someone quite extraordinary who did not join us. It would be beneficial to get to know them if the opportunity arises. With that, Liu picked up the storage soul guide from the table and turned to leave the room. Hey, wait for me, elder sister. Bang. Crash. Unfortunately, Lu Ming accidentally knocked over the water basin, hastily putting on her shoes. By the time she exited the room, the water on the floor had evaporated, leaving an eerie heat hanging in the air. Although the inn did provide food, those from the Wuhuan Academy were not lacking in funds, so they preferred dining at a restaurant. At one table, several teachers gathered, while an unnamed student sat with Lu Ji. It was not that Lu Ji was unsociable. It was quite normal for teachers and students to sit separately, as there was little common ground to discuss, and it could lead to a loss of decorum. However, they dared not approach Meng Ye's table. What dietary restrictions might Ghost Elder have? Meng Ye glanced at the menu, then at Ghost Douluo seated across from him. The journey had not been exhausting, but the heat was truly oppressive. Did Ghost Douluo not find his black robe unbearably warm? No matter, he replied, nodding, and handed the menu to a nearby waiter, saying, very well, please bring us 2 servings of each of your top 10 signature dishes, along with a portion of elbow meat. Certainly. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard. However, upon observing Ming Ye and the others' attire, as well as the insignia denoting their identity and rank from the Wuhuan Palace, he dared not delay and promptly relayed the order to the kitchen. I cannot possibly eat that much, Ghost Douluo remarked, unsure whether he was bored or genuinely intrigued by Ming Ye. You misunderstand. This is what I intend to consume. Ming Ye clarified. Ghost Douluo raised an eyebrow. Isn't that enough for a dozen people? Soul masters, by nature, had hearty appetites, especially those with power-based martial spirits, who required more sustenance due to their vigorous vitality. Meng Ye belonged to the category of innate martial souls, and his mastery over vitality had reached an almost superhuman level. Naturally, his appetite was considerable, a facet of a secret technique he had developed in collaboration with Lei Jingyang. This technique, akin to visualization methods, was specifically focused on the refinement of vital energy. The advantages were evident. Both of their physiques were exceptionally robust and at advanced levels. It could even induce transformations in their martial souls. However, the downside was their substantial food intake, which often left them feeling quite hungry. Luo Xian felt a tinge of trepidation towards the Ghost Douluo, yet sensed a disconnect, leading her to inadvertently take a seat beside Meng Ye. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Meng Ye, with no inclination to waste food, began to eat heartily. The Ghost Douluo sampled a bit, seemingly more intrigued by Ming Ye's capacity for consumption than anything else. Luo Xian remained silent, her demeanor timid as she averted her gaze, her hands neatly folded atop her delicate legs. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by hunger, yearning for the meals prepared by her mother. Your dishes are served. Esteemed guest, please enjoy, the waiter said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although he did not recognize the Ghost Douluo, he felt an inexplicable chill as he passed by. Meng Ye merely nodded, having no intention of engaging in pleasantries with the Ghost Douluo, as he did not harbor any expectations of being treated and felt no qualms about spending his own money. Casting a glance at Luo Xian, he sighed inwardly and said, Eat up, you should. Is it really okay? The little girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dish pushed towards her by Meng Ye, her mouth nearly watering. With her innocent nature, she seemed unaware that Meng Ye had ordered her favorite food, almost letting slip her excitement. Realizing his oversight, Meng Ye nodded slightly and returned to his meal. Wow, what a feast. At that moment, Lu Yu and Lu Meng entered, scanning the room until Lu Meng spotted Luo Xian and promptly approached, choosing to overlook her brother, who was huddled in a corner with another male companion. Meng, mind your manners. Lu Yu, maintaining her composure, grasped her younger sister and respectfully addressed the Ghost Douluo. Disciple pays respects to the elder. Oh, a member of the Lu family, I see. Impressive, the ghost Douluo remarked, his dark robe shimmering with a ghostly blue light as he regarded Lu Yu. Seemingly perceiving her martial soul and cultivation level, thus discerning her background, as martial souls often served as symbols of certain spirit master families. My apologies for the disturbance. Lu Yu bowed again, aware that etiquette, while not always significant, was nonetheless essential in this context. Prepared to lead her sister to another table. She found her sibling resistant and restless. Ah, elder sister, please don't be foolish. Lu Yu cast a stern glance at her sister, fully aware of the ghost Douluo's status. Not at all. Please sit, the ghost Douluo interjected. Although Lu Yu felt nervous, she managed to maintain a semblance of calm. My apologies. Thank you, elder, Lu Ming chimed in, blissfully ignorant of the ghost Douluo's true identity, yet adept at leveraging the situation. Her sweet smile and charming voice nearly softened the ghost Douluo's heart, prompting an even broader smile from him. Little girl, call me Ghost Grandpa. I don't go by elder, he replied. Okay, Ghost Grandpa. Lu Ming nodded eagerly. Her demeanor was so endearing that anyone, including the ghost Douluo, would instinctively feel protective of her. Yet, she was not merely a cute child. She understood the need for boundaries and refrained from being overly familiar. Instead, glancing toward Ming Ye, recalling her elder sister's words about him being extraordinary, albeit somewhat unapproachable, with a clever twinkle in her eyes. She decided to engage with Luo Xian, recognizing that when one individual is hard to approach, it is often best to connect with those nearby. Hello, my name is Lu Ming, she greeted cheerfully. Luo Xian, caught off guard while eating, blushed, not expecting someone to initiate a conversation with her. She hurriedly composed herself and timidly responded, Hello, I am Luo Xian. Luo Xian, you're so beautiful. Is it all right if I sit beside you? Luo Xian nodded, not declining. Yet thereafter, she ate with a newfound shyness, feeling somewhat self-conscious. Lu Ming, undeterred, continued to engage her in conversation, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Ming, don't talk while eating, Lu Yu reminded her. Oh, Lu Ming quieted down, but still managed to converse intermittently. Had she possessed this level of energy earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have needed to rest midway. After a hearty meal, though the sky was still bright, continuing their journey was not feasible. They would not reach the next town before nightfall. Hunting for souls was not a matter of life and death, so there was no need for haste. Several instructors from the Martial Soul Academy consulted the ghost Douluo, and after Lu Ming's earnest pleas, they decided to rest for a day. The ghost Douluo nodded, leaving others with no room for objection. Phew, I'm so full. Luo Xian, how do you maintain your figure while eating so much? After the meal, Lu Ming cheerfully invited Luo Xian to accompany her for a stroll. Since both were support-type spirit masters, Lu Yu, feeling protective, decided to join them. Being a control-type battle spirit master herself with considerable strength. I'm not sure, Luo Xian replied, her gaze lowered. She genuinely wished to decline. Yet Lu Ming's enthusiasm left her with little choice. Comparatively, she preferred to stay close to Ming Ye, as he provided her with an inexplicable sense of security in this unfamiliar environment. Wow, I'm really envious, Lu Ming exclaimed, casting a longing glance at Luo Xian before glancing down at her own feet. Smack! Ouch! Why did you hit me, elder sister? Lu Ming exclaimed, clutching her head and turning to look at Lu Yu. You're being rude. Be careful or I'll tell mother, and you'll regret it when we return. Lu Yu admonished her sister, feeling exasperated. She recognized Luo Xian's timid nature and was concerned that Lu Ming's increasingly reckless chatter could lead to trouble, considering they hailed from a spirit master family. Turning away, she mumbled a few quiet complaints. After wandering for over an hour, the trio returned to the inn. Though another situation arose. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked, noticing Luo Xian pausing at the front desk, her expression a bit perplexed. I seem to have forgotten to book a room, Luo Xian admitted, feeling embarrassed. Having rarely ventured out, especially not on long trips, she had neglected to secure accommodations while following Meng Ye. Is that so? Lu Yu turned to the clerk and inquired. Excuse me, are there any available rooms? Actually, the spirit master who arrived with you earlier has already made a reservation. Here's your key. The proprietor behind the counter handed the key to Luo Xian. A few individuals exchanged puzzled glances but ultimately paid it little mind, surmising that perhaps the teacher had reserved the room for them. After a night's rest, the group continued their journey. As Douluo was not particularly hasty, their schedule was somewhat delayed. This allowed the travelers to breathe a sigh of relief. Reaching the Stardow Forest within 3 days would be taxing even for soul masters. Consequently, They hired several carriages, anticipating their arrival within a week, which was already quite swift, as a typical journey might take a fortnight. Along the way, they did occasionally encounter some unwise individuals, but most were swiftly dealt with. Lu Ming proved to be quite endearing. She not only grew familiar with nearly everyone, but also elicited laughter from Douluo from time to time. Finally, after several days, the group arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where the horses pulling the carriages were sent to the relay station. At long last, we've arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Ming said, stretching her limbs and revealing a youthful, vibrant silhouette, her face reflecting fatigue. Indeed, we are slightly behind schedule. However, we should still have ample time to enter the forest, she continued. Elder, the leading soul saint, known as Gao Cheng, is a formidable assault-type bear spirit master with a soul power level of 74. Even without Douluo's presence, he would have brought these students for soul hunting, as acquiring soul rings is an indispensable step in a soul master's cultivation. Yet, given their expedition to the Douluo forest, Novice, who was acquainted with Douluo, naturally hoped to have him lead the team for enhanced safety, especially since he was guiding Meng Ye in soul hunting. Since everyone is weary, a short respite would not be amiss, Douluo remarked, having had the most leisurely journey, particularly enjoying Lu Ming's company. Yes, Shurcheng agreed, cautious not to say much. With 2 hours until dusk, they could enter the forest within 30 minutes. It was prudent to estimate spending a few days inside, as finding suitable soul beasts was contingent on luck. Should fortune not favor them, they would have to settle for whatever they encountered. Spending the night here posed no harm. Ultimately, it would still depend on luck, though Shurcheng was primarily concerned about Douluo's potential impatience. Hurrah! Long live Grandpa Gue! Cheered the others, though some were visibly fatigued. Surprisingly, Lu Ming, who had incessantly complained of tiredness throughout the journey, suddenly leapt up with exuberance, showing no signs of exhaustion. While long-distance travel may not have worn them out physically due to the mode of transport, the psychological toll was unavoidable. Even several teachers at the Soul Emperor level exhibited signs of fatigue, let alone the others, with Ming Ye appearing to be in the best condition, displaying hardly any signs of tiredness. Strangely, it was Luo Xian who seemed to be in the best form. Luo Xian, let us go shopping. I saw some beautiful clothes over there. Lu Ming exclaimed. I think I'll pass. Come on, just accompany me. Well, all right then. The two ventured off to shop, while the others sought a nearby inn to rest. Meng Ye, on the other hand, headed towards a herbal shop, as the towns around the Douluo forest offered a plethora of precious soul beast materials. Many soul masters, unwilling to join the spirit hall and lacking connections, often formed mercenary groups to undertake various tasks or collect soul beast materials and rare treasures for sale. Among these items were not a few extraordinary treasures with unique effects, albeit with a minuscule probability of acquisition. In recent years, Meng Ye had encountered a rare treasure, a millennium-grade gem of nature, which had elevated his soul power by 2 levels. Such items inherently possess a significant element of serendipity. Even if numerous precious herbs are brought back by fortunate soul masters, they often lose their potency due to improper preservation, rendering them nearly ineffective. Boss, didn't you say this was premium soul incense wood last time? Why has the price dropped this time? Are you trying to deceive me? That's impossible. The sales from the last batch were dismal, and we dared not inflate the prices. You know well that in this place, who would purchase such noble wares? We must wait for the merchant caravans to collect them and transport them to the main city. Humph, how frustrating. Just give me 50 gold soul coins. I'll take it. Fine, I assure you the price won't drop again, but I can't promise much. Sales may improve next month. All right, I trust you. As Ming Ye approached the entrance of the herbal shop, he overheard a conversation inside, followed by the emergence of a figure clad in coarse fabric. Though not particularly imposing, the individual exuded an air of intimidation, a palpable ferocity that made one wary. More conspicuously, the unmistakable scent of wild beasts emanated from him, suggesting he had recently emerged from the starry forest. Ah, what can I assist you with, esteemed guest? Feel free to browse. A shrewd-eyed proprietor with a slight mustache ushered the man to the door and caught sight of Meng Ye, offering a greeting. Meng Ye's gaze swept over a piece of wood in the proprietor's hand, its grain distinct yet adorned with a glimmer akin to glass. Furthermore, the surface emitted a faint, exotic fragrance, so pronounced that even from a distance, Meng Ye could detect it. As the aroma wafted into his nostrils, Meng Ye suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of agitation within his soul power, causing his pupils to constrict. "Boss, how much for this soul incense?" Meng Ye inquired, pointing at the wood in the proprietor's hand. Having overheard their conversation, he was aware that this modestly sized piece, akin to a pen holder, commanded a price of 50 gold soul coins, an exorbitant amount compared to typical rare treasures. Yet, considering its true worth, it was relatively inexpensive. This item, reminiscent of sandalwood, was prized for its rarity and its calming, tranquilizing effects, aiding soul masters in swiftly entering a meditative state. However, it was primarily utilized by the nobility or royalty to signify status. No soul master would rely on such an object for cultivation. Ah, discerning guest. The proprietor was taken aback by Meng Ye's keen interest in the soul incense wood, and without hesitation, he placed it before Meng Ye, boasting, "This soul incense wood has just arrived. Observe its quality. It is at least 20 years old. If you are satisfied, I can offer it to you at a cost price of 500. What do you think?" With a raised hand, the proprietor extended 5 fingers. 100. Meng Ye looked at him with a blank expression. The value of this item could fetch over 1,000 at an auction house. However, that would require a buyer. And the distance to the nearest main city was considerable, not to mention the transportation costs. Selling locally would mean this old fellow had only spent 50 gold soul coins. And now he was looking to turn a tenfold profit. Calling it robbery would be a euphemism. Outright theft would not even dare to be so brazen. In Chapter 20, with the information in hand, while strolling about, Meng Ye said, well, today is an opening day. Consider me, old boy, as your friend. Let us settle the payment." The shopkeeper smiled reluctantly, fully aware that Meng Ye had likely overheard his earlier remarks, so he opted for a straightforward transaction. With the exchange of 50 gold soul coins, he had already made a substantial profit. As the money changed hands, Meng Ye successfully acquired the piece of soul incense wood. Then, without a second glance, he bypassed the herbal shop and hurried after the person who had just departed. Esteemed guest, do have a look if there is anything else you require." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Having encountered such an agreeable customer, he was eager to see if he could make another sale. "No, thank you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Meng Ye casually bestowed 2 gold soul coins upon the other party as a token of gratitude for the information. Polite as ever, little brother. If you have any further inquiries, feel free to seek me out. My name is Li Si, and my home is just up ahead. Elated at having received 2 gold soul coins without effort, Li Si beamed with joy. Nodding slightly, Meng Ye refrained from saying much more and turned to retrace his steps. This venture into the Star Dough Forest had not only yielded soul rings but also introduced a new objective: to locate the source of the soul incense wood. No. While this material could indeed be classified as soul incense wood, perhaps a more fitting designation would be 10,000-year soul incense. This substance inherently possesses the capability to soothe and calm the mind. Yet its remarkable longevity of thousands of years suggests a singular possibility. It must have been ingested by a soul beast and, upon the beast's untimely demise before complete digestion, its soul energy would gradually be absorbed by the soul incense wood over a period spanning several years. Furthermore, only a soul beast of at least 10,000 years could facilitate such a phenomenon. Otherwise, the soul energy of an ordinary soul beast would dissipate swiftly alongside the soul ring, leading to the eventual decay of the soul incense wood. Achieving a true 10,000-year level would necessitate the repetition of this process multiple times to cultivate such a high-grade soul incense. This caliber of soul incense wood is truly a treasure of the earth. Soul masters cannot directly absorb the soul energy of soul beasts for their own gain, unless they possess an evil martial spirit. However, this 10,000-year soul incense wood can. It accelerates the condensation of soul energy by at least 30%, a remarkable effect indeed. This particular piece could sustain Meng Ye for over half a year, effectively elevating his soul power by approximately 2 levels. Should he acquire more, the value of this substance would transcend monetary measures, becoming immeasurable. The fragment in his possession could easily fetch tens of thousands of gold soul coins if discovered by high-ranking soul masters and in an auction house. It could very well escalate to several tens of thousands without raising eyebrows. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. What brings you here? On the street, Meng Ye encountered 3 girls out for a stroll. Just picking up a few things. I was about to head back, he replied, nodding to the other 2. Liu smiled slightly, holding a favorable impression of Meng Ye, while Luo Xian regarded him with a somewhat pitiful expression, her eyes shimmering with a hint of plea. Initially, Meng Ye had no intention of engaging with them. However, Lu Ming's cheerful disposition made it difficult to avoid her entirely unless one was inherently aloof. Would you like to join us for a bit of shopping? Lu Ming winked at Meng Ye. Very well, although Meng Ye had intended to decline. Doing so would have seemed overly distant or cold. There is a fine line between being low-key and being indifferent. Meng Ye sought to limit his interactions primarily to safeguard his cultivation. Thus, the group began their shopping excursion. Lu Ming appeared to revel in the experience, finding novelty in every trinket despite the lack of valuable items. Occasionally, she would purchase small baubles or adornments. For the Lu family held a respectable status within the Soul Master community, allowing all three to possess storage soul guides. Upon seeing Meng Ye, Luo Xian instinctively moved closer to him, while Lu Yu expressed interest in inquiring about his cultivation methods, fostering a congenial atmosphere. Fourth soul ring. Meng Ye, did you obtain your fourth soul ring like we did? Indeed. Meng Ye nodded, revealing no hesitation. This was hardly a significant matter, regardless of innate talent. A soul master's reputation means little without recognition. Much like the trio known as the Golden Generation, who were merely a product of the Spirit Hall's efforts to bolster their image and solidify its prestige. In truth, when it comes to innate talent, the three of them collectively do not surpass the likes of Bibi Dong or Qian Rinxue from years past. I recall you and Luo Xian are in the same class, are you not? May I ask how old you were this year? Lu Yu inquired, though she felt somewhat guilty for her curiosity. 13. Does that mean you are younger than I am? Lu Ming, leading the way, suddenly turned and remarked, holding a ribbon which she placed into her storage soul guide. Ming. Lu Yu shot her sister an admonishing glare before turning back to Meng Ye with an apologetic expression. I apologize, my sister has a rather exuberant personality. Not at all. Meng Ye waved his hand dismissively. I did not expect you to be so remarkable. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled mischievously as she added, and you are quite handsome as well. By the way, you, before she could finish, Lu Yu swiftly delivered a light slap to her sister, causing her to huddle defensively. If you do not curb your indiscreet tendencies, you will inevitably find yourself in trouble, she admonished Lu Ming sternly. Lu Ming stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comment. She had been tempted to inquire whether Meng Ye had a partner, but such a topic felt too sensitive and overtly intrusive. Meng Ye, though young, is not lacking in experience. This much Lu Yue can discern. A mind that does not correspond with one's age suggests either a congenital affliction or a prodigious talent. The realm of genius diverges significantly from the perceptions of the ordinary. It is nearly time to return. Tomorrow we must embark on a soul-hunting expedition, Meng Ye remarked. Shaking his head, he recalled certain events from his previous life, affirming Liu Yue's assertion that Lu Ming's indiscretion had stirred considerable trouble, nearly entangling the Lu family in dire consequences. Although it did not culminate in ruin, a heavy price was indeed paid. Indeed, Lu Yue nodded, extending her hand. By the way, let us formally introduce ourselves. My martial spirit is light, and I am currently seeking my fourth soul ring, though I have restrained myself for some time. Her primary martial spirit is likely akin to yours. As they shook hands, Lu Yue's impressive talent was evident, barring unforeseen circumstances. She is poised to become the future head of the Lu family. The current head is a soul Douluo, with the family legacy esteemed among the elite in the Soul Master community. While they may not rival the three sects, they surely surpass the four lower sects, which lack the strength of these Soul Master families, although they may have numerical superiority. At just 18, Lu Yue has every potential to attain the level of a title Douluo. Should fate allow. You are far too modest. The disparity is not insignificant, Lu Yue said with a faint smile of resignation. As they withdrew their hands, hers felt like warm jade, a smooth and soothing touch. The difference between a level 40 at 18 and a level 40 at 17 is stark. Their talents are worlds apart. Moreover, the 6-year gap is critical, as this period represents the golden age for Soul Master potential. Even a modest increase of 3 or 4 levels in a year could lead to a disparity exceeding 20 levels. This is precisely why Lu Yue is eager to associate with Meng Ye. In the realm of Soul Masters, 2 types of individuals are highly coveted, the strong and the talented. The former is self-evident, while the latter possesses the potential to become formidable. Chapter 21. Thunder God Bamboo. The Stardow Forest. Recognized as the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, remains largely unexplored by humanity, with less than half of its expanse traversed. It can only be broadly categorized into inner and outer zones, essentially delineating areas dominated by 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, few have been encountered and even fewer have returned alive, rendering any classification moot. Crack. The sound of crushed underbrush echoed as dappled light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting an even more bizarre illumination upon the already shadowy depths of the forest. Stay close and do not stray, several students nodded silently in response to Gao Cheng's directive. In such an environment, where they had scarcely faced life-and-death encounters, even the most inexperienced soul masters felt a twinge of anxiety. Lu Meng, who had been chattering incessantly, fell silent, trailing behind Lu Yue with a pallid complexion. Even Lu Ji appeared similarly affected. This reaction is hardly surprising. It is a normal response for individuals confronting unfamiliar surroundings. Those who are initially oblivious to danger may find their survival contingent upon sheer luck. Soul beasts do not require justification to attack. They prioritize targets that draw their attention. Little girl, you two should stay closer to me. The voice of the ghost Douluo resonated from ahead. He forged ahead, his eyes occasionally glinting with a ghostly light, keenly observing every movement in the vicinity. The success of their expedition in locating an appropriate soul beast largely hinges on his prowess. While the other instructors may possess some detection abilities, none can compare to his. Meng Ye possesses an exceptionally high level of spiritual prowess, arguably surpassing that of the ghost Douluo in terms of precision. However, when it comes to range, he is limited to a detection span of merely 1 kilometer in diameter. Furthermore, this ability cannot be sustained for long, as it consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy. Relatively speaking, he is more adept at spiritual assault rather than detection and control. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Yu, who returned a knowing look and nodded. It was then that she moved behind the ghost Douluo, a decision undoubtedly in her best interest for safety. Luo Xian, on the other hand, continued to shadow Meng Ye, leaving him somewhat speechless. Having her follow him hardly seemed secure. While Millennium Soul beasts posed little threat, those exceeding 5,000 years were manageable enough. Yet, should a 10,000-year soul beast appear, he would be forced to evade its wrath, as his cultivation level dictated that even if he could defeat it, the cost would be substantial. Luo Xian, you should come over as well, Lu Ming suggested, turning to her. I will pass. Luo Xian promptly declined her offer. The ghost Douluo, seemingly bemused, let out an enigmatic chuckle before announcing in a low tone. The first target has emerged, a 3,000-year level light tiger, along with a sun worm over 4,000 years old. You three should manage, correct? Lu Ming's excitement got the better of her, and she instinctively raised her hand, only to hastily cover her mouth, her wide eyes fixed on the ghost Douluo. Speaking loudly in such a place was ill-advised. Should an ambush occur, she would be the first to suffer. And my martial spirit is the sun worm. I appreciate the assistance from the elders and esteemed teachers, Lu Ji added, suppressing his own excitement to speak softly. Though they hailed from the same family, their martial spirits differed. Strictly speaking, only Lu Yu inherited the true lineage of the family's martial spirit. The equal quality of their parents' martial spirits significantly increased the probability of producing a mutated form, though it also meant a higher likelihood of dual martial spirits emerging. If one were strong and the other weak, it was clear that over 90% would inherit the powerful martial spirit, with only slight variations occurring. Elder, what direction are those two soul beasts in? Gao Cheng inquired. Just ahead, approximately 800 meters away. Additionally, there is an 8,000-year-old bear-blind cat 1,000 meters to the left, came the reply. With a slight nod, Gao Cheng signaled to the two Soul Emperor-level teachers behind him, who immediately took flight and vanished into the forest. This course of action was the safest, otherwise. If everyone moved together, it would be slow, and in the increasingly intricate and perilous environment of the Stardow Forest, an ambush could easily jeopardize their safety. Young man, are you not intrigued? The ghost Douluo's voice unexpectedly drifted into Ming Ye's ear, drawing no attention from the others. He deliberately mentioned the 8,000-year soul beast, fully aware that Meng Ye had consistently absorbed soul rings beyond his level. Typically, a soul master would absorb a fourth soul ring, with even the finest beast martial spirits rarely exceeding 5,000 years, while support-type martial spirits could only absorb within the 3,000 to 4,000 year range. Despite the potential for Meng Ye's soul ring to be doubled in absorption, the 8,000-year mark was deemed the limit, or so Ghost Douluo believed. However, Meng Ye's response was simply too weak. Oh, how many years are you seeking? Ghost Douluo inquired with growing intrigue. He was curious to discover the limits of Meng Ye's capacity, as it was his duty to report back to Bibi Dong. 20,000 years, no more than 25,000, preferably of the lightning attribute, or a top-tier large soul beast will suffice, Meng Ye replied. Ghost Douluo cast a glance back at him, and through the shadows of his cloak, One could almost discern the look of incredulity in his eyes. "Young man, are you certain?" "Absolutely," Meng Ye affirmed, his expression unwavering as he met Ghost Douluo's gaze. Ghost Douluo's astonishment was entirely understandable. It was rare to encounter any soul master, let alone one recorded in the archives of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong herself, who had witnessed a fourth soul ring reaching the formidable age of 20,000 years. Such a soul ring belonged to the sixth ring, a standard for soul emperors. Each tier of soul ring carries its own significance, with the refinement of physical strength, mental fortitude, and soul power being of paramount importance. In practical terms, a mere 30% of a soul emperor's soul power is sufficient to overwhelm a soul master at full capacity. This illustrates the stark disparity between their strengths. Meng Ye found himself in a state of helplessness. His physique, limited by age, had yet to reach its zenith, had he not been summoned by Bibi Dong. He had intended to suppress his soul power until the age of 16 before acquiring a soul ring. At that time, he believed he could confidently absorb a soul ring over 50,000 years old for his fourth. However, such aspirations were now out of reach, as the Spirit Hall would not permit him to engage in such superficial, even wasteful, displays of talent. "Very well. I shall procure a soul beast of 2,000 years for you." The ghost Douluo seemed intrigued, eager to witness how Meng Ye would absorb a soul ring of such age. With a thud, 2 soul emperors soon returned, each accompanied by a soul beast, which they unceremoniously cast to the ground, their life force evidently dwindling. Lu Ji and Lu Ming stepped forward to handle the beasts, initiating the process of absorption. Having just entered the Star Do Great Forest, securing 2 soul rings was undoubtedly fortuitous. Under the deliberate guidance of Ghost Douluo, they subsequently located the soul beasts for the other 3 companions. Lu Yu encountered a mutated light-winged moth, aged 4,800 years, which granted her a powerful single-target control soul skill, quite commendable. Luo Xian, obtaining her 3rd soul ring, acquired a colorful deer with purifying abilities, ideally suited for support-type soul masters. Lastly, there was Jeremy, the only one whom the others did not recognize, a rather peripheral figure throughout the journey, harboring a certain disgruntlement. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in obtaining his 4th soul ring, the Ghost Vine Martial Spirit, a control type, yet significantly inferior when compared to Lu Yu's. Having surpassed the age of 20, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely only serve as a steward in the future, with the chance of being assigned to the main hall being quite plausible. The soul-hunting expedition was nearing its conclusion, and Ghost Douluo instructed the others to return, while he and Ming Ye ventured deeper into the Star Do Great Forest. "Be cautious," Luo Xian said, worry evident in her gaze as she uttered those almost imperceptible words. Although a simple statement, Ming Ye felt an inexplicable warmth, reminiscent of a cherished time. "Humph," Ghost Douluo remarked with a smile. "It appears that young lady has taken an interest in you. Elder, you mentioned earlier that you had not found a Thunder Attribute Soul Beast, correct?" Meng Ye inquired, ignoring the previous comment. "TCH, it merely did not meet your standards," Ghost Douluo retorted, a hint of irritation surfacing, for as a titled Douluo, he still valued his dignity. Yet Meng Ye, with an air of nonchalance, proclaimed, "I have indeed discovered one." Impossible. Ghost Douluo was naturally skeptical. Yet he followed Meng Ye through the forest with a sense of doubt. Before long, they parted the underbrush to reveal a steep stone pillar. Surrounding the pillar was an open area where vegetation seemed unable to encroach, exposing vast layers of rock beneath. The cliff was not particularly high, merely several dozen meters. But what captivated them was the faintly glowing purple object at its summit. Nearly approaching it sent a tingling sensation coursing through Meng Ye's body. Crack! A flicker of arcane energy manifested around Ghost Douluo, repelled by his protective soul power, preventing the lightning force from penetrating. What is this? Even Ghost Douluo, despite his extensive experience, was momentarily at a loss to identify the soul beast before them. "Thunder God Bamboo," Meng Ye exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. A variant of thunder bamboo, struck by lightning tribulations among tens of thousands of thunder bamboos, only one exists as this exceptional thunder attribute plant type soul beast. His reasoning for seeking a thunder attribute soul beast was straightforward: to continuously enhance his innate attributes towards achieving an ultimate state. His martial spirit exhibited remarkable adaptability, allowing Meng Ye to choose various soul skills for comprehensive development: attack, melee, area of effect, defense, control, everything except support. The dual martial spirits afforded him this privilege. But to pursue breadth without depth would be futile. Thus, he chose to specialize in 1 or 2 aspects. Ultimately, he settled on strength and thunder attributes. maximizing his explosive potential, making his combat style extraordinarily efficient and formidable. Before him stood the Thunder God Bamboo, the epitome of his desired soul ring. He was nearly certain that absorbing this ring would grant him mastery over the ultimate thunder attribute. What overwhelming power! Such a wondrous entity exists in this world. Ghost Douluo marveled, not so much at the age of the Thunder God Bamboo, which surpassed 2,000 years and was inconsequential to him, but rather at the sheer dominance of its attributes. It was remarkable that it could directly affect his protective soul power, even evoking a sensation of his martial spirit being constrained. Ordinarily, not even a soul beast aged 50,000 years could achieve such an effect. After his moment of awe, Ghost Douluo turned to Ming Ye, inquiring, "Is this the soul beast you seek? Are you certain you can absorb it?" Meng Ye, however, did not dare to be overly confident. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I have a 60% certainty. I wish to take a gamble." In truth, even if the odds were merely 30%, he would still be inclined to try, even after more than 30,000 years. The soul beasts with ultimate attributes are exceedingly rare. Aside from certain specific soul beasts, those with ultimate attributes are even scarcer than those of 100,000 years. Meng Ye was aware that among the soul beasts, even the 10 great ferocious beasts of the future were not all endowed with supreme attributes. 60%? The Ghost Douluo expressed some surprise. He believed that even a soul emperor might struggle to absorb this soul ring. He then solemnly declared, "Very well, if this endeavor succeeds, you shall indeed be unprecedented. I shall assist you this time." He was also taking a gamble, wagering on Meng Ye's success. For he could almost foresee that Meng Ye would inevitably reach, if not surpass, the current pope. At that time, his own position would be immensely secure. Having already aided 2 popes, the foresight of the Ghost Douluo was naturally profound. With a swift motion, the Ghost Douluo transformed into a shadow and darted towards the stone pillar, soaring effortlessly through the air before the tidal Douluo. In an instant, he was poised to uproot the Thunder God Bamboo. However, without warning, the sky erupted with thunderous roars. An oppressive aura began to pervade the atmosphere. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, directly hitting the Ghost Douluo. This was true celestial wrath, unlike the soul skills unleashed by soul masters, which required time to manifest. There was simply no evasion, even for one as formidable as a tidal Douluo. "Humph, such trifling skills dare to challenge me." The Ghost Douluo snorted, relying on his formidable cultivation to dispel the thunderous force as he grasped the main trunk of the Thunder God Bamboo. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings emerged around him, and a chilling specter unfurled from within, as if a multitude of spirits were being released, engulfing even the blinding lightning. The cultivation of a tidal Douluo rendered them largely impervious to most natural disasters, making ordinary lightning a trivial threat. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blinding lightning cleaved through the layers of mist, causing the soul rings on the Ghost Douluo to shine brightly. 100 ghosts roamed the night. The chilling aura expanded, and within the enveloping darkness, more ghostly figures began to frantically dart about, voraciously consuming the lightning's power. Nevertheless, the Thunder God Bamboo continued to emanate a terrifying presence, with the lightning showing no signs of extinguishing amidst the shadows. The sky relentlessly unleashed further bolts of lightning, attempting to pierce through the black fog. This was a manifestation of attribute suppression. Ming Ye had retreated considerably. The descending lightning was no trifling matter, and with his cultivation, he could not withstand it. As he observed the Ghost Douluo's struggle to gain the upper hand, his expression grew increasingly grave. Even as a tidal Douluo, he found himself suppressed by the supreme attributes. Unable to prevail, after several excruciating minutes, the Ghost Douluo finally managed to uproot the Thunder God Bamboo, albeit with some difficulty. Zzz. Zzz. Even in its wounded state, the Thunder God Bamboo continued to emit sparks of electricity, with faint wisps of white smoke rising from the Ghost Douluo's body, his eyes tinged with crimson. "What manner of soul beast is this, youngster? My ghostly aura has been significantly diminished." The Ghost Douluo expressed his irritation, genuinely bewildered by the nature of this soul beast. What astonished him further was that the power of lightning directly countered his martial spirit. It was not merely a suppression of attributes, but a direct counteraction that had effectively reduced his cultivation by a year or 2. Although his cultivation did not plummet, it nonetheless pained him greatly. "Elder, do not be concerned. Although the thunder opposes you, it embodies the primordial strength of heaven and earth and has the effect of condensing soul power. Your martial spirit, being predominantly yin and lacking in yang, will benefit greatly from purging its impurities through this thunder. ultimately aiding your future cultivation. Meng Ye stepped forward to take the thunder god bamboo, simultaneously explaining, Young man, do not underestimate my cunning. The ghost Douluo, momentarily calming down from his agitation, remained skeptical. Of course not. I assume you and Elder Ju share a similar bond, harmonizing yin and yang, which has enabled you to cultivate to your current level. As he spoke, Ming Ye decisively split the core of the thunder god bamboo, extinguishing its vitality completely. A pitch-black soul ring emerged, radiating a faint aura of thunderous might. The ghost Douluo's pupils contracted, and he instantly believed a significant portion of Meng Ye's words. His connection with Ju Douluo stemmed from their martial soul fusion technique, attributed to their complementary martial souls. The rare celestial chrysanthemum and the supreme yang spirit herb could enhance one's vitality, fortifying the body and blood vessels, leading to an indestructible physique. The ghostly charm, representing the ultimate yin martial soul, further solidified their synergy. Their joint cultivation, even if merely in proximity, had allowed them to reach the formidable rank of 95. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Meng Ye expressed as he settled into a meditative stance to absorb the soul ring. Observing Meng Ye's actions, the ghost Douluo refrained from further comments, focusing instead on dispelling the chaotic thunder within while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Crack. As Meng Ye began to draw the soul ring to himself, he felt a sharp sting on his skin, followed by an intense sensation in his flesh and organs. Having already absorbed 2 top-tier thunder attribute soul rings, he was not far from ultimate thunder, yet the process remained arduous. The secret techniques of soul absorption and his blood essence were in motion. Even his mental energy was summoned to contain the overwhelming thunderous pressure. The ghost Douluo regarded Ming Ye's actions with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue, initially anxious due to the magnitude of the challenge. As this was not merely a level up but 2 significant tiers beyond, he was soon captivated by the soul energy radiating from Ming Ye. He began to comprehend the profound intricacies of this soul-scattering technique. Even ordinary soul masters could achieve level-up absorption using this method. A plume of white mist gradually expanded from Meng Ye's body, rising like smoke signals. Such remarkable vitality, the ghost Douluo exclaimed. He had witnessed Meng Ye unleash astonishing vigor before Bibi Dong, but that had been under immense pressure. Drawing forth latent potential seemed reasonable. However, observing the substantial manifestation of vitality now, it was evident that it was not solely a product of potential. Few power-type soul masters could achieve such a feat beyond the soul sage rank. Vitality and blood essence were distinct entities. Chapter 23. The Titan Great Ape. In the inner region of the Star Do Great Forest, this world governed by 10,000-year soul beasts lay shrouded in silence and peril. Beside a marsh, a vigilant baboon paused to survey its surroundings, aware of the lurking dangers beneath the surface, yet instinctively felt the most vulnerable behind it. However, beneath the marsh, a shadow exuded an even more terrifying aura of menace. With a breath, the baboon lowered its head to drink, but in the next moment, roar. A colossal creature surged forth from the depths of the forest, uprooting trees and shaking the ground with its terrifying presence, causing tremors even in this domain ruled by various beasts. Countless flying soul beasts scattered in panic, the ancient beast's dreadful aura sending shockwaves that sent creatures fleeing for miles. On the back of a moving mountain, 2 distinct lights shone like beacons, becoming the only sources of illumination in the dense woods, simultaneously radiating fear. The hidden predator beneath the marsh dared not reveal itself, and the surrounding soul beast seeking water hastily retreated. Nevertheless, many fell victim to the ensuing chaos, crushed beneath toppled trees. Trouble. A 10,000-year soul beast is on the prowl. We must flee. The group led by Shicheng, initially planning to exit the Star Do Great Forest, found the disaster's scope too vast. The mere surge of beasts driven from the inner region created a minor beast tide. Several soul saints and soul emperors dared not linger, swiftly leading their students away, yet ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide. Meanwhile, another group, equally intent on hunting souls, set up camp under the night sky, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Deep within the forest, Meng Ye completed the absorption of the soul ring, the flickering thunder light around him gradually dissipating. Crack! A single stray lightning bolt struck the ground, leaving a charred mark and fissures even on the rocks. The sheer dominance of his ultimate attributes was undeniable. The intense heat and force accompanying ordinary lightning were insufficient to obliterate solid rock in an instant. Indeed, it has truly succeeded. The ghost Douluo, having dispelled the thunder within, gazed at Ming Ye in astonishment. He had prepared to intervene if necessary, and his earlier doubts were validated. The thunder had indeed benefited Meng Ye's cultivation. He contemplated seeking Douluo's counsel upon returning. "Senior, do you hear any sound?" Ming Ye inquired, observing the depths of the forest with a calm demeanor. He had faintly detected a sound from a distance, though too far to discern clearly. The unprecedented ominous aura elicited an instinctive trepidation within him. A sound? Perhaps it is merely a soul beast. The Douluo Great Forest is teeming with such creatures, so occasional disturbances are to be expected, the ghost Douluo dismissed. Having heard nothing himself, nodding, Meng Ye replied, "I have uncovered a potential opportunity and wish to explore it before departing." "Opportunity? What kind?" the ghost Douluo inquired. His interest piqued. Treasures acknowledged within the Soul Master realm were indeed scarce. If one were to categorize them, there were likely two types, soul bones and others. While not entirely absent, their actual worth was evident. Any treasure had a price, yet soul bones were invaluable. In the black market and auction houses, even human lives bore a price tag. This matter is best left unspoken. However, if the elder is willing to assist, I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Meng Ye did not disclose the nature of the ghost Douluo, a rarity whose true worth is known to but a few. He had once, by chance, acquired a small fragment, a gift from that rascal Wang Shuo. The nobility, lacking comprehension of its significance, could not discern the difference between a millennium soul incense and an ordinary soul wood. Such treasures, capable of enhancing soul power, would command a starting price in the auction house of at least 10,000 gold soul coins. The ghost Douluo felt a flicker of curiosity and remarked, "Very well. I shall accompany you." The journey back to the spirit city would take a considerable amount of time, and as it was not an urgent matter, he felt no sense of haste. After determining the direction, Meng Ye headed towards the location he had previously inquired about. According to Li Si's account, he was likely approaching the periphery of the inner region, where the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts was a commonplace occurrence. The audacity of a mere grand soul master to venture into such a place could indeed be considered a gamble with his life. Even though Meng Ye had ascended to the rank of soul sect, this area remained exceedingly perilous. What is this? After walking several miles, they stumbled upon a fallen giant tree, a scattering of soul beasts, soul rings, and enormous footprints on the ground. Such a scale of destruction would leave even a ghost Douluo taken aback. A 10,000-year soul beast. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the ghost Douluo seized Meng Ye and swiftly dashed towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Their speed was so remarkable that one could barely catch a glimpse of their fleeting shadows, particularly obscured in the darkness. "Elder," Meng Ye felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Unable to articulate a single coherent word amidst the frantic pace and the occasional branches and leaves brushing against his face, he wished to warn ghost Douluo not to run in that direction, as the chilling traces reminded him of a certain matter. If the timing was fortuitous, the only 10,000-year soul beast that could appear at the outskirts of the Douluo forest would be the Titan giant ape. He was searching for Xiaowu and, if all went as expected, was likely already on his way back. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, with ghost Douluo's rapid movement, the sound of approaching footsteps soon reached them. Both parties were hastening forward, and as ghost Douluo looked up once more, a colossal foot was descending upon him. In a swift motion, ghost Douluo flung Ming Ye away while unleashing his formidable soul power. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Phantoms, arise. Roar. The Titan giant ape, upon seeing Xiaowu again, was consumed with the desire to find her and take her back to meet the Tianqing Yolong. As the two fierce beasts adopted by Xiaowu's mother, they were akin to family. Knowing that Xiaowu had chosen to transform and venture into the human world, they naturally harbored concerns. Now that Xiaowu had returned, it was only reasonable for the Titan giant ape to seek her out. However, the sudden emergence of ghost Douluo incited the Titan giant ape's fury. Fearing that ghost Douluo's area attack could harm Xiaowu, without a moment's hesitation, Meng Ye summoned all his vitality and threw himself to the ground. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Ghost Douluo, though not a power-type martial spirit, was still a tidal Douluo. Engaging the Titan giant ape head-on, the remnants of this collision could very well obliterate a 1,000-year soul beast. Coughing up blood, Meng Ye's mind blanked, and he felt a groan from within his very organs. He disregarded the severity of his injuries and hastily got to his feet. Fleeing in the opposite direction, his only thought being to escape. Ghost Douluo would certainly not perish. It was nearly impossible to kill him with physical attacks. However, he could not withstand many more of these aftershocks. 2 more hits, and he might not even be able to flee. Roar. Beast. Do not be so reckless. The Titan giant ape's furious roar and ghost Douluo's bellow echoed across the Douluo forest. Having escaped over 1,000 meters, Meng Ye's ears rang, and he could only curse under his breath. The Titan giant ape was likely enraged for Xiaowu, and ghost Douluo, taken by surprise, had acted without hesitation upon colliding with the Titan giant ape. Now, with a language barrier, they would continue to battle. He needed to find a place to heal. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Ye assessed his internal injuries, and despair washed over him. His injuries were not severe, but rather evenly distributed. Yet some fragile organs had sustained damage. Even as a martial spirit of his own body, this kind of injury would require several days of recuperation. Continuing to explore the depths of the Douluo forest was out of the question. Who knew what misfortune awaited, like encountering a beast tide? Without ghost Douluo, he had no choice but to flee. After nearly half an hour, he finally distanced himself from the battleground. Fortunate that the surrounding soul beasts had been frightened away by the Titan giant ape's terrifying aura. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so reckless. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was a sound coming from the bushes ahead. Meng Ye narrowed his eyes and released his spiritual power. It was them. Lu Yu and Lu Ji. Accompanied by Luo Xian and a soul emperor teacher. They all appeared somewhat disheveled, evidently having had their share of misfortune. Where's the elder, Meng Ye? We got separated. The teacher inquired, looking at Meng Ye. They had hidden nearby for a while, only emerging after the beast tide had passed. However, even Shi Cheng had been scattered, so they were hesitant to act recklessly. Upon seeing Meng Ye, they instinctively believed ghost Douluo was nearby, igniting a glimmer of hope within them. Faced with the catastrophic beast tide, they could only lament their own weakness and the narrow escape. There was little else they could do. We encountered a powerful soul beast in battle. Where? I'll go support the elder. The teacher exclaimed in shock, hastening to speak. Elder Ghost should have already fled. There is no need for you to go. We should leave here first. Liu shot a glance at the others. Help? Your body cannot even satiate the Titan giant ape. The other party fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward and refraining from further comments. At this moment, Lu Yu turned to Meng Ye and asked, Meng Ye, have you seen my sister? We were separated by the beast tide. No, he replied, shaking his head slightly. The direction I came from should have no living creatures daring to approach. Where exactly did you get separated? Lu Yu fell silent. And it was Lu Ji who spoke up. After we were separated by the beast tide, we lost our bearings. Moreover, given this terrain wherever the beast tide passed, not only the environment but even the topography is challenging to discern. This is a primitive forest, not a street with signs. After pondering for a moment, Ming Ye inquired, what are your plans? Currently, we have two choices, either leave the Douluo forest first and regroup with Shi Qing and the others before coming back to search, which is undoubtedly a more prudent approach. Or we could search directly, but the risks are too great, though the chances of finding them are higher. The Douluo forest is fraught with uncertainties. A moment's carelessness could mean not just failing to find them, but dragging on might make it exceedingly difficult for a support-type soul master to endure until their rescue. I wish to find my sister. Lu Yu's gaze was resolute, and Lu Ji stood beside her. As siblings, they naturally would not abandon one another. Nonsense. We should first regroup with the elders. You all must come with me. The Soul Emperor teacher would not allow them to act recklessly. Teacher, Meng Ye looked at him and suddenly said, why don't we search the vicinity? Since we have obtained the fourth soul ring, we possess some self-defense capability. Moreover, with the beast tide just having passed, there should be little danger at this moment. I oppose. We should hasten our departure from this cursed place. I cannot bear to stay here any longer. Jeremy, who had been following them, suddenly shouted, eager to leave. Even at this moment, his face was ashen, and his teeth chattered. Clearly, he had been frightened out of his wits and wished to escape without delay. The others bore him no ill will. It was a normal reaction. In truth, the entire group was merely forcing themselves to maintain composure. While the Lu siblings persisted in their determination to save their kin, the teacher noticed the discord among them and reassured, perhaps they have already left the forest. With Shi Qing and the others protecting them, they should be fine. This statement was not without merit. After all, not discovering anything was the best news. Lu Yu ultimately bit her lip, her pale face resolute, insisting, Teacher, I want to search for a while. If we find nothing after half a day, we shall leave. If you wish to search, then do so on your own. Teacher, I must get out. You know my father. He is a nobleman. You must take me out. Jeremy had lost his senses, grabbing the Soul Emperor teacher's arm. This action naturally displeased the teacher, but it was indeed the truth. Nobility could not influence a soul master's judgment, especially that of a soul emperor, but personal connections could. The Lu siblings could only lower their heads. Knowing they could not expect everyone to accompany them, they would undoubtedly stay, even in the face of danger. Teacher, Meng Ye turned to his mentor, the soul emperor, and suggested, perhaps you could lead the others out first, leaving markers along the way, while I assist in searching the vicinity. If others have already departed, you could signal us to leave with a flare upon your return. What do you think? The soul emperor hesitated, understanding that this divergence was challenging to resolve. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement, saying, very well, but you must not take unnecessary risks. If danger presents itself, you must flee at once. Do you understand? The Lu siblings felt a sense of relief and expressed their gratitude, saying, thank you, master. They also cast appreciative glances at Meng Ye, recognizing his willingness to help. You should come with me. Remaining here is perilous, the mentor urged to Luo Xian. The young girl had silently positioned herself behind Meng Ye, her expression inscrutable, revealing neither fear nor courage. I want to help search for people, she insisted. Despite several attempts to dissuade her, Luo Xian remained resolute, unwilling to depart. Finally, after a solemn admonition, the mentor led Jeremy away. It was not that he was unwilling to forcibly take anyone, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation, as any delay could jeopardize the chance to save lives. Furthermore, he could not carry everyone at once. Meng Ye, thank you, the siblings began, but Meng Ye, anticipating their words, gently shook his head and interjected, no need for thanks. Follow me. I may uncover some clues. However, delving deeper may not be approved by the teacher, so we must resort to this plan. The two siblings fell silent, solemnly nodding before trailing behind Meng Ye, with Luo Xian closely following, unwilling to stray too far. After traversing for a while, Meng Ye discovered a fallen tree and found a piece of fabric among the branches. His memory was sharp. This belonged to Lu Meng, and there were numerous tracks left by soul beasts nearby. Lu Ji observed Lu Yu, who stood motionless and silent, and trembled as he said, elder sister, you. I'm fine. Hurry and search along this path, Lu Yu replied, immediately stepping towards the direction from which the soul beasts had departed. Meng Ye noticed that her eyes were red. She was merely suppressing her emotions, likely having abandoned the thought of leaving without finding Lu Meng. With a sigh, Meng Ye could only follow along. His ability to detect such subtle clues was, of course, attributed to his mental prowess, but the range was rather limited, making it impossible to pinpoint a location. Along the way, Meng Ye encountered numerous soul beasts. However, perhaps due to the recent passage of the Titan Great Ape, these creatures were largely frozen in place with fear. Half an hour passed, and in her impatience, Leah nearly veered off course several times. Fortunately, Meng Ye was able to identify some clues, gradually guiding them closer to their destination. These seemed to be deliberate hints left by Meng Meng. At this moment, Liu had calmed down. One instance could be a coincidence, but several occurrences could not be dismissed as such. Although the clues along the way were not overt, they followed a discernible pattern. Clearly the work of the clever Lu Meng, who had intentionally left them behind. Suddenly, Meng Ye raised his hand, signaling for the group to halt. His expression turned grave. Lu Meng had been located, but she was facing a predicament. This was clearly a discovery they had made first. Why should it be relinquished to him? He ran, and the Dragon Lady encountered Tang San and his companions once again, as if it were fate. Meng Ye merely sought a suitable soul ring. Yet, being outpaced by Oscar, who had already claimed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and Tang San, who had slain the human-faced demon spider with the Zhuge divine crossbow, was disheartening. Dragon Lord Ming Shu was not one to be trifled with and sought an explanation, but upon hearing Zhao Wuji mention Tang San's father, he hesitated. Initially, he thought Tang San was merely a disciple of the master, a theoretical figure. In the realm of soul masters, strength ultimately prevailed. However, the might of the Haoyan Douluo was not to be trifled with, even after many years. The man who single-handedly defeated the Pope of the Spirit Hall was someone Dragon Lord and Lady did not dare cross. Why not let them help you find a soul beast? Lu Ming, this little girl, had somehow become entangled with Ming Ye, and now she softly encouraged her. Her eyes twinkled mischievously, undoubtedly brewing some mischief as she glanced at Tang San and the others. Chapter 25. Purchasing a soul ring indeed. Upon hearing Lu Meng's sweet voice, Ming Ye turned to her grandfather and declared, "Grandfather, I want them to find me a soul beast of the same level as the human-faced demon spider." Is that too much to ask? This was indeed a reasonable request. Ming Shu pondered before looking at Zhao Wuji. The expressions of the Shrek group grew solemn. Such soul beasts were hard to come by. They had spent over a week wandering the Douluo forest to gather just 2 soul beasts. It was worth noting that Ming Ye had contributed both soul rings. Why should we? The troublesome duo, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, were silenced by Dai Mubai's hand over their mouths, unable to voice their complaints. Esteemed seniors, I fear this condition may be difficult to fulfill. We have explored this Douluo forest for quite some time and have pressing matters to attend to, Zhao Wuji replied with a bow. However, he felt a pang of bitterness. Having just utilized his martial soul's true form to combat the Titan Great Ape, his internal organs were severely strained. At this moment, he longed only for a place to recuperate, and thoughts of that little rabbit, Xiaowu, plagued him. Then let it be a monetary compensation, at least 100,000 gold soul coins. Lu Meng, this little girl, was eager to stir trouble. After being taken in by Meng Shu and his wife, she had become quite close to Ming Ye, and her youthful innocence rendered her somewhat indifferent to the concept of money. 100,000 gold soul coins could purchase an academy or even a 10,000-year soul beast. Humph. The members of Shrek Academy noticed Lu Ming's antics and glared at her, while Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort. He dared not disrespect Ming Shu, but what right did a mere soul zone have to haggle with him? Ugh. Lu Ming's face paled as she stumbled back to Meng Ye's side. As a support-type soul master, she was already physically weak. After experiencing the beast wave, she had sustained injuries, and had it not been for her naturally cheerful disposition, she would have retreated to a corner to cry. Without her elder sister and second brother to care for her, she had learned to be strong. Ming Ye got along splendidly with Lu Ming, regarding her as a close friend. Seeing her predicament, she rushed to support Lu Ming and turned to her grandfather. Grandfather, Zhao Wuji, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think I fear you? Ming Shu slammed his dragon headstaff down, releasing an imposing aura. He was a soul Douluo, and as one ascended to higher ranks, the gap in soul power between soul masters became increasingly challenging to bridge, leaving Zhao Wuji with no choice but to endure. Esteemed seniors, 100,000 gold soul coins is truly excessive. I cannot possibly provide such a sum. I hope for your understanding. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and bowed, his mind swirling with frustration. When had he, the mighty unmoved king, ever been so humiliated? Yet, there was no alternative. He was outmatched and lacked justification. So lowering his head was inevitable. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai and the others clenched their teeth, with the more impulsive Ma Hongjun barely restraining his anger. But he was ultimately stopped by Tang San. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Esteemed seniors, 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed impossible. However, I can offer this manual in exchange, which I believe you shall find satisfactory. He produced a manual from his storage soul tool, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Secrets of Hidden Weapons. As a clandestine treasure of the Tang sect, this manual encompassed nearly all techniques for utilizing hidden weapons. Naturally, it excluded the most critical types of hidden weapons, which were recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Without those, this manual would be merely a third-rate text. Even in Tang San's past life, some techniques required substantial inner strength and were exceedingly reliant on innate talent. It was a delicacy without substance, merely a pastime for soul masters. Hidden weapons? Ming Ye felt a flicker of interest. Her martial soul was average, so she had trained in some hidden weapon techniques to compensate. She had intended to challenge Tang San regarding hidden weapons, unaware he would propose such a trade. But it appeared she had underestimated him. Meng. Just then, Lu Yu and her group emerged from the forest, and Meng Ye also spotted Tang San and the others. Raising an eyebrow, he had observed the scene beforehand and determined it posed no danger, allowing Lu Yu to proceed. Should the situation have been dire, the 4 soul zones alongside a soul master would hardly be safe. Even if he exerted his full strength, it would be insufficient against Zhao Wuji and Meng Shu. Elder sister, Luo Xian. At last, I have found you. Lu Meng, perhaps frightened, rushed to embrace Lu Yu, her little face crumpling as she nearly cried. All is well now. Lu Yu gently patted her younger sister's head. Although she often chastised her, at this moment, she felt a pang of tenderness. Seeing Lu Yu occupied, Meng Ye sighed and stepped forward to bow. Esteemed seniors, I am Ming Ye, a disciple of the Spirit Hall. We have come to hunt souls and lost our companions. We did not intend to disturb you, and I hope for your forgiveness. The Spirit Hall. Ming Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Zhao Wuji all exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, casting wary glances behind Ming Ye until they ascertained the absence of any threat, allowing themselves to exhale in relief. perhaps realizing the impropriety of their demeanor. Meng Ye maintained his composure, and Ming Shu, with an air of authority, nodded and inquired, as disciples of the Spirit Hall, "What brings you here alone to hunt souls? Where are your elders? Meng Ye, are you affiliated with the money leopard? Are you hard of hearing or simply lacking in intellect? I have already stated that it is a case of being lost. Did you not notice the commotion earlier?" Beside him, Shipa, feeling that her husband was somewhat hard of hearing and had caused a misunderstanding, gently nudged him. At this moment, several teachers were outside the forest, regrouping after being scattered by the soul beasts. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and we appreciate the concern of the elders. Meng Ye also understood the importance of preserving the old man's dignity. With a single remark, he alleviated the awkwardness, and Meng Shu, who initially sought some advantage, suddenly found Meng Ye much more agreeable. Indeed, quite polite, unlike certain others. Casting a glance at Zhao Wuji and the others, Meng Shu spoke pointedly before nodding. "After all, you are a disciple of our lineage. I can escort you out shortly. Do come with us." Meng Shu was greatly agitated by the actions of Shrek and his companions. The first time, it was tolerable when his wife and granddaughter were bullied by Zhao Wuji. However, after being personally involved and still having his efforts thwarted, it was a resentment difficult to swallow, especially under the pressing circumstances. In comparison, Meng Ye appeared increasingly favorable in his eyes, even if it was merely a first impression. Leaving a positive one was no simple feat in this perilous Stardow forest. Having a strong ally for protection brought a sense of safety. Exchanging glances with one another, Meng Ye and his companions readily agreed, deeming it a trivial matter. Thus, they expressed their gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, senior." Meng Shu nodded slightly, continuing to gaze at his granddaughter. However, he soon noticed that the young lady seemed somewhat entranced upon seeing Meng Ye, prompting a knowing smile to spread across his face. Tian Xiang, wise with age, could hardly be oblivious to the situation. Nonetheless, she raised her hand to nudge her husband gently, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ming Ye snapped back to reality, and Ming Shu inquired, "Yiran, what are your thoughts?" "Hi, may I have a look?" Ming Ye requested, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, eager to examine the secrets of hidden weapons. "Certainly." Tang San handed over the tome. Although his unhesitating demeanor appeared remarkable, one must take into account that this book was merely an introductory text for the outer disciples of the Tang sect, which perhaps altered its significance entirely. After all, one could exchange such a gift for a suitable top-tier soul ring. The value of a soul ring lies not only in its age but also in its compatibility. To Tang San, this represented an exceptional soul ring. To be candid, Meng Ye harbored quite an interest in the 8 spider lances. While the soul ring itself held little allure for him, it was merely a 2,000-year-old soul ring, and moreover, the man-faced demon spider was renowned for its poisonous attributes, which starkly contrasted with the ultimate power and attributes he sought. "Senior, I am willing to offer 100,000 gold soul coins to acquire this soul ring." Meng Ye's sudden remark caught everyone off guard, even evoking astonishment followed by disbelief. Chapter 26, The Challenge for Soul Masters. Hidden weapons ultimately represent mere trifles. Meng Ye had practiced to a point of mere fondness, far from achieving any significant enhancement in strength. Hidden weapons, by their very nature, necessitate the accompaniment of poison to effectively vanquish foes. Otherwise, what could possibly rival the lethality of a blade? Bullets, perhaps? However, the matter of 100,000 gold soul coins was altogether different. The figure, carelessly uttered by Lu Ming, seemed trivial, yet should it be presented in reality, it would constitute no small sum. This holds true even for the families backing Long Gong and Shipa. "What did you say?" Meng Shu, hard of hearing, gazed in astonishment at Meng Ye. The younger generation is willing to spend 100,000 gold soul coins to acquire this soul beast. Meng Ye merely desires the 8 spider lances. This soul bone is undoubtedly worth far more than 100,000. In the realm of soul masters, the notion of soul bones being priceless prevails. However, his actions have clearly led to some misunderstandings among others, such as Ming Ye, whose face flushed with embarrassment. She had just been deprived of her soul rings twice and was quite irate. Meng Ye's visage may not embody the conventional allure that captivates the opposite sex. Rather, it is the essence of vitality that emanates from her very core, intensified by the recent infusion of the 4th soul ring. Her already chiseled features now exude an air of domineering coldness. This unique aura can, at times, be more magnetic than any traditional charm, inevitably leading her thoughts astray. Similarly, the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron have misconstrued her intentions, believing that Meng Ye's actions are merely a means of avenging Meng Ye. Without delving deeper into their perceptions, one must ponder the true background of Meng Ye. In the realm of soul masters, high cultivation does not necessarily equate to wealth. However, those who possess riches often hold a significant status. In a moment of urgency to rescue a companion, Tang San placed all his hopes upon the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Already injured, he nearly succumbed to the rising tide of his own blood. Paling as he trembled and pointed accusingly at Meng Ye, Xiao San, Demu Bai and the others, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, fully aware of the fierce battle Tang San had endured. The very existence of the human-faced demon spider served as testament to his struggle, causing them to glare fiercely at Meng Ye. I am unscathed. He raised his hand to signal his well-being, hastily compelling himself to regain composure. His gaze, still frosty, fixed upon Meng Ye as he inquired, "Surely, we have no grievances between us. Why must you impose such difficulties upon me?" "Indeed," he continued, "this soul beast may hold no utility for me, yet its worth cannot merely be reduced to some obscure tome of dubious merit, can it?" A flicker of lightning danced in Meng Ye's eyes. Though his expression remained impassive, an aura of terrifying authority radiated from him. The members of Shrek, who met his gaze, inexplicably felt an overwhelming weight pressing upon them. Their breaths momentarily halted. This was not merely the pressure of soul power or mental force, but rather a transcendental essence, characteristic of one accustomed to positions of great power. Meng Ye also made his first remarkable appearance, and Zhao Wuji's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. What a fearsome young prodigy! He stared directly at Tang San and spoke solemnly. The cultivation of soul masters is a path of heart refinement, a process that necessitates the accumulation of time and experience. Practicing hidden weapons may serve as a personal interest, but to neglect foundational training for such pursuits is to lose sight of what truly matters. His words resonated powerfully, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. What held significance was not merely his statement, but the essence of Ming Ye infused within it, an aura of unyielding strength that seemed to strike at the hearts and minds of all present. Even Zhao Wuji and Ming Shu, after their initial shock, exhibited a glimmer of understanding. They were advanced in age, and their progress in cultivation had been minimal. In truth, aside from physical limitations, what they lacked was this vibrant youthful spirit. After being profoundly enlightened by Meng Ye's fervent proclamation, they felt even their long-dormant soul power stirring, leaving them utterly astonished. Meng Ye's philosophy is remarkably pure, even to the point of extremity. If one is to cultivate soul power, then one should embrace the identity of a soul master wholeheartedly. In his eyes, Tang San does not quite embody the essence of a true soul master. Although Yu Shaojiang is hailed as a master of theory, Tang San's soul rings have neither fully embraced the poison attribute nor exhibited significant control abilities, which are largely limited to rival soul masters of the same level. During the soul master competition, were it not for the two immortal herbs that rendered him immune to ice and fire, the ability of blue-silver grass to absorb soul rings from a higher level would have been unremarkable. Any soul master, given 3 such immortal herbs, could cultivate a comparable genius. In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, Tang San's heart seethes with unbounded fury. His profound connection to the Tang sect renders any insult to hidden weapons utterly intolerable. Xiao San remained calm. Dai Mubai, who was closest, sensed something amiss with Tang San and attempted to intervene, only to have Tang San evade him in a flash. "Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps," he exclaimed. "I challenge you to prove that the hidden weapon in my hand is not a mere trick." Normally, Tang San would not act so recklessly. However, with Xiao Wu in peril, his rationality was already diminished, and the provocation had driven him to the brink of losing control. Stepping forward to confront Meng Ye's imposing presence, he declared with unwavering resolve, "If I am defeated, I will willingly forfeit this soul beast. Should I emerge victorious, I hope you will retract your previous statements." Meng Ye furrowed his brow, not out of fear of Tang San, for the latter had yet to earn such regard. It was rather the gaze that irked him. To an outsider, it might seem composed, but those who fell under its scrutiny felt an unsettling chill, akin to the stare of a venomous serpent. Ignoring Tang San, he turned to Ming Shu and inquired, "What are your thoughts, honored elder?" Unlike Tang San, who had succumbed to irrationality, Meng Ye remained composed, and the current circumstances were hardly unexpected. The ownership of the soul beast was not yet in Tang San's hands. As long as Ming Shu remained resolute, the beast could not be taken away. Tang San's audacious challenge, wagering the soul beast, was a significant overstep. "Humph, very well. This is the caliber of disciples from your Shrek Academy, the master's disciples." He cast a scornful glance at Tang San. whose formidable soul power instilled a palpable fear among those present. For this was indeed the essence of a soul, Douluo's prowess. Ming Ye gazed at Meng Ye and spoke directly. If you're confident, young friend, teach this child a lesson on my behalf. If you succeed, this soul beast shall belong to you, and I shall take not a single coin. None shall take it away. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your esteemed request. With a respectful bow, Ming Ye turned to face Tang San, his eyes serene and composed. Zhao Wujie felt a pang of anxiety. He could not comprehend why Ming Ye had so abruptly altered his stance, yet as he beheld Meng Ye's gaze, he instinctively sensed something amiss. Everything unfolded too suddenly, too peculiarly. What had initially been a contest between them and the Dragon King and Snake Lady had unexpectedly transformed into a wager involving a disciple of the Spirit Hall. The connections seemed flawlessly seamless. Since I proposed this, I shall not employ my martial spirit, but will engage you with concealed weapons alone, Tang San declared, not affording Meng Ye the opportunity to respond. His palm brushed against the 24-bridge moonlit night at his waist, and an array of uniquely designed concealed weapons materialized at his fingertips. The motion of grasping them was so subtle that it appeared as though the weapons had autonomously leapt into his hands. This was the Tang Sect's unparalleled skill controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. It is one of the core techniques of employing concealed weapons. Without it, the art of concealed weaponry would likely be inferior to even the most mediocre of manuals. Whoosh! The rapidity was unparalleled. As the concealed weapons excelled in their unpredictability and compactness, swiftly subduing the enemy. Tang San's speed and technique in launching the concealed weapons were impeccable. The only apparent deficiency lay in their force. The onlookers' expressions shifted as they initially believed Tang San's actions to be impulsive. Yet this dense torrent of metallic projectiles would likely give even a typical soul master a headache. Those glimmering blades radiating an eerie light were not to be trifled with. Retreat. Liu Yu and the others, positioned behind Ming Ye, quickly reacted and fell back. Liu Yu snatched up Lu Ming, inadvertently neglecting Luo Xian, who remained rooted in place. Meng Ye did not flinch. He remained steadfast, his body shimmering with conspicuous arcs of electricity as he continuously deflected the concealed projectiles. However, amidst the relentless barrage, evasion proved to be nearly impossible, particularly when standing firm and enduring the onslaught. After a golden crystal pierced through his soul power defense, a subsequent hidden needle broke through his skin. His expression darkened, and in the next moment, his soul rings emerged. Yellow, purple, black. The extraordinary configuration of soul rings pulsated with a ghastly white lightning, far more awe-inspiring than the metallic deluge around him. With a resounding roar, as the first soul ring illuminated, a terrifying wave of thunder converged into a shockwave that swept outward. Wherever it passed, not only were the projectiles completely dislodged, but the more fragile ones were utterly obliterated. The first soul skill, Thunderstorm. Their brother, Tang San, was taken aback by the ferocity of Meng Ye's counterattack. Not only was he unprepared, but so were the others. Just a moment ago, they had the upper hand, and in the blink of an eye, they were faced with life-threatening peril. At this critical juncture, a pink figure flickered into view, tackling Tang San to the ground, thus averting disaster. Boom. Chapter 27. The transaction. The terrifying thunder struck mercilessly against a distant tree trunk, causing a massive tree, requiring the embrace of 2 or 3 individuals, to crash to the ground. The side of the tree that bore the brunt of the thunder was entirely charred, and the surrounding grass bore witness to the same devastation. The overwhelming force of this thunder transcended the realm of ordinary martial souls, even surpassing that of the most elite martial souls. This was the embodiment of an ultimate martial soul. Even the weakest first soul skill, which had only existed for 800 years, delivered a strike that instilled fear in the hearts of all present. From Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, whose attributes closely aligned with the pinnacle, turned pale as the malevolent fire surging within him was subdued to the point where he could barely lift his head. Not only the Shrek group, but even Liu Yu and others witnessed Meng Ye's formidable display for the first time, their spirits shaken. Though they too were soul masters, they understood that, judging solely by strength, they would likely be unable to withstand that recent assault. No, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. The outcome was clear. The battle was decided. With an expressionless visage, Ming Ye reached out and deftly brushed over a wound on his chest, extracting a slender, twisted golden needle as fine as a hair. His brow furrowed slightly. While the weapon possessed minimal lethality, it was exceedingly repulsive. This was a dragon whisker needle, which required a specialized technique to infuse it with soul power, allowing it to harden to the strength of iron, specifically designed to penetrate protective energy shields. Had it been a soul master, it would have targeted their protective soul power. Had Ming Ye utilized his martial soul from the outset, this vile instrument would have been obliterated by a surge of thunderous might. Once embedded in flesh, it would curl and entangle itself within the tissues upon losing its soul power, inflicting excruciating pain as it distorted the flesh, thus easily impairing the soul master's ability to wield their strength effectively. Meng Ye, possessing the innate martial spirit, could forcibly expel the essence of flesh from within, a predicament that would spell disaster for any ordinary soul master caught in its grasp, unless they resorted to the drastic measure of excising the entire mass of flesh. Crack. At that moment, an electric arc erupted from his body, followed by a plume of white smoke. The suppression of attributes rendered the poison ineffective against him. Cough. Spurt. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions and the dramatic fluctuations of fortune, Tang San, barely rising to his feet, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Their brother. Are you all right?" Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously, her expression filled with concern, fearing he had sustained a life-threatening injury. In truth, it was primarily internal damage, exacerbated by emotional turmoil. "Xiao Wu, you have finally returned." Tang San suddenly embraced Xiao Wu, remaining in that position for an extended moment without rising. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Shu was still somewhat taken aback by the words spoken. And it was only after a gentle reminder from Chao Tianxiang that he fully comprehended the situation. "Ah, yes, indeed." With a serious expression, Meng Shu declared, "Young friend, you are being overly courteous. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. I shall honor my promise and escort you out of this Stardew forest." "Old man," Chao Tianxiang quietly interjected, casting a discreet glance at her granddaughter. The two elders were not oblivious to their granddaughter's feelings, especially since Meng Ye had yet to obtain her third spirit ring. Leaving at this juncture would surely leave her heartbroken. "Senior, during my journey here, I happened upon a 500-year-old mandala snake. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter?" Ming Ye suddenly spoke up at this moment. "Oh, where might it be?" At this, both Long Gong and Shipu reacted in unison. Meng Ye was genuinely disinterested in wasting time and began leading the trio of elders back along the path they had come. Lu Yu and the others quickly followed. Yet they too were filled with confusion. Had they encountered a mandala snake on their way here? Luo Xian trailed behind Ming Ye with a hint of guilt, having noticed that he had shielded her during his injury, even with the slightest chance of being hurt. Meng Ye had chosen not to evade the attack, nor had he released his martial soul. The overwhelming might of that lightning was not something a support-type soul master could withstand. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Meng Ye took a few detours before guiding Meng Shu and the others to the 500-year-old mandala snake. Throughout the journey, he had been utilizing his spiritual power to scan the surroundings in search of a suitable target, and it seemed that fortune favored this mandala snake. As they captured the spirit ring, it took Meng Ye over half an hour to absorb it, and eventually, even Shiqing and the others arrived. At long last, they exited the Stardew forest. Thus, this soul-hunting expedition came to a close. "I must sincerely thank you, young friend," Meng Shu expressed. "Not only have you helped my granddaughter regain her composure, but you have also found her a fitting spirit ring. Truly remarkable." The trio of elders already held Meng Ye in high regard. And although Meng Shu had initially intended to see Meng Ye and the others off from the Stardew forest, he found himself owing Meng Ye a favor instead. At a loss for words, he could only sigh and say, "Young friend, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to send a letter. To the best of my ability, I shall certainly assist you." "Senior, you are too kind," Meng Ye replied with a respectful bow. Long Gong and Shipa held a certain reputation within the spirit master community. While they could not compare to title Douluo, they were not to be underestimated either. Though their assistance might not be immediately necessary, it could prove invaluable in the future, as such connections were a vital asset. Farewell. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged solemn glances at Ghost Douluo before reluctantly escorting their beloved granddaughter away. Ghost Douluo, being the reason Meng Shu was willing to set aside his soul Douluo demeanor, signified the importance of having an elder, particularly one of Bibidong's closest aides, assist in the acquisition of soul rings. This further solidified their belief that Meng Ye's identity was far from ordinary, prompting their desire to cultivate a connection. "Ah, it seems your recent experiences have been quite remarkable. The Dragon King and Snake Lady would not typically bestow such significance upon a mere soul master." Ghost Douluo, his expression inscrutable, stood beside Ming Ye with a smile. "Your injuries must be substantial, esteemed elder?" As the words fell, Ming Ye sensed a chilling gaze piercing through from the side. Ghost Douluo coldly remarked, "How did you discern that this seed is injured?" "Initially, I was unaware. But now I am enlightened." Ming Ye turned to meet Ghost Douluo's gaze, his expression devoid of emotion, as a being at the pinnacle of title Douluo's strength. Even injuries should remain concealed. Each one of them had traversed countless trials, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood over decades. Had they not exercised sufficient caution, they would not have survived to this day. Fortunately, at this moment, Sher Chung had returned with the others to the previous town to recuperate. Leaving only the two of them present, Ghost Douluo gradually reigned in his aura. Buzz. Ming Ye retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide and presented it to Ghost Douluo, saying, "This item may assist you in recovering some of your injuries." Ghost Douluo scoffed, dismissive of Ming Ye's offering, but in the next moment, a captivating fragrance wafted from a crack in the open box. The words of refusal that had lodged in Ghost Douluo's throat were left unspoken. He extended his hand to accept the box and directly inquired, "What do you wish to exchange for this blood ginseng?" "All I require is for you to accompany me back into the Douluo forest," Meng Ye replied. "I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Agreed. Ghost Douluo appeared to recall a prior encounter with the Titan giant ape, pausing for a moment before ultimately consenting. Although this blood ginseng was not of the 1,000-year grade and not an extraordinary treasure, it was still a sacred item for healing, given Ghost Douluo's already diminished vitality. This ginseng would suffice to expedite his recovery, saving him a considerable amount of time. For Ming Ye, this blood ginseng was precious but not essential. He had previously consumed a 1,000-year-old variant that had significantly enhanced his vitality and raised his soul power by 2 levels. In the depths of the Douluo forest, guided by Ghost Douluo, Ming Ye successfully located a marshland. He extracted a piece of glassy wood from the mire, his eyes alight with excitement. Indeed, it was 10,000-year soul incense, though the quantity appeared somewhat unusual. Despite some being decayed, the amount he observed was sufficient for 4 to 5 years of use. With his talent, a 3-fold increase in soul power over 4 to 5 years would elevate him to at least level 10. While it may seem modest, level 10 soul power would sufficiently bridge the innate gap between his full soul power and that of a 6-winged angel, a distinction between top-tier martial souls and divine martial souls. "Is this what you came to seek?" Ghost Douluo stood by, refraining from intervening. He was unaware of the significance of these items or the difference between them and ordinary incense wood. "I would be immensely grateful if you could help me retrieve that wood," Meng Ye said, gesturing cautiously towards a soul beast lurking beneath the marsh. Ghost Douluo frowned at the indicated area, situated in the center of the marsh, where no flying-type martial soul could approach. As a title Douluo, he could fly, and feeling compelled, he ascended. Roar! As he drew near, a massive black python lunged from the swamp, its gaping maw wide enough to swallow Ghost Douluo whole. More alarmingly, a vortex emanated from the serpent's mouth, pulling Ghost Douluo downward slightly. "You beast! Die!" Ghost Douluo, taken aback and enraged, raised his hand and struck down. Boom! The tremendous soul power caused the center of the marsh to collapse, creating a vast pit several dozen meters in diameter, prompting Ming Ye to retreat. He swiftly collected the 10,000-year soul incense that had been unearthed, recognizing that even if shattered, it would retain its value. It was not a precious material, hence its obscurity. Humph! As Ghost Douluo landed on the shore, he grasped the soul beast in his hands, a robust serpent, over 1/2 meter in diameter and spanning more than 20 meters in length. A pitch-black soul ring appeared. This was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast. This creature appeared to be a mutated soul beast, making the journey worthwhile. As he spoke, Ghost Douluo skillfully stripped away the flesh from the serpent's body, revealing a portion of blackened bones. This was indeed a soul bone. "Congratulations, Senior," Meng Ye remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yet, he harbored no desire for it, continuing to gather the surrounding 10,000-year soul incense. Aside from the growth-type external soul bones and the 100,000-year soul bones, he held little interest in other soul bones. It was more prudent to enhance his cultivation, based on his martial soul's potential. Reaching level 80 would render obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring a mere formality. His martial soul's latent power remained significant. "Are you not intrigued?" Ghost Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Meng Ye. What soul master could resist the allure of a soul bone? "This is your opportunity, Senior. I do not dare covet it." Observing Meng Ye's impassive demeanor as he continued to collect the wood, Ghost Douluo narrowed his eyes beneath his cloak. What profound depth this young boy possessed. What was his true nature? Throughout their journey, Ghost Douluo had sought to understand Meng Ye's circumstances, strength, cultivation, and temperament, yet even now, he felt he could not fathom him. Moreover, it seemed he was being led by Meng Ye, unable to discern why, which vexed Ghost Douluo. However, the acquisition of a soul bone brought him joy, and he refrained from further contemplation, even assisting Meng Ye in gathering the inaccessible 10,000-year soul incense. Eventually, Meng Ye confirmed that he had collected all that he could, and his storage soul guide was nearly full, even requiring the use of a backup. Satisfied, he departed. With decades worth of 10,000-year soul incense now in his possession, this journey was far from wasted. With these resources, he was confident he could elevate to the rank of Soul Douluo within a decade. Of course, this was merely the foundational strength. Soul power alone was insufficient. Suitable soul rings and other opportunities were essential. If possible, he even contemplated procuring several celestial herbs from Douluo. After all, Douluo was oblivious to their true value, making acquisition not overly difficult but requiring some effort. As Ghost Douluo and Ming Ye departed, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the center of the marsh, a terrifying aura causing the surroundings to tremble slightly. Bloop. Bubbles began to surface beneath the marsh, followed by a multitude of skeletal remains of soul beasts rising from the depths, many of which were larger than the black python. Boom. The low rumble of thunder puzzled Meng Ye, who had just exited the forest, but he merely glanced back. The Stardow forest was vast, and its humid climate naturally brought frequent rain. Occasional weather changes were not unusual. Otherwise, maintaining such a large expanse would be difficult. Elder, you have finally returned. Shiqing awaited outside the forest. He had initially sent others to the town for rest, but had come to check on Ghost Douluo and Meng Ye, who had not yet returned. Indeed, Ghost Douluo nodded calmly, withholding further commentary. Teacher Shi, were you injured? Meng Ye inquired, surprised to observe Shiqing, who seemed unharmed before, now appeared wounded. I was somewhat careless in a skirmish with an old rival, Shiqing admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. Ghost Douluo paid it no mind, yet Ming Ye scrutinized him deeply, eliciting a tightness in Shiqing's heart. He was evidently concealing something. The injury was internal, marked by a handprint on his chest, indicative of the opponent's remarkable strength. As a martial soul of the barbarian bear, which was both offensively and defensively strong, there were few who could overpower him by sheer force. Meng Ye had a strong suspicion of the assailant's identity, Zhao Wujie. Moreover, Shiqing was likely aware of Zhao Wujie's past conflicts with the Spirit Hall, possibly even being one of the Soul Emperors involved in the ambush against him. Such a reaction suggests that this individual either has a wager with Zhao Wuqi or shares a certain camaraderie with him. Otherwise, upon uttering a word, the Ghost Douluo would never allow the Shrek team to return. Meanwhile, the Shrek group, having departed from the Stardow forest, was resting in a town. Meng Ye perhaps did not anticipate that Tang San's fortune had not dwindled despite his interception of the man-faced demon spider. He still acquired a soul ring from it, though it remains uncertain if he obtained a soul bone. How's Teacher Zhao's injury? Tang San inquired as he approached Dai Mubai, who was stationed at the door of the inn. He's fine. Teacher Zhao said he would return to the academy by tomorrow. Dai Mubai replied with a smile, arms crossed. But it was indeed clever of you to make that soul sage from the Spirit Hall place a wager. Otherwise, even if Teacher Zhao managed to drive him back, it would have been quite troublesome. Yes, after all, Teacher Zhao's title of the Unmoved King was achieved through the Spirit Hall. Tang San coughed slightly. His own injuries had yet to fully heal. Dai Mubai frowned and said, you should rest as well, little San. I can keep watch here. Thank you for your trouble. Tang San responded. What kind of talk is that? We are brothers, Dai Mubai replied. Tang San then returned to his room, needing to meditate to expedite his recovery. Before long, the others arrived to inquire about the situation. Dai Lauda, regarding that individual who wielded lightning, did you discern what kind of martial spirit he possessed? He nearly terrified me, Ma Hongjun expressed, still shaken by the encounter. I do not know. Dai Mubai shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he remarked. Even Little San and Teacher Zhao could not identify his martial spirit, but it is certainly formidable. This was his rather diplomatic way of expressing himself, as he typically assessed opponents based on two criteria: whether he could defeat them or not. Naturally, he could not admit to being unable to overcome such a foe. That soul skill nearly scared me to death. Are the geniuses of the Spirit Hall that powerful? Oscar lamented. After all, they had trained for so long. Although Flander instilled in them a somewhat reckless fearlessness, it also fostered significant confidence, which was crucial. Now, however, that confidence had taken a hit. That individual is likely among the strongest geniuses in the spirit hall, and he is probably older than us, Daimubai remarked with irritation. Indeed, Dailada is right. I have been to the spirit hall, and those disciples are not as formidable as I am, Ning Rongrong chimed in, helping to restore the group's morale. Enough of that. I am off to feast. Don't forget to bring some back. Of course. Chapter 29. Lei Jingyong arrives. Is there something you need? Ming Ye queried upon returning to the inn and discovering Luo Xian waiting for him. This young lady fidgeted with her hands, seemingly unsure of where to place them. The ghost Douluo gave him a significant glance before walking past, and Shi Qing also departed. What perplexed Ming Ye was that at least 2 pairs of eyes were fixed upon them, easily discernible even without psychic probing. Are you all right? Luo Xian mustered the courage to look into Meng Ye's concerned eyes. I am fine. The poison has been expelled. I only sustained a minor surface injury. His physique will recover easily. Even without deliberate meditation, it will not take long. Conversely, my mental energy was quite drained from the search for Lu Meng, and I feel somewhat fatigued. That's wonderful. Luo Xian's face relaxed into a smile. Thank you. Wait a moment. She clasped her hands before her, and a large white bun materialized in her grasp, her martial spirit, a simple food-type spirit. However, the effects of this spirit were anything but trivial. A food-type soul master's talent is often measured not only by their soul power, but also by the longevity of the food they create. Oscar, praised by Flander as a once-in-a-century talent, could produce sausages that lasted 12 hours, one day, and it would increase over time. In contrast, Luo Xian's spirit could last over a week. Her soul power barely diminished, and with innate soul power at level 9. She had already surpassed the soul master rank at just 15 years old, promising a brilliant future ahead. Thank you. Meng Ye took a few bites and swallowed, feeling a warm current coursing through his body, restoring both his soul power and physical strength, even his mental energy. The first soul skill was a comprehensive healing ability, capable of mending injuries, replenishing stamina, and rejuvenating soul power. I ought to express my gratitude to you, he remarked. Luo Xian swiftly crafted steamed buns with varying effects. Her second soul skill was detoxification, and the third was purification. The first 2 were standard abilities of food-type martial spirits, posing no issues, but the third was somewhat exceptional. The purification ability could negate soul power and soul skill suppression, even attribute constraints. Such power was crucial in combat, allowing counteraction against even the most formidable control soul skills. That's enough, Meng Ye said as he noticed Luo Xian showing no signs of stopping. He was unable to consume all the buns at once, and, of course, Luo Xian's soul power limited her production. Truly, thank you. Luo Xian hurriedly ceased her work, bowing her head in gratitude, her ears flushed. Sighing deeply, Meng Ye resolved to relinquish the ties of his past life, yet it proved a challenging endeavor. Each encounter with Luo Xian rendered his heart restless, making it difficult to divert his attention. It's all right, go rest. We should return tomorrow. Luo Xian lifted her head, hurriedly departing, her swaying figure exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. Though it lacked the captivating aura of Hu Laina, it nonetheless drew Ming Ye's gaze, leaving him somewhat dazed. Ziz. A spark flickered across his vision, snapping Meng Ye back to reality. He looked around, bewildered by the momentary lapse. It was commonplace to be distracted, but for him, it was unusual. He had never before lost focus without awareness. As a semi-mental type soul master, mental distraction was a significant concern. Not dwelling on it further, he finished the buns and returned to his room to meditate while others began to rest. The next day, the group hired a carriage for their return to Soul Master City. Their journey was considerably smoother than before, and the shared experiences had fostered camaraderie among them. Though Jeremy still kept his distance, that soul skill that knocked the opponent down with a bang is incredible. Inside the carriage, Lu Ming exaggeratedly posed with her hands. With her presence, the journey felt less monotonous, and smiles frequently graced the faces of others. After her proclamation, she gazed at Ming Ye in admiration, seemingly having forgotten their earlier peril. Despite the fact that she was actually a few years his senior. A week swiftly passed, and upon their return to Soul Master City, the group was granted a brief respite. Both the teacher and Ghost Douluo had departed. Back at the academy, Ming Ye hesitated as he regarded the storage soul guide in his hand. The 8 spider lances were a commendable external soul bone, rivaling those of 100,000 years as they matured. However, in terms of value, it was merely akin to a 1,000-year soul bone, offering little worth to him at present. Once he reached the rank of Soul Douluo, even a 100,000-year soul bone would be within his grasp. More importantly, He realized that the 8 spider lances were ill-suited for him. He had no need for poison attributes, and the lances were too frail before their full maturation. Misaligned with his pursuit of strength, they had shattered several times merely in the hands of Tang San. They were tasteless to consume yet regrettable to discard. His primary martial spirit was his strongest weapon. This external soul bone was merely supplementary. Ultimately, Meng Ye chose to forego it. He recalled Lei Xingyang's counsel that as long as one continuously tapped into the potential of their primary martial spirit, it could rival any divine weapon. Had it been an external soul bone with flight capabilities, he might have considered it, but the 8 spider lances were, for him, utterly superfluous. Yet, their value remained significant. He could find a way to convert it into resources he could utilize. The optimal target would undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall, with so many titled Douluo within. Even Bibi Dong would likely express interest in this soul bone. However, the Spirit Hall lacked the resources he sought, and he was indifferent to Bibi Dong's regard. Knock, knock, knock. In the early morning, a knock echoed, pulling Ming Ye from his meditation. His eyes flashed with sharp light, leaving a faint arc of electricity in their wake. Ziz. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance. The aroma of the 1,000-year soul incense was effective, hastening his soul power's increment. In truth, it could have progressed even faster. But he had now transformed into an ultimate attribute, causing a slight slowdown in his soul power growth. Rising to open the door, he discovered it was Lu Ji. This reticent individual was hard to imagine as a disciple from a soul master family. Typically, such families were regarded as nobility within the realm of soul masters. Not overly arrogant, but possessing a certain distinguished presence, like Lu Yu's calm composure. Is there something you need? The dean is looking for you. Thank you. I shall head there now. After expressing his gratitude, Meng Ye nodded. Lu Ji returned the gesture and departed. Among the 3 siblings, Lu Yu was undoubtedly the most composed, maintaining calm in the face of challenges. Lu Ming was somewhat exuberant, possessing an excess of vivacity, while Lu Ji appeared rather mundane, even gloomy, rarely speaking up. However, Ming Ye was familiar with them, having known them in his previous life. Lu Ji was no ordinary individual. A few minutes later, Ming Ye arrived at the dean's office. Upon knocking and entering, he found Ovis seated at his desk, engaged in lively conversation with a robust elder. Dean, what brings you here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ming Ye rarely experiences intense emotional fluctuations, yet at this moment, he finds it difficult to suppress his feelings. Striving to maintain a semblance of tranquility. The Pope holds him in high regard, having already accepted him as a named disciple, promising a future filled with boundless potential. Ovis gazes at Lei Xingyang with a grin, his tone imbued with a sense of envy. By the time one reaches their age, aspirations tend to diminish, and the hope of breaking through in soul power seems increasingly distant. The only lingering desire is perhaps to witness the growth of the younger generation. In Ovis's eyes, Ming Ye undoubtedly qualifies as Lei Xingyang's disciple, even if not by title. Indeed, this holds true. How could he not be a direct disciple? Lei Xingyang furrows his brow, acutely aware of Meng Ye's exceptional talent. Logically, there should be no issue even if he were to become the Pope's direct disciple. The Pope cannot have 2 direct disciples. Can he? Meng Ye engages in conversation with Lei Xingyang in a relaxed manner, as there are no unspoken barriers between them. He then continues with a smile, inquiring, "By the way, what brings you here? Just came to see how you have been faring." Meng Ye suddenly felt a pang of regret for posing such a question. Lei Xingyang spoke with an air of casualness, expressing whatever came to mind without a shred of concern for others' opinions or judgments. "Have you acquired your 4th soul ring?" Lei Xingyang inquired, further probing into Meng Ye's recent circumstances. It seemed he truly had come with the intent to visit, while Owisi was likely just accompanying him for a brief greeting. "Yes, I have secured a suitable soul ring," Meng Ye affirmed with a nod, as the 4th soul ring had indeed met his expectations. The ultimate attribute was a crucial component of his training regimen, originally intended to be attained prior to acquiring the 7th soul ring. This would ensure a smoother path for his subsequent cultivation. Moreover, the enhancement of soul power from levels 30 to 70 was inherently limited, given the necessity to maintain such formidable strength, which naturally demanded a higher quality of soul power. His endeavor to gather 10,000-year soul incense was also aimed at alleviating this constraint. "That is good to hear," Lei Xingyang acknowledged with a nod, then produced a card from his person and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "This is your living allowance for the month." Meng Ye, he is not lacking in wealth. Wang Shuo possesses a keen business acumen. Since discovering this, Meng Ye has offered him several pieces of advice. Through the soul-fighting arena, the black market, and the auction house, coupled with his noble status, he has amassed a considerable fortune over the years. His intention to purchase the 8 spider spears for 100,000 gold soul coins was not merely a bluff. He possesses over 200,000 gold soul coins, a substantial portion of which, several tens of thousands, was provided by Lei Jingyang as living expenses. This amount is sufficient to sustain several small soul master families for more than a decade. He did not refuse, for Lei Jingyang is also not in want of money. Although he may appear candid, Lei Jingyang is certainly not a simpleton. His network alone constitutes an invaluable asset. And there is this. Lei Jingyang retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide, a container typically reserved for precious rare materials, as the jade box prevents the loss of medicinal properties. Ovis is intrigued. He is curious about what Lei Jingyang has brought for Meng Ye. As an old acquaintance of many years, he is well aware of Lei Jingyang's temperament. He either refrains from action or ensures that it is of utmost quality. Let us see. Meng Ye casually opened the jade box, revealing a soft crimson glow that illuminated the object within. It was a fruit the size of a cherry, radiating a gentle red light, akin to a magnificent gem shimmering brilliantly. Always, unable to identify it at first glance, soon widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "The phoenix blood fruit! Alas, it is only 9,900 years old, just shy of becoming a true rarity of heaven and earth." Lei Jingyang sighed. You. Always, infuriated, stood up and pointed at Lei Jingyang, trembling with indignation. "You are wasting a treasure. In just 100 years, it could transform into a genuine spiritual entity of heaven and earth." Although the 10,000-year-old plant-type soul beast could no longer leave its place of growth, it possessed a certain degree of spirituality, even intelligence, thereby rightfully earning its title as a wondrous entity of the world. To put it mildly, in a century, this fruit would rival the effects of the fairy herbs found in the ice and fire duality eye, perhaps even surpassing them. 100 years? What use will it be then? Lei Jingyang dismissed him with a nonchalant glance. But Oways was rendered speechless by the retort. While it was true that soul masters seldom cared about the age of rare materials, as long as they could consume them on the spot, most items circulating in the market hardly qualified as treasures, merely regarded as somewhat precious herbs at best. It is indeed somewhat regrettable, Meng Ye remarked with a touch of sorrow. Being short by a century is truly unfortunate, yet even so, this fruit can still enhance one's soul power by 3 to 4 levels. More importantly, it possesses the effect of cleansing marrow and refining bones, solidifying one's foundation. He closed the jade box and stored it in his soul guide. His philosophy largely aligned with that of Lei Jingyang. Rather than waiting for someone else to consume it a century later, it was better to partake in its benefits himself now. "Well, I should be heading back," Lei Jingyang announced as he prepared to leave. He had no particular business here, unless the hall master of the spirit hall was removed or promoted. He typically did not leave his post. There was no need for regular reports unless during special circumstances. Wait a moment. I have made some gains from my soul hunting this time, and I should be able to summarize them by tomorrow. There should be some value in it. Meng Ye suddenly interjected. Lei Jingyang paused, glanced at Meng Ye, and nodded. "Very well, then I shall wait one more day." Always, unaware of their conversation, knew of Lei Jingyang's passion for researching martial souls, as many of the documents and materials within the spirit hall were provided by him. Thus, despite not being an elder and only possessing the rank of soul sage, Lei Jingyang held a significant position within the spirit hall, second only to the elders. Ming Ye harbored similar interests, which did not strike him as peculiar, nor did he inquire further. Upon exiting Ovis's office, Meng Ye prepared to escort Lei Jingyang out of the academy, enveloped in a contemplative silence. There was no inherent flaw in being a direct disciple of the Pope. With your innate talent, even if the Pope favored his female disciple, opportunities would still present themselves to you. He found no merit in contention. In response to Lei Jingyang's rather forthright remarks, Meng Ye replied succinctly. Lei Jingyang continued, "You need not concern yourself with my disposition. I have never taken you on as a disciple." At these words, Meng Ye furrowed his brow, aware that Lei Jingyang had his best interests at heart, yet still feeling a twinge of discomfort. After a brief pause, he spoke. "As you mentioned, the Pope places greater importance on his direct disciples. Besides, what significance lies in occupying such a position if one merely lingers in one place? Would one merely play the role of a statue?" "You certainly have the audacity to speak," Lei Jingyang chuckled, shaking his head, his unfiltered nature emblematic of their rapport. He sighed. It is commendable that you possess your own convictions. If you choose not to contend, then so be it. As they continued their walk, they encountered several familiar figures. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? Lu Ming exclaimed, entwined with Luo Xian. The latter appearing as though she wished to escape yet found herself unable to do so. Although Luo Xian was a few years younger, her stature was strikingly tall and perfect, rendering her far more mature than Lu Ming. Just a trip outside the academy. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with understanding. She recognized Meng Ye's reticent nature, typically responding with straightforwardness and opting for silence when disinclined to engage. She then turned to Lei Xingyang and inquired, "And this esteemed elder is yours?" "Haha, I am Lei Xingyang," he replied with a smile. "He is my teacher," Meng Ye interjected calmly before Lei Xingyang could introduce himself. After exchanging pleasantries, they continued their way out of the academy. Lei Xingyang owned a residence in the martial Soul City, modest in size, but certainly not insignificant. Meng Ye was too indolent to run about, which was why he had not previously resided here. Staying at the academy allowed him to save a considerable amount of time. Meng Ye's teacher, Luo Xian. One would presume that someone so formidable would have an equally impressive mentor, wouldn't you agree? Lu Ming, entwining her arm with Luo Xian's, continued on their way. I sense that Meng Ye harbors a profound respect for his teacher. Luo Xian felt rather uncomfortable. She had initially intended to return home to indulge in some culinary delights and perhaps seek a little affection from her mother. However, upon encountering Lu Ming, she was compelled to be dragged back. While their conversation along the way was pleasant enough, it was Lu Ming who led the discourse. At that moment, Luo Xian's heart longed for the pastries her mother used to make. As Lu Ming pondered her thoughts, her words dwindled significantly as she guided Luo Xian to her class. Chapter 31. Concern from Lei Xingyang Bang. Ouch! With a light rap on her head, Lu Ming feigned innocence, clutching her forehead and casting a pitiful glance at Lu Yu. With a fair complexion that still bore a hint of sternness, the tall and poised Lu Yu inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Hee, dear sister. I was in the wrong," Lu Ming admitted, recognizing her error and refraining from causing further trouble for her elder sister. After countless admonitions, Lu Yu could only turn to Luo Xian, expressing her apologies. "Luo Xian, I sincerely apologize for the trouble Lu Ming has caused you." "No, it's quite all right," Luo Xian replied hastily, waving her hands. Upon unexpectedly entering a strange classroom, her mind had momentarily gone blank, rendering her incapable of speech until Liu timely intervened to rescue her. "Sister, we just encountered Meng Ye and his teacher." "Meng Ye's teacher?" Lu Yu furrowed her brow slightly but soon relaxed, directly asking, "You didn't behave inappropriately, did you?" "What are you saying, sister? I am the most well-behaved." "Humph." Lu Yu, well aware of Lu Ming's playful nature, knew that her sister would not act recklessly when it mattered. After escorting Luo Xian back to her class, she turned to inquire about Lu Ming's situation once more. "The main hall master?" "Indeed, I saw the badge, and Meng Ye respects him immensely, as Luo Xian mentioned." Lu Ming replied, her expression one of pride. She was certainly not lacking in intelligence, though she might exhibit a hint of cleverness. Her facade was perfectly tailored for her. Given Meng Ye's formidable prowess, it was natural that he owed part of his respect to his teacher. Liu glanced at Lu Ming, tapping her forehead lightly and admonishing her, "Do not be so smug. Your little wits have likely been seen through already. Hurry and prepare yourself. Test will commence next week." "What tests?" "I absolutely detest examinations." Upon hearing about the upcoming tests, Lu Ming's spirit seemed to wilt, her energy visibly drained. "Comprehensive evaluations. It is said they are for selecting candidates for next year's Soul Master competition." "What? Just end me now." The tests at the Spirit Hall were notoriously stringent. It was not a mere matter of filling out a form. Assessments would encompass soul power progress, soul rings, and physical fitness. Although daily life allowed for considerable freedom, the testing was rigorously enforced, and failure could indeed lead to expulsion. With a firm grasp on 60% of the resources for soul masters, the Spirit Hall had no shortage of talent. Many aspired to gain entry into the Spirit Hall Academy. Inside the residence of Lei Xingyang, Meng Ye completed the necessary summaries within a mere hour and handed them over to Lei Xingyang. "Ultimate attributes. Have you truly accomplished it?" Upon merely casting a glance, Lei Xingyang gazed at Meng Ye in astonishment. With a slight nod, Meng Ye unleashed his martial soul. The terrifying essence of his vitality materialized around him. His martial soul was himself, encompassing an expansive range. Flesh, bones, meridians, hair, and even blood and internal organs were all included. The typical martial soul of the body constitutes only a fragment of this, granting him a monumental advantage that none of the common martial souls could possess. Even his brain was part of this, allowing him to develop and cultivate mental secret arts with greater advantages than in his previous life. Crack! A white arc of electricity surged from his body, and upon touching the ground, a fissure appeared in the granite pavement. Lei Xingyang distinctly felt the overwhelming power of the thunder, his soul energy momentarily stalling before swiftly resuming its flow. In terms of vitality, he was far superior to the current Meng Ye. What a domineering attribute! Is this what ultimate attributes are? Lei Xingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Meng Ye. He had delved into various aspects of martial souls, even proposing the separation of martial soul cultivation from soul master training. Meng Ye's mental visualization techniques and vitality arts were both developed from Lei Xingyang's research in his previous life. Regrettably, this knowledge had not been widely disseminated, for Lei Xingyang harbored no ambition for fame or conquest over the continent. He simply wished to validate his findings and witness Meng Ye's growth, just as he was doing now. For him, this sense of accomplishment outweighed all else. While the strength of ultimate attributes was indeed formidable, there were minor issues that he had noted down. If you are interested, you may seek out similar martial souls. As for soul beasts, do not bother. Meng Ye expressed his concern, fearing that Lei Xingyang, in a moment of impulsiveness, might venture into the starry forest or the depths of the northernmost lands in pursuit of soul beasts with extreme attributes for research. He was indeed capable of such recklessness. Not to mention the rarity of these soul beasts with extreme attributes. Even if one were to locate them, they would most often encounter formidable soul beast overlords, which could easily provoke terrifying beast clans. For instance, the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion and the Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear. The fortune that Ming Ye encountered with the Thunder God Bamboo was largely attributable to luck. Indeed, I possess a sense of propriety. Yet this extraordinary martial soul is rather elusive to assess. Glancing at the documents in his hand, Lei Xingyang nodded and acquiesced. Though tenacious, he was not obstinate. He welcomed risks, but he could restrain himself when aware of impending doom. With so many soul masters awakening each year, do you truly believe in the existence of wasteful martial souls with innate full soul power? Meng Ye offered a reminder. At the foundational levels of the Spirit Hall, the martial soul branches and sub-branches were primarily staffed by formidable soul masters and soul venerates, whose perspectives were rather limited. The more intricate cases were often incapable of discerning true talent. In truth, innate soul power is fundamentally proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The notion of a wasteful martial soul possessing innate level 10 soul power is utterly preposterous. Chuckling softly, Lei Xingyang nodded, preparing to return and set his plans into motion. He governed the martial soul hall of the Salikel Duchy, which equated to overseeing the entire soul master resources of the duchy, if not all. Then certainly 90% would pass through his hands. By meticulously compiling a detailed list and information of each year's awakened soul masters, he was confident that among the thousands, he would certainly find at least a few with innate full soul power. As for the minuscule probability of finding 1 in 10,000, it was merely a metaphor. The shortcomings within the Spirit Hall system were evident. While the initial step was to selflessly assist commoners in awakening their martial souls, it also inadvertently resulted in the oversight of many potential geniuses. By the way, it seems that the young girl named Shui Yuer is still quite determined. I have heard that she has caused quite a stir at the Water Academy. Lei Xingyang remarked suddenly as he tucked the documents away. Let her be. As long as it does not escalate to this point. Rubbing his temples in mild frustration, Meng Ye remained indifferent. He had no intention of considering Shui Yuer, nor did he entertain thoughts of romantic entanglements. His sole focus was on rapidly advancing his cultivation. Young man, do not be so cold-hearted. You will eventually settle down. Is there not someone who holds your heart? Lei Xingyang felt that Meng Ye's persistent detachment was concerning. While he did not wish to meddle in the young man's personal affairs, it seemed rather abnormal for someone of his age to harbor no inclinations whatsoever. Could it be that he had developed some issue with his physique? No, I shall return first. I will not see you off tomorrow. As Meng Ye rose to depart, he chose not to engage in further discussion on the matter. Lei Xingyang remained seated, lost in thought. He was aware of Meng Ye's singular focus on cultivation. Yet having lived to this age, he possessed a certain understanding of the youthful psyche. To put it plainly, it is entirely natural for one at that age to harbor curiosity and thoughts regarding the opposite sex. Such feelings are merely a normal response to physical maturation. Should one suppress these sentiments entirely, it could lead to psychological issues, for human instinct is not easily quelled. It appears that Ovis will need to invest some effort into this situation. With a murmured thought, Lei Jingyang stood and made his way to the Soul Hall Academy once more, though this time, he refrained from making an appearance within the institution. Chapter 32, Dining 1 week later. In the span of a week, Meng Ye's soul power had ascended by yet another level. Having obtained the Thunder God Bamboo, he had already reached a soul power level of 44. Coupled with the 10,000-year soul fragrance and his own secret techniques, his cultivation speed continued to surpass that of the period prior to acquiring such exceptional attributes. Now, boasting a soul power level of 45. This advancement also owed itself to his previous efforts in repressing his soul power. With a sigh, Meng Ye opened his eyes from meditation, his brow furrowing at the sight of the dense electric arcs flashing around him. These arcs were not a favorable sign, after all. He did not possess an innate extreme attribute martial soul, and his primary martial soul lacked any specific elemental affinity. Furthermore, his second martial soul was not of the lightning attribute either. These arcs seemed to indicate his inability to fully control the tempestuous power of thunder. Extreme attributes are not the ultimate goal. There remains room for growth. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor of the far north both embody the pinnacle of ice. Yet the latter wields not merely ice, but a force akin to the laws of nature. Thus, even among extreme attributes, there exists a hierarchy of strength. If Ming Ye desires a more formidable thunderous power, the prerequisite is undoubtedly the complete mastery of that force. With a creak, he rose and exited towards the classroom. Although his routine often consisted merely of clocking in, attendance was mandatory. The Soul Hall maintained strict regulations in this regard. While there was a degree of freedom, it did not imply a lax atmosphere or system, particularly with the testing period approaching. The freshmen had officially commenced their studies for over a month, and the academy's assessments had begun in earnest, prompting many to put forth extra effort as they crammed for the impending evaluations. Meng Ye, the transfer student who entered with Lei Jingyang's letter of recommendation, arrived slightly later than the freshmen, but was still required to undergo testing. The assessments would commence 3 days later at the second battle arena within the academy, granting everyone a 2-day respite. However, attendance was mandatory for all students. Failure to comply would result in personal responsibility for the consequences. Is this understood? A unified response echoed through the room. The regulations at the Spirit Hall Academy were notably stringent, and no one dared to act frivolously, except for one individual. The instructor at the podium was a middle-aged woman, tasked with overseeing this class. Appearing to be in her 40s, she bore faint wrinkles yet exuded an air of nobility and grace. Her martial spirit was the Crimson Whip, a formidable weapon spirit with an impressive soul power reaching level 60. It was said that on the first day, in a bid to establish authority, she dismantled the classroom door and expelled a particularly troublesome student on the spot. Ming Ye was a latecomer and had not been introduced, which left her quite dissatisfied. Suddenly, a chalk piece struck Luo Xian, who was dozing in the corner. She scratched her head, yet remained oblivious. Luo Xian. What happened? The terrifying roar, reminiscent of a lion's, finally roused Luo Xian, who lifted her head in panic, her fair complexion marked by the imprint of her disheveled hair. You come to the office. And you too. The teacher abruptly pointed at Meng Ye, summoning the two out of the classroom, then addressed the remaining students. The rest of you may disperse. A few minutes later, Meng Ye stood calmly in the office, while Luo Xian lowered her head. Luo Xian, you possess great talent. But could you elucidate why you consistently sleep during class? I was wrong, she responded weakly, barely audible in the near silence surrounding them. The teacher frowned, scrutinizing her as he continued. This is not the first time. Today, you must provide an explanation. Luo Xian, witnessing the teacher's stern demeanor, felt her mind go blank. Unable to formulate a coherent response, her eyes reddening. As a soul master, even a support type 1, she ought not to display such behavior. However, this appeared to stem from Luo Xian's innate issues, partly related to her martial soul. Teacher, Meng Ye interjected, glancing at her with a touch of sympathy. Luo Xian's martial soul cultivation method seems to be connected to her sleep. The teacher was skeptical, retorting, preposterous. I have never encountered such a meditative method. It is not meditation, but rather assistance. Surely you have encountered materials regarding martial souls like Taotai or mutated types that require special methods for cultivation. Many martial souls necessitate support in their training. This is not necessarily a disadvantage, but rather a potential advantage. After all, while it may be an unconventional path, it could serve as a shortcut. depending on its application. Upon hearing Meng Ye's explanation, the teacher paused, uncertain if he had reviewed such materials. But given his position at the Martial Soul Palace Academy, he had likely come across them. He turned his gaze back to Luo Xian, inquiring, "Is what he said true?" "Yes," Luo Xian nodded. "All right then, I shall not punish you this time, but let this be a warning. Remember to attend the test at the No. 2 Soul Fighting Arena in 3 days." Still in a daze, Luo Xian was eventually dismissed by the teacher. In the office, the teacher regarded Meng Ye with a look of appreciation. "I have reviewed your records. Your talent is commendable, even surpassing that of many prodigious students in higher grades. However, your abilities remain to be tested. Have you ever been to the Soul Fighting Arena?" This served as a benchmark, as Soul Masters rarely possess the audacity to venture there alone before reaching adulthood. The arena is not so different from a beast fighting pit. Of course, the experience of having been there versus not being there represents two entirely different concepts. Engaging in combat as a Soul Master is not akin to a turn-based game where one merely trades blows. Factors such as defense and evasion come into play. Without any practical experience, facing a seasoned opponent could result in defeat before even unleashing a soul skill. Ming Ye nodded and said, "I managed to obtain the purple gold soul." The purple gold soul from the Grand Soul Arena? The teacher looked at Ming Ye with uncertainty, almost convinced he had misheard. Indeed, Ming Ye nodded in affirmation, realizing that according to the rules of the Soul Arena, this purple gold soul badge did not signify his utmost limit but rather the pinnacle of the Soul Master rank. Previously, there had been scarcely any Soul Masters or Soul Sect members at the Soul Douluo level, and even Soul Kings were a rarity. Initially, he had no intention of visiting the Soul Arena. However, in order to enlist Wang Shua's assistance in accumulating funds, he devoted 2 months to obtaining this badge. Subsequently, his teacher escorted him to the Soul Arena, specifically the one within the Spirit Hall designated for training purposes, to assess his capabilities. Following this, the teacher assigned Meng Ye a task to rank within the top 5 of the academy. Undoubtedly, the most gifted and accomplished individuals at the Spirit Hall Academy were currently Hu Liena and her companions, with no rivals in sight, a widely accepted consensus. Nonetheless, if others proved sufficiently strong, they too could join the Spirit Hall representative team, standing upon the coveted stage that countless talented Soul Masters across the continent yearn for, a source of glory and an opportunity to make a name for themselves. Although the tangible impact of fame may be elusive, it cannot be overlooked. Beyond the sense of honor, substantial renown serves as a deterrent to others and a testament to one's stature. Of course, it can also easily become a stepping stone for others, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Upon exiting the Soul Arena, Meng Ye planned to dine outside the academy, although the Spirit Hall Academy offered meals. They would undoubtedly be cold by now. Just as he reached the academy entrance, he spotted Luo Xian waiting there. "Thank you," she said, summoning her courage to approach Meng Ye and bow gracefully. "It's nothing. I would like to treat you to a meal. I haven't tea properly, thank you for last time." A buried memory stirred within him, awakened by her familiar voice. The surrounding scene momentarily overlapped with similar memories. Yet the figure before him remained unchanged. The shy girl, glancing back with a smile, rendered everything around them dim by comparison. "I would like to treat you to a meal," she reiterated. "All right," he instinctively replied. By the time Meng Ye regained his senses, he had no opportunity to ponder or decline, and thus followed Luo Xian to her home. Chapter 33. Luo Xian's parents. Luo Xian returning home with a friend surprised her parents, as they were well aware of their daughter's disposition. Merely being able to engage in normal conversation was a feat. "Greetings to the esteemed elders," he said, adhering to the customary formalities among Soul Masters. "Oh, no need for formality. Since you are Luo Xian's friend, we may address each other as uncle and nephew." The refined gentleman paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Clad in a long robe, his neatly groomed long hair exuded an air of exceptional handsomeness. Luo Xian's mother, equally stunning in appearance, had not lost her allure even at 40. She seemed to embody youthfulness, with a gentle warmth in her expression that could captivate any man's heart. It was evident that Luo Xian inherited her beauty from both parents, though her temperament was somewhat challenging to articulate. "I'll take Luo Xian to change into some proper attire." "Little Yi, why don't you have a chat with your uncle Luo?" Luo Xian's mother gently tugged her bewildered daughter away, casting a meaningful glance at her husband. The couple shared several fleeting glances, exchanging unspoken understanding, ultimately nodding subtly to one another. A soul sage and a soul emperor. Such nuances would typically evade the notice of ordinary onlookers. Haha, little Yi, how old are you this year? Where do you hail from? By the way, do you have someone you like? Meng Ye felt a flutter in his eyelids. He did not refuse Luo Xian's invitation to dinner. Yet he seemed to have forgotten about it. Luo Xian's father, Luo Zaichen, had an enigmatic background, suspected to be associated with a family of soul masters. Her mother, Xian Yao, possessed a martial spirit identical to Luo Xian's, and as a soul emperor-level food system soul master, she was quite formidable. In his previous life, when Ming Ye was with Luo Xian, their affection was palpable, to the point where their families seemed inclined to arrange a marriage for them. However, as circumstances unfolded, Ming Ye harbored a deep-seated resentment towards their relationship, which ultimately led to his demise. As he conversed with Luo Xian's father, discussions on the other side ensued. My daughter is now bringing boys home. She has grown quite capable. Luo Xian's mother feigned irritation as she gently tapped Luo Xian's forehead. Unable to suppress a smile. What parent does not care for their offspring? Given Luo Xian's gentle demeanor, her parents were naturally more concerned for her well-being. Mother, what are you saying? I merely invited him for dinner, Luo Xian said, leaning into her mother's embrace, her cheeks warming with embarrassment. What's this? Inviting someone for dinner makes it sound as if you're getting married. All right, I know you well enough. Tell me, when did you meet? After a moment of shyness, Luo Xian hesitantly replied, during the last soul-hunting expedition, he treated me to a meal and saved me. Well, our little princess is quite adorable. And then? Xian nodded, sensing no issues, and continued to probe. A hero saving a damsel is not a cliché, it is a profound truth. No matter how charming or outstanding one may seem, lacking the courage to stand up in critical moments renders all words meaningless. What do you mean by then? Luo Xian gazed innocently at her mother, her bright eyes blinking. Oh, dare to speak to your mother in such a manner? Have you grown wings? She teased, pinching Luo Xian's cheek, which seemed soft enough to squeeze water from. Quickly, tell me, do you have feelings for him? Or is it merely lust? Mother, what are you saying? Luo Xian's face flushed crimson, even reaching her earlobes, as she squirmed in panic. After a playful exchange, feeling it had gone on long enough, Xian Yao helped Luo Xian change into a fresh outfit before returning to the living room. Luo Xian's invitation to a friend was not to a restaurant, but to their family estate. Owning a residence in Soul Master City was not a simple feat. It required more than mere wealth. For example, Lei Zhenyang, the lord of the Soul Master Hall, despite his extensive connections, could only afford a moderately sized estate. Of course, it might also be that he seldom resided there, thus opting not to acquire a larger one. The Luo family was similar. Their home was ample and comfortably spacious. The servants soon brought forth the dishes, expertly crafted given their experience in the restaurant business, offering a delightful array of flavors and aromas. Xiaoyi, it's your first time here. Do savor Annie's cooking. By the way, this is one of Luo Xian's favorite dishes. Meng Ye nodded, though he refrained from indulging excessively. While he was not particularly uncouth in his eating habits, one could imagine the sight of him consuming a feast meant for several in a mere 10 minutes would not be the most dignified. As he stared at the pig trotter placed before him, Meng Ye found himself at a loss for words. Was this not a blatant hint? Luo Xian, who had been quietly sitting, momentarily paused, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. The meal progressed with a convivial atmosphere. Yet the couple's subtle insinuations regarding his intentions left Meng Ye feeling uncomfortable. He could only vaguely shift the conversation, enduring until the dinner reached its conclusion. Father, mother, I'm back. A voice echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a figure entering. Upon noticing the dining guests, his expression darkened upon seeing Meng Ye. Who is he? Chuan is back, just in time for dinner. This is your sister's friend, Meng Ye. My sister's friend? His face soured, tinged with anger as he directed a glare at Meng Ye. How could my sister? He was about to voice his protest when he caught the warm yet unnerving gaze of his parents, which made him shut his mouth immediately, not daring to utter another word. Obediently, he took a seat beside Luo Xian, lowering his head to eat. He was Luo Xian's younger brother and understood his sister's disposition well. The mere act of her bringing home a friend, let alone a boy, was a significant event. It was already a challenge for her to converse normally with anyone, though they were not in the same class. He occasionally wandered nearby to discreetly monitor Luo Xian, ensuring her safety before departing. Meng Ye had noticed him doing this several times. Meng Ye, why are you staring at me while eating? This makes me even more uncomfortable. Quickly finishing the food before him, Meng Ye took his leave and returned to the academy. Luo Chuan, upon receiving the order, sent Meng Ye off and returned home. where he and his wife sat in the main hall, their expressions grave as they regarded the standing Luo Chuan. Luo Xian, however, was pulled aside by her mother. Unable to move, her eyes filled with confusion. Present, Luo Chuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I command you to investigate Meng Ye. There must be no errors, and every detail must be meticulously noted. Understood. After the stern command, the atmosphere around them grew chillier, as if a frost had settled, rendering the air devoid of warmth. Mother, why are you investigating Ming Ye? Luo Xian asked innocently, her curiosity evident. Humph. Unexpectedly, Luo Xian's mother let out a cold laugh, waving her hand dismissively. Ah. With a startled cry, Luo Xian found herself pulled in front of her mother. Gripping her face, her mother gritted her teeth and said, "This is all for you, my little enchantress, to prevent you from being deceived without even realizing it." But why would I be deceived? With her face pinched, Luo Xian looked at her mother with a pitiful expression. Silly daughter, all you do is give your father and me headaches, Luo Zekin sighed, saying, his martial soul talent and intelligence are rare in this world. How could he possibly be interested in you? Without understanding this, how could your mother and I dare to entrust you to him? Father, what are you saying? I've already told you it's just to repay him for saving me before, Luo Xian continued to explain, her cheeks reddening. With a playful twist of her daughter's face back towards her, Xianya said with a hint of a smile, all right then. Promise your mother you won't associate with him anymore, lest you be sold and remain oblivious. Luo Xian felt uneasy meeting her mother's gaze. Your character requires more than just someone to protect you. Your brother is not the solution. Standing aside, Luo Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His heart brimming with discontent, yet he dared not voice it. In a gentle tone, he continued, you also need someone willing to guard you for a lifetime. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it forever. Do you understand? I understand. Leaning against her mother, Luo Xian felt an overwhelming warmth. Chapter 34, Poison Douluo, Purple Record Badge. After leaving Luo Xian's residence, Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy, only to encounter Xiaoyu, who had come seeking him. When there was nothing to do, there was never a problem, but now, problems seemed to arise one after another, and Meng Ye felt an eerie sense of foreboding. Is there something you need? He asked, noticing the crowd around them parting to give way. Meng Ye naturally exuded an aura of aloofness and cold elegance, his looks impeccable, though appealing primarily to a select few who favored appearance. However, facing Xiaoyu now created an atmosphere of mutual tension, as if two sharp blades were poised against one another. Xiaoyu's demeanor radiated a chilling intensity, much like the piercing cold that came from his moonblade martial soul. In truth, Xiaoyu's working style bore some resemblance to Meng Ye's. The Grand Pope summons you, Xiaoyu stated calmly. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed as to why Bibi Dong sought him out at this hour. He was not omniscient, unable to foresee every circumstance. Understood. I shall come at once, he replied, dutifully setting aside his confusion. A summons from Bibi Dong could not be disregarded. The two exited the academy, making their way toward the papal hall. It seemed that Bibi Dong had issued orders in advance, for they encountered no obstructions along their path. As they proceeded, a figure clad entirely in deep green approached them. Within the papal hall, it was customary for all soul masters to don the official attire of the Spirit Hall, from the lowest-ranking guards to the Soul Douluo and elders. Although the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo had unique styles, theirs still bore a semblance to the others. This uniformity provided a clear means of identifying members of the Spirit Hall. The deep green figure turned out to be an elderly man, his hair matching the color of his attire, exuding an air of danger. Upon noticing the two, he merely smiled. But the unsettling presence he emanated caused Guei Yu's heart to skip a beat, leaving him in a state of astonishment as he gazed at the stranger. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye's reaction piqued his interest. In the realm of soul masters, he was notorious for his capricious nature. Diggyabo, known for his erratic behavior, remained indifferent even in the face of the formidable Spirit Hall, firmly refusing to join the Elder Hall. This individuality, while rendering him somewhat unpopular among his peers, also deterred others from provoking him. It was not that the poison Douluo possessed overwhelming strength. In fact, among the title Douluo, he was ranked towards the bottom. His poison was unlikely to inflict fatal wounds on other title Douluo. Even some of the top-tier attack-type soul masters could contend with him directly. However, the unique and tyrannical characteristic of his Emerald Scale Serpent King's poison allowed it to spread through the corpses of those who succumbed to his toxic affliction. Should enough people perish from his poison, he could single-handedly conjure a calamity. Meanwhile, Meng Ye and Xiaoyu arrived at the Hall of the Pope, where they encountered Bibi Dong, along with Hu Laina and Yin. At that moment, Meng Ye began to surmise Bibi Dong's purpose for summoning him. Apart from the three, two figures stood imposing beside Bibi Dong, one clad in white and the other in black. Yueguan, Gueme, we pay our respects to your holiness, they intoned. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, gesturing for them to rise. I have summoned you today to impart some vital information. The Soul Master competition, set to take place in a year, is of utmost importance. It concerns the prestige of our spirit hall. You four are the cream of the crop in this generation, bearing not just honor but also a significant mission. Therefore, I have but one demand. Within this year, Nar and the three of you must break through to the Soul King level. Understood. The three responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Even without her urging, they would have pursued this goal relentlessly. Standing at the forefront of this extraordinary era, their renown had already spread to the two great empires, despite not yet securing victory in the Soul Master competition. Meng Ye made his entrance rather late and did not initially capture the attention of Bibi Dong or the trio. However, this was merely a temporary situation. Once the Soul Master competition commenced, Bibi Dong would not keep him in the shadows, rather than merely elevating the three of them to fame. This competition served to build momentum, propelling the prestige of the Spirit Hall to greater heights alongside them. In due time, it could wield its might to exert pressure on the two great empires, gradually encroaching upon them. Unfortunately, according to the original narrative, Shrek's emergence disrupted the plans of the Spirit Hall, leading to a dramatic fall from grace for the Golden Generation, whose rise had been equally meteoric. Consequently, the authority of the Spirit Hall was also undermined, marking one of the catalysts for the soul-hunting plan. After all, if they could not be harnessed for my purposes, eliminating them was the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, Meng Ye, I now bestow upon you the purple record badge, proclaiming it to the world. The previously indifferent Meng Ye suddenly found himself taken aback. Not only he, but also Hu Laina and the others turned their gazes toward him. Each bore a distinct expression. Yet Yin and Xiaoyu exhibited traces of astonishment and anger. They had yet to be awarded the prestigious purple record badge, a symbol of the Spirit Hall's honor. It represented the highest accolade, and if they successfully ascended to the rank of Soul King, their renown and talent would qualify them for such an honor. But what right did Meng Ye have? You should express your gratitude to His Majesty, reminded Ghost Douluo, standing beside Bibi Dong. Meng Ye finally realized that a steward had approached him, holding a tray adorned with an ancient badge engraved with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. The grace of His Holiness the Pope. At this moment, he still could not comprehend why he was being targeted by Xiaoyu and his companions. It seemed implausible. Bibi Dong possessed absolute power and confidence over the Spirit Hall and had no need for such machinations. Bibi Dong waved her hand and addressed Xiaoyu and Yin, saying, You two may return for now and devote yourselves to rigorous training. In 3 days, I shall arrange for a private examination for you. Although Yin felt somewhat disgruntled, he dared not express his feelings and could only respond with a subdued, as you command. The two then turned and departed. Once they were gone, Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Meng Ye and spoke, her voice carrying an air of authority. Are you wondering why I've granted you the purple record badge? A privilege not even afforded to my direct disciple Nar? His Holiness, the Pope, has his own considerations. It is not for me to question, Meng Ye replied. While Hu Laina could openly refer to Bibi Dong as teacher due to their close bond, he could not. Bibi Dong had yet to acknowledge him to that extent, and he was unwilling to presume. A hint of cold amusement graced Bibi Dong's noble visage as she continued, I understand your reluctance to acknowledge me as your teacher. Indeed, Lei Zhengyang possesses certain capabilities, and I do not wish to impose. Your talent warrants this honor. And the Spirit Hall will not allow a true genius to be obscured. Meng Ye felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, not from Bibi Dong's pressure, but from the weight of her attitude. If it were merely a transaction of interests, such as when he had enlisted the Ghost Douluo's aid in acquiring soul rings and gathering 10,000-year soul fragrances, he would have considered it a fair exchange. His principle was straightforward. He neither owed others nor wished to be indebted. If Bibi Dong tasked him with a feasible assignment and offered him benefits, he would accept it without hesitation. However, receiving something without any demands left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Of course, starting today, You are to teach Na or how to harness her mental prowess. I do not require you to divulge any secret techniques. Instructing Na alone should not pose a hardship for you. As you command. Though it was a bother, Meng Ye felt a sense of relief. He was not surprised that Bibi Dong was aware of his mental techniques. Teaching a single technique was not overly burdensome. Mental cultivation required exceptional talent, perseverance, and time. In truth, even if he were to share it with the spirit hall, it would not be a significant issue, as the technique he developed was not suitable for everyone. Chapter 35. The disappearance of Meng Ye upon exiting the Pope's hall. Meng Ye distinctly sensed a watchful gaze upon him, but paid it no mind as he continued on his way. Hulaina followed closely behind, having been assigned a task by Bibi Dong as well. Meng Ye is a true genius. Although you possess remarkable advantages, you may still find yourself overshadowed by him. You must humbly learn from him. Indeed, Na shall not disappoint the teacher's expectations. Although she felt a tinge of reluctance, Hulaina had gleaned much from the ghost Douluo and had sensed that she was not Meng Ye's match. This intuition stemmed from her exceptional mental strength. Meng Ye's mental prowess surpassed her own significantly, making her acutely aware of the danger. As Meng Ye walked along the path back to the academy, his gaze swept to a corner by the roadside, where a small emerald-green snake lurked in the shadows, flicking its tongue toward him. What does Douluo intend? Meng Ye was not concerned with how to instruct Hulaina at this moment. He was far more preoccupied with the reason this old poison master was fixated on him. Being targeted by a venomous snake was hardly a delightful experience. Meng Ye, I wish to speak with you, Hulaina called out as she caught up, walking alongside him, unaware of any unusual tension. Speak, he replied, glancing at her without refusal. Though most of his focus remained on sensing his surroundings, trying to locate Douluo, noticing Meng Ye's apparent disinterest, Hulaina frowned. While her perception of Meng Ye was not poor, her pride prevented her from readily seeking his guidance. Yet, the command from Bibi Dong compelled her to accept the reality. In matters of mental cultivation, even Bibi Dong could offer little guidance, urging her to primarily focus on her martial spirit training. However, while the fox spirit was considered a mental-type spirit, it lacked purity. I hope to exchange insights regarding mental cultivation techniques with you. What do you offer? Meng Ye suddenly halted, turning his head to regard her. Hulaina, endowed with an innate charm, wore a frown that only added to her allure. I possess a technique that amplifies the power of soul skills by compressing soul energy. Is it the fusion ring? You. How did you know? Hulaina exclaimed, her surprise evident in her wide eyes. If I am not mistaken, among your peers, you have yet to encounter anyone capable of resisting your charm technique, correct? Hulaina's most practical soul skill was indeed charm, which served as her core ability. This technique was a form of coercive mental control. Those with weaker mental fortitude simply could not withstand it. It differed from the type that could be escaped through intense stimuli, such as the method employed by Shi Nian. In contrast, Hulaina's skill tapped into the instinctual desires of individuals, ensnaring those with even slightly weaker wills. This was precisely why Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina as the most promising among her peers. That is only natural. Hulaina remained oblivious to Meng Ye's implications but nodded nonetheless. And if one were to close their eyes, could you still ensnare them? This technique can indeed work. Hulaina hesitated before responding, revealing that her soul skill could operate through scent. What if one were to block their sense of smell? How could one fight then? Hulaina suddenly realized, unwittingly following Meng Ye's line of reasoning. Indeed, if both sight and smell were obstructed, a soul master would be rendered nearly incapacitated and incapable of combat. However, there are always exceptions. If mental strength is wielded adeptly, it could substitute for other senses, effectively neutralizing Hulaina's soul skill. Your lack of experience does not imply that others cannot achieve it. Silently shaking his head, Meng Ye had intended to provide her with guidance as per Bibi Dong's orders, but this seemed unlikely now. Thus, retrieving a tome of secret techniques from his storage soul guide, he handed it to Hulaina, stating, "This is the technique you seek. If you believe your talent is sufficient, you may attempt to cultivate it. However, it is advisable to have a trusted companion assist you, as it carries certain risks. Are you certain you are willing to part with it so easily?" Hulaina hesitated, surprised that Meng Ye would share such a precious technique with her. "This is a command from the Pope. Since you are unwilling to accept my guidance, it must be so." With that, Meng Ye quickened his pace, continuing forward. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time. WAPI call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye was fervently determined to locate the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo, and curiously, he noticed an increasing number of gazes fixated upon him. At the other end of the street, a figure swiftly vanished. Damn it! Within the halls of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Luo Chuan, having just returned from outside, hurriedly sought out his sister Luo Xian, discreetly pulling her to a secluded spot. Sister, is it true what father and mother said? Anger etched across Luo Chuan's face. How could his sister possibly have affections for another? Luo Xian, still groggy from her slumber in the dormitory, had been incessantly nagged by their parents all morning. It took her a moment to comprehend, but she recalled seeing that scoundrel Ming Ye walking alongside a woman, even giving her a gift. After blinking in surprise, Luo Xian's face flushed slightly as she remarked, Ming Ye has been quite kind to me. A gift? There's no need for him to give me anything. Luo Chuan exclaimed. I must stop my sister from being deceived by that scoundrel. Surely, our parents will support me. Yes, I shall inform father and let him take action against that rascal. While Luo Chuan plotted Meng Ye's demise, Hulaina had returned to the academy, yet Ming Ye, who had departed before her, had not come back. Intrigued by the secret method of visualization, Hulaina attempted it immediately, but found herself unable to grasp even the annotations, which appeared convoluted and obscure. Confused, she sought out Meng Ye, but after fruitless inquiries, she decided to consult her teachers and the dean. He hasn't returned? The dean, Ovis, nodded, observing Hulaina with a perplexed expression. The academy's steward reported no suspicious activity. Previously, Xiaoyu visited me, stating that the Pope summoned Ming Ye. Thank you, Dean. Since she was within the Wuhuan city, Hulaina did not dwell on the matter, presuming Ming Ye had business outside. The academy was known for its freedom, with no constraints on comings and goings. Without Ming Ye's guidance, Hulaina could only return to her solitary studies of the visualization method. 3 days later, the academy's assessments commenced. Ming Ye, a new student with great expectations placed upon him, was notably absent, which captured Ovis's attention. This matter was then reported to the Pope's hall. Boom. Missing. Within the Pope's chamber, a chilling aura enveloped the room. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo knelt in silence, cold sweat cascading down their faces. Indeed, the steward stationed at the city gate reported no suspicious signs. It is presumed he vanished on his way back to the academy 3 days ago. The ghost Douluo relayed the findings. However, this outcome was not what Bibi Dong desired. A cold, murderous glint flashed across her eyes, a faint emerald web-like pattern momentarily appearing on her forehead. Then, where was the ghost elder at that time? Douluo. The ghost Douluo dared not reply. In truth, Bibi Dong had instructed him to follow Meng Ye, with the intention of acquiring the secret method in his possession. Although Bibi Dong's words were cloaked in dignity, such knowledge was not documented in the annals of the Wuhuan Temple. As Meng Ye handed the secret method directly to Hulaina, the ghost Douluo trailed behind her, not wanting Meng Ye to be aware of his presence. This ultimately led him to be oblivious to how Meng Ye had vanished. On that day, who could enter and exit Wuhuan City, possessing the ability to whisk someone away without a trace? Bibi Dong, though seething with rage, managed to maintain her composure, having held a high position for many years. It must be Douluo, the chrysanthemum Douluo interjected, revealing a slight acquaintance with Douluo. You shall take my Pope's decree and personally venture into the Tiando Empire. Bring him back to me. If you cannot return him whole, then bring back Douluo, regardless of his fate. Bibi Dong's icy voice resonated throughout the Pope's hall. Understood, they replied, and the two titled Douluos vanished without a trace. After their departure, Bibi Dong gazed towards the exterior of the Pope's hall, seemingly peering through layers of obfuscation towards another hall situated slightly higher behind the Pope's hall. The Douluo Hall, located atop Wuhuan Mountain, housed the tombstones of the titled Douluos who had etched their names into the annals of the Wuhuan Temple's history over the centuries, serving as a symbol of the institution. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong's focus was not on the Douluo Hall, but rather the offering hall. Once regarded as the core of the Pope's hall, each offering within was a titled Douluo of level 95 or higher. The grand offering had been renowned across the continent for decades and was now one of the few remaining peerless Douluos. The six-winged angel Wuhuan, Douluo. Bibi Dong had contemplated the possibility of the offering hall intervening to abduct Meng Ye. Yet she found it inconceivable that anyone could accomplish such a feat beneath her very gaze, unless Douluo himself took action, which he would not dare to do. Having maintained a delicate balance of power for many years, despite being significantly more powerful than Bibi Dong, Douluo would never risk probing her limits. for he would not allow any unforeseen threats to Qian Rinxue's safety to arise. The Tiando Empire, situated in the northern part of the continent, was surrounded by numerous autonomous provinces and principalities. Its ruling status had significantly diminished compared to its zenith, and it could no longer fully control the administrative and military powers of those regions. Currently, the Xinglua Empire faced a similar plight. Rather than being empires ruling the southern and northern halves of the continent, they were merely the two largest overlords. With regional fragmentation and a multitude of warlords vying for power, the empire's strength gradually waned, and with no successors in sight, disintegration was merely a matter of time. In a sizable, concealed forest located east of the Tiando imperial city, surrounded by lethal toxins, it had become a forbidden zone for both humans and soul beasts. A dense mist perpetually enveloped the area, exuding not a foul miasma, but rather poison. "Kid, you don't seem particularly afraid of me," Douluo remarked with intrigue. Gazing at the boy brought back before him, Ming Ye remained remarkably composed, or rather, he paid little heed to Douluo's demeanor, instead surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Given his martial spirit, gaining entry into this place was no simple feat. The toxic mists emanating from the Bailinqi Juhua outside hardly fazed him. However, a careless scratch could present complications. Although he could counteract the toxins through attribute suppression, should the poison spread too swiftly, he would still face a dire fate. The valley was adorned with a plethora of exotic flora, some of which were indeed highly toxic, yet under the nurturing embrace of abundant natural energy. It bore a striking resemblance to a celestial paradise. Suddenly, Douluo hesitated, then raised his hand, causing a slender green snake to swiftly dart towards Meng Ye's neck, flicking its tongue at his face. The mere scent of the sweet, toxic liquid emanating from the creature caused Meng Ye's mind to feel heavy, underscoring the true peril of this venom. "Senior, this is no jest. This little creature not only has the potential to end my life, but its poison is indeed a double-edged sword." With a swift motion, he grasped the serpent's head, and an arc of electricity surged forth, rendering it unconscious. The nine-segmented emerald was a renowned toxin. A careless brush with it would exact a toll even a resolute man would find hard to bear. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the nine-segmented emerald towards Douluo, who deftly caught it and tucked it into his sleeve. With a cold snort, ominous pressure radiated from Douluo as he glowered at Ming Ye's retreating figure, seething. "You possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life?" "That is not the case," Meng Ye replied, a confident tone in his voice. "I have every faith in your capacity to end me. However, I fear the price may be one you are reluctant to accept." Ming Ye advanced a couple of steps under the oppressive soul power of Douluo, only to turn and discover a chrysanthemum emanating a rich herbal fragrance beneath a tree. The celestial-grade herb, the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum. In his eyes, its value was as significant as the elusive Wanchuan Xiushui Du, a treasure he was determined to acquire. Douluo found himself both amused and enraged, nearly taking action in his fury, yet he felt a flicker of curiosity at Ming Ye's repeated disregard for his oppressive aura. He inquired, "Pray tell, what price shall I pay?" The elder should be no stranger to this item. Ming Ye presented the purple badge. This item bore a recognition akin to that of the elder's token, albeit rarer. As a title Douluo, Douluo could not possibly be unaware of it. The purple badge. "You are a disciple of the Pope?" Douluo reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, the pressure surrounding him dissipating instantly. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Currently, Hulaina and the others had yet to obtain the purple badge, once issued. It was usually proclaimed to the world, underscoring the significance and authority of the Spirit Hall. To put it simply, if one were to casually eliminate a disciple of the Spirit Hall, lacking identity or status, one might only face a manhunt, and the repercussions would be too great for them to pursue. However, to kill one bearing the purple badge would be tantamount to slapping the Spirit Hall in the face. Not to mention that the badge itself represented Bibi Dong's team. According to the original storyline, a year later, the Golden Generation lost at the Soul Arena, prompting Bibi Dong to nearly order the immediate eradication of Shrek. There were personal grievances, but it was also about restoring the Spirit Hall's reputation. Initially, Douluo regarded Ming Ye merely as an ordinary disciple. Sensing he could withstand his pressure, he assumed the lad harbored some secret, which led him to capture him. Accompanied by Meng Ye, he made the journey from Spirit City back to the Sunset Forest in a mere 4 days, a distance not less than that from Spirit City to the Stardow Forest. It seemed that he could no longer afford to keep him alive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Douluo cast a venomous glance at Meng Ye, preparing to strike him down without hesitation. Could it be that you are dazed by your own poison, elder? To perish alongside a mere disciple of the spirit hall seems rather unwise. Meng Ye displayed no inclination to resist. Instead, she lifted her gaze toward Douluo and calmly articulated the facts. Humph. Allowing you to leave today would be my own demise. Is that so? As Ming Ye observed the soul power gathering in Douluo's hand, she recognized the futility of resistance and continued, "But, esteemed elder, do you truly believe that by killing me, it would go unnoticed? The only one capable of silently escorting me out of Wuhuan City that day appears to be you, esteemed elder. Do you think the Pope is foolish? Or that those over a dozen titled Douluos are mere decorations?" At that moment, even Douluo could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Not due to Meng Ye's audacity, but because the circumstances did not permit him to relax. Meng Ye is merely reminding him, thus deliberately emphasizing the significance of Bai Bai Dong and the title Douluo, in order to help him recognize the harsh realities. Although Douluo is capricious in temperament, he is certainly not insane. He occupies a lowly position among the title Douluo and has indeed offended other title Douluo in the past, even declining an invitation from the Spirit Hall. However, he would never dare to completely alienate the Spirit Hall. The mere thought of over a dozen title Douluo, along with the unfathomable strength of the Pope, sends shivers down his spine. Humph. I shall release you, then. Douluo maintained a lofty demeanor, yet his words carried an undertone of uncertainty. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye has never believed in the existence of true fairness in this world. Humph. Douluo naturally perceived Meng Ye's words as mockery and, with a cold snort, ultimately chose to endure it, saying, "I shall send you out now. Do not push your luck. My esteemed senior has misunderstood. Since I have come, it is only fitting that I provide a suitable reason. Otherwise, should you bear the accusation of abducting me, it would unjustly provoke the Spirit Hall. And that would be my fault." Douluo found himself momentarily perplexed. It seemed as though Meng Ye was indeed considering his perspective, and his tone appeared sincere, devoid of pretense. Hesitantly, he inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" Chapter 37, The Loudspeaker. Within the ice and fire duality eye, Douluo gazed at Meng Ye with an expression of bewilderment, an absurd notion lingering in his mind. Could this young man have intentionally allowed himself to be captured by me? Harboring such doubts, Douluo glanced once more at the soul bone in his hand, 8 intertwined soul bones encircling a single spine, a peculiar configuration, yet undeniably an external soul bone. The 8 spider lances. The strength of the soul bone was markedly inferior for Meng Ye, and its poison attribute was not suitable. Besides, he did not lack for wealth. Contemplating how best to utilize resources efficiently, Douluo's appearance presented him with an opportunity. Douluo was not mistaken. Meng Ye indeed harbored the intention of provoking him into capturing him, albeit with a mindset of mere experimentation. Fortunately, the process unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. "My esteemed senior, would this soul bone be sufficient in exchange for 50% of your medicinal materials?" Cough. Douluo nearly choked, waving his sleeve in indignation as he glared at Meng Ye, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea of the immense value of the rare treasures contained within my ice and fire duality eye?" This, he did not know. However, Meng Ye shook his head, gesturing towards the soul bone in Douluo's hand, stating, "I understand that the soul bone aligns with your attributes. And considering the growth potential of external soul bones, it would not be unreasonable to regard it as a 100,000-year soul bone. Soul bones are invaluable. Might you enlighten me on the worth of a 100,000-year soul bone?" Meng Ye leisurely observed Douluo, having entrusted him with the soul bone in advance, with the intention of making him reluctant to part with it. The allure of soul bones is such that few soul masters can resist its temptation, especially one that aligns almost perfectly with their own essence. The characteristics of this 8 spider lance are even more compatible with Douluo than with Tang San. Coughing discreetly, Douluo nonchalantly stored the soul bone into his soul guiding device. "Very well, I shall concede a small loss. How about you take 3/10? 5/10 would not be a loss to a senior like you. I wish to procure some spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang well, if you agree. I can reveal to you the method to counteract the venom of the green phosphor snake. It is a deal." Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo acquiesced. The antidote was far more precious to him than the soul bone, as the poison he bore could endanger his descendants. The only means to suppress the toxins in his body was through soul power. There existed no other remedy. Even as a title Douluo, he could merely prolong his life for a few more years, yet he remained tormented by the insidious poison. More critically, his granddaughter was equally afflicted by this venom, and she might not survive him. In the original text, Tang San's solution was essentially to force out the poison rather than to cure it, a task that Meng Ye could accomplish as well, though it would be unnecessary for him to intervene, as Douluo could manage it himself, provided he obtained the 8 spider lance first. Ming Ye swiftly harvested all the celestial medicinal herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving a portion of the roots behind, which would regrow in a few years within this mystical realm. In addition, he collected a variety of exotic flowers and herbs, which, while not on par with the celestial herbs, were still considered treasures of the earth. Finally, he approached the spring that contained both ice and fire. Douluo, following closely behind with a pained expression, cautioned him, "Be careful, young man. Should you fall in, I wouldn't dare to rescue you." The waters of this Eye of Ice and Fire flowed with the utmost heat and cold. Not only would a fall be perilous, but even a mere proximity would chill the bones and sear the flesh of an ordinary soul master. Douluo refrained from intervening, intrigued by how Meng Ye managed to withstand his oppressive aura, wishing to observe his approach to the elemental waters. "Rest assured, senior," Meng Ye reassured, before stepping directly beside the spring, bending down to reach towards the icy waters. "Stop." Douluo nearly gasped in horror, unwilling to see Meng Ye perish in this place. Yet, in the next moment, he halted just half a meter behind Meng Ye, his expression one of disbelief. To his astonishment, upon touching the cold spring, Meng Ye was neither frozen by the extreme cold nor scorched by the nearby flames. Instead, the elemental essence of ice and fire began to coalesce towards his palm, integrating into his body. It was no wonder Douluo was left speechless. He would not dare to touch the waters himself, not only due to the elemental suppression but also because the toxic energies within him would be obliterated by this elemental force. His cultivation was deeply intertwined with poison. He merely sought to avoid his own demise, not to cripple his own abilities. This process continued for a quarter of an hour before Meng Ye withdrew his hand. A portion of the elemental forces from the spring seemed to be drawn towards him, which he then dispersed with a wave. These pure elemental energies resonated with his second martial soul, allowing him to absorb them directly. But he had reached his limit. Any further absorption would be unbearable. "Thank you, senior," he said, turning to Douluo. Upon seeing that Meng Ye bore no signs of injury, Douluo finally sighed in relief. "What exactly are you, young man?" "Senior, after fusing with that soul bone, you can channel the toxins within your body into it. This not only neutralizes the strange poisons but also enhances the quality of the soul bone." With his goal achieved, Meng Ye had no desire to linger and directly shared the method with Douluo. Douluo paused, then activated his soul power to test the method, his expression darkening as he glared at Meng Ye. "Are you jesting with me? I possess a soul bone, and the toxins have long since permeated my very marrow. It cannot be so simple to channel into the soul bone. I refer to the soul bone I just provided you. Once you fuse with it, you will understand. I assure you it will not disappoint." Though still skeptical, Douluo produced the 8 spider lance's soul bone and began the fusion process. Unperturbed by the possibility of a sudden attack from Meng Ye, for he was entirely safe in this location. Half an hour later, Douluo fully integrated the 8 spider lances, his expression shifting several times, clearly suffering from the effects of the green phosphor snake poison. With a flourish, 8 sharp. "Cryst," with a piercing voice, he exclaimed, as he witnessed the chrysanthemum of Douluo preparing to unleash a formidable move, the soul rings already manifesting. Yet, the ghost Douluo swiftly lifted Meng Ye into the air. "Chrysanthemum Fortress, dare you to desecrate my sacred ground? I shall not rest until we are both vanquished," he roared. The formidable Douluo, incensed, summoned his martial spirit in its true form, elevating the chrysanthemum Douluo into the air. The two tidal Douluos became enmeshed in a fierce struggle, golden light radiating while toxic mists engulfed the surroundings, a terrifying spectacle reminiscent of a natural calamity. The ghost Douluo carried Meng Ye to a considerable distance. "Elder, will you not intervene?" Meng Ye did not wish to put Douluo in a precarious position, as he had already reaped considerable benefits. Moreover, if the conflict continued, it would inevitably exact a significant toll on Douluo. Douluo remarked calmly, "It is rare for those two to meet without engaging in a skirmish. While it would not be difficult for me and you to subdue Douluo, the cost would outweigh the benefits. Nevertheless, we must impart a lesson to him to prevent others from assuming that our spirit hall is easily trifled with." After receiving a reprimand from Bibi Dong, both tidal Douluos were filled with pent-up frustration, exacerbated by their long journey. In truth, while Douluo could tolerate the situation, Douluo had a personal vendetta against Douluo that he could not overlook. The proximity to the Tiando imperial city soon drew attention to the clash between the two titled Douluos, though fortunately, the battle did not last long. Old Gue, come help me. His Majesty the Pope has stated that life and death are irrelevant, although Douluo possessed greater soul power. He found himself unable to subdue poison Douluo, and thus called for Gue Douluo's assistance. I shall return to report. You can entertain yourself with the old poison master. Gue Douluo replied disinterestedly, choosing to depart with Meng Ye. He understood that what the spirit hall needed was intimidation. And killing Douluo a mere few dozen miles from the Tiando imperial city would likely provoke the sensitive nerves of the Tiando Empire. After all, Douluo held the position of a guest elder at the Tiando Royal Academy, establishing a cooperative relationship with the royal family. Although the spirit hall wielded considerable power, acting prematurely would render them vulnerable, a scenario Bibi Dong would never permit. Indeed, had Douluo not provoked Bibi Dong by taking Meng Ye away, she would not have issued a kill order against him. Damn it, Douluo, do you truly wish for me to destroy the Eye of Ice and Fire? Douluo retorted. If you dare to touch my Eye of Ice and Fire, I shall expose your sordid dealings to the world. You are talking nonsense. How shameless. Their exchange continued. Both titled Douluos unwilling to concede defeat despite knowing that a clear victor was unlikely. However, it was impossible for the confrontation to persist. Within the imperial palace of the Tiando imperial city, news arrived from scouts. Your Majesty, the reports indicate that it was merely a sparring session between two titled Douluos, and no significant disaster has ensued. There is no need for concern. Very well, the Emperor replied. Your Majesty, I believe it is imperative to send someone to the Spirit Hall to seek an explanation, especially since this matter involves two titled Douluos and should not be taken lightly. Prince Qinghe interjected from among the ministers. Then let this matter be entrusted to Qinghe. It shall serve as a basis for next year's Soul Master competition regulations. You may lead a contingent of personal guards to the Spirit Hall and discuss the situation with the Pope, Emperor Yi remarked, noting Qinghe's proactive stance. The ministers largely supported Qinghe, as the emperor, while still present, had little sway over the broader situation. In essence, he could not even exercise the power to revoke the crown prince's position unless he could produce sufficient evidence to thoroughly expose Qinghe's identity and intentions. I accept the command, Qinghe said, bowing before returning to his place, pondering the implications of this task. This suited him well, as he had not returned to the Spirit Hall in quite some time, having concealed his cultivation and appearance for years. He sought to prove himself through this subversive plan to his mother. Indeed, having infiltrated the Tiando Empire from a young age, he found it increasingly challenging to discern his true identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall or as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. All right. Today's court session will conclude here, as I am somewhat fatigued, the emperor declared. We bid farewell to your Majesty, regardless of the internal and external challenges. The Tiando Empire remained a formidable entity, possessing absolute military strength that intimidated the provinces and principalities within its domain, thus preserving its dignity. For instance, the presence of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall near the Tiando Imperial City justified the Empire's right to demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall. However, whether the Spirit Hall would provide an adequate response or show any deference was a matter entirely separate. Spirit City. 3 days had elapsed since Ming Ye and Ghost Douluo returned. On the way, Douluo had caught up with them, and upon returning to Spirit City, he proceeded to the Pope's Hall to report to Bibi Dong. As long as they were safe, that was sufficient. It would be wise to maintain a distance from Douluo, known as the Poison Douluo, the foremost authority on toxins in the contemporary world. The disciple understood. Bibi Dong nodded and continued. Nana has recently encountered some difficulties while practicing the secret technique you provided. Please offer her some guidance. Yes, I take my leave, the disciple replied. However, it was likely that the challenges were more profound than mere obstacles. Given Bibi Dong's cultivation level, she had probably perused that visualization technique but found no solutions indeed. Not even a way to initiate it. In this era, complete spiritual techniques were virtually non-existent, and Meng Ye's lifelong efforts had culminated in a method that incorporated future understandings of spiritual power. The gaps in knowledge were enough to engender despair without his guidance. Mastering it would be a matter of sheer luck. Upon returning to the academy, Meng Ye intended to check on Hu Lai's situation but was unexpectedly confronted by Luo Xian. Initially, she had exited the door with an exuberant demeanor, but upon seeing Meng Ye, she abruptly fell silent, approaching him with a bright smile and exclaiming, "You're back. I heard you were missing." As she spoke, her words faltered, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson that extended to her ears, leaving Meng Ye with the impression that she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Yes, I have returned. This scene felt eerily familiar. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. He had hoped to forget. I brought you a gift. Come with me, he said, leading Luo Xian to the Academy's advanced training area. From his storage soul guide, he retrieved a jade box. When the box was opened, it revealed an exquisite 8-petal orchid, pristine and immaculate. This is beautiful, although still somewhat bashful. Luo Xian couldn't resist leaning closer to the flower to inhale its fragrance. It smells wonderful. I've never seen such a flower before. Yes, it's for you. Remember, it should not be shown to others lightly. This is a rare treasure. When consumed, it should be absorbed with the aid of soul power. I feel this is very precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Xian refrained from taking it, instinctively sensing its value, yet unaware of its true worth. Recalling a vague memory of Luo Chuan mentioning that Ming Ye would bestow her a gift, her face flushed once more. Having been led here in a daze, she now felt an overwhelming shyness and hurriedly murmured, I must return now. Farewell. Ming Ye, upon witnessing the scene, did not intervene. In truth, he was not entirely lucid. His memories and reality intertwined, rendering him somewhat incapable of distinguishing between the two. A faint, exotic fragrance wafted through the gentle breeze, causing Meng Ye to furrow his brow. Chapter 39. The Reappearance of the Thunder Beast. As Luo Xian's gift remained unbestowed, Meng Ye had no choice but to continue his search for Hu Laina. The issues plaguing his mental cultivation were quite severe. If he failed to rectify them, it could lead to dire consequences. With his mental fortitude yet to stabilize, the eagerness to visualize living beings had naturally resulted in a backlash. However, what precisely had he envisioned? Meng Ye encountered Hu Laina outside the teaching building, where a hint of allure occasionally flickered in her eyes, radiating an irresistible charm that captivated those around her. I envisioned my own martial spirit, believing it would be relatively manageable. Striving to maintain my composure indicated that at least Hu Laina's mind remained somewhat lucid, which was a reassuring sign. I resolved to start with simplicity. The simpler, the better. Ideally, I would begin with a singular point, perhaps a droplet or a spark, steering clear of any living beings. Meng Ye spoke as he raised his hand and lightly touched the center of Hu Laina's brow, withdrawing instantly. A faint arc of electricity flickered momentarily. Yet within Hu Laina's mind, it resonated like a thunderous roar, accompanied by the furious howl of a thunder beast. The indistinct, distorted image of a demon fox she conjured was utterly obliterated. Am I all right now? Hu Laina regained her senses, the allure in her gaze vanishing as she stared at her own hands in confusion. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded, continuing in summary. This secret technique is merely challenging at the outset, yet one must not err. My suggestion is that you should first enhance your mental control through foundational methods before delving deeper into experimentation. Foundational methods? Hu Laina furrowed her brow, questioning whether there were indeed basic techniques for cultivating mental strength. Meditation has been the same throughout the ages. Initially, everyone employs identical practices, differing only in the meridians they utilize based on their individual martial soul talents. There are no inherent techniques for mental cultivation. It solely relies on the natural enhancement through one's growth and cultivation. The visualization technique imparted by Meng Ye has transcended mere enhancement of mental strength, further developing both offensive and defensive capabilities, even incorporating additional attributes. Even a millennium hence, this will remain among the most elite of mental secrets. As I previously mentioned, gradually closing off the 5 senses can aid in mental control and perception. You may wish to experiment with this, and should any issues arise, feel free to consult me. With most problems resolved, Meng Ye prepared to depart. Direct guidance was out of the question, as he had never even provided such instruction to Lei Xingyang. To be precise, Lei Xingyang comprehended swiftly, with more than half of the techniques developed by Meng Ye being attributable to his efforts, allowing him to utilize Meng Ye's secrets, some even surpassing Meng Ye's in depth, particularly the blood and vitality techniques. Wait. Turning to Hu Laina, Meng Ye expressed his confusion. Is there anything else? Hu Laina initially frowned but then gazed intently at Meng Ye, stating, I wish to witness your prowess. Let us proceed to the soul arena. This was not an unreasonable request. Moreover, resolving matters through force is often the most expedient approach, aligning perfectly with Meng Ye's aversion to wasting time. A few minutes later, the duo arrived at the soul arena. After Hu Laina presented a token, she led Meng Ye inside. Ah, NR, what brings you here? Xie Yu and Yin were also present, and it appeared many other students were engaged in practical training, a common practice within the Spirit Hall. The Great Soul Arena, while fraught with risks, also provided a valuable opportunity for students to spar. However, the costs were considerable, primarily due to the need for personnel to oversee the proceedings and prevent serious injuries. The turtle fist technique is effective, yet untrained novices pose the greatest danger, as they lack experience. Yin, this does not concern you. Stand aside. Hulaina disregarded Yin, continuing toward the largest soul arena. Though Yin furrowed his brow, he chose not to intervene, unwilling to clash with Hulaina. What brings you here? However, upon seeing Meng Ye, Yan's demeanor soured, his gaze turning hostile. The two had exchanged little conversation during their prior encounters, but Yin was aware of Meng Ye's growing closeness to Hulaina, which ignited a simmering fury within him. Is there a problem? Meng Ye hesitated, disinclined to squander time here, preoccupied with considerations regarding the divine herbs. Yan's interruption only soured his mood further. What are you doing within our? That is a question for her, not for me, Meng Ye retorted. A spark of electricity flickering in his eyes as a formidable aura surged toward Yin. Ugh, the Flame Lord, not possessing a mental-type martial spirit, instinctively recoiled a step in the face of Meng Ye's terrifying mental pressure. Enraged by embarrassment, Yin unleashed his martial spirit. Bear. Flames danced around him, a violent aura erupting, with earthy yellow light bestowing an indomitable quality, as four soul rings manifested. A dual element, top-tier martial spirit, the Flame Lord. Typically, martial spirits infused with elements are classified as top-tier due to their exceptional lethality. The name of the Five-Element Academy derives from this principle, as its reputation hinges on such power. To onlookers, Yan's martial spirit was indeed fearsome, wielding control over two elements and wielding tremendous destructive potential. Humph. I challenge you, Yin declared with a snort, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Ye. Yin, what are you doing? Halt. Hulaina, having waited for Meng Ye, turned back just in time to witness this confrontation. Yin, consumed by anger, paid no heed, continuing to glare at Meng Ye. Very well, let us resolve this together. Meng Ye sighed, recognizing that one or two adversaries made little difference, and he strode toward the soul arena. A moment later, in the largest soul arena, Meng Ye and Yin stood 50 meters apart. This arena was not at the grand scale of the Great Soul Arena. It stood only about a meter high, with a diameter of roughly 100 meters, yet it sufficed for their needs. Are you truly prepared to engage in battle? The instructor overseeing the arena inquired, his concern palpable. As a prodigy of the Spirit Hall Academy, Yan's reputation was considerable, while Meng Ye's notoriety had yet to fully disseminate. The instructor was still aware of his significance. The purple emblem nearly indicated that, at this moment, Meng Ye's value and status within the Spirit Hall might even eclipse those of Yin and Xiaoyu. Should anything go awry with either of them, he would find himself in a precarious position, and being merely a soul emperor, he could intervene in a clash between two top-tier soul masters. But whether he could do so in time remained uncertain. Commence, if you please. Meng Ye nodded at the instructor, wishing to conserve as much time as possible. Humph. Enough with the pleasantries. Bang. In his fury, Yin, blinded by rage, did not wait for the instructor to call for the start. He launched his soul technique immediately. A torrent of molten lava erupted from beneath Meng Ye's feet without warning. With the distance of 50 meters, the power of this technique was formidable, and its area of effect was unmatched. First soul technique, Hell Lava Surge. Stop. The instructor, serving as the referee, gasped, initially believing Meng Ye had been struck. The extreme heat of this technique was not something an average soul master could withstand. However, Meng Ye emerged unscathed from behind the lava, having deftly retreated just before the near-instantaneous technique was unleashed. His timing was impeccable. TCH. You will perish. Yin, noticing that Meng Ye had not summoned his martial spirit, became even more incensed. Slamming his hands to the ground, his fourth soul ring illuminated. The lava roiled as the 5,000-year soul ring skill activated. As the Flame Lord martial spirit, all his techniques were ranged AoE attacks, boasting astounding destructive capability. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, where the lava fire pillars shot forth. They converged into a molten volcano that spread outward. Be careful. Seeing Meng Ye's figure disappear within the lava, Hulaina gasped, hastily warning. She wished to assess Meng Ye's strength, but she did not perceive herself as doomed. At the very least, in terms of soul power, Yin held a distinct advantage. Suddenly, a faint azure flame flickered without warning from the lava, and Meng Ye emerged unscathed. This bizarre scene left the spectators in stunned silence. Even the Soul Emperor instructor poised to intervene stood frozen in astonishment. Casting a glance at Hulayina below, Meng Ye intoned gravely, "Observe closely. This is how mental power is wielded." Roar. A colossal beast, towering over 2 meters and radiating terrifying thunder, materialized behind Meng Ye, letting out a roar that echoed like thunder, sending visible shockwaves radiating across the arena. The Soul Emperor was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he gazed at Meng Ye. Thud. The beast's massive paw struck the ground, causing a tremor that unsettled the minds of all present. Pointing toward the now-dazed Yen, who was momentarily paralyzed by fear, Meng Ye uttered indifferently, "Command thunder." Crackle. Boom. After a brief silence, a bolt of lightning erupted from the beast's mouth, reverberating through the mental sea with a thunderous roar. Chapter 40. The understanding I grasped the tremendous force unleashed by Douluo's strike left the numerous students and instructors present in a state of stunned silence, rendering them momentarily incapable of regaining their composure. Yen, as the direct recipient of this blow, found it arduous to swallow. His gaze fixated on the auditory sensations near his ears. The nature of mental assaults precludes any possibility of misalignment. Meng Ye could not possibly have erred in his targeting. From the outset, he had not aimed at Yen. Had he done so, that strike would have been sufficient to annihilate both his body and spirit. Having traversed the threshold of death, Yen experienced the chilling sensation of life ebbing away from his fingertips. If one were to seek rapid advancement, consideration could be given to selecting a mental-type soul beast for the 5th spirit ring, rather than confining oneself to similar soul beasts. Having achieved her aim of witnessing his prowess, Hulayina turned away from the battle arena after Ming Ye had conveyed all that was necessary. A glimmer of light danced in Hulayina's eyes as she gazed at Ming Ye's departing figure, her focus unwavering. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Ming Ye's name would swiftly disseminate throughout the entirety of the Spirit Hall Academy and indeed, the Spirit City. Concurrently, the news of the awarding of the Purple Record Badge would be proclaimed to the world from the Pope's Hall. Announcements would echo from the Spirit Halls, sub-halls, and branch halls scattered across nearly every city on the continent, including the sanctuaries of the 2 great empires. As the official institution for Soul Masters, while ordinary citizens might remain unaware of these tidings, the Soul Masters would undoubtedly comprehend the magnitude of the Spirit Hall's influence. In the Duchy of Salik, within the Spirit Hall, Lei Xingyang sat bare-chested in the courtyard, his exaggerated musculature rippling with visible veins, exuding a formidable aura of strength. Scattered around him were iron ingots, each weighing several tons, marked distinctly with the imprints of fists and fingers. A smile illuminated his aged visage as he held a proclamation document that had arrived from Spirit City. "Come," he commanded. "Summon the master of the hall. Dispatch this notice for widespread distribution and ensure a separate copy is sent to Longxing City." Understood. This matter, while not insignificant, bore considerable weight. The conferral of the Purple Record Badge could be perceived as a signal to the 2 great empires. Originally, based on the trajectory of Hulayina and her companions, it was anticipated that the Spirit Hall would not bestow such an honor until approximately 6 months to a year later, publicly announcing it thereafter. The sudden awarding of 3 such prestigious accolades, an honor that might not be granted for decades, was indeed irregular for the majority of Soul Masters and the populace. This event bore little immediate consequence, yet, unbeknownst to them, Meng Ye's name gradually became recognized within the Soul Master community. Families of Soul Masters, academies, and sects, any factions attentive to the Spirit Hall, began discreetly gathering intelligence on Meng Ye. In the Pope's Hall of Spirit City, the ghost Douluo appeared before Bibidong. "Your Holiness, scouts from various factions have begun departing from Spirit City, and none have reported finding any remnants of the Haotian legacy." None. Bibidong's gaze sharpened. Her ambition to dominate the continent rendered her averse to the resurgence of what had once posed the greatest threat to the Spirit Hall. Should there be any potential emergence, she was determined to eliminate it preemptively. Very well, their absence is fortuitous. The time is not yet ripe. Furthermore, Na-Er and her companions are nearing a breakthrough. You must attend to this matter personally. Yes, both the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were Bibidong's most trusted confidants, yet their duties kept them perpetually occupied, handling the majority of her affairs. It was not that other elders were absent, but rather that she did not fully trust the others. Several days have elapsed since Meng Ye vanquished Yen and returned to the path of normal cultivation. During this time, Hulayina occasionally sought his counsel, though she no longer clung to her pride as she had before, nor did she mention any desire to engage him in combat. As he awakened from meditation, the moment his eyes fluttered open, not a trace of soul power escaped him, perfectly controlled. His eyes sparkled with points of light akin to a starry sky, and everything around him vividly materialized in his mind. His mental energy radiated effortlessly, and with a mere gesture, he stirred the currents of air surrounding him. While he had not yet achieved a transformative state, his mental prowess had multiplied several times over. The gaze of autumn waters, which could hone the fire-eyed golden sight, enabling one to perceive extraordinary wonders, clearly demonstrated the profound benefits this celestial herb bestowed upon the eyes. In truth, it was a miraculous item that significantly enhanced mental strength. With sufficient mental power, one could pierce through illusions and comprehend the essence of all things. His soul power had also ascended a level, suggesting that a visit to the ice and fire duality was in order. Rising from his meditation, he left behind a spectral remnant of condensed soul power. The ghostly blue flames, devoid of warmth, radiated an aura of annihilation. He had drawn upon the second martial soul to absorb a considerable amount of the spring water from the ice and fire duality which now rendered his primary martial soul unable to function. Without the support of his martial soul, even his physical form could not withstand the extreme baptism of ice and fire from within. He must rely on his second martial soul to neutralize it, a process that would require time, which also explained why he opted for mental attacks during his confrontation with Yin. His second martial soul had yet to acquire a soul ring, not due to an inability to do so, but rather a desire to remain discreet. As he stepped outside, making his way to the classroom, the presence of the Zilla badge imbued others with a sense of reverence upon seeing him. The impact of Yan's defeat should have been more pronounced, yet it was overshadowed by the significance of the Zilla badge. They're coming. How exhilarating. Don't lose your composure. You have no chance. How infuriating. How can one be so exceptional? I'm going to faint. Upon entering the classroom, nearly every gaze converged upon Meng Ye, causing him to momentarily falter. This was not a failing of his composure. Rather, the sheer synchronicity of attention was something even seasoned soldiers might struggle to achieve. He settled into his seat, where Luo Xin continued to slumber at her desk. This was indeed her method of auxiliary cultivation, seemingly connected to her martial soul. Though Ming Ye could discern no specifics, it must be attributed to the uniqueness of her food-type martial soul. Meng Ye, someone is looking for you. Today marked a rare formal class, reportedly taught by the director himself, who would elucidate on self-created soul skills, one of the few valuable lessons for disciples of these advanced soul master academies. After all, if one lacked family heritage in soul master cultivation, the essence could be encapsulated in the term meditation. Self-created soul skills constituted a form of advanced coursework, though their utility was not guaranteed. Are there any questions? As she approached the door, it was Hu Laina. Yet, at that moment, she appeared to be in distress. Occasionally furrowing her brow, her alluring aura seemingly vanished. I tried again, but why can't I project my spirit as you do? Meng Ye paused momentarily, then glanced at Hu Laina and remarked, typically, a soul master at the 60th level possesses the foundational capability of mental projection. To reach my level, one must have the mental strength of a soul sage as a prerequisite, coupled with mastery in visualization techniques. To what extent have you achieved in either? Soul sage. Hu Laina's expression darkened, realizing her impatience had caused her to overlook the disparity between herself and Meng Ye. Nevertheless, undeterred, Hu Laina stubbornly inquired, you are merely at the soul zone level. How have you attained this? Mental prowess does not entirely synchronize with martial soul cultivation. Your mental strength undoubtedly approaches the realm of a soul king, which is commendable. In contrast, individuals like Yin merely match their cultivation level. But I comprehend the rationale. Why is there such a vast difference in our capabilities? Hu Laina remained perplexed, struggling to accept the stark contrast that seemed insurmountable. Chapter 41. Data synchronization complete. After bidding farewell to Hu Laina, Meng Ye shook his head. This was a classic case of aspiring for the unattainable. It was not entirely Hu Laina's fault. Meng Ye had not deceived her. It is typical for a talented soul master to have mental strength that aligns with their cultivation. Conversely, for ordinary soul masters, mental prowess often lags behind. Insufficient control can lead to obsession and difficulties in breaking through barriers. These are all indicative of weak mental strength. As Ming Ye was preparing to return to the classroom, an individual entered ahead of him, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Luo Chuan? How did this fellow arrive here? Moreover, he had directly walked in, when he should have belonged to the adjacent class. Yet, considering Luo Chuan's temperament, Meng Ye found himself somewhat at ease. On the surface, he appeared to have inherited his parents' genes, oscillating between strikingly handsome and beautifully enchanting. even possessing an otherworldly charm. He was certainly a popular figure within the academy, his martial soul being Dream Eater, a spirit akin to a ghostly apparition, though it remained uncertain whether it was inherited from his father. Reflecting on how he first became acquainted with Luo Chuan, Meng Ye recalled that it was during his initial visit to Luo Xian's home for dinner, which had culminated in a brawl. More accurately, Luo Chuan had been soundly beaten, after which he had become rather subdued, albeit occasionally seeking out minor mischief. Yet, much time had elapsed, and many details had faded from memory, leaving only familiar scenes and fragmented recollections. Before long, Ovis arrived. The gathering was sizable, and they hardly noticed that Luo Chuan from the adjacent class had dashed over. After the class concluded, Ovis summoned Meng Ye to his office. "Dean, is there something you wish to discuss?" Meng Ye inquired. Little Ye, please take a seat." Ovis gestured for him to sit. Although Meng Ye sensed an insidious undertone in Ovis's smile, he chose to disregard it. Once Meng Ye was seated, Ovis continued with his congenial demeanor. "I am aware of your encounter with Yin. It was he who instigated the altercation, and the fault does not lie with you." "Dean, please be direct about your intentions," Meng Ye replied. The events of that day, both in outcome and process, were hardly worth elaboration. Any accountability should rightly fall upon Yin. Thus, Meng Ye began to surmise the nature of Ovis's inquiry, which would likely pertain to the secret techniques he had employed in the realm of soul masters. Such techniques are typically familial secrets, akin to the chaotic cloak fist of the Haotian sect or the seven apertures Linglong heart of the seven treasures glazed tile sect. Beyond their martial souls, these techniques are essential for ensuring the longevity of their families, often regarded as closely guarded secrets. Consequently, such inquiries are seldom made, as they can be perceived as impolite. Ovis, his expression slightly awkward, cleared his throat. He indeed harbored intentions to ask, though not in a direct manner. Adopting a more serious tone, he said, "Little Ye, do not misunderstand. I merely wish for you to guide the students in their soul techniques. Given your prowess, serving as an assistant instructor would be more than adequate. Furthermore, the Academy can allocate a section of the advanced simulated training area exclusively for you. What do you think?" Soul techniques? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ye shook his head and candidly stated, "Dean, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that it is unnecessary." Little Ye, there is no need for modesty. I have confidence in your abilities." "Dean, you misinterpret my words. I mean to convey that most of the disciple soul techniques no longer warrant correction." Meng Ye hesitated, but ultimately spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Ovis furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Meng Ye's implication, as such remarks could be construed as disdainful towards the Martial Soul Hall Academy, as a pinnacle institution within the realm of soul masters. Such sentiments were not pleasing to his ears. Meng Ye sighed softly and remarked, "The dean should be well aware of the distinction between limit flow and equilibrium flow, each possessing its own advantages and disadvantages. If I am not mistaken, the Academy ought to adopt a development model that embraces interdependence, integrating both approaches as the mainstream, correct?" Always paused momentarily, but nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that is contingent upon teamwork." "Is there a problem with that?" In the early stages, soul masters undoubtedly require collaboration. The synergy of soul skills among teammates gives rise to the classifications of offense, control, and support. The essence of teamwork lies in the ability of diverse soul masters to achieve a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 transcends 2. Otherwise, it devolves into individual battles, showcasing personal valor, which is utterly meaningless. However, as one progresses to the later stages, it predominantly relies on individual strength, while collaboration among teams is not impossible. It becomes exceedingly challenging, especially excluding the fusion techniques of martial souls. Always was perplexed as to why Meng Ye was bringing this up. He merely wished for Meng Ye to provide guidance on the usage of soul skills to enhance the abilities of certain students. Has the dean ever considered that if soul skills were entirely disassembled, there could also exist possibilities for mutual cooperation or the pursuit of extremes? Meng Ye said, gazing deeply at Oways. After a moment of contemplation, Oways responded with a wry smile. Meng Ye, you know well that, apart from a few inherited martial souls, the acquisition of soul rings for other martial souls involves a degree of luck. Take Yin as an example. Aside from a single defensive skill, all his other skills are area of effect attacks. His explosive power is formidable, and his sustained output is high, but how long can his soul power endure? Without any amplification soul skills, any strong attack or defensive close combat soul master of the same tier can easily restrain him. In essence, Lacking the capacity to break through means one is easily countered, and by the later stages, seeking change becomes futile after all. A soul master can only attach 9 soul rings in total. This issue does not arise with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, which boasts strong offense, amplification, area attacks, and destructive power that rival those of the Flame Lord. Even Hulaina and Xiaoyu, while their soul rings may be of decent quality, do not exhibit a harmonious fit with their soul skills. Then how should I proceed, Dean? Meng Ye continued to inquire. Indeed, how to provide guidance. None of them meet the standards. If it were not for Bibidong's orders, Hulaina would hardly pay them any mind. Even a prodigy favored by Bibidong is thus. Let alone the others. Ultimately, the soul master system of this era still has room for development. It remains imperfect, with even the concept of mental strength being rather vague. In the end, Oways could only allow Meng Ye to depart without revisiting the matter. As for the secret methods, he could not bring himself to inquire further. Sighing after Meng Ye's departure, Oways sat alone in his office, lamenting, what kind of prodigy has old Lei been teaching? Meng Ye understood the meaning, and it was precisely this comprehension that left him inexplicably shaken. He also realized that Meng Ye possessed a philosophy that transcended the majority of soul masters, even surpassing those of his era. Months later, outside the martial Soul City, in the southeastern expanse of a vast plain, the breeze stirred the grass, causing the sea of clouds to churn restlessly. Lying on the soft grass with arms outstretched, a natural essence wafted around his nostrils, and in this moment, Meng Ye felt an unparalleled sense of ease. It was so tranquil. Nearly 7 years had passed since his rebirth, and while many memories had begun to fade, some places remained vividly etched in his mind. For instance, this was one of the few places he cherished visiting. A sanctuary where he could wholly release himself without a care in the world. Yet, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. Ding. The synchronization of data and host consciousness frequency is complete. In the system space, Meng Ye's consciousness emerged. What is happening? Have you awoken? The conditions for the system to reactivate after its slumber left him feeling somewhat despondent. Meng Ye had relentlessly dedicated himself to training, which was one of the pivotal reasons for this predicament. No, the system has merely fallen into slumber. The data has not vanished. The host's slumber is, in fact, a rare occurrence that can synchronize data frequency with the system, akin to the host entering a dream within the system. So, what is this dream you are experiencing? Meng Ye observed the scene before him with curiosity. It was still the prairie and the sea of clouds, but why was there a colorful sheep grazing on the grass, casually strolling past him? The host may interpret this as the system being quite bored. Chapter 42. Fate. Upon unexpectedly encountering the system again, Meng Ye felt a surge of joy, for he had begun to feel weary and lost. When one traverses the path alone, the solitude that envelopes one is often enough to evoke despair. System, upon reflection, it seems that if I continue my training in this manner while avoiding past predicaments, I might be able to navigate the remainder of my life in tranquility, wouldn't I? Meng Ye hesitated, often reminiscing about the moments shared with Luo Xian, as well as the perilous situations he had encountered in the past. There was nostalgia, pain, and bewilderment, despite feeling unfortunate. It seemed that a typical Soul Master-esque journey was fraught with challenges. Nothing was ever smooth sailing. Was the host attempting to evade fate? Fate? What fate do I possess? Meng Ye questioned, perplexed, for he was not a native of this world. Even if fate existed, he ought to be the butterfly that did not belong to this realm, merely instigating change. The world is a monstrous entity that feeds on the ordinary. Does the host still not recognize this reality? Do you genuinely believe that your previous life's tragic demise was merely a matter of bad luck? Reflect on it. You lacked opportunities, hence your slow advancement in cultivation. You had no connections, thus your beloved departed from you. You lacked strength, leading to your tragic end in a merciless war, becoming mere cannon fodder. The system can unequivocally inform the host that if you wish to preserve your own integrity, you must ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Can I achieve that? The pinnacle of the world, what might that be? Meng Ye found it impossible to envision, no matter how fervently he strained his imagination. As he rummaged through his mind for scenes both resplendent and terrifying, the very thought eluded him, and the task itself seemed insurmountable. Why was this so? The host now possessed the finest of talents, with a fortune that far surpassed that of his previous life, bolstered by the accumulation of past experiences. Did he not possess the confidence to rival the so-called child of destiny? Could fate truly be altered? Meng Ye felt a peculiar sensation. His understanding of fate was that it should be immutable, for otherwise, the concept of causality would cease to exist. What did the host perceive fate to be? A rule that transcends time and space? Or perhaps the threads woven by deities that govern all beings? Neither of these. For fate is akin to the fangs of a monstrous entity known as the world. If one does not resist, it will crush you beneath its weight. In other words, if I do not fight back, I shall meet a tragic end, just as in my previous life, correct? At this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. He vividly recalled the sensation of exerting every ounce of strength to struggle, yet feeling as powerless as a butterfly with its wings grasped tightly. Before the inexorable force of fate, one could not even grasp their own existence, let alone entertain any other desires. The system was uncertain, yet it could allow the host to glimpse his own destiny. Buzz! A radiant light emerged above the grasslands, enveloping the entire world. In the next moment, Ming Ye's consciousness materialized in a familiar scene. As he beheld the cacophony of battle cries and the chaos of war, his heart constricted. The familiar city walls stood majestically between the expansive plains of the martial Soul Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, acting as a formidable barrier. Though the throngs of soldiers appeared disordered, their sheer numbers transformed the landscape into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, resembling the maw of a relentless grinder, perpetually generating severed limbs. A figure of striking handsomeness stood upon the city walls, exuding an aura of formidable power that dispelled the dim sky. Casting down a glimmer of light, it seemed to be uttering something, its gaze directed toward the heavens. At this moment, Meng Ye's consciousness finally returned, and he realized he was observing this world from a third-person perspective. The scene of the battle was not as he had witnessed in his previous life. The Soul Master Legion of the Spirit Empire did not line up outside the city like ordinary soldiers. Instead, they steadfastly defended the city walls, leveraging the innate advantages of their souls to repel cavalry that had lost their steeds and crossbows. The Soul Masters descending from the skies were met with a well-prepared aerial force. A torrent of terrifying firepower, akin to lasers, rained down, inflicting heavy losses on the attacking forces of the Tiando Empire. Turning his gaze, he beheld a divine figure standing in the sky, Tang San, with 8 sea god wings manifested from the 8 spider spears unfurling majestically behind him, casting an overwhelming aura that obscured the sun. In his hand, the trident symbolizing the sea god's authority pointed skyward, summoning colossal waves that blotted out the light and drowned hope. Suddenly, a sonic boom pierced the air as Tang San ascended to nearly 10,000 meters in an instant. Tang San, you seek death. The Spirit Empire, in its reckless rage, perpetrated slaughter upon the 3 sects and 2 major sects, inflicting suffering upon countless Soul Master academies and regarding the common folk as mere fodder. You are the true progenitors of this war. From his lofty perch, the sea god narrated the origins of this conflict, and under the immense divine might, the morale of the Spirit Empire began to waver. How grandiose! You, Tang San, awakened your soul in the Spirit Hall of Nodding City. His furious gaze swept over Tang San, then pointed to the battlefield below, his voice resonating through the heavens, reaching the depths of the abyss. Moreover, over 90% of Soul Masters awakened their powers within my Spirit Hall, receiving resources that enabled your ascension to the 30th level. What have the 2 empires done? Ruled ineffectively, divided lands, and treated lives as if they were mere livestock. This is the fairness you desire? The terrifying will momentarily quell the battlefield, awakening those who had been driven to madness by the slaughter. Yet, in the next instant, a figure emerged from the Tiando Empire. Every soldier of the Tiando Empire. Slay 10 enemies, and receive 100 gold. Slay 100, receive 1,000. Slay 1,000, receive 10,000, and be granted noble titles. Kill. No matter how eloquent or just the words, in the face of self-interest, these individuals of humble origins would scarcely consider the grand scheme of the world. As the roars from the rear army and the supervisory forces surged, the bloodied corpses began to slowly advance towards the city walls. Meanwhile, Su Biying, clad in golden armor, turned to the side to address Lan Dian Wang, the leader of the Tiando Soul Master Regiment. Yu Xiaojiang, Master, will this jeopardize the balance of heaven and earth? This method of achieving victory at the cost of hundreds of thousands of soldiers' lives is difficult for me to accept. Your Majesty need not worry. This is a strategy to undermine the enemy's will. We must not allow that Pope to shake the morale of the troops, otherwise the sacrifices will be even greater. Though Yu Xiaojiang was not the supreme commander of the army as Tang San's mentor, his words could not be dismissed by Su Biying. The logic of the Blue Lightning King was sound. Ultimately, Su Biying could only sign resignation, fully aware that this was the nature of war. High above, amidst the confrontation between the 2 formidable figures, a bolt of lightning descended. Boom. Good. Excellent. Tang San. Truly a testament to a great teacher begets exceptional students. Today, I shall witness the disparity between the 100th and 99th levels. As the sea goddess trident swung, the techniques belonging to the sea god were unleashed, the azure tides of divine power cascading from the heavens and infusing Tang San with greater strength. On the opposing side, a storm of thunder coalesced into a colossal primordial beast, roaring defiantly as the torrential lightning severed the sea god's domain from all around. A giant, standing 100 meters tall, loomed in the sky, adorned with 9 black and red soul rings etched like runes upon its form, delivering a titanic punch toward Tang San. Boom! The space shattered, and the mirror-like surface of red crystal was instantly obliterated. Tang San, now embodying the sea god, paled in the face of this cataclysmic strike. A blue dragon silhouette erupted from his hand, swiftly coiling around the arm of his adversary before detonating with a thunderous explosion. Chapter 43. You Kick My Sheep. Meng Ye gazed upon the astonishing scene before him, the shattered void, an indomitable giant pierced through by the sea god's trident, yet still unleashing a terrifying power that made the heavens tremble, repeatedly forcing the sea god to retreat. The deity possessed an almost immortal body, yet the giant's injuries only worsened under the influence of the sea god's might. This seemingly decisive and brutal battle raged on for 3 full days. The conflict caused the sea to sink several meters, enveloping the region between the 2 great empires outside Jialing Pass in perpetual thunder, a place designated as a forbidden zone for humanity for the next millennium. With his left arm severed, the giant appeared to be nearing his limit, reverting to his original form. Despite his grievous wounds, he could not conceal his extraordinary demeanor. How could this be? Tang San, now the sea god, looked incredulously at his own left arm, which was equally vacant, the golden blood of the deity flowing forth without any sign of regeneration. Ah, the giant remarked with a chilling smile, you may attempt to kill me, and see if you perish alongside me. You. Tang San's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but quickly settled into calmness. He could feel his own injuries mending, as long as the deity's heart or brain remained unscathed. Other injuries were not truly severe. In contrast, his opponent was clearly at the end of his strength. The outcome was evident. You are a worthy adversary, Tang San declared solemnly as he raised the sea god's trident above his head. I shall use my strongest strike to obliterate you, leaving no trace behind. The ocean continued to boil, and at that moment, countless sea spirit beasts perished in the depths. The ocean's power, a manifestation of the faith of the sea spirit beasts and sea spirit masters, lay in the hands of the sea god, who commanded their very existence. Were it not for the battle reaching such a critical juncture, he would never have resorted to such measures, as it would undermine the foundation of the sea god. Brilliant divine light gathered upon the sea god's trident, and as it thrust forward, the constraints of space shattered, appearing directly before the giant, with a swift and precise strike. Capable of grievously wounding or even slaying a deity, it pierced straight through the giant's heart. Standing amidst the void, Ming Ye felt a tightening in his chest, an overwhelming sensation that momentarily clouded his mind. He understood that this was his fate, or perhaps his very essence. A dark, malevolent aura shot forth from behind Jialing Pass, and in the next instant, the terrifying scythe of death struck the sea god with devastating force. It was the embodiment of fallen grace and darkness, the Rakshasa god. After this, Meng Ye was no longer visible in the ensuing battle. Everything he beheld began to blur. The Rakshasa god and the angelic god appeared in concert to vanquish the sea god. Yet, having ascended to the rank of sea god, his demise would not come easily. The divine realm, or rather the sea god himself, would not permit it. In his final moments, Ming Ye beheld a familiar figure beside him. A stunning visage marred by sorrow. Deceiver, he thought, as his consciousness spiraled into the void, his heart unsettled. This was a scene he had never witnessed in his previous life, yet the outcome seemed scarcely altered. Reappearing in the system's dreamscape, Meng Ye stood in contemplation, unbothered by the system, which allowed him to ponder in solitude. Time flowed unnoticed until he finally inquired, System, is it truly possible to alter fate? Having glimpsed his own conclusion, he recognized that the giant embodied the ideal state he could envision for himself, battling the main deity with the strength of an ultimate Douluo, only to falter due to the disparity in divine body and power. Yet, the result left him with an overwhelming sense of despair and impotence. Certainly, the system's response was unequivocal, infusing Ming Ye with a sense of clarity and revitalization. The host must have many questions, such as why you faced Tang San alone in death, and why the divine realm chose him over you. No, I can somewhat surmise the reasoning, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. The host exhibited greater intelligence than the system had anticipated, thereby increasing the potential for reversing fate. The system paused, seemingly taken aback by Meng Ye's profound insights. Indeed, he mused while lying upon the grasslands, hands behind his head. It must be that Qian Rinxue encountered difficulties restraining Bibi Dong. As for the divine realm, those deities possess a degree of foresight, particularly the Shura god, who governs the heart of the divine realm. They likely hold an even stronger belief in the irrevocability of fate. This was his understanding. The more ignorant one is, the less they have to fear. Deities, at times, are the most cowardly, trembling before the unknown, and more inclined to adhere to the so-called trajectory of fate. Coincidentally, Meng Ye did not belong to this world. The essence flowing through his veins endowed him with the courage to defy destiny. Indeed, to those deities, the host was merely an inconsequential butterfly. Even if this butterfly could conjure a tempest capable of obliterating their fragile divine realm. I harbor no such grand ambitions. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the system's subtle encouragement, Meng Ye could not help but smile. However, it would not hurt to give it a try. This system cannot grant the host divine status. Such things seem unnecessary. Do they not? Truth be told, Meng Ye believed that deities were not invincible, at least upon witnessing that so-called fate. It was merely the most probable future extrapolated from his current circumstances. Yet, even with such a possibility, he possessed the strength to contend with the main deity. This was also why Meng Ye did not subscribe to the notion of fate. Rising to his feet, Meng Ye proclaimed, "That is sufficient." However, this system can create some miracles for the host. If you choose not to utilize them, so be it. Meng Ye glanced around, catching sight of a sheep still grazing, which looked back at him momentarily. With a decisive kick, he sent the sheep flying and remarked, "Bring it forth. What treasures do you possess?" My system has yet to connect with the essence of this world, thus it can only seek the opportunities desired by the host. Whether these can be obtained relies solely on the host's endeavors. I must find a suitable divine position for myself. Beep. System is searching. Search completed. A total of 4 divine positions discovered. 1. God of Angels, Semi-Divine King, with the legacy located in the Martial Soul Hall, within the Douluo Hall. 2. Sea God, Semi-Divine King, situated on Sea God Island, with the legacy medium being the vast ocean sphere. 3. Rakshasa God, Divine King, located in the void. With 2 entrances, one in the depths of the dusk forest within the Serical Principality, and the other on a solitary island 300 miles off the coast. In the East Sea Abyss. 4. Shura God, Divine King, found in the city of Slaughter, in a nameless town to the southeast of the Tiando Empire. Concealing a dark underground metropolis tainted by sin and slaughter, now corrupted by the Rakshasa God. The Dusk Forest? Meng Ye had a general understanding of these 4 divine positions, as they had appeared in the original work. However, he never anticipated that the entrance to the inheritance of the Rakshasa God would be located in the Twilight Forest. In his previous life, he had a sliver of fortune there, albeit accompanied by immense danger, to the extent that he nearly faced death to obtain it. In retrospect, the peril of that place was likely linked to the Rakshasa God. Shaking his head, he continued, "Never mind. Please assist me in finding a suitable 5th spirit ring." The host is requested to confirm the desired age, attributes, and quality of the spirit beast. A reminder, the host has 5 opportunities remaining for the search. Why 5 opportunities? Because the host has been reborn for 6 years and just utilized 1. Moreover, you kicked my sheep. Is this not a dream? That sheep is not real. What does the host believe this system to be? Meng Ye. Forgetting this matter, the system appears to be more aligned with data, or perhaps with higher dimensional beings. This dreamscape should be closer to reality for him. A power-type soul beast, aged between 50,000 and 70,000 years, ideally a top-tier soul beast with exceptional attributes. Ding. System searching. Chapter 44. Luo Xian. A total of 34,829 soul beasts meeting the criteria have been identified, located in the Stardow Forest, the Evil Spirit Forest, the Extreme North, the Ocean, and the Sunset Forest. Halt. Ming Ye urgently called for a halt, but the system showed no sign of stopping. If he didn't shout louder, his head felt as if it might explode. Just tell me the 3 most suitable ones I can find. Ding. The 3-eyed golden lion located in the Stardow Forest, an imperial beast with extreme attributes. Though its age is insufficient, it is undoubtedly the best choice for the host. Next, the Titan Snow Demon, found in the extreme northern region, possessing unparalleled strength and near-ultimate attributes. The mention of the Titan Snow Demon caused Meng Ye to pause. Indeed, this soul beast was quite suitable, being a top-tier creature with Titan bloodline and undeniable power. It even resonated well with his second martial soul. Yet the ice attributes might conflict with the previously affixed ultimate thunder, posing a certain risk. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what about the last one? The mutated thousand-gene ant emperor. Located deep within the Douluo forest, it possesses extreme strength. A 50,000-year soul beast with terrifying combat prowess rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Meng Ye's pupils constricted and his heart raced. This was precisely the ideal soul beast he sought. The thousand-gene ant was synonymous with strength, potentially surpassing even the most formidable martial souls like the Haotian hammer or the mighty gorilla at the same tier. It would not be an exaggeration to claim it had near-ultimate strength. He wasn't surprised that the mutated thousand-gene ant emperor could achieve extreme attributes. However, finding such a gregarious soul beast dwelling deep underground would have been nearly impossible without the system's guidance. This one will do. Provide me with the location. This system will imprint the soul beast's location into the host's mind. Note, the mutation direction of this soul beast is absolute power. Please proceed with caution. I understand. Ming Ye was puzzled as to why the system specifically reminded him, yet he remained vigilant. Mutated soul beasts typically exhibited one of two evolutionary paths, a positive or negative transformation. Naturally, those evolving negatively would swiftly be eliminated by the harsh laws of the natural environment. Conversely, those evolving positively either became the alpha of their kind or eliminated surrounding rivals. Upon awakening, Meng Ye opened his eyes to the sky, where a familiar, stunning visage appeared before him. Blocking the sunlight, her long hair, previously neatly arranged behind her head, cascaded down one side, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. What are you doing here? He sat up from the grass, and the breathtaking girl beside him took a step back, nearly losing her balance in her surprise. Opening her arms, she stumbled momentarily before regaining her footing, placing her hands behind her back and revealing an embarrassed smile. The academy is about to have a break, so I came here to take a walk. I didn't expect to find you here. Luoxuan's spirits were high. Being introverted, she didn't have many friends. Even when she did, she rarely initiated conversation, making this place her secret haven, where she would often come to unwind, lie on the grass to relax, or run around. Reflecting on why he had come here, Ming Ye recalled that he had seemingly wandered here casually. Yet, this place had been brought to him by Luoxian in his previous life. Over the years, it remained one of the few locations etched in his memory. Do you enjoy coming here? Luoxian appeared taken aback by Ming Ye's question. But having known each other for several months, they were relatively familiar. For Luoxian, Meng Ye might be the only friend she felt no aversion towards, at least in terms of normal interaction. After a moment of contemplation, she gracefully brushed the hem of her academy uniform and sat down. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she revealed half of her exquisite facial contour. Yes, it's very quiet and spacious here. Furthermore, it's quite comfortable to sleep here. Isn't it? Ming Ye added with a sudden smile. Although these dialogues were not from the same moment, he still recalled them vividly. Luoxuan's heart skipped a beat as she turned to Ming Ye in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you know?" After her astonishment, she lowered her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "It's not something to boast about. My mother has mentioned it numerous times. I mostly sleep in the academy." Being caught off guard by Ming Ye's observation, Luoxian felt a bit shy, yet it was a normal reaction for her. Had it been anyone else, she would have fled on the spot. Just a guess. Ming Ye paused, realizing he had blurted it out spontaneously. "Is that so? Then do you know what I like to eat? And did you guess about my martial soul as well?" Luoxian slowly lifted her head, looking at Ming Ye again. Her bright eyes sparkled with clarity. While Ming Ye possessed formidable mental prowess, allowing him to read others easily, at that moment, he felt as if Luoxian could see straight into his soul. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye did not perceive any issue, rather than attributing her family's affection towards Luoxian to her personality. It could be more accurately said that it was this very environment that shaped her soul. "And what about you?" Luoxian gazed intently into Meng Ye's eyes, her genuine emotion spilling forth as she said, "I am clearly so clumsy. Why do you treat me so well?" A bittersweet smile flickered across my heart. Meng Ye truly did not understand. He had long contemplated relinquishing this relationship, especially since Luoxian no longer recognized him. He believed it would be a simple endeavor. However, reality proved otherwise. When the figure he had spent half his life searching for and yearning to approach reappeared before him, a torrent of memories surged forth as if cast under a spell. He found it impossible to forget. The more he tried to erase those memories, the clearer they became, making it even more challenging to let go. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the grass to sway and bow in its wake, while his delicate form gradually reclined upon the verdant ground. I apologize, I should not pose such questions, but it is all right. Meng Ye leaned back against the grass, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. It was not until Luo Xian appeared that he perceived the place had become whole. Turning his head to glance at the exquisite figure resting beside him, he noticed that Luo Xian was asleep, a gentle smile gracing her face. Buzz. He brushed his palm over the storage soul guide, and a precious herb materialized in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return it. He simply sat there in silence, accompanying Luo Xian until the sun ascended high in the sky, prompting her to awaken with a furrowed brow, rubbing her eyes. Rising from the grass, she lazily stretched her body, her perfect curves and contours betraying none of her youthful age. Soul masters mature early. And with the genetic inheritance from her parents, Luo Xian possessed a notably tall stature. In fact, Ming Ye had begun to sense that she seemed almost taller than him in just a few months. Of course, Luo Xian was also a few years his senior. Let us head back, she suggested. Luo Xian paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned to Ming Ye and nodded. All right. Chapter 45. Farewell. Upon returning to the Spirit Soul City, they were met with the sight of Luo Chuan standing in the middle of the street, his face a mask of fury. Passers-by instinctively kept their distance. Although this city was predominantly inhabited by soul masters, and order was generally maintained, one could never be certain when someone might act out violently. Encountering such a madman was a cause for fear, thus avoidance was the wisest course of action. Luo Chuan. What brings you here? Luo Xian inquired, having walked closely beside Ming Ye throughout their journey, though their actions had not been overly intimate. Yet, this mere scene nearly drove Luo Chuan to the brink of rage. Sister, where have you two been? He demanded. Luo Xian, clearly perplexed by her brother's demeanor, remained unfazed, for he was her dear younger brother. After contemplating for a moment, she smiled and replied, It's a secret. This only served to intensify Luo Chuan's anger, his face taking on a purplish hue as he glared at Meng Ye. Meng Ye, what are you staring at? Are you looking for a fight? Luo Chuan has been secretly observing him for quite some time, even following him around occasionally, which perplexed him greatly. Though it was not a significant matter, being shadowed by someone was quite unsettling. Previously, only Douluo and Douluo had covertly monitored him. I shall take my leave now, farewell. Luo Xian waved goodbye to Ming Ye and then headed in the direction of her home. Only then did Luo Chuan cast a glance at him before following suit. Sister, I must tell you, that fellow harbors ill intentions. All right, I understand. I have seen him exchanging glances with that hyena several times. Yes, I am aware. You have mentioned it before. Sister, dinner is ready. Hurry up, or it will be cold by the time we get back. Not wanting to endure Luo Chuan's nagging, Luo Xian dashed home. Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. Knowing that he would soon have to return to the Serical Duchy, he wondered about Lei Xingyang, as their communication had been limited to letters since his last visit. The correspondents primarily inquired about each other's well-being, alongside a subtle request for living expenses. As for Wang Shuo, it seemed he had chosen to continue his studies directly at the Serical Duchy Academy, though his cultivation had stagnated. Nevertheless, he had excelled in amassing wealth and had transformed into a figure reminiscent of a minor noble over the years. The sincerity reflected in their letters indicated that Wang still regarded him as a friend. 20 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the academy's entrance, where the grandeur of Spirit City was quite astonishing. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where have you been? The Lu siblings approached, having changed from their usual uniforms into casual attire. Lu Meng wore a floral dress, bouncing over with youthful exuberance. I just had some matters to attend to outside the city. What about you? Meng Ye playfully tapped Lu Meng's forehead, noting that this young girl, despite being older than him, had her fair share of clever schemes. While she sometimes expressed admiration for him, his discomfort grew when she drew too close. Meng, mind your manners, Lu Yu admonished, pulling her sister back. She then turned to Meng Ye and explained, a week ago, we received news from the family urging us to return home, so we must take leave early. Is there any trouble? Meng Ye inquired, as matters concerning family were typically not for outsiders to question. However, given that they were among his few acquaintances, he felt compelled to ask. Lu Yu shook her head, replying, it should be nothing serious. It's likely that my grandfather's birthday is approaching, prompting us to celebrate. You didn't tell me, elder sister, Lu Meng exclaimed, startled, as she turned to Lu Yu. Who had forgotten such details? You know how it is. Lu Yu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Lu Ming was adept at playing tricks. Yet she often faltered when it came to significant matters. Lu Yu then extended an invitation to Meng Ye. Though uncertain, she felt it was likely. Such invitations among acquaintances served to deepen their bonds, and in her eyes, winning Ming Ye's favor would yield nothing but benefits, even possibly reflecting a stance from the spirit hall. I shall decline, as I intend to return to Serical. Perhaps I can visit another time. Meng Ye politely refused. Having known them from a previous life, he had grown somewhat familiar with the trio over the past few months. However, traveling to the Lu family in the Xinghua Empire would consume considerable time, and he would rather not squander half of his holiday on travel. I see. I may have been a bit presumptuous, Lu Yu acknowledged with a smile of apology. Then, elder sister, may I accompany Meng Ye to Serical for a visit? Lu Ming suddenly interjected. Nonsense, Lu Yu replied sternly, glancing at her sister. If you miss grandfather's birthday, you might find it hard to return home. Moreover, you cannot burden Meng Ye. Lu Ming, known for her mischievous nature, was not a surprise to Meng Ye. After bidding farewell to the three, he encountered Hulaina and the others. Over the past few months, Hulaina had finally grasped the foundational concepts of her visualization technique. This secret method relied heavily on mental fortitude, and advancing further would necessitate years of arduous practice or an elevation in soul power. Fortunately, her fox spirit was indeed a semi-mental type, allowing her progress to remain steady. Within a month, I shall break through to level 50. Don't fall too far behind, Yin declared, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he looked down at Meng Ye, taking advantage of his height. Should you wish to spar? I am always ready, Meng Ye replied with an expressionless glance. You, Yin retorted, anger flaring as he prepared to retaliate. Hulaina, unable to tolerate the escalating tension, interjected. Enough, Yin. If you have grievances, take them to the battle arena, not here. Yin shot an irate look at Ming Ye, his frustration evident. Yet he refrained from further provocation. Hulaina's presence had tempered his usual bravado, especially after she had decisively defeated him in a prior battle. Establishing her position as the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy's representative team, Meng Ye serves as the vice-captain. Meng Ye, where do you plan to go during the holiday? The peculiar aura emanating from Hulaina that rendered one unable to resist had dissipated. Her enhanced mental control now allowed her to wield her innate abilities with finesse. This too signified her growing prowess. I intend to return to Salakar. Is that so? What a pity, Hulaina lamented. I had hoped to invite you to enter seclusion together, and then to acquire the 5th spirit ring. The three of them had already reached level 49. Poised to break through that bottleneck at any moment, and subsequently obtain the 5th spirit ring to ascend to the rank of Spirit King. At that time, the three would be bestowed with the purple record badge by the Spirit Hall, achieving renown across the continent. Meng Ye had only recently ascended to the Soul Sect. Merely a few months ago, thus they did not genuinely believe he could swiftly elevate to level 50. What level of soul power does he possess now? He is still quite a distance from reaching level 45. Yin, having finally discovered a slight advantage over Meng Ye, seized upon it and refused to relent. His tone laced with derision. Hulaina furrowed her brow, intending to interject, but before she could utter a word, Meng Ye had already taken action. Zing! A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across before them, and a flicker of fear crossed Yan's face as he promptly sealed his lips. Meng Ye cast a cold glance at him and calmly remarked, "You're overly verbose." Yanshi, thoroughly intimidated, found himself at a loss for words. He swallowed hard. Recalling the last time he had been utterly crushed by Meng Ye's overwhelming power, leaving him no time to react. This was his first experience of Meng Ye's terrifying presence at such close quarters, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 46, The Summoning of Douluo. After admonishing Yanshi and bidding farewell to Hulaina and Xieyu, Meng Ye returned to the academy to continue his training. The semester's final examinations had concluded, and he could have departed at any time. However, being part of the Spirit Hall and still officially a registered disciple of Bibi Dong, it was prudent to extend a greeting. A day passed, and the bustling Spirit City experienced a rare moment of tranquility as the Spirit Hall Academy went on break, with the majority opting to return home for family visits. Of course, for some disciples summoned from remote regions by the Spirit Hall, the situation was more complicated. Those less fortunate faced the prospect of traversing half the continent, with the nearest route cutting through the vast Stardew forest. For those whose cultivation was not particularly profound, a trip home was more akin to an adventure than a familial reunion. In the Papal Hall, Bibi Dong observed Meng Ye, initially intending to encourage him to remain diligent. but reconsidered her thoughts. It seemed that even she, as the Pope, could not rival Meng Ye's industriousness. She thus altered her statement. Very well. A bit of relaxation is permissible. A balance of diligence and leisure is essential for a soul master-ash training. Thank you, Your Holiness. After a brief silence, Bibi Dong sighed and continued. This time, I have instructed Ghost Douluo to escort you back and have bestowed upon you a token of the Elder, which you may wield in times of necessity. Her initial intention in accepting Ming Ye as a disciple had been entirely self-serving, aimed at paving the way for Hulaina. Yet gradually she realized that she had underestimated Meng Ye's worth, which resulted in his lack of identification with the Papal Hall, her role as a nominal mentor, and the Spirit Hall itself. Now, even with this awareness, she found herself powerless, as she had little to impart to Meng Ye. The resources she could provide were meager compared to the prodigious talent he displayed. Not only did she fail to deliver timely aid, but even embellishments were beyond her reach. The only notable contribution Meng Ye would remember was how Ghost Douluo had assisted him in acquiring a soul ring. Upon your return, you must prepare for the Soul Master competition. I will arrange for you to visit a place of fortuitous opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Understood. Meng Ye furrowed his brows, pondering the location of the opportunity that Bibi Dong was aware of. Could it be the City of Slaughter? Unlikely, as that place could not be accessed easily. And while the ability to create a domain is rare, with Meng Ye's martial spirit, there was a significant probability of manifesting his own domain upon reaching the 70th level. There was no need to pursue any so-called God of Slaughter domain. As for the notion of domain stacking, that was utterly nonsensical, as if domains did not consume soul power at all. Suddenly, a footstep echoed from behind, a solitary sound that resonated within mere 3 paces of him. How formidable! This was Meng Ye's immediate thought. The cultivation and strength of the newcomer were undoubtedly among the most terrifying he had encountered. Who could it be? What brings you here? Bibi Dong's noble and exquisite visage suddenly turned frigid, casting a dark glare at the figure behind Meng Ye. An overwhelming pressure emanated unrestrained, yet it precisely avoided Meng Ye, settling upon the newcomer. The entire papal chamber was instantly engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere, as if the sunlight streaming through the grand entrance had been devoured, with Bibi Dong at the center, resembling a black hole that consumed all light around her. However, at that moment, Meng Ye also sensed the newcomer releasing an aura that starkly contrasted with Bibi Dong's, an immense and profound light power. Your Holiness, the Grand Priest wishes to see this disciple. I implore you to permit me to escort him, the newcomer stated bluntly, devoid of any semblance of reverence. Humph! Insolence! Bibi Dong struck her staff with force, amplifying her terrifying soul power, which repelled the aura released by the newcomer. She continued to speak with fury. When has my papal chamber ever allowed Douluo to intervene? Return and inform him not to make me remind him again. Under the pressure exerted by Bibi Dong, the golden crocodile Douluo felt a wave of shock. Back in the day, Bibi Dong had been coerced by Douluo to bear Rinxue, although she had secretly eliminated Xuanji. Douluo ultimately saw hope for divinity in Rinxue and did not trouble Bibi Dong. It was crucial to note that at that time, Bibi Dong had not been qualified to assume the position of Pope. Although she gradually consolidated power over the Soul Hall over the past 20 years, the Douluo Hall still held a transcendent status. The 7 great priests remained the core of the Soul Hall, and Douluo was a steadfast anchor. As long as he was present, the Soul Hall was unshakable. Yet now, the golden crocodile Douluo realized that Bibi Dong's strength had unknowingly surpassed his own. 20 years ago, she had not even stepped into the tidal Douluo realm. How had she achieved this? Despite the astonishment, the golden crocodile Douluo steeled himself and lowered his posture. Clasping his hands respectfully, Your Holiness, the Grand Priest has made significant concessions over the years. I beseech you to let him relent. Let him relent. Bibi Dong's expression remained frosty, even more so than before, as she coldly retorted, I believe he dares not. The golden crocodile Douluo, a formidable figure of that era, was already infuriated by being suppressed by Bibi Dong. Unable to contain his anger, he exclaimed, Your Holiness, you. A weary sigh interrupted the golden crocodile Douluo's words, followed by a voice that resonated with age and depth. After all these years, you still have not forgiven me, old friend. Douluo, how dare you? Bibi Dong rose abruptly, suddenly striking at the void before her, a wave of darkness spreading forth, yet Meng Ye did not lose his sight. More precisely, he merely perceived a flash of golden light, and then the surrounding environment transformed. Before him stood a grand cathedral, which, compared to the magnificent solemnity of the papal chamber, exuded an additional aura of sanctity. as if every inch of the ground and walls radiated brilliance. A dense, terrifying light power permeated the air, and Meng Ye's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. This power was approaching the pinnacle of its attributes. In the center of the cathedral stood an immense statue of a six-winged angel, its angelic sword emanating a flame-like sacred radiance. Beneath the statue stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His youthful countenance belied his years, and his eyes were devoid of the murkiness typical of age, instead shining with remarkable clarity. With a wave of his hand, Douluo addressed the golden crocodile. "You may return for now." "Yes, Grand Priest." At this moment, Ming Ye realized that not only he, but even the golden crocodile Douluo had been transported here in an instant by Douluo. Such formidable power, even in the absence of spatial-type soul skills. It is not difficult for a limit Douluo to manipulate space. Those who possess a profound comprehension of space can traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. However, to accurately draw a target before oneself, especially in the presence of Bibi Dong, is a feat likely achievable only by the three unparalleled Douluo of this era. Douluo, with his six-winged angel martial spirit, Poseidon, with his sea god martial spirit, and Tangchun, wielding the Haotian hammer. Among these three, the first two undoubtedly possess superior talent. Yet surprisingly, when it comes to achievements, Tangchun shines even brighter. Meng Ye, with his original martial spirit and a second one, I presume I am not mistaken. Douluo stroked his beard with a hand, his gaze piercing through everything as he assessed Meng Ye. What business does the grand offering have in summoning his disciple? Meng Ye did not respond, but instead cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. Given Douluo's status, even an ordinary title Douluo would likely bow before him. To stand unbowed would be impossible, for none could withstand his oppressive aura. However, since Douluo had taken the initiative to seek him out, the situation was decidedly different, especially considering the risk of inciting Bibi Dong's ire. Douluo was not one to engage in such actions merely to assert dominance. Ah, how refreshing. A young man with spirit, indeed. Douluo returned his hand behind him and continued with a smile. "If I were to ask you to swear allegiance to the Douluo Palace and become my disciple henceforth, would you consent?" "I must respectfully decline." Meng Ye lifted his head and met Douluo's gaze, even with the knowledge that this man could effortlessly end his life. He felt little fear. Chapter 47. The Belief of Douluo. Why? Douluo was not angered. Rather, he found great admiration for Meng Ye's courage and the unique aura he exuded. He could discern that Meng Ye's intellect surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Recognizing his identity and strength, yet he remained composed, a rare audacity in this world. "I already have a master," Meng Ye replied without wavering in his gaze. "Moreover, the grand offering does not genuinely wish to take me as a disciple, even if I were to bow to you. It is unlikely that such an outcome would please you." "Ah, how do you know that I do not sincerely wish to take you as my disciple?" Douluo's face displayed a benevolent smile. "Because of what lies behind the grand offering." Douluo paused, his expression gradually becoming serious. "You know what lies behind me?" he continued to inquire, while internally grappling with the realization of this young man's extraordinary nature. The six-winged angel, the god of light. The angel god, truly the foundation of the spirit hall. Meng Ye astutely unveiled the profound heritage that the spirit hall has cultivated for millennia, simultaneously articulating Douluo's unwavering faith. In that fleeting moment, Douluo found himself genuinely contemplating the notion of taking Meng Ye as his disciple, rather than binding him to the spirit hall through mere obligation, a strategy deemed inferior. The offerings today, particularly the golden crocodile Douluo, serve not only as the pillars of the spirit hall but also as the guardians of the six-winged angel spirit. They are one of the assurances that the legacy of the six-winged angel remains undying, akin to the sea god's 7 sacred pillars that safeguard divine heritage. Recognizing Meng Ye's exceptional talent, Douluo aspired to nurture him as one of the offerings rather than to ascend him to the papacy. Casting a somewhat complicated glance at Meng Ye, Douluo sighed and continued, "You must understand that the position of Pope is unlikely to fall upon you, whereas I may allow you to temporarily assume the role of High Offering." Given Meng Ye's evident wisdom, he could undoubtedly comprehend the situation. Thus Douluo refrained from excessive explanation and opted to convey the reality of Meng Ye's circumstances directly. It was clear that the position of Pope was reserved for Hulaina by Bibi Dong, while Douluo could elevate him to the second offering. Should Rinchue ascend to godhood, he would then become the High Offering. Upon weighing these options, it appeared that Douluo's conditions were more enticing. However, He overlooked a crucial detail. The high offering was overly concerned. His disciple held no interest in the papal position. Meng Ye smiled nonchalantly and replied, I would not presume to overstep into the role of high offering. How can I trust that you will remain loyal to the spirit hall? Douluo's expression suddenly turned cold, and Meng Ye could distinctly feel a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping the surrounding light energy. He had discerned Meng Ye's intentions. A mindset devoid of desire and ambition posed the greatest challenge to control. Those in positions of power most despise subordinates who, despite their potential and wisdom, cannot be easily governed. When such individuals nurture ambition, it leads to calamity. When did the high offering ever assume that all soul masters are unwaveringly loyal to the spirit hall? Meng Ye retorted, bewildered. This statement caused Douluo's murderous intent to dissipate instantly, his gaze reflecting a newfound clarity. Ultimately, the spirit hall is merely a colossal interest group. While it seemingly holds vast resources of soul masters, what does it mean to be a soul master? It signifies a prestigious status that surpasses ordinary individuals, a profession defined by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The so-called faith is mere nonsense. Ordinary people, having endured immense suffering and feeling powerless to effect change, are compelled to believe in the divine, while the ultimate aim of soul masters is to attain godhood. You speak rightly. Strength reigns supreme. Douluo regained his composure and gazed at Meng Ye, continuing, Very well, I shall not impose further. However, today you must pledge an oath. Regardless of whether you become the Pope in the future, you must not oppose the Douluo Hall, nor cause any distress to my granddaughter. How does that sound? An oath? Frankly, it was but a mere statement, likely holding less substance than a fleeting thought. Nonetheless, Meng Ye felt a strong aversion to such matters. He furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his thoughts, but in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him entirely, rendering his body immobile. Even the blood and soul power within him seemed to freeze. Boom. Crack. Crack. The suffocating pain surged forth, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. His body sinking slightly as his entire form turned crimson with strain. Douluo's expression remained impassive, yet the terrifying pressure he exuded was palpable, even without releasing his spirit. Before the legacy of the angel god, he possessed the strength of a demigod. Crack. Hiss. Suddenly, a surge of blood-colored energy erupted from Ming Ye's entire being. Although he was still unable to break free from the terrifying pressure, he gradually straightened his body and raised his head, revealing a fierce expression as he gazed at Douluo. May I inquire, esteemed grand offering, what is the age and cultivation of the young master? 24. With a six-winged angel martial soul, innate soul power at level 20, having reached the realm of soul emperor, he is expected to break through to the title Douluo stage before the age of 40, gaining a glimpse of the divine realm. Douluo, though astonished that Meng Ye could speak within his domain, detailed Renchua's talent with great precision. His intention was, of course, to suppress Meng Ye, forcing him to confront reality. Regrettably, he miscalculated yet again. A heavy metallic scent emanated from Meng Ye's mouth as he grinned menacingly at Douluo and continued, I, a mere disciple, am nearing 13 this year, at level 49 as a soul master, with a martial soul of my true form and innate full soul power, expected to break through to the unparalleled Douluo stage before the age of 30. Douluo's imposing aura dissipated, and his usually calm eyes narrowed in shock as he exclaimed, What did you say? With the pressure he was already enduring, Douluo suddenly withdrew, causing Meng Ye to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering a few steps as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The crimson blood stained the sacred hall's floor, diminishing its sanctity and grandeur. Laughter, wild and unrestrained, echoed throughout the holy domain, a scene that Douluo likely never imagined would unfold before him in his lifetime. Following his laughter, Meng Ye's aura did not weaken due to his injuries. Instead, his spirit and vitality became unprecedentedly concentrated due to the emotional upheaval. A faint barrier, somewhat dim, flickered around Meng Ye's body, accompanied by subtle arcs of electricity. Though seemingly inconsequential, it temporarily isolated this sacred domain belonging to the angels. This sight made Douluo furrow his brow slightly. Surprised, are we, esteemed grand offering? Meng Ye stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, adding an air of reckless dominance. In fact, it should be I who is surprised. The Haotian sect, under the previous Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, entered the title Douluo stage at the age of 44, astonishing the world. Surely, the grand offering has heard of another individual? Douluo remained silent, listening calmly to Ming Ye, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Tangshan, though little is recorded about him, is often overlooked by the ignorant masses, despite being the architect of the Haotian sect status as the world's foremost sect. Does the esteemed Grand Offering believe that these two Haotian Douluo can be compared? Humph. Utterly laughable. Qian Dalu waved his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Years ago, Tang Chun had defeated him in a direct confrontation, an indisputable loss, and despite knowing the location of the Haotian sect, he adhered to the vow of defeat, never stepping foot in that mountain range. Even when his own son was heavily injured by Tang Chen's descendants, leading to his downfall, he endured it silently. As for Tang Hao, who had just broken through to the title Douluo stage and left unscathed from Qian Douliu's hands, that was merely a joke. Did the esteemed Grand Offering truly believe that a title Douluo at 40 could hope to breach the 100-level chasm? Ming Ye wore a smile upon his face. Not one of mockery, yet at this moment, it appeared exceedingly glaring in Qian Douliu's eyes. The six-winged angel martial soul, which he held in high esteem and regarded as a symbol of his faith, now seemed to pale in comparison, rendered almost worthless by the stark reality. How could he possibly come to terms with such a truth? Chapter 48. Return to Salakil. Meng Ye's words pierced through Qian Daolu like a chilling steel blade, striking directly at his heart. The cultivation and mental state he had accumulated over a century wavered at this moment. He acknowledged Tang Chun as his rival. Despite lacking divine inheritance, Tang Chun had reached the formidable rank of 99, capable of contending with him and Poseidon, the two representatives of gods. The creation of the Haotian divine skill was nothing short of miraculous, solidifying the foundation of the Haotian sect as the preeminent sect in the world. At its zenith, the Haotian sect instilled fear even in the spirit hall. Yet, what was Tang Hao? Merely a fortunate junior. With that in mind, Qian Dalu felt compelled to keep him close. Despite his words, Qian Dalu showed no inclination to act or escalate the pressure. He simply observed Ming Ye with curiosity, intrigued by how he would respond, for the surprise Ming Ye had imparted moments ago had been overwhelming. If the Grand Elder truly wished to take action, he would not exhibit such hesitation. Ming Ye had felt a flicker of fear earlier, understanding that Qian Dalu genuinely intended to kill him. However, he was now certain that Qian Daolu would not resort to murder. Absolutely not. He had effectively unmade Qian Daolu's lifelong efforts and aspirations, even trampling them underfoot. Qian Daolu, now, likely wished he could retract his previous statements and go to any lengths to win Meng Ye over. Yet there was no remedy for regret in this world. Did the Grand Elder ponder why such a vast disparity existed? A glint flickered in Qian Daoliu's eyes. He yearned to hear Meng Ye's thoughts. I surmise that since the moment the young master awakened his martial soul, he has had little time for arduous training. Has he not? Qian Daolu fell silent. This situation was born of his own helplessness. To protect Qian Renxue, he found himself compelled to act thus. Fully aware of what Bibi Dong had once endured, although he disdained his son's brutish actions, he could not deny that he was still his son and that it was for the future of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, Qian Xuanji, meeting his demise at Bibi Dong's hands, could be seen as karmic retribution, yet Qian Daolu remained uneasy, fearing for Qian Renxue's safety from Bibi Dong's malevolence, which led him to arrange for her to be in the Heavendo Empire. As for the so-called coup d'etat plan, Qian Daolu alone could, within a single day, silently eradicate the royal family of the Heavendo Empire, rendering such complications unnecessary. Yet, it appeared more prudent to allow her to cultivate in the Douluo Hall, as it would not interfere with her training. With innate soul power at level 20, it was improbable she would only reach the rank of Soul Emperor by the age of 24, especially with a divine martial soul. To break through to title Douluo after 30 would be considered slow. The prime age for a soul master to enhance their cultivation is before the age of 20. And Qian Renxue had squandered nearly 2 decades. No matter how exceptional her talent, she had wasted half of it. This place could sufficiently compensate for her deficiencies, awaiting the opportune moment. Thus, for today, it would suffice. You may return now. With a wave of his hand, the forces of space were summoned. And in the next moment, Meng Ye vanished from the Douluo Hall, along with the bloodstains on the ground, which disappeared in an instant. Qian Daolu shook his head, fully aware of Qian Renxue's current predicament. However, he understood that it was impossible to summon her back immediately. Over the span of more than 10 years, Qian Renxue had invested immense effort into the coup plan, even nurturing the hope that success would earn her Bibi Dong's approval. To suddenly demand she abandon this endeavor would likely lead to more extreme psychological turmoil and obstacles, necessitating a catalyst. Either the coup would succeed or fail. Only then could Qian Rinxue return to the spirit hall and wholeheartedly strive to conquer the 100-level chasm. This could indeed be leveraged. This youth's talent might herald the emergence of another Tangqian. Now, Qian Dalu found himself increasingly concerned with Meng Ye's prodigious abilities, for they appeared truly remarkable. Upon returning to the hall of the Pope, Meng Ye took his leave once more. With the ghost Douluo escorting him, he returned smoothly to the Salakar Duchy. Thank you for your service, Elder. Well, I shall take my leave here. The ghost Douluo nodded, his figure disappearing as he departed to report back to the Spirit Hall. The journey from Spirit City back to the Salakar Duchy had taken 5 days, and Meng Ye's injuries had mostly healed. Although Qian Daoliu's oppressive aura was terrifying, he had not truly attacked, so Meng Ye had only sustained minor injuries. The key point was that it had also awakened some latent potential within his body, turning misfortune into fortune. After more than 10 minutes, Meng Ye arrived at the entrance of the Salakar Spirit Hall. Inside the hall, there was only a solitary figure dozing at the counter, creating an unusually tranquil atmosphere. The Spirit Hall was generally quiet, bustling only during the annual martial soul awakenings for the common folk. He proceeded directly inside, heading towards Lei Zhengyang's office on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As he pushed the door open, he found Lei Zhengyang seated behind the desk, appearing as gray-haired as ever, yet still spirited. You're back, he said, glancing up at Meng Ye, seemingly having anticipated his arrival. Yes, I just got back from vacation. What have you been up to? Meng Ye observed that Lei Zhengyang was clad in thick clothing, his complexion somewhat pale. Although the Douluo continent cannot be described as having a perpetual spring, it predominantly resides within a temperate climate, save for the frigid northern territories. The Salakar Duchy, while coastal, rarely experiences extreme weather. It's nothing. I merely ventured to the extreme north and caught a chill. A bit of medicine will suffice, Lei Zhengyang remarked nonchalantly. A chill? Meng Ye sensed something amiss, frowning as he approached Lei Zhengyang. A subtle, frigid aura emanated from him. As a soul saint, it was implausible for him to be affected by mere cold or even pestilence. This chilling sensation was evidently a manifestation of cold poison. Without further hesitation, Meng Ye swiftly placed his hand upon Lei Zhengyang's shoulder, channeling his soul power into his body. With a soft hiss, a faint wisp of white smoke gradually emerged from Lei Zhengyang as Meng Ye's soul power intertwined with him. Such potent cold poison. Did you encounter an ice blue scorpion? No. It was a toad, though it was rather formidable, Lei Zhengyang replied, his complexion steadily improving. He was unaware of how long he had endured this affliction. Even with his robust physique, he had come perilously close to regressing in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brows even tighter. Had he not returned, it was likely that Lei Zhengyang would have continued to endure, further diminishing his already limited lifespan. Zhu Qing, the ice poison ice toad, possessed dual attributes of ice and poison, nearing the pinnacle of potency. Meng Ye had initially discerned the source of this lethal toxin. Simultaneously, he secretly rejoiced that, in the Douluo continent, there were seemingly no soul beasts with such extreme toxicity. Otherwise, Lei Zhengyang would have long since succumbed. Did I not instruct you to seek a martial soul? Why then did you venture to the extreme northern region? Meng Ye inquired, still channeling his soul power to assist Lei Zhengyang in expelling the frigid poison. Upon my return, I traversed several surrounding provinces. I did manage to find a few with innate full soul power, yet the ultimate martial soul you mentioned eluded me. In a fit of frustration, I decided to journey to the extreme north, intending to capture one for reference. Meng Ye, after a moment of silence, it seems this still falls on him. The information he provided pertains solely to the extreme cultivation of martial souls, without any mention of identification methods. He has encountered the extreme thunder martial soul, Lei Zhengyang, but has not seen any others. His only reference is likely Meng Ye's martial soul. Chapter 49, Ice Extreme Divine Crystal Douluo. After sipping a mouthful of hot water, Lei Zhengyang discarded the heavy coat draped over him, noticing that one of his pant legs was thoroughly soaked and still bore remnants of ice shards. He attempted to rise, but failed, furrowing his brow. The cold poison had been alleviated. However, it seemed he had forcefully suppressed his injuries before, relying on the muscle of his thigh to move. His calf had long been eroded by the cold poison, thus it was best not to stir for the moment. Meng Ye retrieved a spirit herb from his storage soul guide. In this situation, seeking out a top-tier healing soul master would be the optimal choice. The spirit hall has such individuals, yet the back-and-forth journey would be a challenge, and Lei Zhengyang could not afford to wait. What is this? Lei Zhengyang inquired curiously, gazing at the peculiar herb in Meng Ye's hand. Sky orchid of heavenly chrysanthemum, a rare treasure suited for you. It should aid in your recovery. Without elaborating on its effects, Meng Ye directly handed it to Lei Zhengyang, instructing, first consume the flower's stamen, then proceed to ingest the petals in succession, refining the medicinal properties with your soul power. Lei Zhengyang hesitated, aware of the herb's rarity despite never having seen it before. Yet Meng Ye remained silent, simply breaking the stem and presenting the flower before him. The medicinal properties will dissipate swiftly. If you do not consume it, it will be wasted. He offered no opportunity for refusal. Ultimately, Lei Zhengyang consumed the spirit herb, feeling his soul power elevate by 5 levels, alongside an astonishing enhancement to his physique, leaving his injuries nearly healed. The herb's original potency was effective in accelerating the soul power cultivation speed for those below level 70, but beyond that threshold, it loses its efficacy. The soul sage requires an entirely different caliber of soul power compared to those below that rank. Nevertheless, it is renowned for granting an indestructible physique, enabling Lei Zhengyang to undergo a transformation. He was merely 1 level away from advancing. Refining the residual medicinal power should be sufficient. Meng Ye observed that Lei Zhengyang had reached a bottleneck. How has your mental strength increased so significantly? Lei Zhengyang's soul power had reached level 79. He cast a perplexed glance at Meng Ye, recalling that during their last encounter, Meng Ye had not exhibited such formidable mental prowess. Prior to Meng Ye's appearance, he had researched numerous methods to stimulate potential, primarily for trial and error. One particularly extreme method involved forcefully stimulating several acupoints, allowing for a remarkable leap in soul power. Of course, the cost was considerable. Lei Zhengyang's talent was commendable, and had he not indulged in such reckless experimentation during his youth, the title of Douluo might not have been far-fetched, though achieving Soul Douluo would have been within reach. It is akin to a treasure that enhances mental strength, comparable to what you just consumed. With a squint, Lei Zhengyang regarded Meng Ye oddly, clearly bewildered as to where he procured such precious materials. Did you delve into the treasure vault of the Spirit Hall? No. The Spirit Hall does not possess such treasures, although powerful. Their resources are limited to a few soul bones at most. The true wealth and foundation of the Spirit Hall lie in the Soul Masters, not in material accumulation. After a moment of silence, Lei Zhengyang seemed to recall something and retrieved a jade box encased in ice from his storage soul guide. This item originates from the mouth of a toad, exuding a remarkable chill. Perhaps it resonates with your secondary martial soul. He was the only one privy to the nature of Meng Ye's secondary martial soul. Despite being separated by the jade box, Meng Ye sensed that this item was extraordinary, recognizing a familiar aura, the essence of extreme ice. He reached out to accept it. Within a brief moment, a thin layer of ice formed in Lei Zhengyang's palm, which he casually crushed. Had it not been for the cold poison within his body, such extreme ice would not have been capable of inflicting such severe harm. Despite his soul sage rank, Lei Zhengyang's self-discovered techniques aligned perfectly with his martial soul, showcasing unparalleled prowess. Any ordinary soul Douluo caught in close proximity would be left with no recourse, save for a soul skill that immunizes against physical damage, and would merely hope for a swift surrender. Crack, crack, crack. As Meng Ye infused his soul power, the chill emanating from the jade box gradually diminished, and he raised his hand to open it. Inside lay a deep blue crystal, roughly the size of a fist. How is it? Lei Zhengyang inquired, furrowing his brow. Meng Ye was unfamiliar with this object but could perceive that it indeed contained the essence of extreme ice and a potent force of natural energy. He picked it up. Surprisingly, it felt warm and comforting to the touch, invigorating his soul power. Give it a try. Meng Ye extended the crystal to Lei Zhengyang. Without suspicion, Lei Zhengyang accepted it, but the instant Meng Ye released it, crack, crack, crack. To the naked eye, a layer of ice crystals enveloped Lei Zhengyang, frost forming even on his brows, rendering him somewhat comical. Why is it harmless in your hands? Lei Zhengyang exclaimed, releasing a surge of soul power to shatter the ice shards, returning the crystal to Meng Ye. I have a notion of what this is now. Meng Ye pondered, rubbing the crystal between his fingers, its texture remaining akin to warm jade. He elucidated, this is the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, a rather unique treasure, and it will indeed be beneficial for me. Meng Ye did not anticipate that Lei Zhengyang would possess such fortuitous luck. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal could merely be classified as a superior mineral, yet its value lies in its association with the rare 10,000-year-old ice essence. Once it nurtures an ice spirit, it can even be regarded as a living metal, significantly amplifying the potency of Ice Attribute soul power. In the hands of an Ice Attribute soul master, this singular piece, if one can tame the ice spirit within, could even temporarily unleash the ultimate effect of ice. Furthermore, It enhances the ultimate ice, making it a treasure in the eyes of ice system soul masters. This is fortuitous indeed. Lei Jingyang deemed that this item would be beneficial to Ming Ye, which is a positive outcome. At the very least, it was not a fruitless journey. At this moment, a glimmer sparkled in Meng Ye's eyes as he turned to Lei Jingyang and inquired, "Could you specify the exact location of that ice toad? What direction might it be in? That is rather difficult to ascertain. Please hold on." Lei Jingyang replied as he rose and retrieved a map from the bookshelf behind him. He laid it upon the table and gestured for a moment. "It lies approximately 3 days' journey to the northwest of Tiando City, passing through 3 towns, and ultimately reaching a small border settlement. From there, venturing 50 miles into the extreme north should bring you to your destination." The map was adorned with numerous annotations, a testament to Lei Jingyang's experiences. He believed that when traversing unfamiliar territories, such markings significantly enhanced the likelihood of returning alive. "Do you wish to go?" Lei Jingyang glanced up at Meng Ye. "Not at present," Meng Ye replied, shaking his head. "This distance spans the entirety of the Tiando Empire. With my pace, even with relentless travel day and night, it would take at least 2 weeks. Furthermore, there is no guarantee of any gain from such a journey. It is merely a fleeting notion for now. Perhaps I shall explore it in the future." "Then take this map," Lei Jingyang offered, rolling it up and presenting it to Ming Ye. "It contains many places I visited in my youth. If you find them intriguing, you may wish to explore them later. I have also marked several perilous locations." To him, this map represented more than just a navigational tool. It chronicled decades of his adventures across the continent. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Meng Ye? Chapter 50. Undercurrent surging. The Principality of Serical can be considered a vassal state of the Heaven Do Empire, boasting considerable autonomy. The primary reason for the Heaven Do Empire's acknowledgement of Serical's authority lies in its inability to suppress the burgeoning powers within its own provinces, many of which could be regarded as small nations in their own right. The only issue is the internal strife. If the extraneous voices could be silenced, these regions would stand as independent kingdoms. The Heaven Do Empire finds itself in a precarious position, simultaneously contending with the Douluo Empire while remaining vigilant against the Spirit Hall, leaving it unable to resolve these problems effectively. A mere 15 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the royal family's estate. The Wang family, hereditary nobles, held a significant position in Serical. Wang Shua's mother was the emperor's sister, making him a member of the royal lineage. Coupled with the Wang family's vast resources, it would not be an exaggeration to deem them the wealthiest in Serical. The expansive estate was opulent, even enveloping a small forest, with a grand castle situated at its center and a circular fountain shimmering under the night sky. Under the guidance of the steward, Ming Ye encountered Wang Shua and a gathering of individuals. "What brings you all together?" The atmosphere was undeniably lively. Aside from Wang Shua, there were several familiar faces, or at least individuals who seemed vaguely recognizable. "Boss, you finally made it." Wang Shua had rounded out over the years, resembling a bouncy ball. He approached with the intent to embrace Ming Ye, who raised a hand to block him, gesturing towards the crowd. "What is happening here?" Wang Shua, clad in a custom-tailored luxurious outfit, exuded an air of nobility. He replied with a hint of melancholy, "If you hadn't returned, I would have been devoured by these folks." "Humph. If you didn't want to entertain me, you wouldn't have come either." A fiery figure strode forward, radiating an overwhelming heat merely by her presence. Years had only enhanced Huowu's figure, making her even more alluring, though her temperament remained just as fiery. Looking around, it was evident there were numerous attendees, each distinct in appearance. Misunderstanding. It is my honor to have you all here. I apologize for any lack of hospitality." Wang Shua smiled, knowing full well he could not offend this particular lady. Afterward, Wang Shua leaned in to whisper to Meng Ye, "Boss, these folks do not come with good intentions. I will keep them in check for now." Glancing at the rotund figure, Meng Ye was uncertain of his meaning. But upon noticing Huowu's gaze, he could surmise that the newcomers were indeed up to no good. "Ha! Meng Ye, you finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for days." Huowu Shuang approached, seemingly in high spirits. One by one, others gathered around, subtly encircling Meng Ye. "I heard you attended the Spirit Hall Academy. What a pity." A towering man, at least 2.5 meters tall, approached with an intensity in his eyes. "I have developed a new ultimate technique. I heard you were quite formidable." Following him was a man clad in azure battle attire, emanating a palpable aura of combativeness. Lastly, A slender figure adorned with a blue lightning pattern on his forehead approached, his physique exuding a sense of explosive power even without releasing his martial spirit. His eyes sparkled with both curiosity and a hint of battle intent, a flicker of electricity briefly flashing before him. This was Yu Tianxin, the brother of Yu Tianhing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. These individuals were all prodigies of the four elements, with innate soul power exceeding 50%. Now, gathered here, Ming Ye had no illusions that their presence was merely for a casual gathering, especially as they seemed to have been deliberately waiting. Meng Ye. A blue figure suddenly dashed from the side. Meng Ye furrowed his brow and sidestepped the oncoming charge. The newcomer was unable to dodge in time, tumbling towards the ground. Fortunately, a force grasped her shoulder at the last moment, preventing a disastrous fall. You do not be rude. Another rather aloof figure approached, each step illuminating the surroundings, her light blue gown accentuating her perfect silhouette, capturing the attention of everyone present. Meng Ye casually straightened the person, only to be surprised when, in the next moment, the individual grasped his hand tightly, refusing to let go. He caught you. Meng Ye frowned slightly, feeling a sense of aversion towards the frivolous behavior of the individual before him. However, being a gentleman, he refrained from responding too harshly, especially since she was a woman. Fortunately, at that moment, Shui Bingo approached and decisively seized Shui Yuer by the ear, pulling her back without mercy. Despite her frantic flailing, it was to no avail. Shui Bingo exuded an ethereal beauty, her features so exquisite they bordered on the surreal, invoking a dreamlike sensation. After a slight bow to express her apologies, she remarked, "It has been a while." Ming Ye nodded in acknowledgement. While others might lack decorum, he found no objection to Shui Binger's demeanor. He then turned his attention to the others, inquiring, "If you have any matters to discuss, please speak freely." He felt somewhat exasperated. After all, Lei Jingyang had referred to them as friends, yet apart from Wang Shuo, none of them appeared capable of conjuring the essence of camaraderie. Each one seemed intent on either undermining him or extracting something from him. The group exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating who would speak first, for within the Five Elements Academy, there was an unspoken rivalry among them. However, if one were to truly assess their strengths, Yu Tianxin would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable. We wish to hold a friendly exchange match before the Soul Master competition, primarily for the purpose of sparring. What are your thoughts? Yu Tianxin proposed. He and Feng Xiaotian hailed from the Thunder Academy and the Divine Wind Academy, respectively, and had little prior interaction with Meng Ye. In truth, Huyan Li had once sought Meng Ye out due to Huowu Shuang's instigation, only to be taught a harsh lesson. The broken hand was a minor concern, yet the humiliation lingered painfully in Huyan Li's memory. An exchange match? Meng Ye now comprehended their intentions. As a student of the Spirit Hall Academy, he would undoubtedly face these individuals in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Although their paths might not necessarily cross, it was apparent that they sought to test him in advance. This was likely not solely their initiative, but perhaps also a directive from the higher echelons of their academy. The purple badge he possessed had indeed conferred upon him a considerable degree of notoriety, accompanied by its fair share of troubles, as exemplified by the current situation. Forgive me, but I must decline. Meng Ye naturally rejected their proposition. Even a victory would yield him no advantage. More importantly, it was utterly meaningless. For none present warranted the exertion of his abilities, the outcome was beyond consideration. Humph. Huyan Li crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully, preparing to step forward, only to be halted by a restraining hand. Among the assembly, the elder Feng Xiaotian advanced a step, a smile gracing his countenance as he spoke. "Brother Meng, there is no need for hasty refusals. We merely wish to witness the prowess of a genius from the Spirit Hall. Of course, should you choose to concede, we shall not press further, and today will be as if nothing transpired." A smiling tiger, that was Meng Ye's initial assessment of Feng Xiaotian. Among this group, Feng Xiaotian was the most mature. His talent might not be the most exceptional, yet he possessed a profound cunning. Leveraging their numerical advantage and the prestige of the Five Elements Academy, his words bore an undertone of intimidation, coupled with an element of provocation. However, he had evidently misinterpreted Meng Ye's intentions and overestimated himself. Why not concede yourselves? A detached gaze pierced deeply into Feng Xiaotian's eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of authority erupted, instilling fear in those surrounding him. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, with Feng Xiaotian instinctively retreating a half-step, an action that dealt a devastating blow to his pride. Yet, in the face of Meng Ye's ferocious presence, even his reluctance was rendered impotent, unable to meet Meng Ye's gaze. In that moment, All present were struck with a profound sense of awe. Chapter 51. The Resurgence of the Exchange Competition. Meng Ye's formidable presence rendered the members of the Five Elements Academy momentarily speechless. The atmosphere grew tense, as their purpose for being there was not to instigate trouble. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian already bore the suspicion of being opportunistic. Despite their numbers, they could not overpower others with mere intimidation. Not to mention, they did not even belong to the same academy. Their relationship was characterized more by mutual acquaintance and rivalry. Even if they were allied, they would not dare to act so brazenly, for this was not their domain, and prior to their arrival, they had been cautioned by the higher-ups or elders of their academy. Feng Xiaotian's cunning had perhaps exceeded reasonable bounds. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, the sibling duo, were grim expressions, yet their gaze turned towards Feng Xiaotian, as they had genuinely come for an exchange of skills. Although they had previously faced defeat at Meng Ye's hands, others had also lost, and they bore no grudges. It was simply a matter of lacking skill compared to others. On the contrary, Huo Wushuang even felt a semblance of gratitude towards Ming Ye, while Huo Wu had notably tempered her once impulsive and arrogant nature. Unbeknownst to her, even her temperament had evolved, displaying greater composure than in the original narrative. "Brother Ming, please remain calm." Huo Wushuang stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he positioned himself between the two, addressing Ming Ye. "Since we have traveled such a distance, you can see our sincerity. How about we introduce a wager?" Glancing at Huo Wushuang, Ming Ye felt no aversion towards him, despite their lack of past camaraderie, reigning in his imposing aura. He regarded Huo Wushuang with a calm demeanor and replied, "I have agreed to the exchange match. There is no need for a wager." He disapproved of Feng Xiaotian's attitude. While he could refuse the wager without issue, they could still converse, yet he would not tolerate any underhanded tactics. "Don't be like that. I have specifically prepared 5,000 gold soul coins. At least let me win once." Huo Wushuang countered, showing a rather shameless side, evidently having come well prepared. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Meng Ye perceived that Huo Wushuang was somewhat overconfident, as he had not been a match for him a few years prior. And the current circumstances were no different. However, one could never be too certain. A fierce glimmer ignited in Huo Wushuang's eyes, the temperature around him suddenly rising as he solemnly declared, "Thanks to your influence, my cultivation has significantly advanced over the years, and my martial soul has grown even stronger." Had the events of a few years ago unfolded again, the ones who might provoke him now would likely be the Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu siblings. However, he found himself quite admiring Huo Wushuang at the moment. Feng Xiaotian's arrogance appeared excessive to him. While impulsiveness could be excused, pride was a more precarious trait, one that was difficult to gauge. "I possess a spirit arena within the forest of my estate. If you do not mind, you are welcome to use it." Wang Sha interjected, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow as he stepped forward. As the host, he had extended a considerable courtesy by addressing the group in such a manner. Previously, when the Five Elements Academy had arrived early and expressed their intentions, it was he who had taken the initiative to host them. For a nobleman, especially one who wielded significant wealth, cultivating connections with promising individuals was essential for sustaining power and influence. In this regard, Wang Shua could be considered a genius in his own right. At an age comparable to Meng Ye's, with these connections, he would likely have no trouble inheriting his father's title in the future. Exchanging glances, the group followed the butler toward the forest behind the estate, while Wang Shua leaned in to whisper to Meng Ye, "Boss, do you have confidence in winning?" Casting a sidelong glance at the rotund figure, Meng Ye replied, "Have you ever seen me lose?" Wang Shua promptly squeezed his chubby cheeks and chimed, "That's good to hear. As per our usual arrangement, we split the winnings 50-50. "You really ought to lose some weight," Meng Ye remarked, somewhat exasperated. In his younger years, Wang Shua had merely appeared to have a bit of baby fat, even possessing a certain charm, yet now, the sight was somewhat alarming. It had only been a few years. One would not expect such drastic changes from mere hormone treatments. "Don't lecture me. You know my martial soul," Wang Shua retorted. "How can you even say that? A bare martial soul, and you thought to add an auxiliary spirit ring?" Meng Ye sighed, recognizing Wang Shua's talent. It was indeed feasible for battle spirit masters to attach auxiliary spirit rings, though such attempts rarely succeeded. For instance, a martial soul like a sword or blade, which was inherently offensive, might acquire a spirit skill that could enhance speed or defensive capabilities with an emerald swan spirit ring. However, for more compatible martial souls like blue silver grass, staves, or water elements, one could choose between auxiliary or battle spirit master roles. Wang Shua's expression faltered as he sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "Boss, you know my martial soul is rather mediocre. so the spirit rings don't really matter to me. Meng Ye, generally? You certainly dare to speak boldly. Although there is an element of serendipity, Wang Shua's second soul skill is indeed an exquisite healing technique. Moreover, while his martial soul is of the bear variety, it is a unique shamanic bear. Its strength is not insignificant, though it may not rival pure strength martial souls. It certainly does not pale in comparison to some top-tier beast martial souls, such as the white tiger martial soul, and may even have the advantage in defense. It can both attack and heal, serving as a sturdy shield. His first soul skill is a battle roar that enhances the strength and speed of allies in a group. With a higher soul power, he could stand at the back of the team and, when the moment is critical, charge forward as a tanking healer. What a tremendous sense of security that would provide. When it comes to training talent, he is not lacking. At 12 years old, he has reached level 23, which meets the standard for admission to Shrek Academy. However, given the peculiar combination of his soul rings and martial soul, it is likely that Shrek would not accept him. As they spoke, the group arrived at the battle arena, which was quite expansive, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters and surrounded by a ring of water pools. This design appears to have been deliberately crafted for the nobility's enjoyment of the battles. One could easily become a drenched chicken if they were to accidentally fall from the platform. Of course, it also serves as a buffer, preventing secondary injuries. Since this is an exchange competition, there is no need for excessive formality. We are few in number, so why not simply guard the platform? Huo Wushuang proposed. What do you mean by guarding? Hu Yanli replied in a deep voice, as he was eager to challenge Meng Ye to redeem his previous defeat. With only 8 of us, we will commence from the first challenger. No one may concede until they are defeated or surrender. If the platform master fails, they cannot reclaim the title, but may still challenge others. Huo Wushuang surveyed the others, and, seeing no response, continued with a smile, stating, to demonstrate sincerity, I shall go first. Indeed, with so few participants and not a team competition, there is no need for elaborate rules. However, this method of guarding the platform poses a significant challenge for the master, as the majority present are soul masters, making it nearly impossible for one individual to defeat everyone in succession. Nevertheless, it will provide a clear assessment of the strength of the others present, which aligns with Meng Ye's suspicions. The intent to probe is rather evident. At this moment, Huo Wushuang stepped onto the battle arena. Wang Shua's butler, also a soul master and of the soul rank, took the position of referee on the stage. Now, let the first challenger step up. This is an exchange competition. Adhering to the principle of friendship above all, I kindly ask everyone to hold back. The butler stood confidently in the center of the arena. After a moment of mutual glances, the nature of this exchange competition became clear. No one wished to be prematurely drained of energy. Moreover, Huo Wushuang is not to be underestimated. Apart from Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianxin, none of the others have complete confidence in defeating him. Suddenly, a flash of electricity lit the air, startling several onlookers, who initially assumed it was Yu Tianxin's attack. To their astonishment, the figure that appeared on the battle arena several dozen meters away was Meng Ye. How swift! The others were momentarily taken aback. Crossing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye is, of course, impossible without teleportation. Meng Ye does not possess such ability. Yet he achieves a speed that surpasses their reaction time. Chapter 52. Huo Wushuang's defeat. Huo Wushuang's ascent to the stage did not align with the desires of the other members of the Five Elements Academy, as the exchange competition served merely as a pretext. The others harbored intentions to gauge Meng Ye's strength, indirectly testing the power of the martial soul hall. With Ming Ye appearing ahead of schedule, it could be seen as a fortunate coincidence. Eh? Have you perhaps switched to the agile attack category? Huo Wushuang remarked, astonished by Meng Ye's speed, which would leave even their academy's agile attackers in the dust. You are being rather verbose. Meng Ye chose not to elaborate. This was merely the eruption he sought. If his base speed were merely 3, at a critical moment, he could unleash an astonishing 30. In contrast, even if the agility-based fighters reached a base of 10, they could only manage a burst of slightly over 20. The strength of one's physique dictated the upper limits of such outbursts. Who could have anticipated that Meng Ye had nearly directed all his soul rings towards attributes and power? I wager on Fire Wushuang's defeat. At the edge of the soul fighting arena, Wang Shua took the initiative to act as the banker, creating an atmosphere and fulfilling his hostly duties. To everyone's surprise, the first to place a bet was Fire Dance, who wagered on Fire Wushuang's loss. Sister, this is a bit excessive, don't you think? I am your elder brother. If you lose, you won't be anymore, she retorted, arms crossed, unfazed. Over the years, She had grown considerably in her mindset, but to claim she had entirely relinquished the challenge against Ming Ye was simply impossible. Back when their soul power surpassed Ming Ye's, their failure was understandable due to stagnation. However, should they falter again now, it would indicate their innate talents were inferior to his. As prodigies, losing their most cherished gift, that would strip them of pride altogether. I too bet on Fire Wushuang's defeat. Feng Xiaotian followed suit, directly wagering 500 gold soul coins. Aware of the arena's customs, I bet 1,000 gold soul coins, also on Fire Wushuang's loss. The crowd, driven by a collective psychology, perhaps merely seeking to join in the excitement, unanimously placed their bets against Fire Wushuang. Even Wang Shua, as the banker, felt the pressure, having adjusted the odds to 1-to-1. Fortunately, the number of participants was not overwhelming, alleviating his stress, as it was merely a form of entertainment. Knowing is one thing. The conditions were still proposed by him, yet Fire Wushuang cast a displeased glance at Meng Ye. Are both parties prepared? The steward inquired, having noted the small gathering. Rules must still be observed. No problem, we can start at any time. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in agreement. The two sides summoned their spirits. The brilliance of their martial souls and the hues of their soul rings intertwined, radiating an astonishing aura. Flames and thunder clashed at the center of the arena. The previously composed onlookers' expression shifted dramatically as they beheld Meng Ye's soul rings. Yellow, purple, black. What is the meaning of this? Although Feng Xiaotian was slightly older, he too could not comprehend the reasoning behind such a soul ring configuration. If a soul ring differed by a few hundred years, the disparity for a soul master would be negligible. However, a difference of several thousand years would yield a staggering enhancement, let alone a 10,000-year soul ring, which could signify an overwhelming disparity in strength for a soul master, barring any martial soul advantages. Such formidable thunderous power, what kind of martial soul is this? Yutian Xin, who had maintained his composure, now displayed astonishment. He was particularly focused on the thunderous energy emanating from Meng Ye. At the moment Meng Ye released his martial soul aura, his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex felt a tremor of dread. The soul fight officially commenced. Zing! An arc of electricity erupted from Fire Wushuang's shoulder, causing her expression to grow even graver. Feigning nonchalance, she remarked, "What is this? The soul rings are one thing. But why has the martial soul aura changed?" Zing! Snap! Ming Ye did not respond to his inquiries. Arcs of electricity had coalesced into lightning, with serpentine bolts of thunder weaving ever more violently around him. Subsequently, the second soul ring upon his body erupted with a resplendent purple glow. Startled, Wushuang, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his third soul skill, a brilliant golden-red radiance blossoming forth, intensifying the heat. However, the suppression was overwhelmingly palpable. Even with the amplification of his soul skill, he could merely disperse the surrounding arcs, as his soul power remained constrained by half. Realizing that delay was not an option, Wushuang charged directly at Meng Ye. His speed was not remarkable, yet the formidable might of the one-horned fire tyrant dragon was no trivial matter in direct confrontation. Even within the Five Elements Academy, he was renowned as second only to Feng Xiaotian in terms of frontal combat prowess. A low, indistinct dragon's roar resonated, its terrifying presence further dissipating the oppressive thunder. Meng Ye nodded slightly. The ability to make such a judgment under the suppression of his martial soul and to choose to maximize the advantages of his own martial spirit was indeed a commendable decision. However, it was still insufficient. With a resounding thud, he stamped his foot, producing a sound that reverberated as if the very ground quaked beneath him. The second soul skill, Rampage, bestowed by a 3,000-year-old mutated blood tiger, it enhanced his strength and speed by 50%. In fact, if he fully mobilized his vitality, both his strength and speed could double, and his defensive capabilities would similarly amplify. Flames Wushuang surged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters. Yet, Meng Ye, having harnessed his momentum, struck first like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the void. Boom! The collision of fire and thunder erupted, engulfing the center of the soul-battling arena in a cloud of dust, as the terrifying flames and thunder clashed violently above the debris. In the next moment, the figure of Flames Wushuang was sent flying from the dust, landing gracefully on the ground and adjusting his stance like a poised cheetah, his entire body shimmering with fiery and electric light. Attribute suppression. Just moments ago, it was merely a pressure of momentum. Now, he felt his soul power suppressed by nearly 10%. There was no time to delay. The next move must determine the victor. With this thought, the fourth soul ring on Flames Wushuang ignited. He charged forth with the might of 1,000 warriors. This, his fourth soul ring, unleashed an undeniably potent single-target soul skill, transforming his already exaggerated physique into something even more formidable. Fiery red scales emerged upon his surface, his arms grew broad and robust, with sharp fingertips. Most importantly, a singular horn sprouted from his forehead, encircled by rippling golden-red flames. In the next instant, he charged fiercely toward the stationary Ming Ye. Ming Ye squinted, feeling the force of the move. With a crackle, the surrounding lightning gradually took on a pale hue, and his muscles swelled slightly, matching the intensity of the fire dragon martial soul unleashed by Huo Wushuang. His formal attire strained to its limits, revealing sharply defined lines, each contour appearing as if meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. Boom! A more terrifying thud resonated, and a clear footprint emerged on the granite arena beneath his feet. In their next clash, Ming Ye summoned flickering lightning, coalescing it into a devastating thunderball, the arcs within now predominantly white. As the horn and the thunderball made contact, Huo Wushuang sensed the impending danger, but it was too late to retreat. With a thunderous explosion that surpassed the previous one in ferocity, dust billowed to engulf half the arena, which rivaled the grand stages of the Great Soul Arena. "Brother!" Huo Wu exclaimed in shock. Although she doubted Huo Wushuang could prevail, she had not anticipated such a fierce confrontation. With a cry of distress, Huo Wushuang was struck by an overwhelming force, plummeting from the arena and plunging into the water. Wang Shua's servant hurriedly jumped in to rescue him, pulling a disheveled Huo Wushuang back to safety. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not appear gravely injured. He bore only a red mark on his forehead and had exhausted much of his soul power. "I concede," Huo Wushuang said, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Ming Ye. This gesture left others bewildered, and Huo Wu, relieved that her brother was unharmed, disdainfully remarked, "Have you lost your mind? Sister, shall we return now?" Huo Wushuang smiled wryly, fully aware that he had not been struck senseless. In fact, his clarity of mind led him to conclude that Huo Wu had no chance of defeating Meng Ye. He alone understood the magnitude of Meng Ye's previous action, forcefully neutralizing his strongest strike while maintaining enough strength to send him flying, all without inflicting serious harm. The precision of that control was precisely what made it so formidable, a testament to Meng Ye's residual power. Chapter 53. You both disgust me with a crackle. The second match began as Hu Yanli took the stage. Years ago, he had suffered a broken arm at the hands of Meng Ye, and now, having enhanced his cultivation, he sought revenge. The terrifying aspect of the diamond mammoth martial soul lay largely in its sheer size, towering over 2.5 meters, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh. Disregarding other factors, in terms of vitality, Hu Yanli was the strongest opponent Meng Ye had ever encountered, aside from himself. Lightning surged in his hands, like a thunderous fist, ruthlessly crashing down upon the descending mass of flesh. This was Hu Yanli's core attack soul skill, Crush. Locking onto his target, he aimed to overpower and defeat his opponent through the sheer magnitude of his form, showcasing the full advantage of both size and martial soul in a single, devastating technique. Bang! As his fist struck the abdomen, a ripple of water-like patterns expanded from the impact site, radiating throughout his entire body. Boom! API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Hu Yanli. To be candid, Hu Yanli's appearance, coupled with his grotesque attacking style, was somewhat repugnant to him. A veil of white smoke rapidly dissipated around them, and that punch had nearly approached the full extent of his normal power. Below the arena, Huo Wushuang swallowed hard, relieved that Meng Ye had not struck with lethal intent. Otherwise, he felt he wouldn't even be able to crawl away. Although Hu Yanli's technique was distasteful, deciphering it was no simple task. The others from the Elemental Academy either maintained their distance using control soul skills or resorted to more potent soul techniques, expending greater soul power to forcibly counter it. As for facing it head-on, not only were they doubtful of their ability to withstand it, but they also found the very thought unsettling. It seems Hu Yanli is in trouble, Feng Xiaodian remarked gleefully, being among the group that had the most restraint towards Hu Yanli, while simultaneously harboring the greatest disdain for him. What incredible strength, Yu Tianxin said, furrowing her brow as she turned to Huo Wushuang, her curiosity piqued. Huo Wushuang, did you not discern the nature of his martial soul and soul skills? Don't ask me. If I could understand it, I wouldn't have lost so terribly, Huo Wushuang retorted. Although he had lost decisively, it was impossible for him to be unperturbed. despite Yu Tianxin's evident strength suggesting she could be the apex of the Five Elements Academy. She had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject. Yu Tianxin ceased her inquiries and continued to observe the unfolding situation in the arena. Hu Yanli's defeat was inevitable. Hiss. Hu Yanli groaned in agony as he stood, clutching his abdomen, his expression twisted in pain as he glared at Meng Ye. Why do you still possess so much soul power? After battling Hua Wushuang, he had anticipated that Meng Ye would have exhausted a significant amount of soul power and had prepared to seek vengeance. However, the outcome was far from his expectations. That punch nearly expelled his last meal. The Diamond Mammoth was a premier martial soul, excelling in both strength and defense. With its robust hide combined with soul techniques, it was unlikely that even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus could inflict such grievous harm upon him through direct physical assault. Crack. Lightning crackled at Ming Ye's fingertips. He was not inclined to grant Hu Yanli further opportunities to squander time. The method of defending the arena was not particularly advantageous for the challenger, regardless of his strength. Soul power remained finite. Had he not recognized that these individuals sought to probe his limits, he would not have chosen to confront them in succession. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying thunder spear surged through the arena. Hu Yanli's figure struck directly by the spear and propelled into the arena before crashing into the water at its edge. The sheer force of this strike had penetrated the arena itself, leaving Hua Wushuang and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. While it was not difficult for them to damage portions of the granite arena, achieving a direct breach with a single blow was utterly beyond their capabilities. None could accomplish such a feat. In their minds, this level of destructive power was unimaginable for a soul master of their rank. Only a pure power soul master could possibly achieve such might. Next, with a splash, Hu Yanli was retrieved, unconscious, his head protected by a helmet-like soul bone. Otherwise, that strike would have left him gravely injured or worse. Feng Xiaotian stepped onto the arena, his face consistently adorned with a confident smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. My name is Feng Xiaotian, from the Divine Wind Academy. I have no interest in your name. May we begin? Meng Ye had no intention of engaging with him. Feng Xiaotian belonged to the type of person who relished in his own cleverness. Although he presented a cordial demeanor, the pride within him was greater than that of anyone else. This ought to be a question for me to ask you. Considering your soul power must have been significantly depleted, Feng Xiaotian remarked, still wearing a smile. You may attempt it. With a crackle, electric light surged again. And Feng Xiaotian sensed the unyielding might that had not diminished in the slightest. His smile began to falter. How is this possible? Using such a level of soul skill should have consumed a considerable amount of soul power. It was not just Feng Xiaotian. Others were equally astonished. For regardless of the martial spirit, the potency of soul skills typically correlated with the consumption of soul power. Given the formidable power and destructive capability displayed by Meng Ye, it is likely that an average soul master has already expended over 70% of their soul energy. Feng Xiaotian, exhibiting considerable cunning, quickly recovered from his brief astonishment and laughed heartily, proclaiming, I shall engage you in battle using my self-created technique, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. I humbly request your guidance. As he spoke, the sound of cracking bones resonated through his body, causing his form to swell, his hair transforming to a vibrant azure. Simultaneously, a fearsome wolf had emerged from his left shoulder, emanating an icy chill. The Gale Demon Wolf, now a mutated martial spirit, had become the Gale Two-Headed Wolf. While the Gale Demon Wolf was of ordinary martial spirit caliber, its mutation granted Feng Xiaotian innate full soul power, elevating him to the ranks of top-tier martial spirits. Commence. The steward glanced at both combatants, noting their readiness before gesturing swiftly and retreating to the edge of the combat arena. Drawing from the previous experience of Hu Yanli, Feng Xiaotian was acutely aware of Meng Ye's swift prowess, extremely rapid. Moreover, the force he wielded was formidable, compelling him to showcase the advantages of his mutated martial spirit. He dashed towards Meng Ye, leaving behind a long azure afterimage. The Gale Two-Headed Wolf balanced both speed and attack, which is why it ranks among the elite martial spirits. With a swift motion of his palm, dozens of sharp air currents converged into blades of wind, effectively sealing off Meng Ye's position. Swoosh! Meng Ye sidestepped, yet was still grazed by a blade of wind, leaving a faint crimson mark upon his chest. His physique lacked any petrifying defenses, rendering him somewhat vulnerable to such sharp assaults. However, the greatest folly of Feng Xiaotian was his reckless charge toward him. With a thud, his figure vanished, only to erupt into an even swifter motion, appearing before Feng Xiaotian in an instant without leaving a trace. What? Bang. Pht. A single punch landed. And Feng Xiaotian's haste became his undoing, amplifying the force of the blow, resulting in blood splattering. Regaining his senses, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious at the edge of the battle arena, his shoulders shattered by the impact. If only he had a bit more fur, it might have been inconsequential. However, his multitude of heads was rather pitiful, and it was no wonder that Huowu disregarded him. Feng Xiaotian paid dearly for his overconfidence. Had he employed his self-created soul technique from the outset, the outcome might not have changed, but it would not have been so disastrous. The defeated Huowu Shuang exchanged glances with the awakened Hu Yinli, both silently relieved that Meng Ye had not been excessively ruthless in his prior actions. The destruction of a martial spirit. This injury would take at least 10 days to heal. Chapter 54. Approaching the conclusion. Lei Zhengyang. Your disciple is far too brutal, isn't he? Within the estate of the Wangshuo family, several figures focused intently on the exchange competition. One middle-aged man in a cerulean suit glaring furiously at the composed Lei Zhengyang. Surrounding him were others, including a burly man with a shock of white hair, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant. Yet, in terms of stature, Lei Zhengyang was not significantly inferior. Such reckless blows are blind. Moreover, your disciple was careless. So who can be blamed? Lei Zhengyang cast a glance at him, speaking nonchalantly. You speak nonsense. Your disciple clearly struck with lethal intent. Has anyone died? Lei Zhengyang dug at his ears, maintaining an air of indifference. You. The other man was infuriated, his chest heaving, but facing Lei Zhengyang's demeanor, he felt utterly helpless. Enough. Let us continue watching. The middle-aged man in a red suit glanced at the agitated figure, halting further discourse, for they were not present to argue. In recent years, the Soul Master tournaments had been predominantly claimed by the Spirit Hall, and given its current dominance, they dared not contest, even if they possessed the capability. Nonetheless, understanding the might of the Spirit Hall was essential. At the very least, it was prudent to gauge the magnitude of the disparity. The battles continued, and Feng Xiaotian's swift defeat left the remaining participants somewhat demoralized. While they did not admire Feng Xiaotian's arrogance, they acknowledged his prowess. Aside from Yu Tianxin, none dared claim absolute certainty in overcoming him. His soul power must be dwindling. Yu Tianxin, when will you make your move? Huowu Shuang glanced at Yu Tianxin, noting the soul skills employed, suggesting that Ming Ye's soul power was likely low. Casting a sidelong glance, Yu Tianxin, with an impassive expression, approached the arena. Sensing that Meng Ye's soul power was indeed limited. Although it felt somewhat unjust, the crucial matter now was not merely winning, but the necessity of victory. They had come as a united front from the Five Elements Academy. If they were all defeated, it would not merely be a matter of personal pride, but would pose greater challenges upon their return. Despicable. Unexpectedly, Shui Yuer, who had been standing beside Shui Binger, cast a disdainful glance at Huowu Shuang. Hey, which side are you on? Our Five Elements Academy is merely in competition. They are from the Spirit Hall. Regardless, you are not aligned with them. Shui Yuer showed no deference to Huowu Shuang, but quickly hid behind Shui Binger upon catching Huowu's glare. Humph. Huowu also scrutinized the grinning Huowu Shuang, frowning as she remarked, Do you truly believe that fellow appears to be on the verge of exhausting his soul power? She sensed that Huowu Shuang was not merely misleading Meng Ye, but was also endangering Yu Tianxin. For Meng Ye showed no signs of significant soul power depletion, with only his physical stamina evidently waning. Is it not to enhance your chances of victory? We shall see. If Yu Tianxin falters, then you can seize the moment to defeat him. Huowu Shuang scratched his head, having been the first to be eliminated, and was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Meng Ye. Observing the defeats of Huyan Li and Feng Xiaotian, he was astonished, but calculating Meng Ye's expenditure of energy. As fellow soul ancestors, while the quality of soul power may differ, the overall quantity disparity would not be substantial. After 3 consecutive victories, Meng Ye could not possibly appear as untroubled as he seemed. Indeed, the truth lay in the fact that Meng Ye's extraordinary attributes and enhanced foundations allowed him to unleash power far beyond his peers. Yet the consumption of his soul power and stamina was not negligible. Exhaling deeply, he regulated his breath to a stable rhythm. I can wait for you. Yu Tianxin wished to win, yet if the victory was unearned, it would gnaw at his conscience. No need, it suffices. Meng Ye nodded at the steward. Both parties unleash their martial spirits. Let the battle commence. Zzz t. Crackle. As they summoned their martial spirits, an intense surge of lightning erupted between them, clashing violently. with Yu Tianqin's surrounding lightning serpents visibly subdued. Indeed, your martial spirit's attributes surpass mine. Yu Tianqin gazed intently at Ming Ye, astonished, and instead of launching an immediate attack, he inquired, "What is your martial spirit? Is there a thunderous martial spirit stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex?" The latter question felt more like a self-reflection. For the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex had long been recognized as the continent's premier beast martial spirit, arguably the mightiest of thunder attributes. Though it may not genuinely be the strongest, it is certainly among the few that can be assured of superiority. The original martial spirit. What kind of martial spirit is that? Yu Tianqin frowned, scrutinizing Ming Ye, having never heard of such a martial spirit. You will come to know in due time. Not only Yu Tianqin, but also very few on this continent had ever heard of the original martial spirit. However, it would not be long before its true value was recognized. Let us await the outcome. Their exchange was neither complex nor lengthy. Upon its conclusion, Yu Tianqin fully manifested his martial spirit. His arms were adorned with deep blue scales, and his fingers transformed into sharp claws. This form was not the most suitable for human combat, as the human arm and fingers are the most agile and efficient among all terrestrial beasts. If one could wield the strength and resilience akin to dragon claws, human hands would undoubtedly surpass them. While most might find this impossible, Meng Ye could. Bang! Boom! In their fierce confrontation, lightning crackled, and Meng Ye had yet to fully harness the power of his ultimate attributes, leading to significant soul power expenditure. Thus, he relied solely on strength to confront Yu Tianqin head-on, gripping the dragon claws firmly, resisting their sharpness with his mortal flesh. Such formidable strength. Yu Tianqin's combat spirit surged, a flash of lightning coursing through his eyes as he unleashed an even greater surge of soul power. Third soul skill, Thunderous Fury activated. Buzz. Meng Ye furrowed his brow. Although he wished to conserve his soul power, he soon realized that the remaining adversaries appeared to be more easily vanquished. Thus, he resolved to employ his second soul skill without hesitation. Rampage. Though merely his second soul skill, its amplification rivaled that of Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, perhaps even surpassing it. His second soul ring had reached an impressive 3,000 years, far exceeding the 2,000-year limit of a battle soul master's third soul ring. The soul deficiency lay in the attribute enhancement, yet this was of little consequence, as Ming Ye's thunder attribute was already superior to Yu Tianqin's. Any additional amplification would be redundant. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, as fierce bolts of electricity coalesced into a singular beam, shooting skyward. The blue lightning god dragon charged forth. In the final moments, Yu Tianqin had unleashed the devastating power of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex to its utmost potential. A colossal dragon of lightning hurtling towards Meng Ye at point-blank range. With the fourth soul skill of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, Shatter. Faced with this formidable attack, Meng Ye felt a stir within him. The serpentine bolts of lightning emanating from his body suddenly transformed into a brilliant white. The peculiar white lightning, exuding an aura of annihilation, seemed to erase all colors in its vicinity. Although the thunder contained within Yu Tianqin's skill proved ineffective against Meng Ye, the impact carried by the soul power posed a significant threat. Even a casual palm strike imbued with the majority of a soul sect's power could cleave mountains and shatter stone. In a critical moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at the center of the battle arena, sending a figure flying into the water below. In an instant, the terrifying heat evaporated the surrounding moisture, causing plumes of steam to rise. As the dust settled on the arena, a bare-chested figure emerged, with defined contours and eyes gleaming with fierce lightning, emanating a dominating aura of destruction. The onlookers trembled, some too intimidated to meet his gaze. Only one person remained unfazed. Shui Wei gazed at Ming Ye with starry-eyed admiration, while Si Lu even licked his lips in anticipation. Chapter 55. Impulsive Hua Wu Yu Tianqin was pulled from the water, though he was not in good condition. His body had been ravaged by extreme lightning. Had it not been for his own blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex martial spirit also possessing the lightning attribute, he might have suffered severe injury. Even so, he stood there, rigid and twitching. After expelling some of the lightning, Yu Tianqin bowed respectfully to Meng Ye. Though defeated, Meng Ye had shown him the pinnacle of the lightning attribute, revealing that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex martial spirit was not the ultimate force. This realization alone made the encounter worthwhile for him. Nodding, Yu Tianqin expressed his admiration for Meng Ye, recognizing his talent and composure as among the finest in the entire continent. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex martial spirit could indeed be stronger. However, The limitations of inherited martial spirits lay in this very aspect. Relying on the experiences of predecessors for cultivation ensures one does not stray too far into weakness, yet it also confines potential to a fixed ceiling. The most telling example remains the Haotian hammer. Since Tangshan, no one from the Haotian sect had achieved the pinnacle of Douluo through their own cultivation. Turning his gaze to the others, Meng Ye calmly inquired, "Shall we continue?" At this juncture, the outcome had become less significant. Concluding the battle early or declaring a draw would both serve as satisfactory resolutions. Humph. Why not continue? I am here, Wu declared as she gracefully ascended the steps to the battle arena, her flawless silhouette creating a striking spectacle. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. His soul power was truly dwindling. Defeating Huo Wu was not an insurmountable challenge. Yet it seemed he would need to reveal some of his hidden cards, a prospect fraught with risk. The extent of his revealed strength was already quite considerable. Suddenly, Meng Ye raised a hand. I concede. The others were taken aback, unable to fathom Meng Ye's decision. Although this was not a significant competition, merely an exchange. Their long-standing rivalry had deeply ingrained within them a fierce sense of victory and defeat. It was acceptable to be beaten, but to concede was simply unthinkable. They believed Meng Ye would adhere to this principle as well. Stay right there, Huo Wu exclaimed in fury, halting Meng Ye, who was preparing to leave the arena. Her expression was one of indignation as she demanded, "Do you look down upon me?" Not at all. It's merely that my soul power is almost depleted. And this is just a friendly match. There is no need for a life and death struggle, is there? Meng Ye replied, glancing back at her with a slight frown. He was well aware of Huo Wu's fierce desire for victory and her pride, having experienced it firsthand. Huo Wu was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. After all, it was a fact that Meng Ye had fought for quite some time and had indeed exhausted his soul power. Ultimately, she stubbornly insisted, I can wait for you to recover your soul power. Meng Ye's frown deepened. His stance was already quite clear, and there was no need for such emphasis. Yet, Huo Wu's demeanor suggested she was seeking vengeance, which was somewhat displeasing to him. Ha, sister? I believe Meng Ye is correct. You are a girl. Even if you were to win, it would not bring you honor, Huo Wuxuang interjected. Sensing the precariousness of the situation and stepping forward to mediate, he was the only one who could speak freely. Any input from the others would likely backfire. Shut your mouth. Huo Wu, in a fit of rage, shot a glare at Huo Wuxuang, silencing him effectively. Huo Wuxuang recoiled slightly, retreating. This exchange left Hu Yanli and Feng Xiaodian somewhat amused, with the latter gazing at Huo Wu in admiration, captivated by her fierce spirit. Huo Wu's gaze returned to Meng Ye, a stubborn glint mixed with a hint of tears, clearly unwilling to relent without a fight. Very well. Meng Ye turned and returned to the arena, taking his position in a venue that could be described as lavish. It was now somewhat pockmarked. Nevertheless, it remained sufficient for a couple of duels, not hindering the display of the spirit master's prowess. I will await your recovery of soul power. No need. Meng Ye glanced at the butler, nodding once more to signal the commencement. Both sides unleashed their martial spirits. Begin. With a roar. A figure enveloped in flames surged forth from behind, charging straight at Meng Ye with astonishing speed. Do you dare to insult me? Fire Dance exclaimed furiously. This first soul skill was her swiftest, and although Meng Ye had effortlessly neutralized it in the past, it did not diminish its potency. Few could withstand such velocity. Bang! To everyone's surprise, at the moment the fiery figure approached, Meng Ye raised his hand and accurately captured it within his grasp. With a puff, a plume of white smoke dissipated, and the flames vanished without a trace. Do not misunderstand. I seldom harbor mundane prejudices against others. How they perceive it is beyond my control. Then, crack. A series of resounding cracks echoed throughout his body, and in an instant, Meng Ye's form seemed to expand slightly, his height elevating to a stature comparable to that of Hu Yanli. However, it was not a mere increase in muscle mass. It appeared as though his very bones and flesh had undergone proportional enlargement, with no alteration in muscular coordination whatsoever. As the transformation concluded, Meng Ye's deep, resonant voice reverberated. I must admit, I am somewhat displeased at the moment. The spiritual secret technique of attack developed by Meng Ye is embodied in the form of the Thunder Beast. While the blood energy secret technique is a continuation of Lei Xingyang's legacy, enhanced through meticulous refinement, Meng Ye named it the War God Body. As long as one's vitality and physique are sufficiently formidable, this technique can unleash power that rivals even the true form of a martial spirit. Retaining the most adaptive shape of humanity, it possesses the strength and speed to match, or even surpass, that of a martial spirit's true form, along with formidable defensive capabilities. A heavy sense of oppression spread through the air as Huowu stared rigidly at Meng Ye, her long, graceful legs instinctively retreating. In fact, it was not just her. Even those at a considerable distance, like Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian, were rendered motionless at this moment. "Sister, it's terrifying," Shui Wei murmured, fearfully hiding behind Shui Binger. The sight of Meng Ye in this form evoked a visceral terror within her. The monstrous aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, was enough to instill dread even in a soul king standing nearby. "Meng Ye," Huo Wu concedes. "Please show mercy," Huo Wushuang shouted urgently. At this juncture, he genuinely feared that Meng Ye might inadvertently strike Huo Wu with full force. In a typical scenario, a single punch could have nearly incapacitated Hu Yinli. Now, in this monstrous form, it seemed unlikely that he would hold back. "I will not." To everyone's astonishment, Huo Wu unleashed a brilliant blaze of fire, which rapidly intensified, forming a searing fireball above her head. "Sister, stop immediately," Huo Wushuang cried out, rushing onto the stage in an attempt to restrain Huo Wu. However, a ring of flames erupted from Huo Wu, sending Huo Wushuang flying, though he emerged unscathed. The fire ring, being a control-type soul skill, lacked any lethal force. With unwavering determination, Huo Wu fixed her gaze on Meng Ye, raising her hands high as she continued to gather her soul power. Meng Ye sighed. And in the next moment, amidst Huo Wu's incredulous gaze, he appeared before her, grasping the blazing fireball with one hand. Boom! As the fireball detonated, a surge of flames erupted like a shockwave, spreading heat across the entire forest. Splash! Huo Wu was unceremoniously thrown into the pool, while Ming Ye gracefully descended to the ground, reverting to his original form. He had intended to dissuade Huo Wu, yet she persisted in provoking him to take action. To combat him with her fire abilities, one could only commend her audacity. "I assume you do not wish to engage in the final match?" Meng Ye inquired, glancing at the Shui sisters. He accepted the robe handed to him by Wang Shuo, as his trousers were nearly in tatters from the earlier encounter. He certainly did not desire to run about in such a state. "Of course not. Thank you," Shui Binger replied, her demeanor elegant and composed. Unlike Huo Wu, she did not act impulsively and recognized that Meng Ye's actions were intended to preserve the dignity of the Five Elements Academy, which had indeed been a successful exchange match, had Huo Wu not acted rashly in the end. Chapter 56. Return to the Spirit Hall with the exchange match concluded. The festivities commenced. Wang Shuo, to celebrate Meng Ye's return, had even summoned the imperial chefs from the palace. Numerous members of the royal family and nobility seemed to have caught wind of the event and brazenly attended. For the reputation of the Five Elements Academy was considerable in the Tiando Empire. "Ah, this young friend possesses extraordinary talent. You have truly opened my eyes," remarked a middle-aged gentleman in a blue suit, exuding an impressive aura. Meng Ye turned to glance at him while sampling the refreshments. A soul Douluo. His precise cultivation level was indiscernible. This was his first instinct. While others might first notice the face and demeanor, he immediately sensed the subtle fluctuations of soul power emanating from the individual, which informed his assessment of their strength. "You flatter me. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Meng Ye replied, certain he did not recall this person, though the aura seemed vaguely familiar. "I am Yu Yuntian, elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, currently serving as the Dean of Thunder Academy and the uncle of Yu Tianxing." The man stated his identity with ease, revealing no hint of condescension typical of a stronger individual towards a weaker one. "Ah, a senior of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, my apologies." Meng Ye returned the courtesy, adhering to the appropriate etiquette. After a brief conversation, Meng Ye found the elder agreeable. At least there was no palpable hostility or disdain. Unexpectedly, several other academy heads from the elemental factions approached him for brief exchanges, seemingly just to make their presence known. This left him perplexed. While he was aware they had been observing the exchange match from the shadows, he did not expect them to harbor any particular thoughts about him. "Boss, what do they mean by this?" Wang Shuo asked, equally bewildered. His family was a hereditary noble clan, with only a couple of ancestors barely reaching the Soul Emperor level. Thus he was not well versed in the world of soul masters. "How would I know? Do you take me for a deity?" Meng Ye shot him an exasperated glance. If he could read minds, he would not be here. He could simply find a stone bridge, sit aside, and reap wealth effortlessly. These nobles and the higher-ups from the Soul Master Academies were generally unable to connect. Yet Huo Wushuang and her companions were indeed the type of individuals the nobility sought to associate with, even if only to cultivate a slight favor. It was evident that these academy prodigies would undoubtedly have bright futures, and establishing connections with them would greatly benefit the nobility. As for Meng Ye, whether out of self-awareness or being intimidated by his presence, they refrained from bothering him. Brother Meng, thank you, Huo Wushuang approached, now dressed in formal attire. Meng Ye continued to eat, ignoring him. Both siblings were not to be trifled with. It would be wise to keep a distance from them in the future. After the banquet concluded, Meng Ye departed from the estate, making his way towards the spirit hall. As he walked halfway, he furrowed his brow. Glancing towards a shadowy corner of the street, there was a presence of soul power. Moments later, Lei Zhengyang emerged from the shadows, appearing quite refreshed as if he had just relieved himself. Don't tell me you came all the way here just for that, Meng Ye remarked with a peculiar glance at Lei Zhengyang. Ahem, one has urgent needs, Lei Zhengyang replied awkwardly, having been caught in the act by Meng Ye. That's true. Meng Ye nodded. Although it was only a short distance, if one truly needed to go, it was not something one could simply hold back. Just like now, Meng Ye had not felt any urgency initially, but after drinking a fair amount at the banquet, coupled with the previous whistle, he began to feel the pressure. Where are you headed? Lei Zhengyang asked, puzzled, as Meng Ye suddenly walked towards the shadows of the street. Urgent needs. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Meng Ye returned to the spirit hall. At this moment, less than half a year remained until the commencement of the Soul Master competition. Your Holiness, he greeted. In these 2 months, he had broken through his bottleneck but had refrained from seeking the soul ring, delaying his journey to the Star-Do Forest. It seemed that he would now have to rely on the power of the spirit hall to acquire that soul ring. It appears you have not been idle during this time. That is commendable, Bibidong nodded, her expression revealing satisfaction. She could discern the noticeable improvement in Meng Ye's cultivation, as the enhancement of soul power significantly impacted a soul master's capabilities. With the competition approaching, once Nero emerges from her seclusion tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to enter that fateful place alongside her. For now, you may return and await further instructions. Understood. Exiting the Pope's chamber with an outwardly calm demeanor, Meng Ye felt a twinge of confusion within. He was certain that the destination was not the city of slaughter. What, then, was this fateful place? Without dwelling on it too much, Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. He arrived relatively early, yet several students had already returned ahead of schedule. Upon reaching his dormitory, he opened the door to a musty odor, a result of his brief absence. He opened the windows for ventilation and tidied up the room, ensuring everything was aired out. After a flurry of activity, he took a break to have lunch in the dining hall before returning to his dormitory to meditate. He thought the day would pass uneventfully, awaiting the next day to seek out Bibidong, but to his surprise, someone came knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? Upon opening the door, Meng Ye found the 3 siblings from the Lu family. Although 2 months had passed, he could still sense a subtle change in their demeanor. Of course, it could also be attributed to the long absence, causing a shift in his memory. We heard you just returned and wanted to invite you to gather together. And of course, we've also invited Luo Xian, Liu said with a smile. The 3 of them were well acquainted with many people, particularly Lu Ming, who could easily be considered the Academy's darling, although it was clear that many were somewhat swayed by her charm. Is that so? Very well, then. Meng Ye harbored an inclination to refuse. He yearned for more time to dedicate to his cultivation. However, he felt that the relentless pursuit of improvement was becoming wearisome. Although to outsiders, his progress appeared astonishingly rapid, akin to soaring 1,000 miles in a single day, he perceived it differently. Each incremental enhancement of his soul power, due to his intense focus, was significantly delayed. The mental fatigue from prolonged meditation was even more severe than that incurred from utilizing soul techniques, leaving his willpower feeling strained. As he closed the door, the group made their way outside the academy. Along the path, Lu Ming, the spirited girl, could not contain her playful antics. It seems like you've become even more handsome, Yi, she exclaimed, beaming brightly as she approached Meng Ye. Lu Ming, do you have a death wish? Lu Yu shot a stern glare at the girl, questioning her choice of words. Ah, my apologies, dear sister. Lu Ming squeaked, playfully closing her eyes and retreating behind Meng Ye, feigning innocence. While her appearance and reactions were undeniably charming, her words often left much to be desired, leaving Meng Ye speechless. Indeed, he was somewhat younger than his peers. In terms of age, there were hardly any who were younger than him in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yet, in terms of cultivation, few surpassed him. Strictly speaking, within the realm of soul masters, it would not be inappropriate for this young girl to address him as senior, which felt rather impolite. My apologies for my lack of discipline, Liu said. casting an apologetic glance at Ming Ye. Humph, just like our mother, Lu Ming muttered quietly from her concealed position behind Ming Ye. With a swift motion, Liu grasped Lu Ming's ear and yanked her out from behind Ming Ye, eliciting a cry of distress. It seems the elders have spoiled you these past 2 months. If I do not discipline you today, I shall cease to be your sister, Liu declared, her expression one of rare exasperation. Ah, uncle, please forgive me. Lu Ji chimed in, shaking his head helplessly and offering an apologetic look to Meng Ye. It's quite all right. After the brief commotion, Ming Ye and his companions arrived at the academy entrance, where Luo Xian was already waiting, clearly having sought out Ming Ye after the others. Clad in a flowing white dress, she appeared considerably more cheerful and natural than before, her youthful features gradually transforming into refined contours, her smile radiating newfound confidence. It's been a while, she greeted Meng Ye warmly upon their encounter. Indeed, Meng Ye responded, momentarily taken aback, nodding his head. He intended to say something further, but the words faltered on his lips. We have reserved a table at a restaurant. Let us proceed, Lu Yu announced, gesturing for them to follow. Lu Meng, having received a reprimand, was now considerably more subdued. As they exited the academy, their scene was witnessed by Yin and Xieyu, who happened to be passing by. Humph. Ever since Meng Ye bested me, and with Bai Dong placing greater emphasis on him, I've been thoroughly displeased with Ming Ye, Yin remarked, his discontent becoming more pronounced following his recent cultivation breakthroughs. They had both ascended to level 50, acquired their 5th soul ring, and successfully obtained the purple badge conferred by the Papal Hall, thus establishing their names across the continent. Yin, do not complicate matters, Xieyu cautioned. I am aware. There is no need for your reminder, Yin replied, his anger simmering down, only to inquire further. That woman often appears beside Ming Ye. Do you know her? I do not, but she seems to be Meng Ye's confidant. Confidant? Are you certain? Yin's eyes widened as he pressed for more information. What are you insinuating? Xieyu's gaze sharpened, concerned that Yin might be courting trouble. They had come to understand Meng Ye's temperament. He was a dedicated cultivator who preferred to avoid conflict. However, should one provoke him, it would be wise to hope for his benevolence. Do you think Nara is aware of this? Yin shot a glance at Xieyu, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. He knew well that Bai Dong valued Ming Ye highly, and with Hulaina now spending more time with him. Despite his efforts to draw closer over the past 2 months, Hulaina remained indifferent to his advances. After much contemplation, he concluded that even if he could not have her, he must ensure that Ming Ye could not either. She likely remains unaware. Ming Ye was blissfully unaware that Yin was up to his usual antics as he made his way to the restaurant. The journey was marked by an unspoken camaraderie among Lu Yu and the others, who instinctively created space for Ming Ye and Luo Xian. When a group walks together, it is rather effortless to bring 2 individuals closer, but one cannot simply intrude upon the space of others. After all, leaning towards the edge could be misconstrued as a feigned ignorance of one another. Yet, throughout the entirety of the journey, the 2 remained silent, exchanging only a few casual remarks before continuing on their way. Upon arrival, Luo Xian elegantly yet playfully gestured at the entrance, inviting everyone in. This establishment was a restaurant owned by her family, a gesture of hospitality that would have been unimaginable for her in the past. At this hour, patrons were scarce. Having missed the mealtime rush, the group selected a private room, and just as they settled in, Luo Chuan entered with the menu in hand. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Although it appeared he had come solely to take their orders, Meng Ye could distinctly sense that a significant portion of Luo Chuan's attention was fixated on him, his eyes nearly bulging with intensity. You all decide. I have dined previously, Meng Ye said as he handed the menu to the others. Luo Xian, you are more familiar with the menu. Please make a selection. Lu Yu passed the menu to Luo Xian. After Luo Xian ordered, she returned the menu to Luo Chuan, who was still fixated on Meng Ye. With a smile, she discreetly pinched Luo Chuan's hand from the blind spot of their collective gaze. Ouch. What's the matter? The group was startled by Luo Chuan's contorted expression. And while Ming Ye noticed, he chose to remain silent. Oh, nothing. Please wait a moment. I will bring your dishes shortly, Luo Chuan said, though he seemed perplexed. Lu Yu and the others, unfamiliar with Luo Chuan, could only note his resemblance to Luo Xian, which wasn't enough to draw any conclusions. In the kitchen, Luo Chuan instructed the staff to serve Ming Ye and the others before hastily making his way upstairs. What's wrong? You seem flustered. I had you come to assist. It's meant to be a learning experience, Luo Zaichen remarked, setting down his teacup to regard his son. Father, I object. What are you opposing? Luo father asked, bewildered. Is it about my 7 wolves? Bang. Luo Chuan slammed his palm onto the table, causing tea to spill. I oppose my sister associating with that fellow named Meng Ye. Luo father glanced at the spilled tea, paused in contemplation, and then calmly responded. What unfavorable habits or shortcomings has your mother mentioned regarding him? Aren't they all commendable traits? He flirts with other women, but I have heard he is the one pursuing Ming Ye. He maintains his integrity and decorum, reminiscent of my own youthful demeanor. He is a cold-hearted man. He cannot possibly have feelings for my sister. Men prioritize their careers. That is a positive trait. I see no issue with it. He's still. My father has 7 wolves. Luo Chuan, perilous. Ming Ye was blissfully unaware of the commotion occurring above, as he found himself amidst his own lively gathering. Too engrossed to pay attention to his surroundings. During the meal, Lu Ming initiated various topics of conversation. This spirited young lady had a penchant for sharing her thoughts freely, only to be gently curtailed by Lu Yu. Ultimately, the meal concluded with an atmosphere of warmth, nostalgia, and camaraderie. After the gathering, the group made their way back to the academy, where Meng Ye unexpectedly encountered Yin and his companions, who appeared to be awaiting his arrival. Why didn't you say anything when you returned? Hu Laina inquired, casting a slight frown at Luo Xian, who stood beside Meng Ye, yet she stepped forward to seek clarification. I have already visited the papal palace. Meng Ye, perplexed, realized that the reputations of these 3 individuals had undoubtedly reached their zenith. Should they remain undefeated henceforth, they might very well become legends of their time. Of course, Meng Ye too had his share of acclaim. Well then, we shall take our leave, Lu Wei remarked. As the trio bid farewell, evidently reluctant to engage in this particular discourse. After all, we are teammates. It has been a long time since we last met. Shall we gather for a brief reunion? Hu Laina suggested with a serene smile, her control over her emotions and expressions commendable. Casting a glance at the nearby Xiaoyu and Yin, the former appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Meng Ye shook his head and replied, I shall pass. The Pope will summon me tomorrow. Although they referred to each other as teammates, within the Spirit Hall representative team, only the 4 of them formed a close circle. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina posed no issues, but Yin elicited a sense of aversion in Meng Ye. This individual was no child. His temperament remained unchanged. And his grudges were not mere child-esque play. He genuinely harbored them in his heart. While this might not have been a significant concern, the principle of revenge must be selective, and Yin was no exception to this rule. Very well then, regarding that secret technique, there are aspects I find unclear. Surely, you can assist me, can't you? Hu Laina inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon Meng Ye, a peculiar aura enveloping the air around them. Which part? Meng Ye showed no intention of evading the others. It is likely that this secret technique has long since reached the hands of the elders within the papal hall. While its dissemination may be impossible, he remained unconcerned. His secret technique was not so easily mastered. Lightly biting her lip, Hu Laina remarked, I am unable to visualize living beings. That is merely a reflection of your insufficient mental strength. You must continue your training. A peculiar glint flashed in Meng Ye's eyes. His secret technique was not something that could be easily cultivated. It was a spiritual art that existed in a void in this era, and even if there were issues, none would be able to discern them. However, I have successfully obtained my 5th soul ring, and my mental strength has significantly increased. Yet, that is still inadequate. Ming Ye is unequivocally the supreme authority on this arcane technique, beyond reproach. Chapter 58, Opportunities and Perils. Within the papal hall, Bi Biong turned to the ghost Douluo beside her and inquired, Elder Ghost, how fares your practice of that secret technique? Alas, my subordinate's aptitude is rather limited. I have yet to unravel the essence of that technique, Ghost Douluo replied, plagued by doubts. He had even eavesdropped on Meng Ye's guidance to Hu Laina, yet found no apparent flaws. Logically, with his rank as a titled Douluo, even a rudimentary imitation of that technique should yield some results. Stagnated at the initial phase. Observing the object, correct? Bi Biong asked with a hint of indifference. Indeed, he affirmed. It appears I have miscalculated. Meng Ye must be concealing something and has likely discerned my intentions. What does your holiness desire? Ghost Douluo, despite having practiced only a fragment, comprehended the significance of the secret technique. A mere portion was sufficient to elevate his spiritual prowess to the preliminary application of a titled Douluo level, akin to a self-created spiritual attack soul skill. What are you thinking? Do you consider Meng Ye a fool? A single purple badge is hardly sufficient to procure such a precious technique, Bi Biong remarked, casting a cold gaze at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo refrained from further comment. Associating with a ruler is akin to dancing with a tiger, and failing to fathom Bibi Dong's thoughts would be deemed inept, while correctly guessing her intentions could lead to dire consequences. Very well, allowing him to cultivate within the secret realm reflects my stance after the Soul Arena tournament. He may select a soul bone from the treasury. Bibi Dong perceived clearly that Meng Ye had not imparted the complete technique, serving as a bargaining chip. The benefits she could provide would dictate the extent of the techniques Meng Ye would relinquish. Direct coercion was unnecessary, as she believed Meng Ye's intrinsic value did not pale in comparison to the technique itself. The following day, Meng Ye and Hulai now arrived at the Pope's hall and encountered Bibi Dong. "Follow me," she commanded as she rose from her throne and walked towards the side of it. The two exchanged puzzled glances but complied nonetheless. The grandeur of the Pope's hall was unmistakable. Traversing through a dimly lit corridor, Meng Ye sensed that he was still within the confines of the hall. Yet the oppressive atmosphere surrounded him. At the end of the corridor, a blood-red magic circle was etched into the chamber, emanating a foreboding aura that seemed to originate from it. In the shadowy space, the only illumination came from the faint glimmer of candlelight reflecting off the intricate designs. An ambience of degradation, oppression, darkness, and decay enveloped the area. "Step forward. This is a teleportation circle, and I shall personally send you there," Bibi Dong instructed, gesturing towards the center of the circle. Once the two stepped onto it, she turned to Meng Ye and said, "You must assist Nar in completing her trials and ensure her safe return." Meng Ye nodded slightly, not surprised by the outcome. Had it been so easy to enter, Hulaina would have undoubtedly ventured in long ago. Bibi Dong would not be stingy with Hulaina, as this place evidently harbored both opportunity and peril. Suddenly, with a resounding thud of her staff, Bibi Dong unleashed a brilliant light that erupted from the walls, reminiscent of demonic artwork, and in the next moment, the two vanished amidst the blinding radiance. "Nar, do not blame your teacher," she sighed softly, turning to depart. This was a bidirectional teleportation array. Yet returning from the other side required specific conditions. In an expanse of desolation and silence, amidst a marsh of withered trees, Ming Ye and Hulaina materialized. The sky loomed dark, shrouded in ominous clouds, with only the luminescent stones and algae on the ground providing a semblance of light. Recovering from the disorientation caused by the spatial fluctuation, both displayed wariness as they surveyed their surroundings. "The Pope did not inform you of the opportunities here?" Ming Ye inquired with a furrowed brow. "My teacher mentioned that the opportunity lies in a spirit essence akin to a soul beast. Absorbing it can elevate the age of a soul ring, but we shall be forcibly removed from this place in 3 days." Hulaina evidently possessed more knowledge than Meng Ye. This intelligence had been left unspoken by Bibi Dong. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow leaped down from a nearby tree, seamlessly blending into the environment, making it nearly undetectable. With a swift motion, Meng Ye unleashed a powerful punch, sending the creature hurtling away. It collided with a tree trunk, shattering it and embedding itself deep into the ground. Whereupon a circle of white light emerged above the fallen creature's remains. "A soul ring?" Meng Ye pondered. "No, this is indeed the spirit essence. Absorbing it can directly enhance the age of a soul ring by 10 years. Only 10 years? Meng Ye's dissatisfaction was apparent as he turned to explore the surroundings. "Are you not going to absorb it?" Hulaina was taken aback by Meng Ye's decision. While 10 years may seem modest, it could accumulate significantly over time. If her second soul ring could reach the 1,000-year mark, it would represent a substantial improvement. "It is too weak. I will search for others. If you wish to absorb it, do so swiftly." With that, Meng Ye's voice faded into the distance, swallowed by the murky marsh, which was veiled in thick mist, obscuring the sun. Gradually, Meng Ye's figure vanished into the marsh. Hulaina, startled, focused her soul power into her eyes but found it impossible to locate Meng Ye's presence. Conversely, Meng Ye was unaware of how far Hulaina had strayed. Yet he could distinctly sense her position, even without visual confirmation. It seems an intriguing individual has arrived. A graceful figure flickered in the shadows of an unknown space, her every movement resonating with the surrounding laws of darkness. "This talent is quite remarkable. I wonder how strong their will is." A slender, jade-like hand extended from the darkness, tapping lightly on the void before her, causing invisible ripples to radiate outward. With a sigh, Ming Ye, having slain another spirit essence only to discover it too was worth merely 10 years, felt a twinge of disappointment and refrained from absorbing it. He scrutinized his surroundings, attempting to discern the correlation between the strength of these spirit essences and the environment. All living beings evolve in accordance with their habitats. leading to distinctly marked areas of strength and weakness, even in the harshest of conditions. Trial of slaughter initiated. Ensure your survival and that of your companions for the next 20 minutes. Rewards will be granted based on performance. Failure will result in the erasure of one's soul ring from the trial participant. Huh? The sudden voice echoing in his mind startled Meng Ye. His initial reaction was not to consider the system, but to mobilize every facet of his mental sea. He meticulously scanned every inch of his mental realm, even delving into the essence of his soul, ultimately discovering a blood-red mark upon the source of his spirit. Roar. Within the confines of his mental space, the thunderous roar of the nurturing thunder beast erupted as it clawed at the mark, shattering it. Upon completion, Meng Ye expanded the realm of the thunder beast, erecting an indomitable mental barrier within his mental sea. In reality, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood, as even a mere backlash could disturb the essence of his spirit. Yet, he harbored an aversion to any intrusion within his mental sea, even from deities. A voice of uncertainty pierced the air, and Meng Ye's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the void, sensing a presence but unable to pinpoint or visualize it. Who goes there? Crack. His bones resounded with a cacophony as his blood surged. Boily API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ming Ye once again sought out Hulaina, who found herself surrounded by numerous spirit souls. Although their control was formidable, their lethality was disappointingly limited. In an instant, Hulaina was ensnared, unable to escape the encirclement. Crack. Boom. The thunder roared across the heavens, terrifying bolts of lightning tearing through swathes of spirit souls, and amidst the cascading white halos, a solitary yellow one finally emerged. Meng Ye. Hulaina was startled by the sudden onslaught, but her expression brightened upon recognizing him. Are you all right? Hulaina appeared somewhat unwell, her pallor suggesting considerable depletion of spirit power, yet the enchanting aura in her gaze seemed to intensify, revealing signs of being entranced. Should anything untoward happen to Hulaina here, he would face significant repercussions when reporting to BB Dong. I just heard a voice in my mind, she said, biting her lip, seemingly struggling against something. It seems to be urging me to complete a trial, and then I would receive some sort of reward. What trial? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Meng Ye discerned the unusual glimmer in Hulaina's eyes, yet he refrained from attempting to assist her in unraveling the so-called trial. While he held confidence in navigating the tumultuous waters of his own spiritual ocean, he understood that one must not meddle with another's psyche, as it could lead to dire consequences. Should the core of one's spirit sustain grievous harm, the repercussions could range from amnesia or a state of mental incapacity to utter psychological collapse, resulting in immediate demise. At that moment, a creature, seemingly assembled from shattered remnants, began to advance toward them. Its limbs were notably short, with legs curling like those of a frog. However, its claws were nearly proportional to its entire body, exuding a menacing aura of pure darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. Surrounding it, an enigmatic substance, be it fur or some other material, drifted ominously. Meng Ye's gaze narrowed as he beheld the colossal creature before him, measuring at least 7 or 8 meters in length. From its aura, it was evident that its strength rivaled that of a 10,000-year-soul beast, though the exact extent of its power remained uncertain. First, he must eliminate this monstrous entity. Hulaina, too, was fully alert. Her seemingly frenzied state was merely a fade, not affecting her mental acuity in the slightest. Crack! The fierce lightning surged forth, scattering in all directions. As Meng Ye contemplated staying here for 3 days, he was unsure if any relatively safe location existed, compelling him to conserve his physical and spiritual energy. Clang! A nearly 2-meter-long lightning spear materialized in his grasp, yet he refrained from hurling it. This third soul skill, the lightning strike spear, was a manifestation of thunder, perfectly capable of channeling his might. While its range-throwing power was formidable, its true application lay in close combat. You first absorb that soul essence. I will handle this beast, and then we shall switch, Meng Ye instructed, gesturing towards the yellow soul essence. This object appeared akin to a soul ring, although he was unaware of the principles behind enhancing soul ring longevity. He was assured as long as there were no adverse effects. Hulaina nodded in agreement and approached, unbeknownst to Ming Ye. A peculiar red glimmer flickered in her eyes as she turned her back to him. Clang! Boom! The lightning strike spear carved through the earth surrounding it. To conserve spiritual energy, it had not yet reached its utmost thunderous potential, yet the spear still rent the ground asunder. In a breathtakingly swift explosion of speed, it sliced through the air like a thunderbolt across the flat terrain. Sweeping through the explosion, the intense heat, every lethal factor coalesced into this singular strike. Roar. The creature bellowed in fury, only to be pushed back several dozen meters, its oddly shaped legs gripping the ground as if magnetized, preventing it from falling. Hiss. The lightning that invaded its body did not impede its movements. Instead, it charged wildly towards Ming Ye. Clang. Its razor-sharp claws were exceedingly robust, gleaming with a metallic sheen, matching the potency of the lightning strike spear, if not surpassing it. Bang. Once more, Meng Ye repelled it. Suddenly, he leaned back, his body bending at the waist like a bow, and with all his strength, he hurled the spear. Crackle. Boom. The instant of release. The contact between his palm and the lightning ignited a thunderous explosion, and as the spear flew from his grasp, a circular sonic boom erupted. The sound barrier shattered. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, an attack more terrifying than lightning pierced the creature, pinning it to the ground, while the surging lightning coiled around it like chains, securing it in place. Boom. In the next moment, a flash of white light emanated from Meng Ye's fingertips, and a small mushroom cloud began to rise slowly. The destructive nature of the ultimate thunder was unleashed to its zenith, should this strike land, unless faced by a pure defensive soul master. Even a soul emperor would meet their demise. The battle unfolded in less than 10 seconds. A flurry of rapid assaults showcasing the full extent of his physical prowess and martial spirit. Buzz. A circle of purple light emerged from the creature's body, hovering silently in the void. 1,000 years? Meng Ye was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. This creature should undoubtedly possess the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Approaching the soul essence, he did not absorb it, but instead raised his hand to draw it towards him with his spirit energy. To his surprise, the soul ring produced by the essence automatically integrated into his body. Crackle. The lightning surged anew as Meng Ye's martial spirit unleashed itself once more. Subsequently, the color of the yellow first soul ring began to deepen, ultimately transforming into a rich purple hue. The soul ring underwent metamorphosis. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, yet still, with a lingering sense of unease, he employed his first soul skill. With a crackle, a bolt of thunder coalesced in his hand. Although he infused it with only a modicum of soul power, its potency was indeed greater than before. He casually cast it forth. Thunder roared as a shockwave of lightning radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding withered trees and concealed spirits. The enhancement was approximately 30%. Meng Ye meticulously sensed the effects of the soul skill and the augmentation provided by the soul ring, confirming that both had indeed improved, which allowed him to exhale with a slight sense of relief. Returning to Hu Lai's side, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, the only source of illumination appearing to emanate from the unknown bioluminescent algae and minerals on the island. Hu Lai continued her absorption, while Ming Ye resumed his observation and exploration. In this enigmatic space, shadows lingered in the gloom, and two figures materialized from the ripples of the environment. It seemed an intriguing character had arrived, bold and domineering. One of them, an alluring figure seemingly crafted to entice one to fall, spoke with a voice as soft as velvet. How delightful. Ah, quite impressive, though regrettably lacking in the resolve for slaughter. The other voice, deep yet tinged with a rasp that rendered its gender indeterminate, followed suit. With arms crossed, one could discern a feminine form if one overlooked the chiseled musculature and intricate patterns gracing her physique. Do not be so violent. The incessant fighting is rather tiresome. Heh. Now let us discuss the outcome. What has Bibi Dong sent our way? One is her personal disciple, mediocre at best, yet suitable for my trial. However, the embodiment of allure shook her head, evidently dissatisfied. That dual soul wielder rejected my trial. His potential is remarkable. The shadow, gradually revealing itself from the darkness, gazed in surprise, inquiring, what does this signify? Ha ha, can mere mortals refuse our trials? The embodiment of allure chuckled. Ah, rather ruthless indeed. The figure, imbued with a will for slaughter, elucidated. To directly strike at one's spiritual essence is perilous. I suspect he might even dare to tamper with his own soul, which would render him utterly incapacitated. Corruption, your trial persists. Observe that mortal discreetly. Very well. As Hu Laina regained consciousness, Ming Ye gleaned from the voices within her mind the nature of their surroundings. The Sea Abyss, the gates of hell. And the realm of corruption seemed to be the various appellations for this place, a legacy from ancient times. Hulaina conveyed the information she had acquired to Ming Ye. Yet she remained reticent regarding the specifics of her trial. The EC Abyss left Ming Ye in contemplative silence. The other names were likely mere variations. Now, he comprehended who wielded dominion over this domain, the Rakshasa god. The system had previously assisted him in identifying several divine positions, each with a detailed account of their legacies, among which the Rakshasa goddess legacy resonated most profoundly with him. This deity was the most enigmatic in the original narrative, never having made an appearance nor disclosing the location of their legacy, yet boasting a history of resplendent achievements. Once, he contended with the Shura god for the title of God King. Although ultimately unsuccessful, it appeared the Shura god had also not triumphed effortlessly. The notion that the Shura god restrained the Rakshasa god was merely a matter of hierarchical suppression. The domain of slaughter bore the essence of the Shura god. Yet even now it was being corroded by the influence of the Rakshasa god, illustrating that Bibi Dong, despite having inherited a divine position, was not equivalent to the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god, the sea god, and the angel god were not innate deities of the divine realm. All of them had ascended to divinity through faith or extraordinary means, and none were to be underestimated. Each wielded a super divine artifact, capable of engaging in a duel with the God King. Let us proceed and explore this place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye's soul rings had all been upgraded to the third ring, reaching the level of 9,000 years. With just another 1,000 years of improvement, he could attain a 10,000-year soul ring, a transformation that was not merely incremental but profound. As he explored the surroundings, Hulaina suddenly halted. Noticing her pause, Meng Ye turned to inquire, but without warning, he began to lose consciousness. Alarm bells rang in his mind, yet it was too late. He collapsed weakly to the ground. The trial of corruption. Entice one's companions to fall into depravity. Within 2 days, failure would result in a penalty of a 5-level reduction in cultivation and the forfeiture of a soul ring. Hulaina, her face pale, bore a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her heart heavy with despair. Though her innate talent was commendable, reaching her current level had demanded immense effort. And now, suddenly stripped of 5 levels and a soul ring, she felt not only the loss of power, but a profound psychological trauma. She realized that her life had been irrevocably impaired. The second phase of the trial of corruption. Engage in a union with one's companion to gain all of their cultivation and innate talent, with the reward of transforming her martial soul into the 9-tailed celestial fox. To forego this would mean that she could never break through level 50 on her own. This sudden revelation left Hulaina in a daze, her gaze drifting to the fallen Meng Ye as she knelt beside him, despair etched on her face. "Why are you so heartless?" she seemed to ask him, though he could not hear her. The deity's dominion over mortals was absolute. Unless one approached that 100-level chasm of power, mortals could never contend against the laws of existence. Leaning closer, her pale visage flushed with a hint of crimson. Hulaina's eyes softened as she whispered, "Do you know? I truly wish you would look at me more often. But I am the disciple of the Pope, and my teacher has invested so much in me. I cannot, nor do I wish to disappoint his expectations, so I try to convince myself. Yet, seeing your repeated displays of talent and the admiration you receive from my teacher brings me some joy. I, Hulaina, despise weak men. Yet why can't you be a bit more assertive, a bit more proactive?" At that moment, thoughts of Luo Xian surged within her, a bitter tide rising in her heart. "She is truly beautiful. I feel a twinge of jealousy. But you are mine, even if only for this moment." As her bashful face inched closer, their lips met, and her heartbeat quickened. The faint, enchanting sweetness and the gentle, soft sensation stirred every nerve within her as a warm breath enveloped them, intensifying the moment. The fabric of her clothing slipped away. Due to constraints, the following 800 words are omitted. Ding. Synchronization of data and host consciousness completed. What is happening? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Meng Ye. The first words I heard upon arriving here were this, and Meng Ye's expression darkened. He continued to inquire, "What on earth is happening? How did I end up here?" The sheep was once again grazing, although he was uncertain of its significance. He dismissed it as merely a quirk of the system and paid it no mind. "Oh, it was I who brought you here." Meng Ye momentarily froze, then spoke darkly, "You had better have a good reason. Do not misunderstand. This system has indeed saved you. In this realm, even deities cannot harm your soul. As for your physical form, well, get to the point. Meng Ye was unwilling to squander time. The place he found himself in was far from secure. The Rakshasa deity possesses 3 incarnations, representing death, slaughter, and corruption, each embodying a fragment of the deity's divine consciousness, functioning as avatars, yet all 3 hold divine status. Is that even possible? Can a deity attain multiple divine statuses? Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brows. If that were the case, how could the Rakshasa god possibly be defeated by the Asura god? With a few more clones, wouldn't it be feasible to engage in a group assault if a one-on-one battle proved futile? Such a notion seemed absurd. The host was overthinking. The Rakshasa god had merely seized the divine position out of anger after being vanquished by the Asura, having only succeeded in crafting clones. Nonetheless, this technique was indeed formidable. Regrettably, the Rakshasa goddess' actions had also incited the ire of the other 2 divine kings, leading to a near dissolution of his divine essence. And his true form remained in slumber. What relevance does this hold for my current predicament? Meng Ye still failed to grasp the crux of the system's message. It is indeed pertinent. The host is presently too weak, unable to even perceive the shadow of one of the clones. That embodiment of slaughter seemed to regard you highly. Yet you declined her trial. Now, it appears that the fallen clone has targeted you. Meng Ye's countenance darkened completely as he inquired, "What impact does this have on me?" The system could not ascertain the specifics, yet it had drawn the host in to avert unforeseen circumstances. Even if she were to indeed target you, it would not incur any consequences upon you. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. These embodiments of the Rakshasa god were deities in their own right, and he was utterly powerless to confront them. Nevertheless, a simmering anger continued to swell within him. There is no need for the host to be upset. You will not suffer any loss. The sheep raised its head in agreement, and then, bang, Meng Ye decisively kicked him away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "My sheep," he exclaimed. "Host, you will face retribution." Retribution? Meng Ye was inherently skeptical of such notions. He was in rebellion against fate itself. Yet, before he could finish speaking, his consciousness was abruptly expelled from this realm. As a mere consciousness, he was forced through a narrow passage, and although devoid of physical sensations, the experience was nonetheless quite uncomfortable. Imagine being twisted like a rag. See? Retribution has come. Chapter 61, The Pursuit of the Fifth Soul Ring. Upon reopening his eyes, Ming Ye immediately assessed his condition and found no abnormalities. "You are awake," Hulaina remarked from a short distance away, the unusual expression in her eyes having vanished. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air, which Ming Ye disregarded as he examined his soul power, vitality, and mental state, finding everything to be normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "What time is it?" he inquired. "It is time to leave. The exit is over there." Hulaina indicated a direction that seemed to correspond with their arrival point. "By the way," she continued, retrieving a black crystal from her storage soul guide, which resembled the surrounding rocks. "That senior said this is your reward, and I am to present it on their behalf." Despite having rejected the trial of the Avatar of Slaughter, it appeared that a promise had been kept, as the reward was bestowed upon him nonetheless. Upon receiving the crystal, information flooded into his mind, devoid of any consciousness marks. Reward: enhancement of a soul ring by 5,000 years. Though it did not meet his expectations, Meng Ye was eager to leave this place and had no desire to return. He absorbed the reward and proceeded towards the exit. After they departed, 2 figures silently emerged from the void. "What is the situation?" one asked. "It seems he has failed. There is a force protecting his essence, making it impossible to inherit your divine position." "Humph, you cannot be serious." The Avatar of Slaughter crossed its arms, glaring at the other. "Do not speak so hastily. I rather admire that young girl. She would rather destroy her own cultivation than harm another. If her talent were a touch greater, I might consider passing my legacy to her. But for now, let us observe her future opportunities." "Humph." Meng Ye did not perceive the existence of the 2 incarnations. Upon reaching his original position, he utilized the teleportation array to return to the spirit hall. As they traversed the corridor, Hulaina remained unusually silent, refraining from speaking until they arrived back at the papal hall and encountered Bibi Dong once more. "Your Holiness." "Teacher," Hulaina murmured, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Bibi Dong's penetrating eyes. Sensing Hulaina's unease, Bibi Dong inquired, "Nar, what troubles you? The disciple has failed your expectations." At this, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed deeply. She rose and approached Hulaina, channeling a surge of soul power into her, carefully attuning to her changes. After a moment, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand with a calm demeanor, assisting Hulaina to her feet. Nar, although your cultivation has waned, your soul power appears more refined, and your martial spirit seems to have undergone a transformation. This is indeed a positive development. There is no need for concern. You may simply cultivate further to regain your strength. Teacher, I, Hulaina, am acutely aware of the immense hopes you have placed upon me, she replied, a profound sense of guilt swelling within her. Enough said. Focus on your cultivation. I shall not hold you accountable, Bibi Dong reassured her, concealing any traces of disappointment. Meng Ye remained silent, yet at this moment, he had a fair inkling of what Hulaina had done, letting out a sigh within. Your Majesty, I have acquired a rare treasure in that fateful place, which may prove to be of some utility. Meng Ye stood to the side, retrieving a jade box from his storage soul guide and presenting it. Oh? Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards the jade box, while Hulaina looked on with curiosity. Although they had spent 3 days in the East Sea Abyss, they had not been apart for long. Meng Ye had ventured alone for less than an hour, and she had not witnessed him discovering any fortuitous opportunity. This item is known as the Chilua tulip. Its medicinal essence can only be absorbed from the flower's stamen and is not meant for consumption. It possesses the ability to enhance soul power and solidify one's foundation. Without elaborating on the item's value, Bibi Dong could discern its significance. As for Hulaina, even if she chose not to accept it, Bibi Dong would find a way to assist her in absorbing it. This item is indeed extraordinary. Nar, you should express your gratitude to Meng Ye. Bibi Dong extended her hand to take the jade box, not allowing Hulaina an opportunity to refuse. As Hulaina's mentor, Bibi Dong had a closer bond with her, despite Meng Ye also being her named disciple. Thank you. Hulaina bit her lip, her delicate, rosy lips glistening softly, revealing an enchanting smile. Nodding, Meng Ye chose not to speak further. He had gathered a fair amount from this journey, and having already consumed the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, he found no need to partake in the herb again, if he sought to enhance his soul power purely. A return to the ice and fire yin yang would be far more effective than consuming a celestial herb. His soul power had begun to align closely with spiritual cultivation, and any further haste would only widen the gap between his physical form and foundational strength, leading to detrimental consequences. He needed to allow time for consolidation, and the unexpected elevation of his soul ring's age was a delightful surprise. Purple, purple, black. Black. This represented an exceedingly formidable soul ring configuration for a soul master. Moments later, Meng Ye departed from the Pope's hall, leaving Hulaina behind at Bibi Dong's behest. Nar, I shall not inquire about what transpired. Simply tell me whether it involves him. Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina with seriousness. Hulaina's expression faltered, and she hastily replied, Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with him. It was my own decision. Very well. Bibi Dong waved her hand and suddenly reached out to gently stroke Hulaina's head, sighing. You are truly like me. I harbor no ill intent towards him, even if he had not presented this rare treasure today. I would not have made things difficult for him, but he would not be allowed to leave unscathed. Nar, men are often unfaithful. If you have feelings for him, I could arrange a marriage for you, but do not expect him to be devoted. Do you understand? Hulaina bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. Yet she managed to respond, I understand. Teacher, what do you comprehend? Bibi Dong released her hand, offering the celestial herb to Hulaina, speaking softly. Had it not been for this rare treasure, I would have bound him to you today. He has the luxury of waiting, but your youth cannot. Teacher. Hulaina was taken aback by her usually dignified mentor revealing such a fierce side, her face reddening further as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Enough, follow me. I shall assist you in absorbing this rare treasure to prevent any unforeseen complications. Only then did Hulaina regain her composure, following Bibi Dong into the Pope's hall. Meanwhile, Meng Ye returned to the academy dormitory and entered deep meditation. Crackle. A faint arc of electricity emerged from his brow, to shield himself from mental disturbance. He maintained the seal on his spiritual sea, simultaneously suppressing the injuries to his spiritual essence. Puff. He expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling considerably relieved. Although his spiritual sea still throbbed subtly, it was gradually recovering and had not sustained fundamental harm. He meditated until the following day, sensing a slight increase in his spiritual power and cultivation, confirming that no hidden dangers remained. Once more, he visited the Pope's hall, where he encountered Bibi Dong. The fifth soul ring? Yes, I have broken through the bottleneck and discovered a suitable soul beast trail. Bibidong did not respond immediately but waved her hand, causing a shadowy figure to materialize beside her. Old Ghost will accompany you. The Soul Master tournament is approaching, and you must return within a month. Nar will join you as well. Hulaina's fifth soul ring had been stripped away, and she could only regain it anew. However, the celestial herb would sufficiently compensate for her loss, perhaps even surpassing her previous gains. Noticing Ming Ye's silence, Bibidong inquired, "Do you have any further requests?" "I wish to hunt a mutated beast king of the 50,000-year level. Relying solely on Old Ghost may pose some risks." Ming Ye had already surpassed the threshold, and the delay in seeking a soul ring was due to this concern. Even with the addition of Lei Xingyang, it would not be enough. The dangers in that region were substantial. Bibidong frowned upon hearing this, surprised that Meng Ye sought such a formidable soul beast. However, considering his potential, a stronger soul ring would indeed be advantageous, and she found it difficult to refuse. Once more, she waved her hand, summoning a white figure to appear beside Old Ghost. Standing alongside him, "The two elders will accompany you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." This was an unspoken transaction. Both Bibidong and Meng Ye understood. Meng Ye's worth lies in his innate talent and esoteric techniques, and now, perhaps, in Hulaina as well. Thus, Bibidong could not possibly reject his terms. Even if he desired to hunt a soul beast of 100,000 years, she would acquiesce. Chapter 62, The Perils of Soul Hunting. As the group embarked on their journey to the Douluo forest, their formidable cultivation levels ensured swift progress. Bibidong had mentioned a time frame of 1 month. But with Hulaina's addition, a slight delay was permissible. "Meng Ye, I appreciate your assistance in the past," Hulaina remarked. "It was nothing," Meng Ye replied, casting a glance at Hulaina, who had already deduced the situation. Otherwise, he would not have presented that rare herb. However, some matters are best left unspoken, as revealing them serves no beneficial purpose. "It seems our Laina has matured," came the soft, androgynous voice of Douluo, sending a shiver down Meng Ye's spine as he instinctively leaned away. The two-titled Douluo flanked them, maintaining a speed slightly greater than that of Ming Ye and his companion. He preferred to stay closer to the ghost Douluo, for the Ju Douluo truly lived up to his title, exuding discomfort from within. "Ju Elder, Ghost Elder, I must once again trouble you on this journey," Hulaina said, clearly familiar with the two esteemed titled Douluo. As Bibidong's trusted aides, despite their lofty status, they understood her deep regard for Hulaina, thus treating her with utmost care. "You girl, why do you still maintain formalities with us? Yet, I must ask, why has your soul power diminished? Has regaining it compromised your foundation?" Ju Douluo inquired with concern. Bibidong would not disclose such matters to them, and Hulaina would not voluntarily share either. "There was a slight accident, but my foundation has been restored. Thank you for your concern, elders. That is good to hear. On this journey, we shall find you a superior soul ring." "Indeed," Hulaina agreed with a smile. The last soul ring she obtained was from a 1,000-year-old red-tailed fox. As soul masters typically seek soul beasts that resonate with their martial souls for optimal effects, the quality of the acquired soul ring is thus more stable, ensuring it will not fall short. Even though Meng Ye had previously suggested she pursue some mental-type soul rings, Hulaina refrained from taking such risks due to Bibidong's high expectations. She could not afford to gamble. A fox-type soul beast would suffice. But if she aimed to further enhance her power, she needed to seek a soul beast stronger than her martial soul, which Meng Ye considered merely foundational. As Bibidong's disciple, she had the privilege to choose such soul beasts. Even Meng Ye had relied partly on luck in his previous soul ring acquisitions, striving to secure higher-aged rings to compensate for inferior quality. 3 days later, with fewer individuals and all possessing considerable cultivation, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest in just 3 days. After a brief hour of rest, they ventured into the forest. "Nana, last time we sought a 10,000-year red-tailed fox. This time, how about searching for a mutated soul beast?" Ju Douluo suggested. For if the two titled Douluo were intent on finding a suitable soul beast, the likelihood was significantly higher. Hulaina cast a glance at Meng Ye, her expression indecisive. "Elder, I propose we seek a spirit-type soul beast just over 20,000 years old, or a fox-type soul beast, without a specific requirement for the species," Meng Ye interjected. Ju Douluo paused, unfamiliar with Meng Ye. Although he had gleaned some information from Ghost Douluo, he remained puzzled. Just as he prepared to speak, Ghost Douluo intervened, casting a penetrating glance at Meng Ye before stating, "Follow his suggestion. He possesses a method." Ghost Douluo had witnessed Meng Ye employing the scattering soul technique, which allowed him to absorb soul rings by sacrificing a portion of the soul power contained within the rings themselves, enabling him to transcend levels, even doubling the effects. However, this technique held deeper mysteries. Ghost Douluo understood the principles but had seen Bibi Dong's attempts falter when she tried to replicate it. Compared to that mental technique, the scattering soul technique undoubtedly yielded more immediate results and appeared simpler in practice. Very well. As they approached the inner region, the two titled Douluo took turns searching the vicinity, one safeguarding Hulayina and Meng Ye while the other scoured the area. Ghost Douluo's speed was astounding, capable of surveying a 10-mile radius in mere minutes. During their search, they encountered several candidates, including red-tailed foxes, demon-eyed foxes, and even a three-tailed fox, but none proved suitable. Hours later, the trio awaited Ghost Douluo in a clearing while Meng Ye pondered. "Kid, none of these are suitable. What exactly are you searching for?" "The soul rings you previously acquired were the most appropriate." Hulayina expressed her frustration after a lengthy search. Glancing at Douluo, Meng Ye's train of thought was interrupted as he calmly responded. "Among these, the three-tailed fox possesses the strongest bloodline, yet it does not align with the spirit attribute. The red-eyed fox, while visually appealing, lacks inherent spirit attributes, primarily enhancing speed and strength." "Are you suggesting that the demon fox martial soul rush into direct confrontation?" Douluo was incensed, but upon reflection, he found himself unable to counter Meng Ye's reasoning. Hulayina's martial soul was inherently focused on control. Although a control-type martial soul requires some degree of close combat capability that remains auxiliary, the core is control. The potency of her alluring soul techniques depends not only on the strength of her martial soul, but primarily on her mental power. Suddenly, Ghost Douluo's figure soared back from the distance, a shadow flitting past before he materialized before them. "How about this?" he inquired, holding aloft a small monkey with lustrous white fur and striking azure eyes. Despite its diminutive size, Meng Ye sensed an immense wave of mental energy emanating from it. Clearly a genuine spirit-type soul beast. "Azure Sea Spirit Ape. How did you manage to catch this little creature?" Douluo was equally astonished. Such a small being was notoriously elusive. While small in stature, its attacking prowess was formidable. A single mental shock could severely injure an unsuspecting soul saint. Coupled with its diminutive size, its speed was extraordinarily swift, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Humph," Ghost Douluo scoffed, disregarding Douluo's astonishment. As a sensitive attacker and a titled Douluo, he was no less swift than a 100,000-year soul beast. "This is indeed a commendable choice, approximately 18,000 years old." "Quite fitting," Meng Ye acknowledged with a nod. The spirit attributes of this soul beast undoubtedly placed it among the elite, although it wielded spirit attack techniques. The advantage of spirit-type martial souls is that as mental power increases, the effects of all other soul techniques naturally rise correspondingly. "What's wrong?" Both titled Douluo and Hulayina noticed the change in Meng Ye's expression, mistakenly believing he sensed something amiss. "Quickly, let us depart." Meng Ye's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. With a startled exclamation, he seized Hulayina and dashed towards the edge of the forest. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, startling the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who stood frozen in place. The earth-shattering sound was so terrifying that even they were taken aback, causing the blue sea spirit ape in the Ghost Douluo's grasp to nearly slip from his hands. "What manner of beast is this?" roared the Chrysanthemum Douluo, charging directly at the soul beast. A multitude of towering trees were uprooted as a fearsome figure, over 20 meters tall, emerged, a cyclopean giant cloaked in a mottled gray hue. With a cultivation of at least 50,000 years, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, in a fit of rage, was undeterred and struck fiercely, golden light erupting in the air. "Elder, cease at once. That soul beast is accompanied by one of 100,000 years." Meng Ye's voice resonated from afar, the violent sound wave sending the surrounding forest into disarray. The Chrysanthemum Douluo hesitated, while the Ghost Douluo reacted swiftly, vanishing from sight in pursuit of Meng Ye. "Who dares disturb the sacred beast? Face your demise," he bellowed. "You old ghost, wait for me." Amidst the colossal roar, a fire dragon composed of dark red flames shot skyward. As the soul power fluctuations from the Chrysanthemum Douluo ultimately provoked the soul beast that had been hunting the cyclopean giant. The ensuing response was the counterattack of a guardian beast, one of over 100,000 years, having survived at least 2 heavenly tribulations. Chapter 63. The enhancements bestowed by the spiritual soul ring. The group finally halted after fleeing a considerable distance, panting heavily. Meng Ye and Hulayina were indeed exhausted, their cultivation levels evident. However, At this moment, the sight of the white-clad Douluo, charred and clinging to his form, was rather disheveled. His hair was tousled, bearing the marks of a recent explosion, and despite escaping danger, he continued to breathe heavily, still shaken. Sitting beneath a tree, Hulaina, belatedly realizing that Meng Ye was grasping her hand, felt her face flush, yet remained silent. "Young man, what on earth was that monstrous creature?" Douluo inquired, his mind still reeling. Had it not been for the extraordinary qualities of the Qirong Tantianju, he might not have escaped at all. Soul beasts over 100,000 years old are typically deemed ferocious beasts by the elders, yet that particular beast was not the crux of the matter. "What do you mean?" Douluo, hearing the term ferocious beast for the first time, asked curiously. "Elder Ju, you must have seen the golden soul beast behind that one-eyed giant, right? You mean that small creature resembling a lion? Could it possibly be the pup of that three-headed hound?" Douluo, nearly wounded by the fiery breath of the hellhound, was filled with fury, leading to his somewhat agitated words. "Yes, that very one. However, it is not the pup of the three-headed hound. Rather, it is the target guarded by the hellhound. Thankfully, the elder did not harm it, or else a beast tide would surely erupt in the Douluo forest." Meng Ye added, noting the two-tidal Douluo's indifference. A beast tide sweeping across the entire continent. Gulp. At that moment, even the two-tidal Douluo paused, their breaths hitching. They were unconcerned about typical beast tides, which rarely affected vast areas, generally resulting in only the nearby towns of the Douluo forest suffering. However, if it were to engulf the entire continent, their composure would be shattered. Imagining countless monsters residing deep within the Douluo forest surging forth, even the martial Soul Hall, with its profound heritage, could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Others might be unaware, but they knew well what lurked in the uncharted depths of the Douluo forest. Soul beasts over 10,000 years old, ferocious beasts, estimating conservatively. There could be hundreds within the expanse of the Douluo forest. "Young man, do not frighten this old man. That was merely a soul beast under 10,000 years. What capabilities could it possess?" Douluo remained skeptical. How could a soul beast of less than 10,000 years chase after one of 50,000 years? And it didn't even dare to fight back? Moreover, there was a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows to protect it. Meng Ye rose, casting a fleeting glance at Douluo, and remarked, "That is the essence of the Douluo forest. Even the master of this realm must safeguard it." "Do you still believe I jest, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing this, Douluo was entirely convinced, recalling how he had nearly unleashed his ninth soul skill. His complexion paling at the thought. Had he faltered even slightly, it is likely they would have met their end here today. "Elder, I request that soul beast," Meng Ye said, his breath steadying as he approached Douluo for the coveted blue sea spirit monkey. "Be cautious. This little creature is quite swift," Douluo cautioned, noting that if it were to escape, capturing it would prove challenging. "I understand." With a swift motion, he received the blue sea spirit monkey, which suddenly erupted with two beams of blue light from its eyes, directly penetrating Meng Ye's own gaze. "Meng Ye," Hulaina gasped, rushing to his side. Yet, to her astonishment, Meng Ye remained unchanged, merely summoning a surge of lightning that rendered the blue sea spirit monkey unconscious. This little creature is quite astute. Weighing less than 10 pounds, with half its mass being intellect, it recognized it was no match for the elder and patiently awaited the perfect moment to employ a mental assault for an unexpected escape, Meng Ye elucidated, subsequently handing the blue sea spirit monkey to Hulaina. Only soul beasts that are personally slain can yield soul rings for absorption. The mental shock from earlier posed no issue for him, but for Hulaina it was another matter entirely. "Thank you. It is nothing." With a tranquil reply, Meng Ye settled into meditation nearby. Hulaina regarded him with a complex expression, ultimately sighing softly as she prepared herself to absorb the soul ring. Typically, soul masters refrain from casually absorbing soul rings. Aside from the rituals of purification, they would at least avoid doing so in a compromised state, with insufficient mental fortitude. A poor condition could easily result in backlash from the soul ring. "Old ghost, what is the situation with this lad?" Douluo pondered, feeling as though his years of experience had been rendered insignificant, a sense of being overshadowed by wisdom and experience enveloping him. "Humph," Douluo scoffed, glancing at Douluo. "Enough of your musings. This boy is a prodigy, defying conventional understanding. I shall investigate whether that ferocious beast has pursued us further. You remain here." "Understood." Douluo departed once more, reflecting that he ought to have noticed sooner. Yet who could have anticipated that the three-eyed golden lion would chase after the Cyclops with such fervor? They had scarcely any time to react. Ming Ye's advanced awareness stemmed from his cautiousness and mental perception. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hulaina fully regained her soul power and physical strength, preparing to absorb the soul ring. However, gazing at the 18,000-year soul ring before her, she hesitated. It far exceeded her limits. The typical threshold for a soul master's fifth soul ring hovers around 12,000 years, even for those with formidable assault-type spirit beasts. 18,000 years, surpassing the limit by 50%, indeed posed a challenge for absorption. I shall impart to you a secret technique for soul absorption. It is quite simple. Once you grasp the essence, transcending the limits of soul ring absorption becomes effortless. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Ye had approached quietly. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, he transmitted a message directly into Hulaina's sea of consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina nodded, no longer hesitating, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The process was fraught with difficulty. Her understanding and application of the technique were superficial, as it was merely a recently acquired skill. Midway through, she encountered a slight danger due to the backlash. Meng Ye placed his hand gently upon Hulaina's shoulder, an act that was certainly not intended for any advantage, as it would be inappropriate to disturb the absorption of a soul ring in such a manner. Nonetheless, a surge of soul power was subsequently guided forth, merging seamlessly with his own essence, by maintaining his mental fortitude. He understood that the loss of a soul ring and physical form would not result in a prolonged backlash from the spirit of the millennia-old soul beast. After offering a brief reminder, Hulaina's soul power gradually began to stabilize. Ultimately, after nearly an hour had elapsed, she successfully absorbed the soul ring. "Nana, how does it feel?" the esteemed Douluo inquired with genuine concern. "It manifests as a mental impact, yet I sense an enhancement in my other soul skills as well." Hulaina replied, casting an astonished glance towards Meng Ye. She had not anticipated that the mental soul ring would provide such a significant augmentation. Having previously attained a fifth soul ring, she could distinctly perceive the differences. This latest ring conferred a comprehensive enhancement compared to the former. Although a portion of her soul power had dissipated, the higher age of the soul ring compensated for this loss, resulting in a substantial increase. More crucially, this was a formidable single-target soul skill, greatly amplifying her explosive potential while simultaneously enhancing the control capabilities of her other soul rings. Judging by the outcomes, the benefits appeared to exceed those of the previous soul ring by a considerable margin. Level 54, she noted, "It seems that herb has significantly contributed to your enhancement." Although Meng Ye had anticipated that the exquisite Kira tulip would be suitable for Hulaina, he was taken aback by the extent of its enhancement. She had originally been at level 52 but had fallen to level 47. However, a single Kira tulip elevated her back to level 50. And even without considering the spirit ring from the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey, she had nearly ascended by 5 additional levels. This distinction of 5 levels is significant, marking the difference between a soul master and a soul king, not merely a soul saint. "Thank you," Hulaina murmured, uncertain of how to express her gratitude. She wished to draw closer to Meng Ye, yet found herself feeling somewhat flustered upon approaching him. Gently lifting her beautiful visage, she fixed her gaze upon Meng Ye's eyes and said, "My martial soul has undergone a transformation. My teacher emphasized that the evolution of the martial soul holds greater importance than the enhancement of soul power. Hence I must extend my sincere thanks to you. The hour is late. Let us strive to exit the forest today." Meng Ye dodged slightly, and at that distance, he could even catch a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance. Chapter 64. The Eerie and Emperor. "Young man, your soul dispersal technique possesses an intriguing aura. How about I exchange a piece of soul bone with you? Rest assured, I shall also agree to assist you with 3 matters, ensuring you do not suffer any loss." The Bone Douluo expressed his fascination with Meng Ye's technique. The soul dispersal method holds profound significance for soul masters. Although he could not utilize it himself, his curiosity remained unquenched. On the journey towards the Ant Emperor's domain, he proactively proposed an exchange with Meng Ye. "You Guan, has your mind been scorched by that soul beast?" Before Meng Ye could utter a word, Ghost Douluo took the initiative to speak. Regardless of whether Meng Ye agreed or not, he was bound to suffer losses in this matter. Having had a slight acquaintance with Meng Ye, he naturally could not stand by and watch. A soul bone, given Meng Ye's innate talent, was merely a supplementary enhancement, perhaps even something he might disdain. However, the secret technique was invaluable to any soul master. The higher one's cultivation, the more one appreciated its worth. As a title Douluo, they were acutely aware of the benefits derived from each additional soul ring. It was not merely a matter of quantity. Ensuring that each soul ring could be absorbed at a higher level was a guaranteed path to reaching level 95. Historically, fewer than half of the title Douluo achieved this ratio. Within the Spirit Hall, only Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Ju Douluo surpassed level 95, while more than 10 other elders remained trapped below this threshold. To exchange a mere soul bone for a treasure that could sustain a soul master's lineage for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, or that could alter the very fabric of the soul master world, Ju Douluo was truly audacious. Ju Douluo, already irked by Ghost Douluo's previous evasion, retorted angrily, "Old ghost, cease your nonsense. At worst, I shall vow that I will never divulge it in this lifetime. Then shall we wait for your grave to be excavated? I wouldn't mind taking it upon myself," he replied. The title Douluo of the Spirit Hall were interred upon the sacred mountain of Douluo Hall after their demise. And Ju Douluo clearly wished to employ some underhanded tactics, taking advantage of the situation. "What concern does a dead man have for oaths? Are you truly intent on opposing me? Your shamelessness is astounding." As the two continued their quarrel, Meng Ye interjected, "Elders, we have arrived." Before them lay a vast chasm, extending over 10 meters wide, flanked by jagged rock thorns, with the remains of several soul beasts suspended ominously above. The chasm extended for over 1,000 meters. Clearly a perilous place where a careless misstep could lead to a gruesome demise. "Are you certain that the soul beast you seek is here?" Ju Douluo inquired, no longer dwelling on their previous discussion, but still casting a wary glance at Meng Ye. Meng Ye nodded. The location in his mind had been provided by the system, and he was confident in its accuracy. Approximately 500 meters below lay an underground cavern housing a mutated tyrant ant king, aged around 50,000 years. This area was deep within the Douluo forest, and to avoid any mishaps, he requested the two elders to work together to subdue it swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ghost Douluo then asked, "How do we draw it out? If we descend to capture it, even we may not find it easy." It was not merely a question of difficulty. Meng Ye was almost certain that even the two-titled Douluo would find it impossible to grasp a single hair from it. This mutated tyrant ant king possessed terrifying strength, rivaling that of 100,000-year soul beast. In an advantageous environment, the odds were unfavorable for them, and he even questioned whether the two-titled Douluo could escape unscathed. "We can find a slightly larger soul beast to throw down. The scent of blood will draw it out." The corpses hanging on the rock walls did not simply leap down, at least not all of them. "Those are the tyrant ant king's meals. Since it does not come out to hunt, we shall lure it forth. Should we fail, I have backup plans." Without hesitation, Ghost Douluo acted, seizing a 1,000-year-old brown bear soul beast and tossing it over the edge, blood splattering below. They waited for several minutes, and having learned from previous encounters, the three who had ventured into the Douluo forest felt somewhat uneasy, uncertain of whether they would encounter that terrifying beast again. Suddenly, a sound echoed from below, and the three by the chasm's edge perked up. The two-titled Douluo exuded a faint ripple of soul power, poised for action. 300 meters below, a figure approached Ming Ye, its eyes shimmering with a faint soul power glow, its spiritual perception fully activated. Moments later, it bellowed, "Attack!" Buzz. Ju Douluo struck first, expanding a layer of pale golden soul power to form a barrier around them. Meng Ye observed as the third soul ring activated, speculating that it likely had both defensive and controlling effects. Ghost Shadow Earth Palm. Boom. Ghost Douluo unleashed his soul technique, conjuring a colossal ghostly hand that surged from beneath the chasm, capturing a dark golden mutated tyrant ant king. Hiss. It emitted a metallic shriek, causing Meng Ye's bones to ache, and he retreated a few steps, while Hulaina beside him also stepped back, her expression troubled. The two-titled Douluo were unlikely to encounter any issues, but they could not handle this soul beast. Meng Ye could still contemplate confronting a typical 50,000-year soul beast. If all else failed, he could retreat. However, this one was perilous. After being thrust into the air, Ghost Douluo's figure followed closely behind, and a multitude of ghostly figures exploded forth, encircling the tyrant ant king in midair. "Old ghost, do not kill it," Ju Douluo cautioned, worried that Ghost Douluo might strike too hard and inadvertently slay the soul beast, rendering their efforts futile. Yet, a full minute passed, and the black mist in the sky showed no signs of dissipating, prompting Ju Douluo to sense something amiss. He swiftly soared into the air. Bang! He barely caught a glimpse of a figure being hurled from the black fog, catching it just in time. "Old ghost, are you unharmed?" "Enough chatter. This creature is extraordinary. Let us strike together and finish this quickly," Ghost Douluo rasped. the surrounding ghostly energy trembling slightly. Earlier, Meng Ye had suggested they join forces, and the two had been somewhat dismissive, considering it merely a 50,000-year soul beast. They were titled Douluo, level 95, and typically faced 100,000-year soul beasts. Even without their domains, they were not easily bested. It could be said that any soul beast below the 100,000-year mark was not taken seriously by them. Alright, watch closely. Although Douluo appeared somewhat delicate, he was a formidable assault type titled Douluo. The peculiar celestial chrysanthemum in his hand swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal celestial chrysanthemum. As his sixth soul ring burst forth, countless blade-like petals coalesced into a tornado that surged toward the still ensnared tyrant ant king. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the petals, ghostly avatars of Ghost Douluo approached, and the cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air. Be cautious, do not kill it, Ghost Douluo reminded as he observed Douluo's fierce onslaught. Just watch me, Douluo retorted, and before he could finish speaking, a beam of golden light erupted from his soul technique. Reacting swiftly, Douluo summoned his martial spirit, successfully blocking the attack. The immense chrysanthemum enveloped the golden light. Although his celestial chrysanthemum was a weapon martial spirit, it possessed offensive, controlling, and defensive capabilities. This beast can actually break free from my soul technique. It truly has some skill. What a pity, Douluo sighed, startled, as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Elder, be careful, Meng Ye's voice rang out. The celestial chrysanthemum did not capture the tyrant ant king. Huh? Douluo, belatedly aware, felt his martial spirit tremble, his pupils constricting sharply. Crack. The surface soul power barrier developed a fissure, and that minor crack sent Douluo into a panic, as if his tail had been stepped on. What on earth is happening with this beast? Cold sweat trickled down as Douluo directly unleashed a golden light by controlling his martial soul's true form. 8th Soul Skill, Gate of Holy Light. 65th Chapter, 5th Soul Ring. Hiss. The Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor, besieged by two titled Douluos, could not withstand even the most extreme attributes and plummeted from the sky, leaving a faint trail of golden blood scattered around. Bang! Yet, despite this, the uniquely shaped massive foot at the forefront struck the ground, causing a tremor beneath. A soft golden light enveloped its body, resisting Douluo's 8th soul skill. Even without full exertion, its aura remained undiminished, showcasing a truly terrifying vitality. Humph! This beast possesses formidable jaws, nearly overwhelming my martial soul. Douluo felt a genuine surge of anger. The two titled Douluos surrounded the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor, leaving it no chance to escape, with the ground even shrouded in Douluo's barrier. Thank you, esteemed elders. Meng Ye approached the two titled Douluos, intending to eliminate this soul beast. Hiss. Sensing Meng Ye's murderous intent, the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor erupted with even more terrifying soul power, its golden light surging violently. Impudent. Ghost Douluo struck again, a massive ghostly hand descending to suppress the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor, yet unable to fully restrain it, merely confining it to the spot. Although not a power-type martial soul, Ghost Douluo's cultivation was undeniably that of a titled Douluo. A strike of this magnitude could force a typical soul sage to kneel. Even a soul Douluo would be suppressed. However, this soul beast merely remained anchored in place, supported by its 4 pairs of legs against Ghost Douluo's colossal hand. It seems I must give this beast a lesson in mobility. Douluo's gaze turned cold as he unleashed his martial soul once more. This force, while considered pure power by the soul Douluos, could not be matched by a soul master's defenses and vitality, even when employing their martial soul's true form. Hiss. Clang. Several blade-like petals swept through, severing the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor's legs, yet when striking its forelegs, they could not sever them, blocked by a surge of golden light. Hiss. As its injuries worsened, the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor did not weaken but instead became more ferocious, emitting an even more chilling roar. Yet all was about to conclude. With such severe injuries, there was no chance for it to escape the grasp of the two titled Douluos. Zzz. Clang. A thunderous spear shot forth, instantly piercing the Thousand-Gene Ant Emperor's vulnerable point, ending its suffering, while a pitch-black soul ring materialized. Ghost Douluo also retracted his soul skill. Although its combat power rivaled that of a 100,000-year soul beast, it did not imply it was one, lacking a domain and pure power. It was destined to differ from a true 100,000-year soul beast. To have endured such a relentless assault from two titled Douluos was already remarkable. Young man, this soul ring is not easy to absorb. You must think carefully. Douluo and Ghost Douluo initially believed it was merely close to 50,000 years. Knowing Meng Ye possessed secret methods, they had no concerns. However, having personally confirmed its essence, they realized this was far beyond a 50,000-year soul beast. Though its soul power may align, the intensity of the soul ring was likely much greater. Absorbing beyond one's level, especially with such a vast gap, posed a risk that could hardly be overstated. For an ordinary soul master, it would be tantamount to certain death. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, prolonging the process would be inadvisable, as they were deep within the Douluo forest, an area fraught with danger for both humans and soul beasts. Thank you. Meng Ye clasped his hands, a confident smile gracing his face as he spoke. With such assistance from the two elders, how could I possibly fail? Excellent. Douluo's eyes brightened at Meng Ye's words, finding them highly agreeable, and he directly stated, "You need only focus on absorption. Even if 100,000-year soul beast were present today, I shall ensure your safety." Although Douluo harbored some envy toward Meng Ye's secret methods, he was not overly fixated on them since he could not utilize them himself. Instead, he greatly admired Meng Ye's performance throughout their journey, decisive, wise, calm, and even adept at seizing opportunities, devoid of the arrogance often found in youth. While it lacked some of the youthful vigor, this was a virtue. In this world, the price of impulsiveness could be exceedingly grave. Crack. Meng Ye Panchi settled down, his soul power perpetually at its zenith. He resolutely summoned the secret technique of blood and vitality, transforming his form into an immense figure reminiscent of a miniature giant, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. This approach served two purposes: to hasten the absorption process and to contend with the fact that the soul ring was indeed beyond his limits. The crux lay in the formidable nature of its extreme power. He had long been acquainted with the dominance exuded by such attributes. Strictly speaking, this could not be classified as a mere attribute, as it defied easy categorization. After all, the potency of elemental attributes could manifest in overt suppressive effects. Yet the nature of this power attribute was far more elusive. Even the Haotian hammer, renowned as the mightiest weapon spirit and the strongest power-type spirit, could not attain extreme power without resorting to the Haotian sect's ultimate techniques to enhance strength. However, unlike elemental attributes, the advantage of power attributes lay in their compatibility with the extreme lightning he had already mastered, devoid of any conflicting points. A chilling aura of vitality emanated from him, gradually enveloping the surroundings in a heavy mist tinged with crimson. This aura subtly formed a barrier, distorting the surrounding void with its high temperature and pressure. Is this the materialization of vitality? Douluo cast a glance at Ghost Douluo, profoundly astonished. They prided themselves on their extensive experiences, having witnessed the terrifying pressure of Bibi Dong and Qin Douluo, who wielded domains in divine light that purified all. Yet, they had never encountered a vitality that could be directly projected outward. They were certain this was neither soul power nor spiritual energy. This lad has learned some peculiar secret techniques from somewhere, his physique as formidable as a soul beast. He previously suggested that I seek him out for cultivation together. Oh, I now understand why this old ghost suddenly had the whim to invite me to train with him, Douluo realized. Silence. Ghost Douluo responded to Douluo's teasing with a low tone, clearly finding the latter's effeminate manner somewhat distasteful despite their amicable relationship. Humph. Little Mimi turns her back on me. You weren't so dismissive when you sought me out, Douluo retorted. Utter another word, and you shall see. Ghost Douluo's eyes glimmered with a murderous light, fixating on Douluo as he spoke ominously. At this moment, silence reigned as the two titled Douluos resumed their vigilant patrol, guarding the area. Hulaina remained beside Meng Ye, occasionally gazing at him with an air of infatuation, lost in her thoughts. As moments ticked by, the terrifying aura of vitality did not wane. Rather, it intensified, expanding from a diameter of 3 meters to 5, compressing the ground beneath into a slight depression. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the uncontrollable aura surged outward, sending shockwaves that uprooted grass and leaves. Crack, crack, crack. His body gradually reverted to its normal size, his clothing torn, revealing a sculpted physique. However, having learned from past experiences, he had tailored a pair of exceptionally resilient trousers to avert any potential embarrassment. Is this success? Douluo marveled for what felt like the umpteenth time. He would not have been surprised had Ming Ye failed to absorb the soul ring. Yet, nearly half an hour had passed, and he had succeeded. This pace was only slightly slower than that of an ordinary soul king absorbing a common 10,000-year soul ring. Well done, let us proceed. He retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his storage soul guide, and the group departed from the Douluo Great Forest. Shortly after their departure, a golden soul beast, drawn by the lingering scent, arrived at the scene. Chapter 66. Returning to the normal trajectory, it seemed to have caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The resplendent golden creature emitted a low growl, its fur bristling. Rue beast, the humans nearby must have vacated the area. You should return for now. I will gather some soul beasts to bring them back for you to deal with. Having lived carefree in the depths of the Douluo Great Forest for thousands of years, the three-eyed golden lion was incensed by the sudden assault, which nearly cost it its life. I shall personally rend those humans to shreds. The voice emanating from the three-eyed golden lion was youthful yet resolute, sounding as if a little princess had declared war, were it not for the palpable intent to kill. Rue beast, among them was a titled Douluo who attacked you, and they likely lack the courage to return here. Though the Red King held a noble status as a fierce beast, he now found himself relegated to the role of protector for the three-eyed golden lion. Hearing the words of the three-eyed golden lion, he felt helpless. If it were a pursuit, he would have confidence in catching up to Douluo, perhaps even detaining him, yet he dared not leave the three-eyed golden lion's side. Any misstep could result in dire consequences at the hands of Emperor Tian. I have memorized their scent and the trajectory of their fates. They will inevitably return here. One of those humans must perish. The third eye atop the three-eyed golden lion radiated an eerie glow. The reason the three-eyed golden lion was revered as the Emperor Rue beast was not only due to its ability to double the growth rate of surrounding soul beasts and enhance the likelihood of 10,000 years soul beasts breaking through their bottlenecks, but also because of this third eye. It was said to contain the power of destiny, regarded by Emperor Tian as the key to the fortunes of the Douluo Great Forest. After Ming Ye and his companions departed from the Starry Forest, they spent several more days journeying back to the Spirit City, to the Hall of the Pope. It can be said that Meng Ye is indeed a veritable treasure trove on the move. After Meng Ye's brief visit, he returned to the academy, his presence here seeming more like a formality than a prolonged stay. Indeed, thus far, the power he has exhibited surpasses that of his peers by a considerable margin. Conservatively estimating, it is likely that even an ordinary soul emperor would not stand a chance against him. The ghost Douluo accurately conveyed the situation to Bibi Dong. He has consistently served as Bibi Dong's eyes, aiding her in navigating the entire continent and gathering intelligence. Meng Ye once remarked to Lei Xingyang that the Pope is confined within the papal hall, unable to venture beyond its boundaries. Although this was said in jest, it holds a kernel of truth. Bibi Dong seldom, if ever, leaves this place, which is why the presence of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo is indispensable. The Soul Emperor? I fear there is more to it, Bibi Dong stated, casting a glance at Ghost Douluo. Throughout their encounters, Ghost Douluo has never witnessed Meng Ye unleash his full potential. Or rather, he has never had the opportunity to do so. The disparity in strength, whether an opponent is excessively powerful or weak, cannot serve as a reliable gauge of one's true capability. And Meng Ye's vast range of power further complicates this assessment. There is no need to pay him undue attention. Maintaining the status quo will suffice. Since he has assisted Nar in acquiring a suitable soul ring and imparted the equally precious secret technique to her, Bibi Dong said, glancing at the silent Hulaina with a smile. After all, he is also my disciple. Indeed, the two titled Douluo exchanged glances, discerning Bibi Dong's underlying implication. This was a reminder for their future conduct. Previously, Bibi Dong had regarded Meng Ye merely as a clever yet ordinary disciple, difficult to control and lacking any means of restraint, hence her lack of recognition for him. Now, with Hulaina's connection, although unspoken, Bibi Dong chose to trust her own instincts. Teacher, I shall take my leave, Na said. Yes, Nar, with the Soul Master competition approaching. You all need to bond and prepare thoroughly, Bibi Dong replied. Nar understood. Upon departing the papal hall, Hulaina returned to the academy with a smile, her spirits lifted. This visit had not only restored her cultivation but had also led to an enhancement of her abilities. Her martial soul underwent a transformation, evolving from the fox spirit to a true celestial fox martial soul. However, Hulaina's elation was short-lived. Upon returning to the academy, she discovered Meng Ye dining with Luo Xian and the three members of the Lu family. Her light-hearted step slowed as she stretched out her hand, despite the short distance. She found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Meng Ye, have you been hunting souls? Mei, mind your manners. You are not a child anymore, Liu admonished, gently restraining the overly enthusiastic Lu Meng. This young girl was like a cat, persistently squirming, unwilling to settle down. Yes, Meng Ye nodded. Upon returning to the academy, he fortuitously encountered the group. Lu Ming had come to invite Luo Xian for a meal. Typically, Luo Xian refrained from dining at the academy due to the crowds. Feeling hesitant to venture alone, thus, Lu Ming suggested seeking her out. On their way, they happened upon Ming Ye, who had also just returned and had yet to eat. So he decided to join them for a meal. Meng Ye, does this mean you have acquired your 5th soul ring? Lu Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Initially, she had not anticipated this, thinking Lu Ming's inquiry was merely casual banter. The revelation was indeed true. You just returned, but how did Meng find out? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye turned to gaze at Luo Xian, who responded with a serene smile, her elegance untouched by the slightest imperfection, enhancing her already stunning beauty. I cannot quite articulate the reason, yet it seems I can faintly perceive the essence of your soul power. A subtle flush of crimson graced her exquisite features, bestowing upon her visage an even more breathtaking allure. Meng Ye found himself somewhat entranced. Oh, however. The delightful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Lu Ming's shout. The group continued their way to the cafeteria, which was not overly crowded, approaching mealtime. The culinary offerings at the Wuhuan Temple Academy were quite remarkable. Each dish was meticulously prepared, ensuring both hygiene and a pleasant environment, with a diverse array of options available. There were also dishes made to order, so the selection they made was just sufficient. Luo Xian sat beside Meng Ye, her face consistently adorned with a hint of rosy color and a smile, savoring her favorite dish of pork knuckle. Meng Ye believed that it was purely a matter of heightened sensitivity, coupled with their occasional encounters. That allowed Luo Xian to discern his soul power cultivation without giving it much thought, much like his own approach. As long as the disparity in cultivation wasn't substantial or there were certain unique methods involved, he could easily perceive the levels of other soul masters at a glance. This was a matter of experience and established patterns, all of which were traceable. Subsequently, he found himself with little to occupy his time, returning to his previous training rhythm, further developing his secret techniques, and occasionally corresponding with Lei Xingyang. This was the state he deemed most ideal. As for the future, he preferred not to dwell on such matters. Have you heard? Senior Hulaina seems to have lost her temper at the soul-fighting arena. What did she say? You must not speak ill of my goddess. But aren't you a woman? So what if I am a woman? Though Hulaina's appearance was not particularly striking, and her physique did not provoke immediate instinctual desire, she possessed an alluring charm that captivated deeply. The amalgamation of her ordinary features bestowed upon her a unique allure that transcended mere physical beauty. What happened? Rumor had it that the senior had recently experienced a significant surge in her cultivation, overpowering both Yin and Xiaoyu, leading to a foul mood that prompted her to take on Xiaoyu as well. The gossiping students perked up with excitement at the unfolding drama. The cafeteria was not overly crowded, allowing Meng Ye and his companions to overhear such discussions. They paid little heed. It was a natural response to want to validate one's enhanced strength, or at least Meng Ye thought so. Chapter 67. The Intrigue of Ovis Clang. Meng Ye emerged victorious. Nearly a month had elapsed since their return from the soul-hunting expedition, and the 7 representatives of the Martial Spirit Hall had already been finalized. Without question, Hulaina and her 2 companions were included, with Meng Ye serving as the vice-captain. Yet, his unique strength and principles often left others feeling somewhat disoriented. Simply put, Meng Ye had never considered collaborating with anyone else, a sentiment echoed by Hulaina and her companions. Even if Meng Ye had chosen not to participate, he would have merely selected 4 others to fill the ranks. At present, he chose the 3 most formidable soul masters, still merely filling the numbers. Aside from a support-type soul master named Xi wielding a level 48 golden staff martial spirit, the other 2 were of little significance in Meng Ye's eyes. Furthermore, there was a lack of synergy among the 4, making cooperation nearly impossible. With 3 offensive types and 1 control type, their lineup was inherently mismatched for team dynamics. As for strength, Meng Ye had undoubtedly become the strongest, with few capable of withstanding his blows. Hulaina followed closely, her mental attacks able to incapacitate Yin and Xiaoyu in a matter of moments. This led to an awkward situation for Xiaoyu and Yin, who had fallen from their previous standing alongside Hulaina to a secondary tier. Why? How can you be completely immune to my mental attacks? A voice, a blend of masculinity and femininity, echoed through the arena. A mesmerizing figure stood at the center. Beside a section of the arena that had been obliterated by a lightning spear, leaving a deep chasm that extended towards the audience area. Upon returning from the Eastern Sea abyss, his third soul skill had transformed into a 10,000-year soul skill, significantly amplifying its power, which now consisted of sheer strength and thunderous might. This overwhelming force was a direct result of Meng Ye's inability to rein it in. The enhancement provided by his Power Soul Ring was immense, with its boost. The long spear he casually tossed could likely annihilate soul beasts over 5,000 years old from 100 meters away. Your mental fortitude is lacking. I have mentioned that mental strength requires time to cultivate. Relying on martial spirit fusion techniques is somewhat misguided. Meng Ye shook his head slightly, offering his assessment of the martial spirit fusion technique. Enchantress, a combination of the physical assault of Moonblade and Hulaiina's mental attack, emerged as an elusive killer concealed within the mists. Regrettably, Xieyu's mental prowess was too feeble, while Hulaiina's martial spirit had evolved to possess commendable physical attack capabilities. It did not yield significant change. In retrospect, this martial spirit fusion technique now seemed to offer little value beyond consuming more soul power. It merely stacked their strengths, yielding a sum of 1-1-5-2-5, which was not the expected outcome of a martial spirit fusion technique, where the most basic expectation should be 1-1-2. Enchantress fell silent, and soon, amidst a flash of red light, Hulaiina and Xieyou separated once more. Xieyou bore a hint of reluctance, while Hulaiina appeared far more composed, having never truly entertained the notion of defeating Meng Ye. Meng Ye, come here for a moment. Ovis appeared at the edge of the arena, beckoning Meng Ye over. Descending from the arena, Meng Ye approached Ovis and inquired, Dean, is there something you need? After this match, he was ready to return to his training. Engaging with these opponents held little significance, for he had already overwhelmed even the Soul Emperors present. Although a few Soul Saints lingered, they were unwilling to spar with him. The gap in cultivation was too vast. Winning would be expected, while losing would be too humiliating. Feeling tired, are we? Ovis chuckled, extending a fruit resembling a watermelon, juicy and sweet. I am not fatigued, Dean. Is there something you wish to discuss? Meng Ye accepted the fruit, quenching his thirst even as he felt perplexed. It's about that matter I mentioned previously. Meng Ye silently handed the fruit back. Oways cleared his throat and said, Ahem, the dean has thoughtfully considered the matter, and the committee of the academy has unanimously decided to reject it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye was certainly not merely indulging in idle gossip. Rather, he was contemplating the implications of Ovis's words. It was indeed true that he held the position of vice-captain, yet it appeared that Hulaiina was the captain. Furthermore, he had never truly believed that Hulaiina and her companions would consider the team's synergy. After all, they had always operated independently, just as the others had. Their overwhelming prowess alone was sufficient to instill despair in the representatives of other academies. What does the dean expect me to do? Meng Ye inquired, wiping his mouth after finishing his snack. The dean is well aware of your capabilities. Your understanding of martial souls is unparalleled. Hence he hopes you will select some disciples to bolster the academy's representative team or serve as reserves for the backup squad. What say you? Ovis revealed a wily smile. This is hardly a task befitting a vice-captain. At most, I could dismiss those who are unsatisfactory and extend invitations to those I find favorable. Ultimately, the decision rests with the academy's higher-ups, Meng Ye declared decisively. Ovis was momentarily taken aback by Meng Ye's assertiveness, pondering. Is it truly appropriate to replace Su Yu and his companions? They are, after all, among the most talented disciples, second only to you. Does the dean believe they possess any synergy with us? Meng Ye countered. Ovis shook his head slightly. Aside from Su Yu's minor supportive role, the others hardly contribute meaningfully. And what do you think will happen if they engage in battle separately? Can they triumph over the blue lightning tyrant dragon or the nether white tiger? This statement left Ovis momentarily speechless, and he sighed, continuing to shake his head. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was universally acknowledged as the strongest beast martial soul on the continent. In terms of martial soul potency, neither Yin nor Xieyou could stand up to it. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was on par with them, especially in close combat. The white tiger martial soul could easily match Yin. As for Xieyou, he displayed no evident weaknesses. Xieyou is indeed commendable. At least he can provide support for you four. The dean must have been aware of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasures Heart, which, as a support-type soul master, had its limitations if reliant solely on soul skills. The enhancements from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were singularly focused rather than providing a collective boost akin to an aura, which accounted for their formidable amplification ratios. Coupled with the sect's unique secret techniques, the Seven Treasure Pagoda could achieve unparalleled enhancements, nearly enabling simultaneous multi-boosts for numerous individuals. Very well, but they cannot be entirely dismissed. They should remain as reserves for unforeseen circumstances, Ovis conservatively concluded. Meng Ye, however, offered no reply, merely furrowing his brow. What was this reserve team? His intention was to select a few gifted disciples who had yet to fully mature, allowing them to observe up close and gain some experience. Suyu, without a doubt, would not have the opportunity to participate in the next round. He was too old, and what could he possibly learn? Could he master the secrets of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda? Moreover, this fellow was a staunch loyalist of Yin. Expelling him would undoubtedly incite some discontent. And to keep him dangling on the periphery was akin to inflicting a psychological wound. The dean, I still believe, Ming Ye had intended to decline, but then, I beg of you. Ovis produced yet another watermelon. Ultimately, Meng Ye acquiesced. It was not a significant matter, and at worst, he could select a few more. The reserve team still had a chance to play, after all. Chapter 68, Reselecting Teammates the following day, at the Soul Fighting Arena. Humph. Yin stormed up to Meng Ye, his face a mask of fury, while the latter sat in the stands, leisurely enjoying a watermelon. Yin interrupted, what do you mean by this? Why did you expel my person? Your person? Meng Ye glanced up at him, swallowing the fruit in his mouth, and replied with confusion. Who? Suyu. In the entire academy, ask anyone. Who doesn't know he is under my wing? Meng Ye set down the half-melon in his hand and retrieved a sheet of paper from his storage soul guide, upon which was densely recorded a plethora of information and names of various students. This implies that factions have formed within the academy, comprising families and noble offspring who tirelessly gather intelligence and suppress talented disciples. You are implicated in this, aren't you? Yun was momentarily taken aback. After all, this was not a trivial matter. Suyu, being a support-type soul master, naturally required flattery, which necessitated performing tasks for him. Although the Advanced Soul Master Academy may be small, it is replete with intrigue and rivalry. As one of the Academy's most exceptional talents, Yun, while not arrogant, was not overly discreet either. He had made enemies along the way, and it was not feasible for him to confront them directly. Individuals like Suyu played a pivotal role in this dynamic. I do not know. It has nothing to do with me, Yun replied, his expression darkening. Yet he could only acquiesce. While this incident was minor, its ramifications could tarnish his reputation, especially since he had just earned the purple record badge, which was indeed significant news. What did you just say? Who in the entire academy is unaware that he is your subordinate? Yin clenched his teeth, nearly shattering a tooth in his fury, but he dared not confront Meng Ye too boldly and could only turn away in frustration. Having dispatched Yun, Meng Ye resumed his meal, contemplating the events unfolding in the battle arena. He did not wish to resort to such tactics, but in the realm of business, one must earn the respect of others by any means necessary. At least one aspect must command their admiration. Only then can one maintain a semblance of integrity. Otherwise, the essential fairness would be compromised. What you are doing will not sit well with Yun, Hulina remarked, stepping aside, a bead of sweat glistening on her delicate visage. It was uncertain what had transpired, but since her martial soul had undergone transformation, she could now fully control her enchanting powers, at least to the extent that she did not captivate passers-by on the street. Nevertheless, Ming Ye still sensed a subtle allure emanating from her, a temptation that could easily ignite a forbidden flame. Casting a glance at Hulina, he frowned and said, Yun is not the crux of the issue. His strength pales in comparison to mine, and he will never dare to confront me directly. As for his subordinates, captain, vice-captain, good morning. At that moment, Suyu approached with a sycophantic smile, holding a beautifully crafted lunchbox. What brings you here? Ming Ye inquired calmly, seemingly anticipating the visit. This is a modest gift for you, a token of appreciation. I sincerely apologize for any past offenses, Suyu said, bowing gracefully. I understand. You may leave. Ming Ye replied, waving his hand as he accepted the lunchbox. Suyu, beaming with smiles, bowed deeply and retreated, his demeanor exceedingly amiable. Meng Ye then casually opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite delicacies: earth dragon tendons, Arctic shrimp, and Eastern Sea red ginseng. Such a box was not inexpensive. These were limited edition dishes from the most prestigious restaurant in the Soul Master City, likely priced at around 100 gold soul coins. What is the meaning of this? Hulina asked, her curiosity piqued by the spectacle. He is a support-type soul master, and thus, he cannot afford to offend me. His ally, Yun, wishes to distance himself from him now. Can you imagine the outcome if I were to have the Academy expel him on such charges? An auxiliary soul master without any significant backing but possessing decent talent would typically be regarded as a guest of honor by various sects or soul master families. However, that was the best-case scenario. In reality, his survival would be precarious. In a world teeming with wolves and scant provisions, it was a miracle to leave with one's body intact. The Nine-Heart Sea Tang was a prime example. Although the Candelabra Martial Soul was inferior to the Nine-Heart Sea Tang, as a member of the Martial Soul Hall's representative team, his intelligence had long been laid bare before the major soul master families and sections. The Academy would not expel such a gifted disciple. Hulai Na shook her head slightly, still not fully comprehending the situation. Of course, they won't. However, I merely need him to believe they might, Meng Ye replied. Savoring a bite of the icy shrimp, which was refreshingly sweet and undoubtedly a delicacy, he continued, I have also kept them in the reserve team, which, in their eyes, is already an act of benevolence, and naturally, they will be grateful to me. It must be said that while these minor figures may be opportunistic, when utilized properly, they do indeed offer a certain enjoyment. After all, who would not wish for a circle of individuals who venerate them like a precious gem? Hulai Na seemed to understand, her eyes sparkling with insight, yet she soon wore a smile and asked, Aren't you worried he might slander you? Just as Meng Ye was about to take another bite, he paused and replied, He wouldn't dare. Nonetheless, having uttered those words, he lost his appetite. It was akin to discussing the restroom while dining. Though the connection was non-existent, it still felt disconcerting. Wow, you are spreading poison so early in the morning. How dreadful. A lively voice chimed in, and soon, Lu Ming, the spirited young lady, bounced over. Lu Yu and Lu Ji followed closely, along with Luo Xian. Finally, there was an unruffled figure who appeared to be around 40, donned in a flowing robe. Had it not been for his dark circles and haggard visage, he might have exuded an air of ethereal grace. You have arrived. With a gentle smile, Meng Ye approached the group. However, Lu Ming dashed past him, drawn to the lunchbox, while Lu Yu attempted to intervene but was too late. Lu Ming, you! Lu Yu exclaimed, visibly irked, her chest heaving in frustration. It's fine. I've already eaten. This is a gift from someone else. Meng Ye chuckled, showing no concern as he had lost interest in eating. He turned to the others and said, There is still some time left. I will find a battle arena for you shortly to familiarize yourselves. Time is of the essence, and there will likely be a practical test this afternoon. Lu Yu finally calmed down but still frowned, asking, Meng Ye, are you certain that arranging us into the Academy's representative team so abruptly is acceptable? No problem at all. It's merely selecting a reserve team. The primary purpose is to allow some disciples to observe and absorb experience on site. It does not necessarily mean you will be called to participate, Meng Ye replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. Although Awis had tasked him with enhancing the team's cohesion, it was essentially about doing what needed to be done. He could not direct Hulai Na, so he had to rely on Meng Ye. As the Academy's principal, Awis considered the Academy's future development, a perspective distinct from that of Bibi Dong. Meng Ye possesses a unique and advanced philosophy regarding soul masters, which Ovis intends to leverage. While it may not be feasible to expect him to identify a cohort of prodigies akin to himself, discovering a suitable direction for the Academy's future would certainly be advantageous. The current framework of the Soul Master system has remained relatively unchanged for centuries. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She too felt a measure of apprehension regarding this matter, for the Soul Master competition is not an arena for just anyone, especially as it involves a representative team from the Spirit Hall Academy. In recent competitions, the Spirit Hall Academy's team has gradually become synonymous with victory, which, correspondingly, has amplified the pressure upon them. Is my soul power too weak? Luo Xian timidly expressed, feeling somewhat uneasy amidst the crowd. It's merely an opportunity to gain experience. The food-type soul masters require less practical combat experience, as long as they can grasp the rhythm of the battle, Meng Ye reassured her. His selection of companions was not solely based on familiarity, but rather on their remarkable talents. Although Luo Xian's soul power may be lacking, it does not diminish the utility of her soul skills. It all depends on the context. Moreover, the individual who appeared on the verge of collapse was the key figure in this scenario. Chapter 69. Please don't die here. The seemingly aged disciple, Jeremy, is a soul master of the soul ancestor rank, yet he is merely 21 years old, possessing a level 46 heavenly mechanism disc soul, classified within the auxiliary category. Despite being an auxiliary type, his cultivation level surpasses that of Suyu. However, his peculiar appearance and unusual soul have rendered the Academy dismissive of him, treating him as an oddity without expulsion. He is often mistaken for a faculty member. Cough, cough. Before he could utter a word, he raised his hands only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing, trembling as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Vice Captain. I cough, cough. Will do my utmost, phew. The precariousness of this utterance left Meng Ye concerned that he might collapse right there. Had he not witnessed this fellow's soul in his previous life, he would have hesitated to summon him. Sister, he won't just drop dead here, will he? Is he really our age? After consuming Meng Ye's food, Lu Meng leaned closer to her sister, whispering, Don't be ridiculous. The Academy maintains records of all students. Lu Yu chided Lu Meng, casting a glance at Jeremy, who appeared to be struggling for words. At that moment, Jeremy turned back, forcing a smile that, despite its kindness, suggested he was on the brink of departure from this world. A peculiar consensus emerged among the group. Please don't die here. What about the Academy uniform? Meng Ye pondered helplessly. The fellow's physique could hardly be deemed weak. It was more akin to that of a cripple. I cough. My limbs are uncooperative. Please excuse me. Cough, cough. With each fit of coughing, Meng Ye flinched, anticipating the worst. This individual would not perish. Meng Ye had encountered him after leaving the Spirit Hall Academy. And although he still appeared in a state of near demise, he would at least not meet an untimely end. That is enough. Raising his hand to halt Jeremy's reckless antics, Meng Ye instructed, From now on, your role is primarily to listen to the aura. Meng Ye's expression darkened. I merely instructed you to lie down, not to truly succumb. With a swift motion, he pressed against Jeremy's back, channeling a substantial surge of soul power that coursed through him like a flash of lightning, stabilizing his breath. After a series of convulsions, Jeremy's consciousness gradually steadied, prompting Meng Ye to refrain from further provocation, allowing him to remain seated in the audience. This fellow possessed a rather unique soul skill. Requiring no extensive experience or battlefield acumen, at critical moments, he simply needed to heed commands and unleash his soul skill, then lie still. Subsequently, several more individuals arrived. And Meng Ye, occupied as he was, could not afford to provide extensive guidance. However, he could sift through their abilities and offer them a general direction. This was precisely what Ovis sought from him, guiding them in the pursuit of specific types of soul rings and suggesting methodologies for their training. He could discern these aspects with a mere glance, yet such qualifications were not readily available to all. A modicum of talent was essential, and the preceding soul rings, whether by fortune or skill, had to meet certain standards. Regrettably, most of these individuals were disciples from influential families. Ultimately, these family progenies would graduate from the Spirit Hall Academy, with few remaining in the Spirit Hall, leading to a lack of attention from the instructors. Hulaina stood beside Meng Ye, finding herself at leisure. The tasks Meng Ye undertook were originally hers, yet the chasm between her capabilities and Meng Ye's was vast. She was still in the process of absorbing his guidance. She understood that the purpose of their presence was merely to enrich the experience of the ordinary disciples. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye cast a glance at her and directly articulated her soul skills. Although he had not inquired, a mere moment of observation would allow one to deduce a near-accurate understanding. Hulaina, however, was somewhat taken aback. While these matters may seem straightforward when vocalized, discerning them without explicit disclosure is rather challenging for outsiders. It is evident that his prowess had significantly increased. Nevertheless, had one possessed a modicum of understanding regarding mental strength or examined the soul ring configurations of other soul master families, one would not have selected the second and third soul skills in such a manner. A mere 2 soul rings do not confer substantial physical lethality. And the fox spirit martial soul, which is not purely of a mental attribute, found its mental capacity elevated to a level comparable to that of a strong attack type due to these 2 rings. Generally, soul master families would not commit such an error. After all, their enduring legacy is justified by their wisdom, and those who fail to persist deserve their fate. The teacher has permitted me to heed your counsel when absorbing soul rings. Hulaina smiled and gently shook her head, still not fully comprehending, as this knowledge necessitates extensive experiential accumulation. Meng Ye furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend what Bibiong meant, allowing her disciple to be taught by someone else. The quality and duration of spirit attribute soul rings are paramount. The higher, the better. She cast a glance at Bibi Dong, leaving behind a remark before making her way towards the soul fighting arena. The training was nearing its end, a brief respite for lunch, and in the afternoon, it would be time to assess their progress. Suyu, you and the others come and cooperate. Just employ our previous tactics, she instructed. Suyu had not anticipated Meng Ye would summon him, yet he rose, preparing to head to the arena. At that moment, however, a figure swiftly stepped forward. I'll go. It was Yan, who had been harboring a great deal of frustration, likely eager to reclaim his honor. Meng Ye did not oppose Yan leading the team, albeit with only 4 members. No need, I can manage alone. Yan strode arrogantly onto the battle arena, aware that he was no match for Ming Ye and thus sought to reclaim his pride by targeting others. He was aware of Meng Ye's connections with Lu Yu and the others, which prompted his actions. Under Yan's insistence, the battle commenced. With a flourish, Lu Yu's first soul ring illuminated, radiating a brilliant light that compelled all present to squint. The brilliance was not overwhelmingly intense, yet it created an illusion that veiled the surroundings in a delicate haze, obscuring visibility. As the one directly facing this attack, Yan suffered the most. It was as if he were afflicted with cataracts, rendering his vision momentarily unclear. Narrowing his eyes, Yan's expression darkened as he slammed his hands onto the ground, activating his own first soul ring. Unable to defeat Ming Ye and fueled by a simmering rage, he struck with unrelenting ferocity, intent on obliterating these insignificant insects before him. With a thunderous roar, terrifying lava erupted from the ground, instantly raising the ambient temperature to lethal levels, and even more alarming. The molten rock began to spread ominously toward the others. The few engaged in their soul techniques had never encountered such a spectacle and were momentarily taken aback. Stay calm. Lu Ji, continue with your soul technique. I will shield you. Lu Yu stood resolutely at the forefront, bracing against Yan's overwhelming force. The others felt a slight easing of the pressure and promptly began to execute the strategies laid out by Meng Ye. At the heart of the team stood Lu Ji, Lu Yu's brother, with Lu Ming positioned behind him, cradling a sunflower and gradually channeling her soul power into Lu Ji. The humming sound reverberated through the air. The light attribute of their martial souls rendered it difficult to discern the specific soul techniques being employed, yet Ming Ye observed with acute clarity. Almost simultaneously, the third soul rings of the sunworm martial soul, light martial soul, and sunflower martial soul illuminated. These soul rings were identical, originating from a premier light attribute soul beast, serving as the core technique of their family's martial souls, sunlight radiance. However, the distinction lay in Lu Ming's enhancement of others' light attributes, while Lu Yu and Lu Ji amplified their own. Oh, has it begun? Douluo appeared beside Ming Ye at some point, watching the unfolding scene in the arena with keen interest. Chapter 70. The Celestial Mechanism Martial Soul. Ming Ye observed with great clarity that the most formidable attribute belonged to Lu Yu, standing at the forefront. Her power approached the very limits of possibility, with radiant light distorting the air around her. At this moment, under Lu Ming's enhancement, Lu Ji's solar worm became even more resplendent. With the inherent solar radiance soul skill and Lu Ming's secondary amplification, the solar worm transformed into an unparalleled martial soul. Buzz. In an instant, a man-made sun seemed to hover above Lu Ji's head, as the soul power he unleashed shattered the barrier of the Soul King realm. Showing no signs of abating, Lu Ji's fourth soul skill, Light Explosion, unleashed a devastating surge of power. This skill was one they had initially hunted together. Yet, this was not the culmination of their efforts. Heavenly Mechanism Infinite. As a compass appeared in Jeremy's hand, his aura took on an air of mysterious profundity, as if emanating the enigmatic radiance of a celestial mechanism inscribed with profound truths. Buzz. Boom. As the mysterious light enveloped Lu Ji, the terrifying man-made sun, already on the verge of Soul Emperor power, expanded dramatically, doubling in size. How could this be? Crack. The composed Douluo crushed the ground beneath him with a single step, disbelief etched across his face. Even as a titled Douluo, he was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. The luminous sphere now resembled the sun itself, radiating a lethal, terrifying heat that warped the very fabric of space. Lu Ji had already employed his third soul skill to amplify his attributes, and with the secondary amplification from the solar flower, he reached a zenith close to that of a soul emperor. The heavenly mechanism's soul skill enhancement served as a third amplification. Lu Ji's complexion flushed crimson. This surge of power exceeded his limits. had it not been for the heavenly mechanism's enhancement being solely directed at soul skills. And the fact that this technique was released externally, he would have suffered a catastrophic backlash from his own ability. Did not even think about it? Yin, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, realized that if this attack landed, not only would he be in danger, but even a soul emperor would need to evade its wrath. He could not fathom how several soul ancestors could amass such formidable power in such a brief period. He had no desire to understand. All he wished for now was victory. Furious flames surged forth, accompanied by swirling dust, engulfing a vast portion of the arena. Fifth soul skill, Blazing Sandstorm. This was Yan's most powerful 10,000-year soul skill, although it was an area of effect attack. Its fusion of fire and earth energies meant that those caught within it would endure not only the searing heat of the flames but also the destructive force of the sand that would strip flesh from bone. Were it not for the difficulty in controlling it, such a skill could obliterate a 7-member team of soul ancestors in the arena. Buzz. On the other side, facing Yan's reckless soul skill assault, the 5 members turned pale. Even Lu Ji, the primary attacker, found himself momentarily distracted, struggling to maintain control over his soul skill. Stay calm. At this crucial juncture, Lu Yu, positioned at the forefront, raised her hand and gritted her teeth to release her soul skill, buying Lu Ji precious time. She had already activated her 3rd soul skill. Solar radiance not only amplified light attributes but also gathered surrounding light elements. When the 3 of them unleashed their abilities simultaneously, they could indeed amplify one another's power. Splash! A chain, forged from gathered light elements, suddenly ensnared Yin, binding him firmly in place. A trivial trick. Let me go. Yin roared, attempting to break free, only to hear the sound of the chain tightening. Light lock. Although her 4th soul skill was merely 4,000 years old, Lu Yu's attributes were nearing their pinnacle, and Yan's soul enhancement skill only bolstered his defense, providing no amplification to his strength. Even with an additional spirit ring, he found himself momentarily unable to escape, and more alarmingly, his soul power was being gradually suppressed back into his body. Attribute suppression. The onslaught of the blazing sandstorm also slowed, temporarily quelled. Damn it! Recognizing the imminent suppression, a seething Yin unleashed his soul power recklessly, causing the chains to begin to fracture. With a grunt, Lu Yu took a half-step back and glanced over her shoulder, locking eyes with her brother. They shared an unspoken understanding, realizing that Lu Ji had completed his soul skill. Lu Yu decisively retreated. Lu Ji waved his hand, bringing down the man-made sun above him. The void began to tremble. The lethal heat and pulsating soul power pressed heavily upon everyone present, leaving all but Douluo, and perhaps Meng Ye, struggling to maintain their composure in the face of such overwhelming force. Buzz. Ah, what a delightful surprise you have bestowed upon me. In the next moment, Douluo appeared without warning beneath the sun, raising his hand to reveal an extraordinary flower radiating brilliant light, which expanded to envelop the entire luminous sphere. 7th soul skill. True form of the soul tool. Had he not been present today, an accident might easily have occurred. Meng Ye would not have been able to withstand this attack so effortlessly. Thank you, Elder, Meng Ye said with a slight bow, expressing his gratitude to Douluo. Not at all. Douluo smiled at Meng Ye, pondering whether his presence here was mere coincidence or something more significant. Either way, it mattered not. He was evidently more intrigued by the synergy among Lu Ji and the others. How did you come across these young individuals? Douluo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jeremy. Their martial souls were inherently linked, allowing for seamless cooperation. As for the heavenly mechanism, the disciple was also somewhat surprised. Meng Ye glanced in Jeremy's direction. After using that soul skill, he had collapsed on the ground, while Lu Ming curiously stood by, checking if he was still alive. The heavenly mechanism's soul effect was to enhance soul skills, nearly doubling the potency of any known soul skill. Naturally, the stronger the skill, the greater the soul power consumption required for amplification. It seemed that such a formidable ability was so extraordinary that it made Jeremy appear as if he could perish at any moment. Indeed, this is quite a delightful surprise. His Holiness the Pope has requested that you and Nader visit. Is everything resolved here? Douluo nodded, finally addressing the matter at hand. Meng Ye glanced at Douluo and remarked, I shall join you shortly. Feel free, Douluo replied with a smile, unconcerned, before turning and departing. Typically, disciples would not dare to delay even a moment when summoned by Bibi Dong, yet Meng Ye and Hulaina enjoyed a certain leniency. Bibi Dong would not mind their delay. That concludes today's matters. The remaining disciples may return and await further notice. Tomorrow. The list of official team members and reserves will be announced. Dismissed. Most disciples began to disperse gradually as Lu Yu and the others approached. Meng Ye. That fellow seems to be in a precarious situation. Lu Ming pointed at Jeremy and remarked. Meng Ye glanced at Jeremy, who was barely clinging to life. As the two academy stewards carried him away, this was unacceptable. He intended to cultivate this individual, even in the later stages, or rather, it should be said that in the later stages, this fellow would truly become a formidable weapon, capable of doubling the effect of soul skills in high-level combat. This was no longer merely a factor in determining victory or defeat, but rather a potential game-changer. No need to worry, he should survive. You may return and await further notice. Wait, I refuse to accept this. Yin glared at Lu Yu and the others, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the match. He had been almost completely controlled by Lu Yu throughout, unable to unleash his true power, which naturally left him feeling resentful. I offered you a chance, tomorrow. You shall have another opportunity for vengeance. Meng Ye regarded Yin with an expression of calmness. Though he said little, his imposing gaze, devoid of anger yet full of authority, managed to temper Yan's fury slightly. Meng Ye refrained from immediately heading to the Pope's Hall, aiming to spare Yan from causing trouble for others, offering a warning instead. Luo Xian, unable to participate, felt somewhat despondent as she walked towards the arena's exit. Luo Xian, let us go together, Lu Ming said, rushing over and taking hold of her arm. Chapter 71. Methods to restrain the Haotian hammer. The Pope's Hall. The Haotian hammer martial soul? Indeed, there are suspected remnants of Haotian appearing in Tiando City. Based on your understanding of martial souls, how formidable is the Haotian hammer? Bibi Dong gazed intently at Meng Ye. At this moment, Meng Ye was also taken aback. Had Tang San revealed himself prematurely? Upon reflection, it seemed Tang San had not unveiled the Haotian hammer for the first time during the Soul Master competition. It was when he encountered Tai Long that the Titan had blocked the entrance of Shrek Academy. There were quite a number of people present, and it was not impossible for scouts to have noticed. Bibi Dong likely only speculated about this. Your Majesty, you wish to inquire about methods to counter the Haotian hammer, do you not? Indeed, it is the continent's premier assault-type weapon martial soul. Bibi Dong had learned of Owase's high regard for Meng Ye, especially concerning his comprehension of martial souls, which led her to this line of questioning. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye finally raised his head and spoke. Forgive me for being blunt, but such a method does not exist. The Haotian hammer, revered as the mightiest of weapon martial souls, surely carries significance that even your holiness must comprehend. Can it be that even you cannot fathom this? Naturally, Bibi Dong does not believe in the existence of a martial soul devoid of weaknesses, were it truly the case. The Haotian hammer would not merely be the foremost among assault-type souls, but rather the greatest martial soul on the continent. Neither the six-winged angel nor the sea god martial souls dare to claim the title of the strongest. The Haotian hammer is not invincible. Without the profound legacy of the Haotian clan, it would merely be considered an elite martial soul. Meng Ye furrowed his brow and remarked, if one must propose a viable solution, it would likely entail the creation of a technique that rivals it. This was the sole method he could conceive. For the might of the Haotian hammer, wielded with the great Sumeru hammer, was overwhelmingly formidable. It was a divine skill that even he, despite understanding its principles, found nearly impossible to replicate. Tang Chun was indeed an extraordinary talent. Bibi Dong, though momentarily pensive, acknowledged that her apprehension towards the Haotian sect stemmed from this very fact. Otherwise, she would scarcely regard a few ancient titled Douluos with any concern. As Ming Ye articulated, the Haotian hammer was merely a pinnacle martial soul. Lacking the sanctified status it was often attributed. Suddenly, Bibi Dong cast a deep glance at Meng Ye, contemplating the secret arts he had mastered. Yet she refrained from pursuing the matter further. The remnants of Haotian bear a profound enmity towards our spirit hall, should we encounter them in the future. Remember to show no mercy. Understood, replied Meng Ye with a nod, feeling indifferent in his heart. If not for the inevitable opposition to Tang San, what relevance did the Haotian sect hold for him? You have performed admirably at the academy. Should you require anything, simply communicate with Owase, and he will assist you. After offering a few words of encouragement, Bibi Dong instructed, you may return now. Yes. Meng Ye departed from the papal palace, his mind consumed by contemplation. Bibi Dong's words served as a timely reminder. It was inevitable that he would eventually confront Tang San. Hence, it was prudent to devise strategies in advance. At the very least to formulate some means of restraint. He had contemplated severing Tang San's opportunities outright, yet he hesitated to act too directly. For the concept of fate is profoundly enigmatic, and he could not be certain that such actions would not backfire. For instance, the 8 spider lances and the celestial herbs were now variables in his equation. He awaited the outcome, whether Tang San would reclaim those opportunities through a series of fortuitous events, grow even stronger, or perhaps face his downfall. These uncertainties represented his current tribulations and a test of fate. Lord Ming Ye, here is a letter addressed to you. Upon his return to the academy, the steward presented him with an envelope. Thank you. Upon receiving the correspondence, he noted that it was signed by Wang Shuo, who occasionally wrote to him. In this era, delivering a letter was no trivial task. Boss, I've arrived in Tiando City and will be exchanging at the Tiando Royal Academy for a year. It's utterly torturous. What are you up to? With your good looks, you must be surrounded by beautiful women, right? Had I known, I would have infiltrated the Wuhuan Palace Academy as well. I envy you so much. By the way, things have been a bit chaotic in Do City lately. A madman created a large pit in the ground while I was out shopping a couple of days ago. Quite frightening. Chuckling to himself, Meng Ye mused that Wang Shuo's letters were consistently written in this jovial tone. He received them regularly, which explained why he had not shown any signs of estrangement during his last visit. Their friendship remained robust. With Wang Shuo now in Tiando City, Meng Ye's mind began to churn with thoughts. He picked up his quill and composed a letter, entrusting it to the steward for delivery. From Wuhuan City to Tiando City, it would conservatively take half a month to arrive, with the fastest deliveries still requiring at least 10 days. Unless expedited through specialized channels and relay stations, the delivery would be significantly faster. The following day, after concluding his meditation, Ming Ye arrived at the Academy's soul-fighting arena. Yin, unwilling to concede, insisted on continuing. Yet this time, the defeat was even more severe. Including Su Yu, there were 2 originally designated team members, all of whom were powerful attackers. With a composition of 3 attackers and 1 support, the battle should have been manageable, especially with Yin, a Soul King, on their side. However, this time, Lu Ming had amplified Lu Yu, whose martial spirit was inherently stronger than Lu Ji's, approaching the pinnacle of attributes. After receiving Lu Ming's enhancement, her strength surged significantly. Coupled with Lu Ming's other support soul skills, the duo managed to suppress Yin and his companions for nearly a minute with a single strike, the light lock. Lu Ji's light explosion grew more formidable with the accumulation of light elements. After a minute of charging, it had reached its maximum potential. With Jeremy's amplification, even a Soul Emperor would be brought to his knees. Boom. Following previous incidents, Oways had arranged for 2 Soul Sage level instructors to stand guard, ensuring no unforeseen events transpired. That will suffice, Ming, Lu Yu, you may both take a rest. Jeremy, you too, go take a break. Yay, Lu Ming exclaimed jubilantly. Although she and Lu Yu had managed to hold off Yan's quartet, they had completely depleted their soul power. Thus, Ming Ye instructed them to rest. Without soul power, they could do little more than observe. Meng Ye continued, stating that he would subsequently arrange a series of one-on-one duels among participants of comparable strength, primarily to familiarize themselves with each other's soul techniques and combat styles, without excessive intensity. Lu Ji nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued yet reluctant to squander this opportunity. Ultimately, Meng Ye resolved to designate the 3 of them as the main force. Although Lu Ming's soul power was somewhat weaker, her healing and enhancement abilities rivaled those of the brilliant Golden Scepter. More importantly, her presence alongside either Lu Ji or Lu Yu could elevate their combat prowess to the level of a Soul King. The synergy with Lu Yu was optimal, enabling them to execute crowd control that could annihilate their opponent's team. Jeremy would serve as a substitute, to be deployed if necessary, regarded as their trump card. The original trio, Su Yu, was relegated to the reserve team. As for Luo Xian, Meng Ye instructed her to follow him. After organizing the training schedule for each individual, he led Luo Xian to a duel arena. At that moment, a teacher who had been waiting for some time stood across from them. It was Shi Qing, who had previously accompanied the ghost Douluo on their soul-hunting expedition. Thank you for your assistance, Meng Ye acknowledged with a nod, turning his gaze towards Shi Qing. No problem. But my strength is considerable. Are you certain you wish to proceed? He replied. Yes, I appreciate it. Nodding once more, Meng Ye gestured for Luo Xian to create 2 buns for him before instructing her to step outside the arena. With a crackle, 5 soul rings materialized in the air. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Since departing from the East Sea Abyss, he had completed the qualitative transformation of his first and third soul rings by hunting for soul essences. Utilizing the reward from the enhancement of the 5,000-year soul ring's longevity on his third soul technique, he had already mastered the ultimate thunder, and he had long contemplated developing his fifth soul ring towards augmenting his strength. Thus, the intensity of the thunder spear needed to be amplified. All right, do take care. Shicheng bellowed, his body swelling and bursting forth, the final soul ring among the 7 perfectly proportioned rings illuminating. Mighty Bear Martial Soul Avatar. The colossal form, merely resting, stood nearly 5 meters tall, emitting the oppressive soul power of a soul sage that bore down upon them. Meng Ye consumed 2 steamed buns directly, representing Luo Xian's second and third soul skills. The third soul skill, Purification, grants immunity to soul power, attributes, and aura suppression effects for a duration of 5 minutes. The second soul skill, Amplification, enhances strength by 30 for 10 minutes. While the oppressive aura of a soul sage cannot be entirely disregarded with these 2 enhancements, Meng Ye can unleash his full potential. Chapter 72, Victory. Roar. The barbarian bear martial spirit unleashed its battle cry, embodying ferocity and charging with a forceful collision. In its true martial form, it executed a signature set of skills, radiating a terrifying might as it surged towards Ming Ye, causing the entire soul arena to tremble. Ziz. Clang. With the amplification from Luo Xian, Meng Ye's already formidable strength surged to an unprecedented level. The Thunderstrike spear in his hand transformed into an extraordinary weapon. And despite the exaggerated disparity in size between the thunderous spear and the bear's claws, they collided with a resounding clash. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Ming Ye was forcefully propelled to the edge of the arena. Taking a deep breath, he felt a transformation coursing through him, his form expanding to over 3 meters. While a brilliant silver light erupted from his entire being, the primary martial spirit achieved its silver-level second awakening, coupled with the secret method of vitality enhancement. The God of War physique emerged. Meng Ye hardly requires the assistance of amplifying soul skills, for further enhancement would render his physique unable to withstand the strain. Merely these 2 aspects suffice to elevate his combat prowess to its zenith. The second soul ring subsequently illuminated, and then boom, the arena beneath him trembled. As Ming Ye's speed became so swift that it eluded the naked eye, a terrifying thunderous aura enveloping Shicheng, launching a series of ferocious assaults. Even with his formidable power and the extreme explosiveness, Shicheng found himself being forced into retreat despite activating the formidable defense of his martial soul. Attempting to break through with the rampaging bear charge, he was instead repelled by a fist accompanied by thunder. Zing! The lightning surged. The peak of thunderous energy was unleashed by Meng Ye in a single strike of the thunder spear. Realizing he could not compete with Meng Ye's speed, Shicheng promptly activated his 5th soul skill, Barrier, curling his body into a spherical shape, while a robust, earthy-hued soul power shield materialized. As a martial soul that balances both power and defense, this move was sufficient to withstand the full-force strike of a soul sage of the same tier. Boom. Meng Ye's combat style is epitomized by 2 words: explosive power, sheer explosiveness. Once it commences, it is nearly impossible to halt until the battle reaches its conclusion. The terrifying force of thunder struck fiercely against Shicheng's defensive soul technique, and even before unleashing the full might of his ultimate thunder, the elemental suppression shattered the soul power barrier in an instant. Despite the physical defenses conferred by his martial soul's true form, Shicheng was still forcefully repelled several dozen meters away. After this successful strike, Meng Ye showed no signs of pause, appearing before Shicheng in a flash like a leopard, brandishing the Thunderstrike spear and thrusting it forth. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion from this side reverberated throughout the entire spirit arena, the raw power of their duel far more awe-inspiring than any elaborate soul technique. While dazzling soul techniques merely reveal their effects, true power allows those nearby to viscerally feel the earth-shattering impact. Douluo swallowed hard, while Yin stared blankly at the arena, which appeared to be sinking. Initially harboring a modicum of hostility towards Ming Ye, he now felt entirely relieved, thinking, what kind of monster have I offended? While there are soul emperors who can contend with soul saints, few can withstand a soul saint utilizing their martial soul's true form and emerge unscathed. The martial soul's true form signifies a qualitative transformation, rendering soul saints nearly invincible against opponents who have not reached such a level. Not to mention the significant disparity brought by a single soul ring, and in this case, two, although both possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings. Meng Ye's ability to unleash power rivaling that of a soul saint left everyone in profound astonishment. He even maintained an unassailable advantage throughout the encounter. Bang! Boom! What is happening? The commotion also drew the attention of Oways, for the tremors throughout the spirit arena were felt across the entire academy. The principal, Shi, and teacher Shiqing were engaged in a fierce clash. A trembling Soul Emperor teacher pointed towards the arena, where the battle was nearing its climax. And Shiqing had been forced to the edge of the platform. The spirit arena is not a place for life and death. As soon as one falls from the platform, they are considered defeated, and the battle need not continue. His eyes widened, and his grizzled beard bristled as he angrily exclaimed, "What nonsense! Why hasn't anyone intervened?" The Spirit Hall Academy does not prohibit, but rather encourages, sparring among students. Yet to reach this level is utterly excessive. The noise could easily be mistaken for a life-and-death struggle. Ming Ye had stated that this was merely sparring, and we cannot obstruct it. The teacher found himself in a dilemma, while they could intervene against Ming Ye due to his purple badge. Once he revealed his elder's decree, they had to weigh whether to heed Oways or him. Oways gasped in irritation, watching the escalating terror of the battle with hesitation about intervening himself. Although he held the rank of Soul Douluo, his age was a factor, and his martial soul was not of the power attribute. Approaching the fray might put him at risk. What a lively scene. What is this? The figure of Douluo appeared unexpectedly behind Oways, gazing in astonishment at the spirit arena. Elder, I do not know. I implore you to take action. After his initial shock, Oways could only beseech Douluo for assistance. No need for concern. Is this not an exhilarating contest? Why intervene? Douluo observed the clash with a smile, speaking in a silky tone. What appeared to Oways as a terrifying battle was, in Douluo's eyes, merely a sparring match. Nevertheless, witnessing such a duel between a soul saint and a soul king was inevitably astonishing. He had merely passed by, drawn by the noise, and was unprepared for the spectacle before him. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Meng Ye's combat approach. The soul techniques were domineering, the transformation's secret method even more so, and his movements and strikes were as rapid as thunder, yet executed with pinpoint precision. This young man, just how many hidden talents does he possess? The abilities employed by Ming Ye were largely unheard of, and could merely be categorized as self-created soul techniques. However, relying solely on self-created techniques could not compensate for the fundamental gap between a soul king and a soul sage. The disparity in soul power alone was insurmountable, with a difference of over 20 levels impacting strength, speed, and defense. The advantage conferred by 2 soul rings at the 20th level was simply immeasurable. Yet, through repeated accomplishments of absorbing soul rings beyond his level and employing various strategies, Ming Ye managed to obliterate this gap. A thunderous roar echoed, and as Shiqing teetered on the brink of falling from the arena, his body was struck multiple times by the force of thunder, stirring a flicker of true fire within him, compelling him to unleash his 6th soul technique, the barbaric bear shockwave. This formidable 10,000-year soul technique, derived from a terrestrial dragon soul beast, unleashed a terrifying orange-yellow energy that erupted forth. In his martial spirit form, this technique was launched at close range towards Ming Ye. At this moment, even Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety, his soul power surging dramatically. Meanwhile, Luo Xian, standing outside the soul fighting arena, was rendered motionless, her mind a blank slate. The arena quaked violently as a shadow was forcefully propelled out of the fighting stage, crashing into the ground below. Gasping for breath, Meng Ye stood at the edge of the arena, his body having returned to its original size. Not only that, but his martial spirit had also been retracted into his body due to the exhaustion of soul power. He had truly reached his limit. Nevertheless, his performance was nothing short of dazzling. Shiqing was gravely injured, and after narrowly evading that last strike, he was struck unconscious by a powerful thunder spear. With the cultivation of a soul king, he had triumphed over a soul sage, an opponent of genuine prowess rather than a mere pretender. This achievement was undoubtedly remarkable, even within the annals of Douluo continent's history. Chapter 73, untitled, simply put. The author could not think of a title and settled for a random one. A soul sage. A power-type soul sage was indeed defeated head-on. Yes, my subordinate happened to witness the entire process inadvertently. Unsurprisingly, Douluo promptly reported the situation to Bibidong. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Bibidong's eyes. She could not fathom what means could enable a soul king to overcome a soul sage, unless one possessed twin martial spirits. Simultaneously affixing soul rings to both could potentially bridge that vast divide. However, no one with twin martial spirits would dare to do so. For casually affixing soul rings to a second martial spirit before reaching the rank of title Douluo would not only be wasteful but a perilous folly. No one understood the cultivation methods of twin martial spirits better than she did. Had a second martial spirit gone undetected? Bibi Dong once speculated that Meng Ye might possess a second martial spirit, yet there was no evidence to substantiate this, merely conjecture. Given that even her level of cultivation could not discern it, she had abandoned this hypothesis. No, his combat style was unique, and the power unleashed by his secret techniques was astonishing, likely rivaling that of his martial spirit form. At this juncture, Douluo could only convey his judgment. Meng Ye's soul power aura had remained unchanged throughout, making it impossible for him to utilize a second martial spirit. Secret techniques. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and, after a moment of silence, stated, "Let it be. Allow Aways to act according to his own judgment. As you wish." Bibi Dong could not see through Meng Ye's intentions, but it was evident that his actions were deliberate and methodical. She had no concern that he would squander his talent. Furthermore, whether this matter required attention, no need, suppress it. As you command. Generally speaking, such events could significantly enhance one's reputation. After all, a Soul King defeating a Soul Sage was no trivial matter. Even Bibi Dong was somewhat astonished. The fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hulaina had previously triumphed over a Soul Emperor, and this had been publicly announced alongside the awarding of the Purple Record Badge, aimed at further bolstering their prestige. Emerging victorious against a stronger opponent held an undeniable shock value for all observers. Bibi Dong's decision to suppress the news was straightforward. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Hulaina and her companions had also received the Purple Record Badge. If Meng Ye's achievements shine too brightly, they may overshadow the brilliance of the other three, particularly that of Hulaina. The disparity is so vast that even if she wished for Hulaina to inherit the position of Pope, it would likely prove challenging. Meanwhile, Meng Ye is recuperating his soul power, aided significantly by the dual assistance of Luo Xin and Lu Ming, allowing for a swift recovery. "I'm done for." Thud. "Stop fooling around." Liu admonished the playful Lu Ming with a tap. Lu Ming's Sunflower Martial Spirit's second soul skill is to restore soul power, although it is single target. Its effects are remarkably pronounced. In simple terms, given her cultivation level, as long as she consistently channels her energy into one person, she can effectively exert the soul power equivalent to 3 soul ranks. Her contribution was invaluable in previously subduing Yin and his companions alongside Lu Yu. Pouting. She continued to release her soul power. Luo Xin, standing nearby, visibly pressed her lips together. Her first soul skill restores both soul power and injuries, and she had poured all her soul energy directly into Meng Ye. However, with her cultivation at the soul sovereign level, it did not allow for an immediate restoration of Meng Ye's soul power. After a few more minutes, Meng Ye finally regained his soul power, and the internal injuries sustained from battle had healed considerably. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt his soul energy become more vibrant. "You're awake." The first sight that greeted him was Luo Xian's exquisite visage. Meng Ye paused momentarily before nodding. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a verdant leaf from his storage soul guide, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. Summoning a steward, he instructed, "Administer this to teacher Shicheng. It will aid in his recovery." After all, he was the one who invited Shicheng to test his strength, although both had somewhat restrained their final moves. Shicheng's injuries were still quite severe. Without this dragon ginseng leaf, even a healing soul master would require a considerable amount of time to restore him, not to mention enduring the backlash from his martial spirit's true form. Understood. The steward accepted the dragon ginseng leaf with a hint of reverence and turned to leave. "What is this?" Lu Ming inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity as she leaned closer. "It is a type of medicinal herb that can stabilize the foundation and enhance vitality, beneficial for healing injuries and boosting soul power." As he spoke, Ming Ye took another piece from his storage soul guide and consumed it. One leaf is sufficient to transform severe injuries into light ones. Whether he ingests it or not makes little difference, but he preferred to avoid any subtle, undetectable injuries. Lu Ming, however, gazed at him intently, her eyes sparkling, remaining silent. Unable to resist, Ming Ye eventually offered her a piece. Slap. Lu Yu abruptly interrupted Lu Ming, who was poised to devour the dragon ginseng leaf whole, raising an eyebrow. "This is a rare treasure. How can you waste it so?" "But he ate it too. I just wanted to taste it." Lu Ming protested, cradling her head and looking up at her elder sister with a sense of grievance, pointing at Meng Ye. "You." Liu paid little heed. This substance was not particularly precious to Meng Ye at the moment, not due to its low value, but rather because he seldom sustained injuries. Meng Ye would not easily allow himself to suffer any severe injuries. Should he sustain a lingering, difficult-to-heal wound, it could profoundly affect his future endeavors. An outcome he would never permit. Luo Xian stood beside him, her face adorned with a smile, and upon witnessing Meng Ye's recovery, she felt a wave of relief. However, it seemed that the depletion of her soul power was quite severe. As she relaxed, a sudden sensation of lightheadedness overwhelmed her. Her body, lacking control, began to tilt to the side. Awakened by the disorientation, she found herself utterly weak and limp, forced to close her eyes in anticipation of impending pain. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated agony did not materialize. Instead, a strong arm caught her. The moment their bodies made contact, Meng Ye sensed her completely drained soul power, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. After being caught, Luo Xian felt a surge of panic. At that moment, Meng Ye was not clad in attire. Although his trousers remained, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, prompting her to struggle. Yet, with her inherently frail constitution now further weakened, she appeared even more delicate and powerless. Perhaps we should rest for a while. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ming Ye once again produced a piece of dragon grass leaf, bringing it directly to Luo Xian's lips. Consume it. It will be beneficial for you. Although still somewhat bewildered, Luo Xian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon seeing Meng Ye and ultimately ingested the dragon grass leaf. It is a common ailment among support-type soul masters that their physical constitution is generally weak. If one considers that beast or weapon soul masters, even when devoid of soul power, still surpass ordinary individuals significantly, the support type's loss of soul power renders them nearly indistinguishable from the average person. Unless by some fortuitous opportunity or through arduous training, support-type soul masters cannot expect to exhibit any combat prowess. However, Meng Ye was somewhat astonished by Luo Xian's level of soul power. Just over half a year ago, she had only recently acquired her third soul ring. Yet she has now reached level 35. If this pace continues, it is likely she will approach level 40 by the conclusion of the Soul Master competition. This rate of advancement is nothing short of remarkable, especially considering that Luo Xian is actually a few years younger than Lu Meng. Meng Ye, the training here has concluded, Hu Laina stated as she approached. The others had already been dismissed and were gradually departing the battle arena. With a smile directed at Luo Xian, she greeted, "Hello." Chapter 74. Wang Shua's Task Spirit Hall Academy, Cafeteria, Second floor private room. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Meng Ye felt indifferent. Everyone present was of the same age, and there was no need for excessive formality during the meal. Hu Laina appeared to be quite curious about Luo Xian, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. "Oh, Luo Xian, are you in the same class as Meng Ye?" Yes. It was unclear whether it was Hu Laina's alluring charm that captivated everyone or some other reason. But Luo Xian exhibited no signs of discomfort. The two even discussed their preferences, seemingly embodying the essence of close friends, much to the bewilderment of onlookers. Xieyu, understanding Hu Laina well, realized that his sister would not casually become so close to someone without reason, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Yin focused intently on Meng Ye, rapidly consuming his food, as if attempting to prove his worth through his appetite. Lu Yu and the others hesitated to speak, feeling a peculiar sense of oppression, despite their amiable relationship with Meng Ye, especially with the four possessing the purple record badge from the Wuhuan Temple Academy present. Only Lu Mingdong was restless, glancing about incessantly. "Are you really able to eat like this?" Finally, he turned his gaze toward Jeremy, who sat alone at a distance. Having also received an invitation, Meng Ye places great importance on his soul skills, and always has significantly elevated his treatment. However, his hands tremble while eating, making it seem as though he might drop his food at any moment, which is hard to believe he is fine. Interestingly, despite not expending much soul power, whether augmenting Lu Ji or assisting Lu Ming, his body could not withstand the strain and he collapsed before the combat concluded. Furthermore, it is peculiar that his amplifications can benefit auxiliary soul skills, as typically, auxiliary types cannot enhance one another without backlash. Even food type skills, which are also auxiliary, cannot do so. Upon reflection, it is understandable. If two auxiliaries continuously bolster each other, what would that entail? Jeremy's unique situation leads Ming Ye to speculate that he amplifies the soul skills directly rather than the soul masters themselves, thus circumventing this issue. After the meal, everyone gradually dispersed. Lu Yu and her companions departed, while Jeremy was taken away by Lu Ji, leaving Ming Ye with a sense of foreboding regarding Jeremy's fate on the way. Luo Xian headed home, making her way towards the academy's entrance, while Hulaina proceeded to the Pope's Hall, also exiting the academy. Xieyu, who usually accompanies Hulaina, initially intended to follow but was silently deterred by her gaze. What is your fifth soul ring? Yin, for reasons unknown, refrained from provoking Meng Ye further and merely inquired about his fifth soul ring. With a frown, Meng Ye calmly replied, "It is of the 50,000-year level. There is no need for you to contemplate it." Humph. Yan's forehead bulged with veins, clearly still feeling disgruntled. Yet in the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme, leaving little room for argument. Displeased, Yin decided not to linger further and turned to leave, with Xieyu following suit. Thus, a month passed. The Wuhuan Temple Academy fervently prepared for the Soul Master competition, while merchants from across the continent flocked to Wuhuan City, bringing with them a plethora of news. It was reported that numerous talented soul masters from various academies had gathered in the royal cities of the two great empires. Months earlier, the Wuhuan Temple had reached an agreement with these empires regarding the competition. The preliminary and advancement rounds would take place in the two empires, each granting a reserved spot, while the top 15 from the advancement rounds would proceed to Wuhuan City for the finals, including the teams from the two empires. A total of 33 teams would compete, though the outcome would likely culminate in the royal teams of the two empires facing off against the Wuhuan Temple representatives. Boss, I have gathered the information. It seems there was a brawl in the streets that day between a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign. The commotion was considerable, ultimately requiring a Soul Douluo's intervention, who rendered the onlookers unconscious. The specifics remain unclear. As for that Shrek Academy, it was recently renamed from Lamba Academy, allegedly because the principal gifted the academy to her former lover. Just a jest. The Shrek 7 monsters are quite enigmatic, making inquiries difficult. However, I managed to discover some intel. It appears they are nearing the threshold of level 40 and are all quite young. The Soul Sovereign who engaged in the fray is one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Boss, do you know them? Looking at Wang Shua's letter, Meng Ye's gaze sharpened. It was indeed as he suspected. He had intercepted the celestial herb, yet Tang San and his companions had still managed to break through their bottlenecks ahead of schedule. Achieving level 40 is not extraordinary, but without the celestial herb, reaching such a milestone at an average age of 15 seems a fanciful notion. Hulaina and her companions are now 21, having recently surpassed the Soul King level, earning them the title of the Golden Generation of the Wuhuan Temple. It is noteworthy that even the oldest at the Element Academy, Feng Xiaodian, who approaches level 50, is already 24, nearly surpassing the age limit for participating in the Soul Master competition. Most others are around 20, with their soul power still a distance from level 50. Excluding Meng Ye's unique circumstances, the standard definition of genius in this era is reaching Soul Zone status around the age of 20, while breaking through at 18 is deemed an absolute top-tier genius. As for 15, it requires ample fortuity, otherwise, only a divine-level martial soul could suffice. Meng Ye's body had undergone systematic reconstruction, his innate talent rivaling that of divine martial souls. Coupled with the wealth of experience amassed over a previous life and abundant fortuitous encounters, he had achieved his current stature. After a moment of contemplation, he took up his pen and composed a letter, dispatching it with urgency through certain channels. 9 days later, outside the imperial city of Tiando, within the Tiando Royal Academy, a voice called out, "Wang Sha, your letter." Despite the expedited delivery, the letter arrived in Tiando City only after 9 days, just as the Soul Master competition approached. Ah, the boss's letter. Thank you for your trouble. In the future, please expedite my letters as well. This is for you. Wang Shua tossed a gold soul coin to the messenger upon receiving the letter. Thank you. The messenger appeared pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. Although the Tiando Royal Academy was populated by nobles and royal family members, few could match Wang Shua's wealth. Having mingled with Ming Ye in various black markets, soul fighting arenas, and even auction houses years prior, his business acumen had flourished. Hence, his guiding principle was simple. If a matter could be resolved with money, it was no problem at all. He opened the envelope and began to read. Moments later, a pained expression crossed his face. Boss, this is quite troublesome for me. Wan Shua, what is the matter? A charming young woman, donning the same Tiando Royal Academy uniform, approached and affectionately linked her arm with his. It's nothing. Wang Shuo quickly tucked the letter into his storage soul guide, ensuring she did not glimpse its contents. I might need to leave the academy soon to request leave from the education committee. Is there something I can assist with? I can ask my father for help. Let us not. Your father doesn't think much of me. I'll handle it myself. My boss has given me quite the task, and I must see it through. Chapter 75, Selecting Soul Bones. Wang Shuo. Who is that boss of yours? Why do you heed him so? The young woman inquired, clearly displeased. After all, Wang Shuo was of royal descent, albeit not from the Tiando imperial family. Nonetheless, he possessed a nobility that was not often matched, which she found unsatisfactory. You wouldn't understand just how formidable my boss is, he sighed. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Now go have fun. With that, he brushed her off and walked towards the academy's exit. Though slightly miffed by Wang Shuo's demeanor, she decided not to dwell on it, as they were indeed in a relationship. Meanwhile, Wang Shuo traversed down the mountain from the Tiando Royal Academy, his exaggerated weight proving challenging as he descended. Boss, if you assign me such tasks again, I might just sever ties with you. He shook off the apprehension and made his way toward the imperial city of Tiando. After approximately a day's journey, Wang Shuo returned to the academy, bringing back a cat girl for his girlfriend. Wang Shuo, are you insane? Spare me, please. His anguished cries echoed throughout the Tiando Academy that day. What is happening? I'm not sure. That's an exchange student, supposedly the offspring of some noble from Salakar. TSK, I don't understand what the little princess sees in him. Perhaps it's his wealth. Have you not seen that rotund fellow tossing around gold soul coins everywhere? He'll run out of money soon enough, that wretched fat man. In a world where prosperity breeds jealousy, such sentiments were commonplace, for fairness was a rare commodity. As for Wang Shuo's tendency to scatter money about, it was indeed true. His family held a hereditary title, primarily thriving on commerce, making them the wealthiest in all of Salakar. Even in the Tiando Empire, while many nobles surpassed him in wealth, few could match the financial prowess of second-generation elites. After all, no one's fortune came without effort, and Wang Shuo's advantage lay in his ability to transform resources into tangible wealth rather than merely existing off inherited fortune. Another month passed, and at last, Ming Ye received Wang Shuo's reply. Well, boss, I have suffered greatly to assist you. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me. And if you don't compensate me next time we meet, I shall sever our friendship. Meng Ye paused, pondering the meaning behind this. Was it merely a request for investigation? How did it lead to the loss of his girlfriend? Furthermore, what did it have to do with him? He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued reading, evidently unimpressed by Wang Shuo's antics. Boss, I've managed to borrow a group of scouts to investigate the Shrek Academy you mentioned. It appears that this Tang San has unraveled quite a bit. He seems to possess a soul bone. Moreover, it is rumored that they only arrived from Soto City 6 months ago, at which time they were still soul ancestors. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, there are members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and possibly the Star Luo royal family. That Ning Rongrong is utterly adorable, and Zhu Zhuqing is quite formidable as well. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, they ventured into the Sunset Forest 10 days ago to hunt for souls, and the scouts I dispatched disguised as mercenaries managed to gather some intelligence. That Tang San is no ordinary individual. He, much like you, boss, has absorbed soul rings beyond his level, though surely not with your prowess. Also, boss, by the time this letter reaches you, the elite competition of the high-level soul master academies across the continent should have commenced. In a few months, I shall journey to Spirit City to visit you. Do make sure to excel. Smiling, Meng Ye carefully tucked the letter away, his expression gradually shifting to one of tranquility, even tinged with a hint of chill. He had come to a remarkably clear understanding of this so-called fate. It seemed nearly infallible, akin to a predetermined program. Even when faced with certain influences, it appeared to rectify itself through various means or patches. With matters having reached this point, he relinquished any further thoughts of impacting Tang San. Rather than concern himself with him, it would be far more prudent to devote his time to strengthening himself. Knock, knock, knock. Meng Ye. The teacher has asked us to find her. Meng Ye opened the door, only to find Hu Lien standing before him. Without hesitation, he stated, "Let us go." This recurring summons had become quite the burden, significantly impeding his time and efficiency in cultivation. Upon their arrival at the Spirit Hall, they were met with an unexpected presence, a figure adorned in an opulent dark green robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. Such an appearance was unusual, typically. One would expect him to exhibit dark green hair, a manifestation of the toxins within. Upon seeing Ming Ye, the figure offered a courteous nod, acknowledging, "I have met His Holiness the Pope." "Indeed," replied Bibi Dong with a smile. "Meng Ye, Laina, today marks the commencement of the Soul Master competition, and I have summoned you primarily to select appropriate rewards." This smile seemed directed not solely at Laina. Meng Ye felt a disquieting discomfort under her gaze, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Teacher, is this truly appropriate?" Laina expressed her reservations, considering that the competition had yet to conclude. Although the prizes were provided by the Spirit Hall, their intent was largely to bolster the event in their own positions. They possessed absolute confidence. Yet such actions could easily invite criticism, particularly from the elders within the Spirit Hall, not all of whom had suitable soul bones. Bibi Dong's decision was somewhat disheartening. After all, each title Douluo was a cornerstone of the Spirit Hall. However, she merely shook her head and asserted, "It matters not. This is the decision of the Elder Hall. I am merely facilitating your selection of suitable rewards." As Meng Ye felt a twitch in his eyelid, he recognized that Laina's concerns were entirely unfounded. It was likely that the entire Elder Hall would not dare to oppose Bibi Dong. Though those in high positions were esteemed, who among them, apart from Douluo, would have the audacity to challenge Bibi Dong? It was not merely a matter of a few soul bones. As long as Bibi Dong did not touch Qianrenqiu, she could empty the entire treasury of the Spirit Hall, and Douluo would not make an appearance. Like all ancestral families, the inheritance of the six-winged angel, a divine martial spirit, constituted the foundation of the Spirit Hall. "Follow me," Bibi Dong declared, rising to lead the two towards the treasury. However, she then cast a glance at the poisoned Douluo, saying, "Do you expect this seat to personally escort you? Your Holiness, I would not dare to impose upon you. Farewell." The poisoned Douluo replied with a respectful salute, then turned and exited the Pope's hall, having previously abducted Meng Ye. Bibi Dong naturally would not offer him a pleasant demeanor, and his presence here carried a hint of seeking forgiveness. After all, the Spirit Hall remained the official institution for Soul Masters, and even a title Douluo of high rank was required to report here. Even the formidable Sword Douluo, who had earned a place among the top martial spirits engraved on the Hall's edicts, would occasionally come here to register his soul power. For a title Douluo, each breakthrough was arduous, and thus they typically appeared only after several years or even decades. In simple terms, failing to record their presence here would mean that, despite achieving the rank of title Douluo, their status might remain unannounced to the world, lacking official recognition of their title. At most, they might gain a reputation within the Soul Master community and self-proclaim a title of their own. Reaching the level of title Douluo, aside from the cultivation itself, often entailed the pursuit of reputation, which is why it was rare for a Soul Master to disregard the Spirit Hall. A quarter of an hour later, Bibi Dong led the two into the treasury, where they beheld a dazzling array of soul bones and treasures, devoid of any gold soul coins or notes. For the Spirit Hall, wealth was merely a rudimentary resource. The worth of what lay before them transcended mere monetary value. On several towering shelves, reaching 5 meters high, soul bones were neatly arranged, each accompanied by annotations of age, quality, and even origin, nearly 100 pieces in total. Deeper within were jade boxes containing rare materials, likely numbering in the hundreds. In the realm of Soul Masters, soul bones were regarded as priceless treasures, underscoring the formidable foundation of the Spirit Hall. Beyond this, various soul tools, esoteric techniques of the Soul Master community, and an array of extraordinary curiosities were also present. Ming Ye's attention was drawn to a corner where a soul tool lay, its allure stemming from a tattered book nearby. Chapter 76. Blueprints for Soul Tools. You may freely select suitable soul bones, Bibi Dong instructed. Yen and Xiaoyu. I have already chosen 2 pieces of excellent quality for them. Thank you, teacher, Laina expressed as she moved to the center of the shelves to begin her selection. Soul bones are broadly categorized into 6 types, with head and torso bones being the most precious, followed by limbs, excluding external attached soul bones. External soul bones, which do not belong to the human skeletal structure and possess growth potential, are therefore considered second in rarity only to 10,000-year soul rings. Ming Ye approached the corner and picked up the book, which was nearly half destroyed. Upon merely glancing at the remaining content, he felt a headache coming on. Complex lines delineated a multitude of runes and patterns, intricately interwoven. Not only could he not comprehend them, he struggled even to discern their individual meanings. Furthermore, as he delved deeper, the complexity escalated to a point where it became nearly impossible to ascertain what the illustrations represented. However, He had a general inkling of what this material was. It was a blueprint for a soul-guiding device. Although much of it was missing, rendering the latter portions utterly indecipherable, what was inscribed undoubtedly pertained to the long-lost technology of soul-guiding devices. In this era, it remains an enigma as to when these devices first emerged in the market and how they eventually fell into obscurity. Yet, from the existing fragments of soul-guiding devices, it is evident that there must have been a remarkably prosperous era for such devices, which, for reasons unknown, met its complete demise. What? You can understand the content here? Bibi Dong, wielding a staff, appeared behind Meng Ye. I cannot comprehend it, yet my disciple shows no interest in the soul bone. Might it be possible to consider this item as a reward? Meng Ye directly seized the tattered book, a cloud of dust enveloping him. As it appeared, this object had accumulated years of neglect in this place. Moreover, it seemed not to have been torn apart, though parts of it bore the marks of scorching. Regardless of its state, this item, despite its presence here, remained indecipherable and utterly devoid of significance. If one wished to take it away, so be it. The soul bone was still available for selection. Bai Dong waved her hand, indicating that Meng Ye could proceed to choose a soul bone. As she stated, this object was genuinely beyond comprehension. It was likely preserved merely as a relic. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall choose this one. Meng Ye casually pointed to a soul bone without a second glance. The left-arm soul bone of the celestial tree. Dated at 20,000 years? Bai Dong approached the shelf, initially expecting Meng Ye to select something of higher quality, only to be taken aback by his choice. Frowning, she remarked, this soul bone appears to be an auxiliary soul skill of mediocre quality. I can allow you to reconsider your choice. No need. The other soul bones may not be suitable either. Meng Ye shook his head, dismissing the soul bones present. The finest among them barely exceeded 5,000 years, with only a few dating back to 8,000 years. However, in terms of true value, he had already scanned the area with his mental perception upon entering and found nothing that genuinely met his standards. Perhaps most of these soul bones were inherited from former title Douluo, which accounted for their damage or loss of soul power, ultimately resulting in inferior quality. Nonetheless, the spirit hall had presented several soul bones as rewards to create a spectacle, making it impossible for him to refuse. Otherwise, he would have had no desire for such items. Bibi Dong evidently recognized this nuance and refrained from further comments. Master, I have made my choice. Hu Laina approached, holding a soul bone resembling a blue crystal. It was the spirit-condensing wisdom skull, originating from a 6,000-year-old blue sea spirit ape. This piece was among the best preserved and of the highest quality, making it exceptionally suitable for Hu Laina. Very well. Bibi Dong accepted the soul bone and collected the one Ming Ye had casually selected, smiling as she said, allow me to hold on to this for you. It will be yours after the tournament. Let us proceed. Indeed. Hu Laina smiled back, knowing that Bibi Dong treated her as her own, always providing her with the best. Exiting the Pope's hall, Meng Ye was preoccupied with thoughts about the soul guide blueprints, remaining silent during their walk. Suddenly, a dark green figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Poison Douluo. Hu Laina, walking alongside him, tensed at the sight of the newcomer, yet quickly regained her composure and respectfully inquired, Your Excellency, is there something you need? Despite being a disciple of the Pope, even ordinary title Douluo would not dare to impose on her. But the requisite respect must still be observed. After all, title Douluo represented undeniable strength. No amount of influence could substitute for one's own power. No need for formalities. I have come to seek him. Douluo chuckled, lacking any pretentiousness, for among the title Douluo, he was the least imposing, albeit with considerable fame. Senior. Hu Laina appeared flustered, wanting to say more, but Ming Ye raised his hand to halt her. Do not worry, I am acquainted with the senior. He gestured for Hu Laina to remain calm, then turned to Douluo and said with a smile, I see your complexion suggests you are faring well. Congratulations. Haha. You are still as astute as ever, young one. Indeed, I have come to register my rank and to reminisce with you, Douluo replied with hearty laughter. In that case, please follow me, senior. Meng Ye smiled as he led Douluo towards a tea house. Hu Laina felt a twinge of concern. But seeing the familiarity between the two, she gradually calmed down and chose to return to the academy alone. Inside the tea house, Douluo joyfully shared his recent circumstances with Meng Ye. He had heeded Meng Ye's advice, utilizing the power of the 8 spider lances, which not only alleviated his own toxins but also significantly elevated his cultivation level. He had risen from level 92 to 93, and he was now striving for level 94. A result of years of suppressed toxins in his soul power. Senior, Have you encountered Tang-san? Douluo paused, holding the teacup before him, momentarily taken aback by the question. How did you know I met Tang-san? He asked, puzzled. It turns out that he and I have quite the rapport. Indeed. It must be due to the ice and fire yin eyes. Meng Ye took a sip of his tea and explained. I happened to hear some news regarding the Sunset Forest, and considering Tang-san's interest in poisons, I assumed you would be familiar with him. Quite right. Douluo's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, that young lad exchanged some medicinal materials with me for a volume on poisons. His alchemical skills are truly remarkable. I wish I could have kept him around. Ming Ye felt somewhat speechless, although he could be considered a master of deception in a certain sense. As the 8 spider lances were not originally his, at the very least, he had not deceived Douluo. However, the matter of the poison manual was rather absurd. Akin to the myriad hidden weapons, it merely constituted a compulsory course for the outer disciples of the Tank sect. The critical varieties of venom, such as the Yama's post, were not even documented among the numerous heavenly treasures found within the eye of ice and fire. What was amiss? Douluo, upon observing Meng Ye's reaction, paused for a moment. Nothing, as long as you are content, senior. Meng Ye set down his teacup and remarked, since you have now resolved the issue of the green phosphorus snake's poison, perhaps you might contemplate the prospect of utilizing poison as a means for cultivation. How does one cultivate with poison? Douluo, unaware of Meng Ye's underlying implications, acknowledged that he had indeed suffered a loss concerning the poison manual. Meng Ye conveyed his understanding of martial soul cultivation, which is, in essence, the cultivation of the sinister martial soul, to Douluo. Douluo's phosphorescent serpent emperor is inherently a malevolent martial soul. Naturally, this does not imply that he should resort to direct acts of violence. If the elder is intrigued, he may seek out some poison attribute spirit beasts as potential targets, utilizing the prowess of the phosphorescent serpent emperor.